We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, the things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. wizard, what do you see as you twist the tiles beneath our feet? What do you see? Remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. so bright, it haunts me.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. I just want it. Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? But I just want it.
Inside I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it. My best friend, she took my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it. Can you to myself? Can you to myself? Can you to myself? To myself? Can you to myself? Can you to myself? Can you to myself? I just want it. Can you to myself? Can you to myself? Can you to myself? To myself? Can you to myself? Can you to myself? Can you to myself? Oh baby.
I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs.
Anything is possible for our team to achieve as long as we just keep working hard.
I didn't think he was gonna get away from that. Oh! Is that double digit? Hustling gets it back! Nice snipe coming out from EQ and Hustling.
Right now I'm mostly worried about me since I'm not really getting my stuff together.
If everyone from Roccat focus on improve, then we can make it top 3, top 2, maybe even first in our group.
Joko, looks like he's gonna grab his first kill of the game. Samus goes down. Hillisang is next. Vitality taking control of the bottom side. And this is exactly what Vitality wanted to do.
Team doesn't matter, we're just gonna win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the EU LCS live from Berlin. And over the last 3 days, we've witnessed decisive wins, upsets, and everything in between. With the top of the table shaping it up, it's time to see who can fight their way up from the bottom. Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Dracos. Joining me at the desk, none other than Martin Fisher along Fabian Chivino on the UOL. You'll see us in a moment as I butcher my initial opening, but because it's the first time, because the first time should always be special, I'm happy to invite you gentlemen to
You
join
have
me.
very good taste. And also, you sound very different from the normal host. What
Really?
happened?
Is it? I feel like the beard might also
It
set
gave
me
it away a
apart.
little
It's just
bit.
a little
more
bit.
feminine.
A little bit.
Well, as much as I'd love, for all eyes to be on me for the entirety of the day, let's talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday in the EU LCS. Take a chance to look at the teams going up against each other. We got the standings here, and you can see two teams at the top, one of each group, Unicorns Love and G2.
Yeah, and one is what we expected, and one is a huge surprise. Obviously, we were all very surprised G2 is first. Everyone knew that Unicorns of Love would be this top team coming in. Right, Chippy?
Exactly, this is how the storyline was going.
Exactly.
No, but I actually am happy that it's shaped up to be like this, with G2 at the top.
Yeah.
And I was expecting also that Group A was exactly looking like it is. And for Group B, I think everybody was surprised that we are actually at the top. We had like 2 roster changes, and I think, especially yesterday, the series was really close against H2K. So I think like now coming into to this week, we actually can look at the bottom tier teams more and actually see who is fighting there for survival.
Well, of course, we did see a fantastic set against you guys from H2K. You brought it up briefly. Let's take a chance to look at it just a little bit more. Interesting games coming up yesterday, and this series was no exception.
No, 100%. And I think what I really like is some of the different unique compositions we saw, and I actually really like to see how much better Unicorns of Love were in late game team fights compared to H2K. And I think a lot of it came down to really understanding these kind of comps you're playing, like the Protect, the Exile comp we see on your screen right now. And H2K may be struggling a little bit with like target selection, when to move forward, when to move backwards, but it is very difficult when you have a lot of squishy members against like a fairly fed Katarina.
Yeah, and actually it's really difficult to play against our team comp. They have the immobile backline, and since they've been picking always Zyra, Ashe, Syndra, who are like very immobile, we're just capitalizing on the disadvantages of their team, even though that they have like really strong picks in it by itself. And by this, we can just snowball in team fights really well if we have the right engage.
Well, speaking of snowballing, we saw some proficient snowballing coming in from Misfits in their set versus G2. The first game starting off so well for them, it took them a long time to close. But let's take a look at that series overall, or rather, let's talk a little bit about it. What were your thoughts, Tofficio?
I felt like we saw their experience, kind of old school. I'm calling them old school G2, even though it was last year they kind of became the champions. But like the more like controlled, experienced team that knew that late game they were much better than Misfits, and we saw that in every single game, even the one where they were so far behind because they managed to stall it out for such a long time. And they also talked about it, pick for late, pick safe. don't make any mistakes, like a risky plays in the early game, then you're going to win later on. And that worked out for G2 in the end.
Yeah, a good solid showing from G2 overall to pull at the top of their group. Some good things from Misfits as well, but enough about those teams. Let's focus on the games that are ahead of us today. Of course, going to be exciting to see our first matchup, Vitality versus OG, as we move on to Roccat versus Giants later in the day. And I don't want any thoughts about the later matchup. Let's focus on what's right in front of us. Let's talk about Vitality versus Origen. And I feel like this could be a surprisingly good matchup from Origen. We've seen good things from them so far.
We have. I mean, you played against both teams already. Your opinion?
I think that OG was actually better than we expected. They have been showing a relatively good early game against us, at least. They've been struggling afterwards to really execute their team comps and exactly figuring out what they want to do on the map. I think Origen has, in this case, shown some potential. For Vitality, this was kind of more like we expected from scrim results and also how they've been playing so far. So yeah, I think that Origen has a lot of promise that they can show. But Vitality overall, I think, has a little bit more experience with Steelback, for example, on the team and whatnot.
Hedshani as well, obviously been around for such a long time. We haven't really seen Vitality click yet. There's no real identity on the team of like who's actually the star player here, what kind of style do they like to play. It's a little bit of everything. Have focused a lot on trying to get the bot lane rolling, which I think is correct, especially in this meta here with the bot lane tower going down being so important. They just haven't been able to then use it properly because when they're focusing bot lane, then CLG goes aggressive top lane and ends up diving with Sichachi or something and actually fall behind. So these kind of problems where there's no like alignment between all three lanes is a big issue for Vitality. But I do think like late game, they would probably have the upper hand, but they have to prove it first. I don't want to just give it to them straight away.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Wisdom even in the games against Unicorns Love be an absolute monster, get ahead in the early game. And for me, it's hard to imagine Vitality coming back from the late game with those communication issues. And do you think that's the biggest thing for Vitality right now is communication? Because I feel like there may have been some issues with individual skill as well in terms of execution.
Yeah, I think due to the fact that the team is not on the same page, it's hard for the individual player to kind of carry everything. I think in the modern League of Legends world, like it is a team game every single time. So even if one guy gets 5 kills, if then 3 or 4 other guys are not really sure on what to do, maybe they don't set up Baron correctly, maybe the team fight wrong, this one guy won't be able to win the game for you because he's going to die then in this potential fight. So that is definitely a big issue. And I think a lot of it is honestly just they need time. But it's a fairly short split already, and you don't have that much time.
Yeah, and especially for today, there are like 2 things I'm excited about. First thing would be pick and ban. I just want to see them going in with clear draft plans, picking win conditions for themselves that they actually can execute, and just so we can see what they are planning actually in the game. And the second thing is the jungle matchup for me. I think that Wisdom played a really good series against us with the Hecarim over and over diving mid lane, and this is not so easy to execute, even though our mid laner didn't have flash. Putting good pressure, putting really good vision around the bottom side, facing up against Joko. I think this will be really, really interesting, and I hope we can maybe see more of the aggressive picks from both sides, and yeah.
I actually think Joko has been one of their least impressive junglers so far in this split. He's had Rengar in some games, and he wasn't able to really do a whole lot, especially like the game against you guys where he misplays a few dives towards the bottom side that actually get punished, like he steps on a trap. It's just it's a mechanical misplay that really sucks to make as a player, but it happens from time to time. And when you do that, and you don't seem to perform early on as a player who is still fairly new to the LCS, it puts a lot of pressure on you.
And especially how the meta is shaped up right now with Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, and Rengar. If you make a mistake, it gets punished.
Well, gentlemen, as teams get ready at the end of the day, we can speculate, we can theory craft, we can wonder exactly how this is going to unfold, but the games themselves are going to be the massive decider here. So let's send it over to the caster desk to get this series started.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and hello, all you fans of esports out there. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and of course, joining me for this cast is none other than Andrew VODS Day. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well. Excited to be here once again to cast what is effectively the bottom of the barrel right now. Both these teams struggling for survival, looking to get a bit of redemption and make their way back into the group.
Well, let's look down that bottom of the barrel. Running down the roster, starting with Vitality. Of course, that means up in the top lane, we've got CLG, followed by the jungler Joko. In the mid lane, it is Nukeduck, the AD carry, Steelback, support Hedshani, and their coach, Origen.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side of the rift will be Origen. Now, these guys definitely looking to get themselves a win on the board and have been looking fairly promising in the early game. But running down their roster will be Sartorius up in the top lane, Wisdom in the jungle, Nahyun in mid, their AD carry Tabs, on support will be Hiva, and their coach Ledurk.
Yeah, as you said, neither team has been able to find a win, not only in series, but in games overall. And when you're looking at the bottom of Group B, it's so important to try to get wins where you possibly can. And, you know, they're as close to evenly matched as anybody else, you have to think.
I mean, remember that next week is the final week for both these teams to continue playing inside their group. Then we start moving out to the cross-group games, and that's where things really start to get difficult because you have to go against the top teams on the other side. So being able to get a win here is going to mean a lot.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the upcoming schedule for Vitality. They've got Fnatic in week number 4 and then Misfits in 5. It's not going to be easy, excuse me, for Origen. But let's take a look at the picks and bans as we're coming out here to start things off. Vitality on the blue side are going to ban away the Zyra in phase 1.
Nothing too unconventional so far. This is a ban that we've been seeing fairly regularly throughout the last week of LCS. Likely to see. I'm going to take a wild stab at
Let me
say
get your
Rengar.
predictions right here. What are we getting on the red side bans?
Rengar's probably going to be banned. Camille probably going to be priority. Maybe a LeBlanc thrown in there too.
Maybe a LeBlanc.
But now if you're Vitality, you wouldn't be surprised if you saw a Malzahar. Got that just before I could. As creative as the blue side can be, it's still very standard to ban away both the Zyra and the Malzahar. It does allow you to have a little bit more freedom in what you want to prioritize in supports, and it means you can also save it for later on. So I'm looking at an early pick Kha'Zix, honestly, based on how the rotation is going. Origen very likely to ban away the LeBlanc here, and then Vitality can just pick up that power farming, or that power hyper-aggressive jungler in Kha'Zix.
This is something we thought about a little bit in the pregame, is the Jace that Satorius had, you know, relative success on, worth banning away. It turns out that is the case, and there's the LeBlanc ban. So now we go into pick number 1. Looks like we could be in for that Kha'Zix for Joko, and right on the money, he's going to hover that. Still got 20 seconds to lock it in. There it goes.
So with the Kha'Zix gone, Origen can now look to pick up their bottom lane if they want. You could go for something like a Varus here. Fairly strong, especially, I've heard a lot of people say, like on red side in particular, it's pretty potent. Something that Tabs has brought out a lot in the past as well. Fairly safe pick, and it's also pressuring Vitality to pick up their AD carry now as well.
So the Varus is locked in. Will we see it paired with the support right away? Looks like that's the case. It's the Tahm Kench locked in, so that's very protective for a Varus, not a very mobile champion.
The interesting thing about the Tahm Kench is they're predicting Vitality will go towards the Ashe, and by picking an Ashe into a Tahm Kench, you're already making things a little bit difficult, which does suggest that maybe Vitality will not have to move towards that Jhin, which offers a little bit more utility in other ways.
And there it is, locked in right on time. I really like this choice of Tahm Kench, though, for Hiva. He's so far played only these very squishy supports, and he's had a very aggressive positioning that's punished him in the past, but this is looking much better for him. Now, what is Vitality going to pair with this Jhin?
You could round out it with a support. We have seen Taric being picked up into the Tahm Kench, offers a little bit more strength in terms of team fights. Or you could look to prioritize your top lane, which is something that we saw a lot from Misfits yesterday.
Yeah, so the Shen is not one Cabochard has played just yet, but he has been sitting pretty tanky with a couple of Nautilus games and a Poppy game in his pocket, so this should give them some more protection. I love combining it up with that Kha'Zix Vitality. They seem to be coming in with a better game plan this time around, and now Origen are toying with the Rek'Sai in the last phase of pick 1.
So far, I'm very pleased with the way in which Vitality have drafted. Very meta, very standard, very stable and strong. They have good early pressure with the Kha'Zix. They have global pressure with the Shen, who can move into a strong split push presence later on into the game. And now we're moving into the second half of the draft.
Yeah, so now they start looking to hit other roles on the map. Origen are going to ban out the Talia that NukeDuck had a pair of games on. And this is really nice to see from Vitality trying to match this pace. Something we criticized them so heavily for in the previous matches they had was a lack of power pick priority.
I feel like that if you are Origen, given that you're banning away the Talia, you can now ban away the Syndra or the Ryze, and then look to priority pick the other one. Because you do have first pick on the red side, and
there you go.
That means that you do end up getting that power pick earlier on, and Vitality will have not as many answers to it with the number of mid lane bans.
Yeah, so we see the Ryze rounding out Origen's ban. There's still that rumble on Vitality side that they've taken away to not allow Satorius to play, so we'll have to figure out what he's going to be picking himself up on. The Maokai
They might
is
ban
still
away
available.
the
They might do it.
Kennen may very well be a ban if they really want to make sure that Cabochard doesn't get pressed during the laning phase, if they just want to make sure that Satorius isn't something aggressive. We saw him be really powerful in terms of split pushes in his previous games earlier this week. But it looks like that he may still have a few options given the current bans.
Yeah, with the Poppy banned away, we'll see if Origen want to take this on their next rotation. It makes a lot of sense. They'd still be looking for a mid laner, but we have seen a lot of teams save that for last.
I feel like Syndra has to be the pick here for Origen. Otherwise, Vitality are just going to pick that one up for themselves. If you're Vitality, you could pick the Cassio into it. I know that NukeDuck is fairly potent on the champion. Interesting that they would prioritize the Maokai. They're either saying that we have an answer to the Syndra, or they're big. I mean, I feel like that's the best option that they've got, and they want to try and make sure that Nahun can get the counter pick in mid.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. Okay, I mean, it does make a little bit of sense. Nahun has had a lot of struggles in their earlier games, and maybe they want to give him an edge over NukeDuck. Let's see what he locks in here as his last. They've already taken the Bard for Hachani.
So I'm pretty confident that if we see a Syndra from Vitality, then it's going to be an Echo response from Origen. The great thing about Echo as well is you can put him up into a side lane going up against the Shen, but Vitality, they're not taking the bait.
No, they're going to go for the safe pick. So they lock in the Corki now, say, bring it on. Whatever you got, we can handle it. So now all we have to wait and see is if Origen wants to take that Syndra for their last choice.
Oh, don't tempt me, Origen. Don't tempt me. But
boy.
Let's focus on the composition from Vitality. They have they have good scaling. They have a very powerful mid-game spike. They have early pressure with the Kha'Zix. They have a decent 1-3-1 because you can set up a Corki in the side lane later on into the game, but it's that mid-game spike that really is where you'll see a lot of their power come from.
And there we go, talking about power spikes, this Orianna now, when they'll have a lot of delivery systems. They have a Rek'Sai, they have a Maokai. That's a pretty big front line that's begging for a shockwave. We could be in for some real big, powerful fights. Vitality have a pretty solid front line with this form of Shen themselves, and oh man, I like this.
Now, Origen have a very team fight heavy composition. I think that it's pretty good against, in particular, a lot of single target damage that you have in the form of Kha'Zix and Shen, who are looking to just isolate that target and pick them off. Tahm Kench can provide a lot of peel, especially when you have two low mobility carries in the form of Orianna and Varus. The big risk for Origen is that they've only got two major damage dealers, and so if you throw down an exhaust onto one target, that's 50% of your damage gone, right? So Origen needs to be a little bit careful. Their laning phase is very important. So what I'd like to see from Wisdom is a lot of focus on vision around the bottom half of the map, making sure that this Orianna and this Varus get through a fairly safe laning phase.
Absolutely, we have to keep an eye on Wisdom this game, see where he ends up putting his pressure as the coaches walk hands, or shake hands, walking off stage. Walking hands doesn't sound like very fun. But somebody's got to pick up a win here. Vitality and Origen hungry for this one, and these are the points that are going to be the easiest to pick up. So if you think Vitality can walk away with this one, hashtag VIT win for game number 1 over at LOL eSports. Of course, on the other side, Origen, hashtag OG win if you think they'll be able to take it. Team fight's important. We'll see how the landing phase shakes out, but nobody's pulling any punches right now.
And I'm just really happy that Vitality have actually drafted a reasonable composition. You know, the Bard is a little bit debatable, but I think it still should be fine into the Tahm Kench. You have a lot of pick potential. It's actually very good into champions like Orianna and Varus, who have no innate dashes or escapes to dodge out. So I think Vitality have drafted pretty well.
Yeah, something we haven't been able to say about them for a while now, but we'll see if they're able to execute on their composition. We're loaded up into game 1. Let's hit the Rift.
Now, something else that we really need to mention from Vitality is that their siege is very good with the amount of poke and pick that they have. But their early game is something that, while has a lot of ability to snowball out of control, there's not a huge amount of CC, in particular in the mid lane. There are a fair number of options in the bottom, which means that if Joker's going to look to prioritize anywhere, I would expect him to invest his resources down into the bottom lane. For the side of Origen, we've already talked about it. Those laners are super important. They hit a big mid-game spike. I think against this comp, if you're Tabs, you could go for the tier Edge of Night Ghostblade build, which is flat, pretty heavy on the penetration. I think you can get away with it, which means that you do have a pretty stronger mid-game spike to pair up with the Orianna. You have a lot of poke, you have a lot of wave clear, and your team fighting is pretty strong. But it's very dependent on getting through a very balanced laning phase. And when you look at the bottom lane for OG versus Vitality, this could really be a struggling point for them.
Absolutely, and OG's bottom lane in general have struggled in matchups that, in all honesty, they should be the ones pushing in. We've been criticizing Tabs for this, not really putting the pressure on, and now he's in something that's a little bit, less straightforward. We'll see how it handles. Taking a look at our Keystone Masters, nothing too out of the ordinary to start things off. And bottom side jungle start for Joko on the red buff, getting a nice little leash there from Hachani and Steelback. Up on the top side, the red buff's also being taken, and Wisdom is helped out by Sartorius.
So, for those interested, actually, Vitality are fully aware that they should be able to push this lane in. They realize that they have a range advantage in Bard. He can be very aggressive towards the Tahm Kench, who's going to struggle to trade back. And you have a Jhin who's pretty potent at trading in general. So they can afford to go for the push at the sacrifice, or they can afford to give a pull to their jungler at the sacrifice of a bit of an early push, because they know that they will be the stronger in the 2 versus 2.
Yep. Eva always taking a strong forward stance right now. It's a champion that definitely has a little bit more survivability than some of the ones he's already played so far.
And I want to add to that, because this was something you mentioned in Champion Select, where Hiva is a player that has typically been known to play these all-in melee kind of engaged style champions. Now that's not to say that Tahm Kench is that, but the fact that he's on a melee champion, something that can be a little bit more of a frontline, can afford to soak up a little bit more damage, I think will suit his playstyle more.
Nice to see Origen really adapting and learning from the last couple of series. We'll see how it pans out. He is stunned up, caught by the Meeps. Tab's continuing to trade, but it's a very even bottom lane right now. Pings are flying though, and you can see Wisdom hanging around here as he finishes his jungle clear off. He's going to head for some scuttle vision. There's an Infernal Drake on the map, so we could see a lot of action down here early on.
I mean, we've already talked about how if Joko should really be investing his pressure anyway, I feel like it should be the bottom side of the map. But he started on his red, he moved up to the top side, and now he's actually trying to gain vision control over the top side river, which to me is a little bit confusing. I feel like that if you're going to do anything, you should really focus on setting up your bot lane for success. And have a look, Wisdom's actually read him pretty well because all this deep vision down in the bottom side, he's got the scuttle grab, he's got the ward, but Joko, he's trying to answer up top.
Yeah, and there's a taunt onto Sartorius. We'll see if they're able to net themselves first blood. Joko with the double buffs is going to hop in, but Sartorius instantly flashing. Joko follows through, tasting some fear, and it's first blood over to Cabo.
So good punish from Joko. He read that Sartorius was just hard pushing CaboShard up in the top lane, ends up punishing him for it, is able to get a bit of an advantage up there. But look at the bottom lane. The problem that you've got now for Vitality is that from the investment, from knowing that Joko was topside and knowing that they had so much vision through the river, both Tabs and Hiva could afford to be a lot more aggressive. They've actually pushed Steelback and Achani underneath their tower, and they've started to accrue pretty significant CS advantage. They've gotten themselves the first base, and I feel like this is going to be a very positive thing for the OG bot side.
Yeah, something that will help them out, not just in the confidence level, but making sure they can get ahead and move into those mid games. You talked about having a tenuous laning phase that Origen is going to have to be very careful of. Well, so far, things are looking good for them despite losing the first blood.
Yeah. Also, what we have to remember is that Origen as a team have been known for getting good early games so far. This is a team that have typically actually been getting those early advantages. Not to say massive ones, but they are a team that actually plays off pretty well with that early game lead.
This is very true. This is Chani and Hiva trade a couple of slaps back and forth, and he was having a little bit of fun with this one right in front of the Magical Journey. Meanwhile, Tabs is solo farming down on the bot side as the opposing carry, Steelback, had already backed away to pick himself up some more long swords. Nahun is sniffing for something here. It's going to be hard to really do much mid because Nuktuk is on such a safe champion as Corki. It's kind of been the go-to blind pick here in Europe.
And it was smart during the draft because they realized that Syndra could have been a priority. So they said, you know what, if we just pick the Corki here, even if they pick Syndra, we should have a fairly safe matchup. So I think it was a smart call from Nuktuk to move away from one of these slightly more carry-orientated, like the Katarina, perhaps.
I was going to say, his champion pool in the start of the European LCS has been kind of all over the place. I mean, a couple of Talia games, the Katarina, he kind of got baited into, and yeah, it just has been a little strange. So maybe this time, take it a little easy. Let other roles kind of do the work here, and you managed to secure yourself Kha'Zix, so you can't have too much trouble. Speaking of, he's up on the top side again, sniffing for another gank. Sartorius has got no taunt, or got no flash, I should say, as CaboShard taunts him. Arcane Smash going to get back to tower in time. It's being tanked up, and he does it again. Cabo with a second, helped by Joko.
This is a really good time to gank the top side of the map too. That is a big minion wave that Sartorius is going to lose. It's going to get soaked up by the tower, and CaboShard now at level 6. This is the point at which Vitality could actually look to make a bot side play. Joko, by getting this advantage in the top side, has not only allowed him to snowball his lead, but CaboShard is having a great way to start. I mean, I think that it's not necessarily the best thing to invest all your resources into a tank Shen, but if they make it work by using that global pressure that the Shen has, it could very well be a good early start for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, they have the global advantage because of the Stand United, so they can, as you said, make a few more plays. And, you know, Sartorius has been pushing his luck a little bit here. Wisdom looking for something on the bottom side right now. Steelback and Achani are wise to it, courtesy of the control ward. Joko has level 6, and he's hanging around this pit, places the ward in. So they will not be able to secure Infernal just yet, but Origen definitely focusing more heavily on the bottom side of the map right now.
They're very scared of the Kha'Zix gank, because if it's just an ultimate from Cabo, then Wisdom can quickly get there to try and provide some support. But if there's a 4 versus 3, then it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to win, especially with Sartorius losing out on his teleport. So
Vitality have definitely had a much more proactive game this time around, and they really got shoved around and bullied by the likes of Splice, and it was just so surprising to see. This is a team that, you know, has many names you might recognize on it, but they just haven't really been able to get the teamwork together to make the big plays. Now, Wisdom is going to be spotted taking the red buff on his own side of the map, courtesy of that control ward. Joko left a little earlier.
The interesting thing about Vitality is that while their communication and teamwork has been criticized, that's not to say that they haven't been able to get advantages on certain sides of the map. It's just that when they move to play around these objectives, when you move into these mid stages around whether or not they can work together as a team and know how to set up these objectives, that's where we start to see them punished. This is also a thing that Origen has been criticized for. So you've now got two teams that suffer from very similar issues going up against each other, and you have to wonder whether or not have either teams fixed these issues, or is it just going to be a battle of who makes fewer mistakes?
Yeah, it might come down to the brute strength, but I mean, it's a good point. You talk about getting in early advantages. For Origen, it has not really been on this bottom side, but it has been for Vitality. And a lot of that is in Steelback. This is a guy who's, you know, had pretty much a career of being on teams where he was the stand-up carry, with the exception of when he first debuted on Fnatic. Still yet to see if he can do enough to really put out a majority of the carry potential for his team, but may not have to this game. They've got Joko, who's jumping in onto Nahun. Instant flash away. Nukeduck follows through with the Gatling gun. Phosbomb keeps on pecking away. The ghost, the bombs, it's not enough.
Very close to picking up a kill onto Nahun. Oh, that shield just being enough to save him, because that was actually the big rocket coming out from Nukeduck. That would have been enough to secure the kill. But really good job from Nukeduck and Joko, realizing that they had push priority on bot. Joko moving in aggressively to try and get some deep vision. He'd already stolen away the blue, and Nahun gets punished through his rotation.
So it opens up Dragon potential, but he's taking it by himself. It's very risky right now, down to half his health. But Hiva has to back off. He knows Sachani's there, so they secure Infernal Drake. Vitality, at 9 minutes in, are looking pretty good. Sartorius gets taunted up here, throws a sapling. Cabo's trading well with him, though.
I mean, this really couldn't be better for Vitality right now, because they have pushing lanes in the bottom. Ooh, as Hachani taking a bit of damage.
And he's going to be able to portal out. Oh, the tongue on the end. Feels bad, man. He gets away, though.
Just a cheeky touch on his behind.
Well, we've had a few of those.
Yeah, certainly have. Meanwhile, Wisdom now trying to set up a bit of deep vision, trying to get a bit of control over the top side of the jungle. But look at the collapse from Vitality.
They're going to try to make it happen. Joko's going to take the blast cone. Sends out a spike. Wisdom is wise to it.
A zoning spike.
That's what they call it. Speaking of zoning, they managed to land onto Nahun. And in comes Cabo Shard. Stand united onto Nukeduck. Hachani's going to have to flash the ultimate from Oriana. And now Hiva's just blown up, and Joko gets himself a well-earned kill.
So this was just a big misplay from Hiva. First, not respecting the taunt coming out from Cabo, but also he just didn't need to be there. Nahun was actually able to get out of that simply due to Wisdom's presence being in the middle lane. Really smart play from Wisdom to just try and zone away Nukeduck. He was too scared to get closer. Now Nahun, he's being
Speaking of getting close, they found Nahun even through the heel of Tabs. Joko claiming another 2-0-2 on this Kha'Zix. This is the way you want to start for Vitality.
We criticized Vitality's ability to communicate and coordinate, and so far we are seeing a big difference in them in this early game. They are utilizing these early advantages. They're having Cabo Shard roam down to the mid lane, take advantage of the global ultimate that he has, and they're picking up advantages left, right, and center.
It's more than that. They're making these proactive plays, something we didn't see earlier in the week. Look at this great catch on Nahun.
You can see that Nukeduck, he's too afraid to get that close. Hachani doesn't land the snow, but it's Hiva right here that makes the mistake. He should have just respected the flash. He's only level 5. He didn't have enough time to pop the gray health, and he ends up getting punished for it. And then Nahun, he thinks that he's fine. Cabo literally just walks around and goes for exactly the same play. Joko hadn't even used his ultimate earlier on, so they're able to get the collapse. And even with a heal from Tabs, it just isn't enough. So honestly, just Vitality playing incredibly well so far.
Yeah, and I want to give some props to the man we just saw getting the flash taunt off up in the top lane. Cabo Shard has been honestly solid. He's had some help from Joko, who has been focusing on him, but he has been everywhere they've needed him to be so far with his Stand United to make these early plays. And 4-0 at 11.5 minutes into this game, it's netted them 1,500 gold lead and that Infernal Drake. By the way, there's another on the map, so Vitality are pretty happy right now.
They certainly are. I mean, we talked about investing more resources into the bot side, but I actually think it's quite interesting that Vitality decided to shift their focus rather than prioritizing snowballing a lane that should already be winning in terms of the 2v2. They actually want to try and get Cabo ahead so he can utilize his global pressure more. If he gets the shove off, you can then just roam mid and make these sort of plays. So the early investment, perhaps a bit of a gamble, because you are going up against a Maokai who can be difficult to gank, but it ends up paying off with Vitality.
Twice, in fact. And yeah, I think the bottom side, leaving Steelback and Hachani to their own devices isn't too bad when you consider how well they're able to keep up in the lane. And even with Wisdom here, Tabs and Hiva aren't really going to be able to bait them out just yet. We'll take a look into the mid of the map because Joko is there. He's going to hop onto Sartorius as the ward was baited. That is to a Maokai. That's the damage he's bringing out. Still only on half an item. Satori is going to be limping away, and now Steelback has found the gang squad from Origen. The game is up.
I mean, Joko has already finished his warriors enchant on his jungle item, picked up a longsword to make matters worse. Like, he is very strong at this point in the game. Already level 8 to Satori, who's only level 9, has like no armor on top of him, and so even as this tanky Maokai, you're not at that point yet. You're still very early on, and this is really where Joko's Kha'Zix can look to shine.
Yeah, and on the opposite number, Wisdom, we talked about where he was going to be prioritizing. Well, he has had a bit of vision on the bottom side, and he's been.
To be fair, he's had a lot of vision.
Yeah, I mean that's what we said he needed to do, but he has just not been able to have the same level of impact. A lot of that is being on Rek'Sai. Still, this is a shaky early game for Origen. Like we said, they need to hang on for when they can team fight.
This is interesting right now because we have to think of what Vitality can do with the lead that they've got, right? Because typically Origen have had the lead in their previous games. You can see, look at the bottom of your screen. This is an interesting graph that actually looks at the average gold difference over time for Origen. And you can see the different timestamps, so 10, 20 minutes. And typically they do have a decent early game. Usually they have that lead. And it's around that mid-game point where things start to really go sour. But in this game, Origen haven't even been able to start off on a good foot.
Yeah, but for Vitality, it has looked good. On their side, getting close to that 2,000 gold advantage. 14 minutes into this game, there's going to be another Infernal and another minute on the map. Origen are going to have to find something fast. They are clustered around here, and we will see them clearing out the vision that Vitality had established. Could see our first big skirmish, the Dragon fight. Nuke Duck is going to send a rocket flying towards Nahun, take off a chip of his health damage. It looks like Vitality are eyeballing this bottom tier 1, though. For all the action, we haven't yet seen a tower taken.
This is actually a really good setup for Vitality because what they've done is they drew Nahun through the long path around his jungle to the bot side where Origen expected some kind of pressure to come out from Joko in terms of maybe setting up a dive, but that just enabled Nuke Duck to get a push on mid. He had the package too to quickly be able to rotate down should he need to. And Vitality right now are just playing the pressure game so well to set up for this next Infernal Drake.
Yep, keep the waves pushed. Don't give Origen any breathing room, and that's exactly how they're going to play it for now. Nuke Duck sends the Boss Bomb. Not a lot of mana for Nahun. Joko's coming in. You see Wisdom, though. He's going to be getting the Void Rush. Hops right on top, and Joko, they turn it around. That's Tower, though, that was taken down. Nuke Duck polished it off. So we're 15 minutes now. They've got first Tower Blood. They've got an Infernal, and boy, look at what they've got next on the plate. Another one hitting the rift right about now, and that's going to go down quick.
That could not have been a better first out to take for Vitality. This is going to open up the map so much more. And the fact that they've gotten themselves a second Infernal Drake 15 minutes into the game just demonstrates that Vitality have definitely improved their early game a lot.
I mean, there is so much difference between this and every other game Vitality have played so far. They have gotten, in the previous 4 games, 5 towers in total. That's less by half than the next lowest team in the league, which, by the way, is Origen. And they've not even secured Dragons up until this game. So they are already far and away better than we saw from them in the previous week and earlier in this week.
You do have to criticize Origen just a little bit for it, because when you are playing up against the Kha'Zix, his ability to exert early pressure is something that you have to respect. And if you're going to push that much as a Maokai, you have to be a little bit aware of, oh, maybe he could gank my lane. But nevertheless, you still have to praise Joko, starting on the red side in the bottom lane, actually looking to set up a gank on the top, realizing that Maokai could very well go for the early push onto the Shen, and they end up punishing it. So Vitality doing a very good job so far.
Playing where they needed to be, trying to snowball their lead, and they've done it well. Hiva is going to get stopped up. The Flourish is there. He's still pretty tanky, but Steelback has taken over mid-push duties, even though the dual lane of Tabs and Hiva are against him. And meanwhile, the mid laners have gone down towards the bottom side. Nate, look at the burst damage that Nuke Duck is putting out just on the Trinity Force and the BF Sword alone.
So it looks like that Nuke Duck is actually going for a build that Dopa popularized, which is actually the Trinity Force into the Infinity Edge, followed up by the Rapid Fire Cannon. And that is the optimal damage itemization you can go for a Corki. You have a slightly smaller spike compared to the Gunblade one, but in terms of overall damage output, it's definitely the strongest that you can get. Now Joko has to use his ultimate. He's going to be able to get out of that one. But
doesn't lead though. Here we go.
You're just seeing the advantage of getting a 16-minute Trinity Force is pretty good.
Yeah. And now Joko and Hachani looking to collapse here. Nahun knows he has almost no health left and available. There is a Shockwave, but he may not get to use it. This is Vitality starting to close the net a little bit more as they look to shove in and take out another tower. Origen, where did they look from here?
I mean, you just have to stall the game out for as long as you can now, because ideally you want to reach a very similar mid-game point. You kind of need Oriana to get to 2 items. Looks like that Tab's working towards more. It does look like that he's going to go towards that Edge of Night. So he's going to go to the build that we were talking about earlier on, which is more of that flat pen. But still, like, I feel that when you're already at this sort of deficit, you should change your itemization slightly and work towards something like the more of a teamfight build, so the Blade of the Ruin King, so you'd have more impact. But the fact that they're at this sort of deficit this early on, I think is going to make it very difficult for them, because Vitality can very easily play the map now. They never actually have to fight 5 versus 5. Shen has already proved that he can very easily push out the Maokai because of how far ahead he is. There's no way that you can send Oriana into a side lane against a Corki, especially with a roaming Hachani. Look that he's got the boots of mobility. If they ever spot Nakion out, they just throw down that bot ultimate and he gets caught and there's nothing he can do.
Speaking of getting caught, okay, Wisdom is going to have to flash on. Hachani throws down the gold, but unfortunately he's already out, so he still pulls Hachani's every now and again.
And this is the one area that Vitality really need to work on a little bit more, because Hachani has been getting caught out quite a few times. He's been doing these very often face checks. He doesn't have the support. None of his lanes, or in particular the mid lane, wasn't pushing to enable him to go that aggressive when warding, and now they've been punished for it. And we were talking about Origen finding avenues back in. If they can catch players out like this, then you're just going to enable Origen to get more global gold.
That's very true, so they'll be able to knock down their first tower, but they did trade it as NukeDuck was up in the top, pecking away at the last outer, so Origen have lost all of theirs, but they did manage to secure an answer. 19 minutes on the clock. The gold lead is still Vitality's as they traded even on that one. Well, plus a bit of change if you count Hachani. And Cabochard was working on the bottom side. So, still a lot of pressure from the Vitality team, pushing all over the map right now. And you can see it reflected in the vision, but Origen were still able to snag something back. Oh, Joko.
Just insult to injury.
Yeah, he's
really
showing some dominance. All right, let's watch this Hachani catch again.
Oh, so that's actually really cool from Wisdom, spotting out Hachani using the Tremor Sense. I think he also got spotted out slightly on that ward that was slightly further up the river. But this is something that you can't afford to do if you are Hachani. You didn't have pushing waves. You weren't really in a position to contest that deep vision. Really, you just want to try and get river vision. That should be your priority. But instead, it's going to give away that kill and the mid-tier 1 turret.
Yeah, and in the final seconds of the Rift Herald's residency, Vitality picked that one up and give it over to Joko. Gives him actually some extra pushing power, especially when he's by himself, and that's not something you want to see if you're Origen on Kha'Zix.
And I'm just sort of looking at how Vitality set up this play now, because you want to keep Corki up in the top side, or they're actually just going to go for a play mid.
Curtain Call, Hiva, though, has already swallowed up tabs, and he tanks all of the shots. Brushes it off. He's got the great health available to him. NukeDuck up in the top. Naeun just can't stop this push, by the way. He does clear the wave.
But this is the 1-3-1 that we were talking about in Champion Select, because honestly, there's very little that Origen can do. They've built themselves a teamfight composition. You want to be grouping as 5, and Vitality never have to do that. They have a fair amount of poke, they have really good sieging, and Corki at this point in the game is so strong that Maokai and Ori cannot deal with him. You have to invest 2 people to that top side of the map. And if you do that, then the 3-man unit in mid is just going to run down your mid lane and start pressuring that tier 2. So Vitality just need to play the 1-3-1 right now. They just need to divide Origen up and slowly chip at these next few towers.
I want to see Origen trying to give Vitality a taste of their own medicine here. Hiva, we have not seen him use a big Abyssal Voyage this game right now to deliver anyone, you know, to try and counter-catch. Look at Joko, he's going to be bringing Cabochard. Naeun does get an ultimate off, but is not even needing Cabochard. They're going to be able to take this tower, and no response from Origen.
Very clean play. Honestly, just, this is exactly the sort of thing you want to be doing. Catching the Oriana on a side lane,
Still not at 2 items.
Has no way to get out. Like, but even with 2 items, it wouldn't change anything because it's Oriana. Like, you have so much pick potential with the Kha'Zix and the Bard. When you add to that a Shen Shield, it's so easy to set up a dive.
I mean, they did, honestly, I don't think they even needed to use the Shen Shield at that point.
They probably didn't, no. I mean, you just saw the damage from Joko, and NukeDuck alone was more than enough.
But that's rough to watch for Origen. And they're
like,
down 5k gold, they're down 2 dragons. I mean, they've got to hold on, but they just keep losing.
Thing is, personally, I don't even think Vitality, Baron is a possibility. When you look at the amount of vision control they have over the topside jungle, it's something that they can look to play around, but I feel like that they just keep doing the 1-3-1. You send Shen to the top side, you have TP, you keep Corki bot. I need to quickly look if he has the package or not. But we actually see a bit of a play in mid.
All right, Joko, while he was away trying to take the dragon by himself, we're back into a fight. Tempered Fate lands on Steelback. Wisdom Satorius. Steelback is going to have to flash out at the last second, but he stays alive. Wisdom following. He just needs a shot. Steelback's dancing and dodging from everything, and Origen just can't get him. Now Wisdom finally picks him up off screen as Hachani was providing some distractions, and Joko walks it away. So that ends up being a 1-for-none courtesy of Origen, but look, NukeDuck and Cabochard have joined the fray here. Origen are going to try their luck pushing this tower.
Vitality dropped the ball ever so slightly, and Nahun just picks it up and forces a play mid.
I see what
really
you did
good
there.
use of the ultimate with Hiva, trying to set up a flank, forcing the fight, realizing that Joker's on Dragon, but OG is struggling to get this turret.
They need a few more shots. Tabs is going to do it, but now the shockwave lands. Hachani, NukeDuck, Cabo are all caught in it. Hachani's a little low. Wisdom is going to be able to tunnel away from Cabochard. Origen, they've got their prize. They've got to back away safely right now. They might have just bought themselves some more time this game. Vitality still ahead in the game, but they make a big mistake, and it costs Steelback his life and a tower.
So you'll see that Steelback was just sitting in the mid lane. This is a bit of a risk. Bear in mind, Cabo didn't have his ultimate available, and just a really good flank play from Hiva. This is the cost of losing your mid lane turret earlier on, all because of Hachani getting caught out of position. They're able to force this play in the mid lane. They're able to pick up a kill onto Steelback with honestly, a nice snipe from Wisdom.
That was max range, man. Okay, so Wisdom finishes the job.
And they get a tier 2 turret in the mid lane. So
nicely done.
Overall, Origen doing what they can to claw back some of these leads, but it's just so difficult for them to do much when you look at the 1-3-1. And yes, you can keep forcing these plays in the mid. Yes, you can keep catching Steelback out of position, but it will enable Cabo and NukeDuck to start knocking on the doors of these inhibitor turrets.
It's true, unless you force them to panic to try and come to the defense. So Origen, we finally got to see Hiva making a big delivery play. Will it happen again? They do have a front line. If they can keep on holding, maybe there's a chance here. We're only 24 minutes into this game after all. Let's take a look at a couple of the items we've got. Cabochard, pretty tanky in and of himself, and he's got some more push power too with the Tiamat. And of course, the Kha'Zix ever so present, the Black Cleaver.
Also Infinity Edge now finished for NukeDuck as Wisdom.
He gets caught up. Okay, the shield's on, but the curtain call's going. Satorius, he moves in onto Cabochard, but now with a Tempered Fate, they've actually stopped up some of the damage from it. Wisdom's gonna flash away. Hiva, he's caught, but he flashes. Joko, he's gonna follow. Under the tower, shots keep on firing, but it doesn't matter, so they only lose Hiva on the side of Origen, but will they lose more here? Wisdom stopping his back. Cabochard stunned up here. The shield is on for Shen, and he's gonna get a 2-man taunt. It doesn't even matter. Cabochard's following through, and now Hachani is even getting a couple for himself. That was a hell of a meat slap. And they're gonna get tower off it for sure.
Vitality initially set up the play a little bit awkwardly, but make it work out for themselves. Getting the 4 for 0, getting the tier 2 turret, and now they're making their way towards their first inhibitor of the game.
Making their way down bot. They're going through the base like so quickly right now. It is just a massive gold edge that they've got. 9-2 in kills. 25 minutes in, they've broken it open. And Vitality are gonna make out like bandits.
I have to criticize Steelback just a little bit. I feel like he could have timed his ultimate just a tad better. But still, the initial setup, they go for the collapse onto Origen. They realize that they have the flank from Cabo. They know they're strong at this point. Just look at the ultimate. I feel like you should know a Bard ultimate's timing to be able to land your 4th shot to be able to get the crit onto Wisdom. Does miss it, but this is really where we see some decisive play coming out from Vitality, because Hachani's already making his way for the flank. They're trying to stop the backs and just get a bit of poke down, and it's that big rocket into the 2-man taunt as well from Vitality to really decide the team fight in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, they've absolutely coordinated it well in the second round of that fight. Origen still looking to hang on here, but they have lost everything on their base. And with the bottom tier tower and inhibitor already taken out, well, Baron's looking oh so tasty for Vitality to try and finish this game off, but Wisdom is not going to let him off the hook that easy. Teleport coming, he's going to follow. The magical journey gets stopped up. Now they turn their attention to Joko, who's forced to ultimate. A lot of Origen members hanging around here. Cabochard's not there, but he's got teleport and Stand United available if he wants it.
Yeah, bear in mind that the bottom inhibitor is down. Teleport was used for Satorius. Wisdom does have his ultimate available, so likely that they send him. But NukeDuck just continuing to push on the top side, but here comes the collapse.
Looking for it right now if they can get it. NukeDuck is dancing around. He doesn't have the package, so Valkyrie tries to get the stop.
Oh my word!
NukeDuck is going so huge, and he takes down Nahun. That's got to be worth right there, even if it's a shutdown courtesy of Tabs. Now Sartorius has opened up. Joko pushing him around, tasting the fear, and they collapse with Ajani. Joko getting the last kill, and the last shot is on to Wisdom from the curtain call. Origen in full retreat back to their base.
The fact that NukeDuck is able to trade a 1-for-1 mid laner for mid laner in a 1 versus 4 is massive for Vitality and just shows you how far ahead this mid lane Corki is. There is a huge minion wave in the bottom. Vitality are free to take this tower in the mid lane, and honestly, Vitality are playing so clean in this game.
Small mistakes are really all we can fault them for here. Origen have time and again tried to force plays, but it is just seldom working out for them now. 7 towers to 2. Vitality have more than doubled the total towers they've taken this entire split.
Yep. I mean, there were a lot of question marks around how this series would play out. Origen having so far the fairly consistent early game and having the more solid draft from what we've seen, but Vitality coming into today's games just seemed to be so much more clean. They had a very solid draft. They knew exactly how to execute on their composition. And this is the sort of Vitality where some of the hype was being generated around. This is why I myself thought that they could be that dark horse to come out from Group B and make their way up towards the top end of the group. The question mark is, why is it taking them so long to get here?
Well, either way, they've definitely arrived. And it has been on the backs of performances from NukeDuck, Joko, Cabochard. I mean, the whole team's working well together overall, but like, Cabochard's been putting up some pretty big numbers just on the Shen. A lot of it was helped out by Joko in the early game, but I mean, this is the kind of flashy plays that he was known for in previous splits.
And this is the coordination that, honestly, they were really lacking earlier on as Sartorius going on a very magical journey with Ajani. Ajani still gets caught out a little bit too much, even though it's only been once this game.
Well, he's 2-1-2. I mean, he can't really...
Still, I feel like he needs to be a little bit more aware, because there have been certain instances where I feel like that he shouldn't have been there. Nevertheless, we have to praise Vitality overall for what they've been able to do this game. They have the bottom inhibitor. Now, they really need to utilize this. Push up into the top side of Origen jungle, gain control, start making plays around the Baron. And this is really where you can start to test the team, because we know how difficult Baron can be to play around for some teams.
Especially here in Europe. We have seen quite a few good old dances back in the day, but as we get closer and closer to that 30-minute mark and the late game approaching, Vitality looking to close this one out with the help of the big purple worm. Ajani throwing down some vision as Wisdom prowls around. Sartorius does not have his teleport, but he's sitting on Fountain, getting that regen up, so he's going to have to walk it out. A lot of pings flying, and Vitality can get a catch before this Baron. They'll be happy.
See, this is what I don't like. The fact that Origen...
There we go. Oh, Tempered Fate. They open the curtains, and Joko is bringing Cabochard. Instantly, Hiva eats up Nehun, but he himself is going to give his life, and NukeDuck taking out tabs. The rest of Origen completely evaporating before our eyes as Joko on a rampage. And now they don't even care about the Baron. They've got 3 down. They're heading for base.
I was going to criticize Vitality, but they shut me up and make it work. Getting themselves the 3 kills onto Nehun and tabs. There is now no damage on the side of Origen, and Vitality could look to close out the game.
They can cut through these turrets oh so easily. Origen can't offer much resistance, and they're only going to do a token of it right now. That's going to be it. The base is down, and Vitality pick up their first win to lead the series.
Vitality coming out the gate swinging. This is where the hype was being generated around. This is what we wanted to see from Vitality. Such good plays, such promising setup and communication and coordination. Really good game, really nice to see.
Such a night and day performance from what we saw in their previous 2 series. I mean, coming into today, I would have said Origen were the favorites.
Yeah. I mean, based on what we've seen from past games, the fact that Vitality looked like a group of solo queue players, the fact that Vitality didn't understand how to draft properly.
The fact that they hadn't secured any dragons in 5 towers across 4 games, that was like, when I looked at that, I'm like, this is right, this is real, right?
Whereas against Origen, they just seemed to have none of those issues.
They clicked.
They just worked incredibly well together. Joko's early presence was on point. They utilized the Shen ultimate beautifully. And they just, honestly, they took advantage of their composition. They played the 1-3-1 very well. I was very impressed with what Vitality brought out.
Well, we'll have to see if they're able to do it again. So, fantastic. Right now, Vitality, they've got game 1 in the books. We'll see if they can do it again. But for now, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down how it all happened.
Thank you very much, Pyro. Of course, an exciting game to see from Vitality. Such dominant control.
Beautiful game.
Yeah, really liked it.
Yeah, overall.
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised because we saw really clear ideas.
We just cut you off.
Yeah, it's fine. No, it's not about me. I want to hear what you have to say.
Here. Yeah, I think it was a really great game as well. Just sharing your sentiment. I didn't expect that. Both had like team comps that had specific ideas, and we actually see them displayed in this game. So that's really nice to see in Vitality in the end coming out ahead. But I really like that.
Yeah, but good things aside, we did see one major fumble from the top side of Origen. As we look at this first replay here, massive fumble when it comes to early lane control from the Maokai.
Yeah, what we can see here is that Vitality was leeching for bottom side the red buff, and same, the top laner was helping the red buff for Rek'Sai. So now what we will have happen is Kha'Zix will move towards top side here, and the Rek'Sai, you know, will be in the bottom side. So for Sartorius right now, being pushed up like this, knowing that Kha'Zix can be around, and now he comes, they execute, he gets the taunt off, and this really starts to snowball here. And for Kha'Zix, getting early kills like this is just so important. And we see afterwards, they control the top side, he comes again, and they can start putting the pressure more towards the bottom side.
It's actually a fairly unique jungle start with the bot lane leashing for you. Most teams around the world will always be like, no, I'm going to be in lane from the get-go with my 2v2 lane, don't want to lose the first push, don't want to risk falling behind at level 1, but them actually sitting at that red buff, giving Joko a quick start so he can move top. It's something that should be communicated as well, through all of Origen, being like, okay, they clearly leashed for him, careful on top side, but as you highlighted, he traded early. Do you think he was forced into those trades by the Shen, or was it just his own fault?
I think it was his own fault. If we once again look at a little bit more over what was actually picked, and we just saw Origen, and I hope that they have a little bit more advanced draft for the next one, because they were missing engage and so on. They really wanted to make sure that this Maokai at least stays even and can push first. But pushing right from the start like this, you really need to make sure that you can bounce this back so that if the Kha'Zix is top lane level 3, that you are not risked to die.
So curious to see, do you think that if Kha'Zix had started top side and had moved down to the bottom side of the map, would it have been acceptable for Sartorius to push so slowly into the tower, or is this pretty much never the right decision coming in?
It really depends. So what you want to do is really, if the level 3 ganks like a top side and your jungler starts red and goes down, and you know he will not be top side, you need to be on your own, you need to be self-sufficient, and you need to be able to manipulate the wave so that you are not losing CS, so best it's pushing towards you. Or you just stay in experience range and just lose the CS.
Now, there is one adaptation, obviously, that could come from your own jungler. If you're the kind of top laner saying, I need you to just push this lane no matter what, like a Rek'Sai can do his 2 camps on top side, then secure the top side Rift Scuttler, and then later path down to the bottom side to give a little bit of vision, at least in the river. And you can try and ward behind you to see if the Kha'Zix is jumping over. But it is difficult because he can jump multiple walls, the Kha'Zix, to actually get in range to gank. So all in all, just not a smart move to push, and that set them behind.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai really wants to avoid the Kha'Zix and just farm.
You do not want to find a Kha'Zix.
Everybody wants to avoid the Kha'Zix. But the other thing that we saw is that not only did Vitality find this early advantage, they continued to grow this lead with some pretty smart, consistent plays. And as we take a look at this next replay, you can see the clever use of jungle clear and of Joko specifically on this Kha'Zix.
There are 2 parts of this replay. First is a lot of praise to Joko here, and they're calling between him and Nuke. So Joko steals the blue buff. He then decides to hide in this little side bush here because he knows Oriana's going to move over to try and see what's happening near that blue. And that means him and Nuke together can actually force both Flash and Ghost from Nehun. And this changes now the game plan because Sheepy was sitting here with us and we were all talking and we were being like, yeah, dive bot lane seems to be the obvious. But now without any summoners in mid from Oriana, instant change in plan. Hachani roams in, Shen ulti comes down, and Vitality can now take a fight that Origen technically just wants to get away from as quickly as possible, but they react too late and end up getting a 1-member court here. Nehun playing very greedy. We have to point that out now. No Flash, no Ghost. Gets caught as well. And that one, that's the annoying one.
Yes.
And as this replay closes out, while Vitality mostly looked like a super clean snowball from them, there was sort of some small moments where we saw OG executing their comp in the way that we wanted to see it happen, I think specifically in this mid-game team fight as we look at our third and I think final replay.
Yeah, I was really excited that we actually get to see this one time because they have triple tank and they really want to put the tanks on top of the mobile carry from Vitality and just kill them. So perfect execution here with the Maokai Tahm Kench ultimate behind, forcing the team fight where they are stronger. And now they can actually isolate this Jhin, so he's not together anymore with the tanks, has no peel, has no flash, no QSS, and he just dies.
It is just cool to see 2 comps in a way if you want to simplify how they can both play out the game. We saw this one with the Tahm Kench ulti into the backline. Vitality obviously had this very aggressive 1-3-1 where you have a Shen ulti on either a Kha'Zix who's shattering the lane where Corki's sitting, or just a Shen ulti straight onto the Corki. And it's more like defensive 1-3-1 from Origen, because they can use Tahm Kench ulti to move from mid to the side lane to protect an Oriana, but it is a little bit slower. It's harder to set up as well if you don't have push in mid. So when they fell this far behind, NukeDuck was just doing whatever he wanted to do in the side lane because he knew he had backup every time. And Vitality actually executed this composition extremely well.
Yeah, and just to summarize what happened in this game. Topside snowball, Vitality instantly capitalized on this, bot lane snowball, then getting afterwards the advantage on all 3 lanes, setting up the 1-3-1.
Yep.
OG has one good team fight, but then afterwards just keep on 1-3-1 and Vitality wins out the game by their composition.
Sheepy, I wish you were always here to summarize the games so eloquently. But we're going to make like Ivern, throw Daisy at you, run away, never die. But when our cooldowns reset, we'll be back for game 2 between Vitality and Origen.
Trying to zone away NukeDuck. He was just getting to get close, and now Naked is being
Speaking of getting close, they found Nahun even through the heel of Tabs.
Good job, guys. Play it slow, okay? Play it slow.
Joko, he's going to be bringing Cabochard. Nahun does get an ultimate off, but is not even needing Cabochard. They're going to be able to take this tower, and no response from Origen.
Maybe fight, maybe not fight, I don't know.
He stays alive, Wisdom following. He just needs a shot. Steelback's dancing and dodging from everything, and Origen just can't get him. Now Wisdom finally picks him up off screen. Eats up Nahun, but he himself is going to give his life, and NukeDuck taking out Tabs. The rest of Origen completely evaporating before our eyes as Joko on a rampage.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back. Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
All right, welcome everybody back to the LCS where we finally got rid of Daisy. Jeez. We're about to get into game 2, Picks and Bans, Origen, Vitality. Let's see what they bring this time around, Vedius.
Yep, I'm excited to see. Game 1, I feel like the Vitality definitely had a very strong draft. Nice to see.
Yeah.
Origen had an idea in mind. I think that the risks that they had associated with their composition was very much tailored around the fact that they didn't respect the early pressure that could come out from the side of Joko.
Yeah, Kha'Zix kind of had a field day, and he focused pretty heavily up in the top side, but Cabo definitely made do with it, and I think Sartorius, even on a safe pick like the Maokai, might be rethinking how heavily he's going to be pushing his lane this game.
I feel like that the analyst desk made an incredibly valid point in the sense that when you know that the bottom side is where Kha'Zix is starting, he will be in the top half of his jungle around the level 3 mark. So if you're going to go for that early push, you have to respect the possibility of a gank.
Well, we'll see what happens as we load up into Picks and Bans for game number 2 here. Vitality looking to close the series at Origen on the blue side this time around, and they just, no space, no waste, they just ban the Shen right away.
So that global pressure is going to be taken away from CaboShard. I feel like that, I don't know if it's even worth predicting the red side bans anymore. I just don't think it's fair.
Well, there is something slightly different about this pick ban that Origen have been doing every game, which is banning Camille when they're blue side. So it kind of opens up another for Vitality.
Well, now they're just going to ban the Zyra, which is usually what you see on a blue side ban anyway. So it's almost like they just had a gentleman's agreement. They just swapped them around.
Yeah. What's the point of picking sides, Vedius?
Yeah. But the Camille ban is something that really fascinates me. The fact that Origen have banned it in every single one of their games, regardless of what side they're on. I think that's absolutely fascinating because it just says that they do not want to play it or play against it. You know, there's a lot of question marks surrounding that ban.
Origen do not want to play against the Ivern either. So we see that banned away this time. What will the last ban for Vitality be? Well, might open the gates for Kha'Zix this time on Wisdom.
I mean, that would be nice to see. I feel that
there's no Rengar ban yet.
The Rengar, or you challenge Wisdom and you say, can you play Rengar? So far, a lot of the challenges that have been issued have been met with disappointment for the team that issued challenges.
And no challenge issued this time.
So I think it's the smart thing to do. So now, if you're Origen, you look to prioritize either the Malzahar or the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, they're both up and available, but it's the Kha'Zix that they take. So this means Vitality should be the ones that get their hands on the Malzahar.
So the risk you have with actually picking up the Malzahar is that Misfortune is available.
That's true.
So you have the counter pick.
And Lulu.
Should Origen want
it. Courtesy of the Unicorns.
Yes, that is available too. But this is the thing, like, because Vitality actually have final pick on red side, like for the first half of the draft, you don't actually have to prioritize it this early on. You can wait to see what Origen pick. Personally, I don't think this makes the most sense because if you actually waited, then if Origen choose to pick the Malzahar, you can pick the Misfortune and you get the counter pick. And the problem is if you pick it now, that Origen, I suppose you force them into choosing their counter pick. That's the advantage here, because if they don't pick it now, then you have the element of being able to pinch it on the side of Vitality.
Yep, well, for Origen, we'll see if they do end up getting that counter pick in this round, and if not, Vitality might be banning it away in the next phase of bans. But they also grabbed themselves the Jace. So the Nuke Duck did play. It's also a takeaway from Sartorius.
You have a lot of flexibility with the Jace. It has actually been played by Nuke Duck before. Yet to see it on CaboShard, but that's one of the strengths that you have. You can move him up to the top lane, move him up to the bot. And I'm excited to see where it could go. It means that you also, Origen can't really pinch a certain role. They can't pinch top and they can't pinch mid because you don't really know where that Jace is going to go. So it offers a lot of value being able to get this on this side of the draft.
Yeah, it makes the second ban phase really interesting. They've locked in the Varus for tabs. Do they now take the Misfortune? Or the Lulu?
Or the Lulu.
There we go. Shields!
I think it makes sense.
Is the answer.
You want to make sure that you have a strong bottom lane if you're Origen. Lulu does incredibly well into Varus, and this bottom lane in particular, because both of them have ways to interrupt the Varus ultimate. So you're able to provide that protection.
So Joko has gotten an Olaf lock-in once again. This is something that Vitality have heavily prioritized, actually, when the very top-tier junglers have been taken away.
Well, he clearly considers it something that's good into Kha'Zix, and I mean, he's definitely not wrong, because the early clear speed, when you factor in from Olaf, is actually very strong. In terms of an early 2 versus 2 or a 1 versus 1, Olaf can actually come out ahead. You have to be a little bit aware of the isolation damage, but still, it's possible for Olaf to be able to trade fairly evenly with Kha'Zix, and he scales very nicely. The big issue you're going to have, in my opinion, is against the Lulu, because Lulu can actually buy enough time for the Ragnarok ultimate to run out, And then because he spent so long trying to dive onto the backline, he runs out of cooldowns, he runs out of frontline tanky stats, and then you're able to nuke him down. So it becomes a little bit harder for the Olaf to be able to dive onto that backline.
Yeah. Question will be if Origen are going to be holding on to all of their CC until after the Ragnarok is pushed off. See if that's the case. I mean, Vitality could be building themselves a pretty solid catch composition, but no tanks so far. As we go through the second ban phase, the Ashe, the Jhin, they're all taken away, which means the Caitlyn, most likely the next choice.
Well, you're forced onto it now because this is the advantage of picking up your jungler now for Origen, in the sense that they can pinch that role. So they were able to take advantage, forcing Vitality onto this Caitlyn.
On the flip side, too. I mean, pinching the top lane is Vitality. They take away the Maokai, they take away the Poppy. Question is what Sartorius going to be putting himself on. There is still a Rumble.
Yep. Jace actually does reasonably well into the Rumble because Rumble kind of has to auto-push, so Jace can punish that. If you're Origen now, you're looking to round things out with your mid laner. You could go for a Corki again if you wanted to be safe. You have no front line, which it could very well be a big issue for Origen, but at least it means that because Syndra is still available, because Ryze is still available, Corki is kind of like the safe option.
Yep, wouldn't be surprised, and there it is. It's locked on in. So, they have themselves some shields. They have a lot of damage. Not so many tanks on the side of Origen, and the final pick for Vitality is that Ryze for NukeDuck. No surprises there. As we expected, the Jace could be going up topside to deal with the Rumble. It's a very damage-heavy comp on both sides, in all honesty.
I like the draft mostly from Vitality. I feel like that maybe they should have put a bit more value on picking up either the Jhin or the Ashe early on, rather than the Olaf. I can appreciate that they wanted to pick it up early because there was the risk of Origen banning it away, but still, I feel like that overall, Vitality have come out ahead of the draft.
Yeah, but think of the combos, right? I mean, you can Realm Warp the Olaf into the back line. Oh, I hope it happens.
I mean, you've also got the speed up from Jace.
That's true.
You also factor that in. Ghost, the acceleration gate, the Ragnarok, like, there's a lot of potential to dive onto the backline, but then maybe you have to
your team has to follow you, though.
Exactly.
I mean, we've seen a couple of Olafs go, like, completely recklessly in, and everyone's just like, nope, nope, nope. Hopefully it doesn't happen for Vitality this time. They are on the cusp of taking a 2-0 here, if they can pull it off. Once again, the Duckanierian shaking hands to walk off the stage. Will it be the last time for these two in week number 2? We'll have to find out.
Now, the biggest criticism I have for Origen's comp is, as we talked about, there is no real front line. You have a lot of early pressure with the Kazakhs, but I do feel that Joko can match up with the Olaf. We've seen him do it before. But when you also look at, in terms of the lanes, I feel like Origen have a good bottom lane. They have a strong potency to be able to push out. In the mid, it should be pretty even. And I think that overall, this could be a slightly more exciting game than game 1.
Could very well be. See if it happens. If you think Origen are going to be able to equalize, hashtag OG win. Remember, keep on tweeting LoL eSports and hashtag VIT win if you think just the opposite. Vitality is going to take themselves that 2-0 for this game. Definitely want to keep track of how that bot shapes up. Origen have not been able to really make too much do on that side of the map. Maybe that's different this time.
Now, jungle starts are something that we need to keep track of early on, because in game 1, it was a big determining factor in what enabled the snowball. Thanks to that Kazakhs getting a good start. But this game, Vitality are going to change up their jungle pathing.
4-member stack. Death Brush. Pings. See if they can get Wisdom. Nope. It's not falling for it. Vitality get Cold Feet.
Well, they know that they're going to get spotted out by the ward. They haven't been spotted by Origen yet, so they're going to change their gank path just a little bit.
Mayhun, he's going to see him. Ward's down, and the game is up. Still committing to this. Steal back into Chani, moving deeper and deeper to get some deep vision in since the start. But Origen are going to respond in kind. Cabochard, it's level 1 Shock Blast available, sends it out, spots Wisdom. Joko's going to ghost on. Oh, they're committing to this one. Axe is flying. Wisdom's going to have to burn his flash. That's worth.
Summoner for Summoner. The Ghost will be up and available sooner than the Flash from Wisdom. This is definitely going to hurt his early gank potential. And honestly, Cabochard can now afford to be a little bit more aggressive in the top side. Speaking of top side, have a look at this. Okay, this is actually an interesting thing that we've been seeing more and more from Malzahar's. Because you can use the Voidlings to tank, you can actually just spawn them early and steal away some of these camps. So the fact that Kazakhs is starting topside and his flash is down will enable Vitality to steal away this buff, and I wonder whether or not they're going to give it to Hachani or Steelback. I personally think it has more value on the Malzahar because of how potent he is in terms of harass, but they've decided instead to give it to the 80k.
All the same. So, Steelback gets himself a red buff to start. Hiva is actually going to run smack tab into them, and he backs off just in time. Still, they can throw some weight around here. Hachani The Voidlings spawn. They got the exhaust on. These guys aren't pulling any punches to start this game off. Eva's already getting low. He's going to have to nom a biscuit.
I'm not sure if the exhaust was necessarily worth it. Yes, you do get a big chunk out onto Hiva, but with the red buff, you should already have a bit of an advantage in the early game anyway.
Not to mention the level 2.
Oh, level 2 already, of course. That's a big thing as well. This is really going to swing the early laning in favor of Vitality. But remember, the junglers are still who you want to track, and now that Wisdom, he's had to invest his resources into just clearing the top side because he knew that he wouldn't be able to get the level 3 given that his red was already taken away. And they've also managed to drop a ward which will just expire on the Krugs, but what CLG now knows is that Wisdom will not be topside, which means that he can afford to play aggressive into the Rumble. And he initially did have the jungle support from Joko, but it looks like he's just going to invest into trying to get as many levels as he can.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Doesn't have access to his red buff, so he's going to be instead hunting for this mid. If NukeDuck steps a little bit out, might be in trouble. Exhaust is on instant flash, but NukeDuck already into half health. He's still able to turn it around back onto him, but he's got to be careful. The Foss Bomb was there. 2 summoners as he ghosts away. Now Joko's going to run into Wisdom. Wait for him to come to him. Oh boy, there goes the axe. Wisdom's going to get the smite down on the crab. Joko ends up finishing it off. Here we go. He's going to be able to throw the axe for first blood.
Good punish from Joko. He reads the map movement from Wisdom as we see more action in the bottom lane.
Looking for Hiva. Steelback is actually netted forward, but he gets instantly exhausted by the support. They have to turn their way back. Still trying to zone Tabs and Hiva off here, and they've burned another summoner.
Another fantastic start for Vitality, and it all backtracks to that single flash that was burned from Wisdom. They knew that he would start topside. They were able to steal away the red buff. Wisdom goes for a gank mid and then moves down into the river, and Joko reads he's going to go for the Scuttle Crab. I can fight him here. I know he's got no flash. I have double buffs. And honestly, just really good responses in this early game from Vitality.
Yeah, it's really looking great for them. And keeping Wisdom down, it's something that Vitality didn't have happen to them the last time when they were on this Kha'Zix. It was a great start for him, and comparatively, Wisdom's just been kind of shut down. That red buff takeaway has been huge. Hunting around to see if he can grab anything else, but nothing there. And you just take a look at how different Game 1 was between these two junglers.
Look at the damage of 10. You're really able to see the early game impact. And now Joker's going to run straight into Wisdom.
He's going to Ghost Stomp.
They passed
turned up
each other.
Sartorius. They just passing ships to the knife, but the axe is going to tag onto Sartorius. He's going to have to flash away. The Shock Blast is there. Wisdom, he's a little bit low, but Joko and Cabo are right on his tail. The axe is going to finish it. Joko with another.
Wisdom tries to provide the support for Joko, but he's still only level 3. He only has a longsword to his name, and now Hachani's found Hiva.
Oh man, talk about face checking. The Voidlings doing a lot to Hiva. Even though they picked this Lulu as a counter, he walks right into it and he takes the brunt of the damage. He's going to have to back away, leaving Tabs by himself.
Very happy that we were able to highlight the junglers because we're seeing it once again. Wisdom try to exert that early pressure, and Joko's just reading him like a book. Really impressive start. And Hachani's doing so much work on this Malzahar. Just look at the CS differential that we're already seeing in the bottom. But we'll have to get back to that because both junglers actually completely missed each other thanks to the vision provided by the brush. Joko realizes that he can actually afford to change focus because Wisdom still does not have his flash. And then a really good axe placement using the ward that he has in the river to pick up that kill is now going to give Joko a 2-0-0 start.
Yes, indeed. He's got himself the boots, cooldown, so he can get a lot more and get that clear really fast on there. They've been denying so much pressure, and speaking of denial, down on the bottom side, it really has been all around keeping Tabs lower on the farm, but now Joko's going to get some help from Hachani to try and stop
Still no
the
flash.
damage. He's got nothing left available to him, and they walk right into him. Joko with a 3rd kill. He's bullying Wisdom this game.
Within the 5 minutes that Wisdom has not had flash, Joko has been able to get 3 kills down onto him. 3, Pyra. People talk about burning that early flash and not really utilizing it. This is probably the most benefit I've ever seen a jungler gain from burning somebody's flash.
Yeah, no kidding right now, and they can keep on pressuring Hiva and Tabs down in this bottom lane, even though there hasn't been a whole lot of tower damage. The difference in farm is huge right now, and as a Caitlyn, you just gotta love this. And now NukeDuck's coming on in with the Realm Warp. They're going for the dive, TP, and they get cold feet, they back off. Ultimate for Summoner burned.
This is still fine though, because not only do you take away the teleport from Sartorius, you only trade it for an ultimate from NukeDuck, which means that the global pressure from that Rumble is going to be removed. CLG now has an opportunity to try and set up a play around the map. And this is just opening more windows of opportunity for Vitality.
Yep, and as expected too, checking in on that top lane, CLG is having the easier time dealing with Sartorius in these early levels. The Hex Drinker's helping out too to block a lot of that damage up. Wisdom finally gets a crack at his red buff. Let's see if he's able to secure it, because Hachani's going in cheekily.
Still level 3,
oh,
but
man.
Look at how scared Wisdom is.
Oh, the Voidlings are there.
Oh
good
my
Lord,
word!
The damage he smites for the health! Joko's running in with the Ragnarok, and Heaven's got to back him up. They lose red buff.
Wisdom does not have a jungle anymore. Oh my word, this is so rough.
He has
for
been
Wisdom.
evicted from his own jungle. This is a feels bad man if I've ever seen one.
Flash, perma on cooldown. Like, oh man. We talked about the strength that Olaf has. I mean, you can't really call this a matchup when he can freely just walk into the jungle. And to be fair, it was Hachani that did all the damage in that trade.
Yeah, I mean, this is Hachani going deep, but he knew he had backup this time around. And I mean, this Malzahar pick, Origen have to be regretting letting that through this time around.
They even got the counter, arguably, from the Lulu.
I mean, it's a lane counter.
Yeah, but then the red buff on top of Steelback. Hachani's never really been in lane. And now Joko, he wants more. He's going for blood.
Yeah, Joko just keeps on pushing. Look at the gold difference right now. Joko is not just bullying. He is literally stealing everything away. Wisdom can't even get a blue, and now he's going to go down the red carpets there. But Cabo goes to the skies to take him down. Vitality in full control of this early game.
They know exactly what buffs Wisdom is going to go for. They know that Joko is stronger. NukeDuck has the push in the mid. Cabo has the push in the top. And they're easily able to contest that neutral objective. Wisdom, he's not even level 6 yet. 0-4-0 at 8.5 minutes into this game.
Splat the Bug has been the successful game plan from Vitality this game. We are 9 minutes on the board. Hachani's roaming with the Voidlings to just take away even more jungle. And the gold advantage for them, about 3,000. It's so huge at this point of the game without any towers, without any other buffs, no dragons taken with the Ocean One spawned on the bottom side. And Steelback and Hachani just keep on taking away this bottom. Tabs is 20 CS down here. It's looking great for Vitality.
I mean, you have to question what OG can do at this point, because you have no jungle support. That cast is effectively going to be useless at this point, and the whole setup from Vitality is just so good. It's so unlucky that Wisdom now, this is the second smite that he's failed. I have 42 HP on it. Vitality getting themselves another kill. I feel like they maybe could have gone for the dive. They didn't want to risk it. The flash was down for Rumble, but still, Vitality with another early game start. That, again, is just punishing the lack of flash from Wisdom. Really good. Really good abuse coming out from the side of Vitality.
Vitality should be able to secure this bottom turret, if not now, very soon. Joko has been pretty much parked in this bottom lane for a little while, so he's able to help them secure by being just a scary Viking in the jungle. That's going to be first tower to Vitality and the first tower Blood. Hiva, another axe flies. Now Wisdom is looking to try and make some amends here, but there's still a teleport coming in. Has to immediately turn tail and run. Even though he has the shield on, the glitter lands. They try to stun them up, try to stop them. Nahan around the side. Look at how low everybody is. Joko's going to get shut down. The red carpet's laid out. Steelback and Kabushard are burning low, and Sartorius had teleported in. Vitality might have bit off more than they could chew here. It is a double kill over to Tabs. Can Kabushard get away from this one? It doesn't look like it. A triple kill for Tabs, and just like that, it's 4 for 1.
What was an abysmal start for Origen has now suddenly swung into such a massive team fight win. NukeDuck not being able to rotate down to the bottom lane. Vitality not being able to punish the window where Sartorius didn't have his teleport, and OG get the collapse, and they punish the over-aggression coming out from the side of Vitality.
They can start to close that gold lead for sure.
I mean, look at the setup. Vitality and Joko, they just want to force Origen away. And at this point, Vitality should just disengage. They should turn their attention back towards the turret. The flank comes in from Rumble. Look at your minimap. He's teleported to a ward behind them. And then as they're picking off the running away Vitality, there are 5 members of Origen there to just clean up the rest of the fight. Yes, Origen and Wisdom ends up going down. He's not worth anything anyway.
What else is new at this point?
And, you know, you're getting all these big kills onto Tabs. Really, really good response from Origen, but honestly, a big overstep coming out from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, for sure this time around. A lot of pings flying. Hachani, uh-oh, we've seen this one before. In comes the package. Valkyrie's special delivery of 3 members in Origen takedown. Hachani, just like that's 5 to 5 in kills.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Pyra. We've seen this one before. Hachani getting caught out of position once again.
And he burned flash.
Without even looking at the map. Like, dude, you have no pushing lanes. What are you doing in that position? You can even see Sartorius in the river. You deserve to die. It's just,
that's brutal, Betty.
Just a big misplay. Joko now burning the Ghost.
Well, Joko's still pretty big himself. He throws the axe, but it splits the upright between Tabs and Hiva. Nukeduck had the Ghost on, but unfortunately Vitality weren't able to find anything else. So they might head for the Dragon and a consolation prize.
Well, they've got the push on bot. They're going to look to take away the Reds to just deny Wisdom as much as they can. They could look to make a movement towards the Dragon. And you can see the Origen are pinging it out, and they're likely just going to have to concede it because with no control over the bot side, it's going to be very dangerous for them to try and contest. And they are still behind, so it's not like they've all of a sudden, just off the back of that team fight, and now back into the game. Wisdom is still at a big deficit. They're still yet to complete any of their major items. But once Nahun gets that Trinity Force is really when you need to keep an eye out on these team fighting power of Origen.
Oh yeah, Nahun has had quite a lot of participation in this game, but he hasn't picked up a kill for himself. Tabs the ace in the hole, comes flying, but the shield absorbs most of it. So Origen are able to melt through the wave here. Joko and Nukeduck continuing to push their edge on the bottom side. Nahun is going to take a bit of damage. The Rune Prison comes in. They have to turn back around as the exhaust is on. And Nukeduck speeds out of there as he sees Wisdom with the Void Assault coming in. Poor Wisdom just keeps on hunting for something.
The mid lane right now of Vitality has to be careful.
Uh-oh. He's going to get flanked right around the backside. There is the equalizer, and Sartorius with the final tick of damage. It was Tabs that was bait all along.
So now you're starting to see the problem with all of this roaming from Hachani, because yes, he was able to move with Joko a lot, get a lot of deep vision, get a lot of kills, but he's lost so much in terms of experience that it's now very difficult for him to utilize one of his greatest strengths, which is his ultimate. He also burnt his flash, getting caught out trying to ward. Like, Hachani's just so squishy right now, just in terms of raw stats. Because look, Sartorius is literally double his level, double. Like, that alone is enough to pretty much one-shot Hachani.
Yeah, so is Nahun, for the record. Considering how they started this game, by denying so much and continually pushing Tabs and Hiva off this farm and sometimes off the experience, the fact that he hasn't hit level 6 yet compared to Hiva, I mean, that's just crazy.
But I mean, look at the gold. It's really not that big of a difference in terms of the bottom lane AD carries. Both Caitlyn and Varus are actually sitting at about the same amount.
Yeah.
A bit of a deficit in the mid lane.
3 kills will do that for you, I suppose. Yeah. Tabs is playing with a lot of confidence.
But a lot of the disadvantage is still coming out from the jungle, where Joko, he has about a 1,000 gold lead over his counterpart in Wisdom. And that's likely not going to change in the near future.
So how important is it to try and get Wisdom going again? Because he kind of has been a non-starter due to all the pressure, but look at how much damage Origen has elsewhere.
I mean, when you're playing a Kha'Zix, you have to remember that you do scale pretty well, so it's more important that he just gets gold rather than and experience, because he wants to get those evolutions as soon as he can. It's definitely worth tracking to see how well now he can keep up with Joko, because in these mid-game fights, he definitely is going to struggle, especially against the like of someone like Origen. They go for a dive in the top.
Sartorius is going to walk away from one axe, can't dodge the second, but he sidesteps on a shock blast, and Vitality run out of minions.
Joko is using this Ghost whenever he has it available, like the proactivity. But now Caitlyn in a 1 versus 4 mid.
Just leaves a few traps, and Nahun is going to take a real advanced position here. No problem, they should be able to knock this one down, but Hachani's coming in. Tries for the silence, can't connect. Joko's there around the back. Take a look at where Rise is, Nukeduck. Then down bottom side, seeing if he can get a cut off here.
Very risky. If you are a one-man flank, it's often just the team will collapse on that one-man flank. But still, right now, his pressure is still being maintained in the bottom. Hachani now has hit level 6, so at least he has that ultimate available.
Origen really want to knock this tower down. Stepping away from the traps, Hachani continually moving. Nukeduck is not going to step up to this in time, so there it goes. 1 tower for 1 tower. Origen, they're getting closer and closer to equalizing now. Joko, he's ghosted on real quick like, excuse me, he speeds up real quick like through the Scuttle Crab. Still doesn't have Ghost. Hunting to see if he can find a bug.
Nukeduck, you need to be careful. You have very little vision over the bottom side jungle of Origen.
Ah, he's got a Realm Warp.
That's not reliable.
That's what I tell myself every time I split push on Rise.
Well, now I'm looking at Cabochard.
Now we're looking at Hachani.
Now we're looking at Hachani, yes. But I'm actually looking at Cabochard and what he's trying to set up, because he had a big minion wave with Sartorius moving away from the turret. I thought he might try and force it.
All right, there's going to be the nether grabs. He finally has the level 6, but the wild growth and wisdom is actually going to live this time. Turns to leap on in. Maybe no, it's Joko who finds a kill, looking for another, and he goes down, taking another with him. Hachani's going to fall, and a double kill to Sartorius.
2 for 2 in the enemy jungle. If it results in a mid-tier 1, this will definitely be worth it for Vitality, but questionable plays coming out from both sides. I don't think they're going to get it.
Nope, not this time. They take a few more chip shots down, but this game's looking a lot closer than the last. That's for damn sure. 17 minutes on the clock, and the gold lead is only 2,000 to Vitality, I should say.
Joko trying very hard to just maintain and fight over his vision over the top side of the jungle, because Vitality want to try and grab this tier 1 in the top lane. They want to try and open up the map a little bit more, given that they've already taken bot side, they've got a lot of pressure mid, and this is the next best objective for them to get. The problem is that they just commit a little bit too hard. They don't respect the potential collapse. But the fact that in a 2 versus 4, what it effectively became, and Vitality end up trading 2 for 2, is still pretty good for the side of Vitality.
Let's see how it happens again.
But you can see now, Vitality, they want to just make sure that they maintain control over this blue side, right? So they end up initially going for this 2 versus 2. Hachani with the ultimate, they think they can instantly kill Wisdom, but you're now seeing the strength of Heaver and buying time. Really good exhaust onto Joko, and I just feel like that re-engage is the big mistake from Origen, because if they just bide a little bit more time, waited for Sartorius to come in for the flank, and hope that Vitality overcommit, then that ultimate really could have been a big game changer.
Yeah, speaking of ultimates, Hachani only got access to his like 14 minutes, so like pretty much just a little bit before that fight happened. That's like so late in the game. It's unbelievable now.
Top lane die.
But Cabochard, I don't think he's getting away from this one. He knocks one, he goes to the skies, he burns the flash, but the wild growth is on, and they're just following through. Nahun with the finisher.
And this is the play that Vitality wanted to set up for themselves earlier on. Haven't been able to make work, but Origen, they're able to attain vision control over the top side. Nahun had been setting up the push, using the package, and then they punish Cabochard for trying to stay there in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah.
Origen will lose their mid-tier 1 for it, and Nuktuk may be able to get a bit more chunk damage down to this bottom tower. But have a look, you can also see 2 members of Vitality actually posturing, and maybe they could look to set up this tower.
Well, Sartorius has no ult either. Tabs is going to be able to finish off the tower up top side. So it's 2 for 2 right now. And Vitality, they're going to back away. No more minions to push. Game settles down for just a minute. Let's check in a little bit with some of the items. Sartorius just talked about him as Leandri's Torment finished up, so he has a little bit more damage. He's actually had quite a lot of impact on this map. He's been where he's needed to throw down the equalizers. And that's a big power play. It's a big reason why Origen prioritized giving him this champion a few times.
Certainly will be. I mean, he got through what should have been a fairly rough laning phase. I mean, he's come out 3-0 and 3, so he's been picking up kills, but now they might be trying to kill that streak.
I think that's going to happen right now. There's Shutdown Gold looking for it. It's going to rise. Nuktuk with the first kill of the game for himself.
Another oversight from Sartorius, I feel, but perhaps Origen can reclaim something with the package.
See, Nahun looking to see if he wants to go in, but the Realm Warp makes him disappear.
Boop.
Brings a few minions back, too.
He's out of there. Nice escape from Vitality, but again, oversight from Sartorius. We saw it in game 1, where he overpushed topside, even though he knew where the jungle was likely to be, and we're seeing it again in game 2. He knew that the jungle was bot side. He knew that Hachani and Nuktuk would not be seeing on the map, and he doesn't respect the possibility of a dive, especially when you have no flash. So, big misplay from him. Gives away another kill to Vitality.
All right, might give one more over to Origen. Nuktuk, no, this time he walks away. Turret taken up in the top. Well, that's all going on. Cabochard's able to finally knock it down, looking for more, but Sartorius is heading up to stop that where it stands. And meanwhile, dancing around the Dragon Pit, but hasn't been a big game for Dragons with the Ocean being the first spawn.
Origen reclaiming some control. Honestly, I thought that Vitality would be the ones to pick up that first Drake, but actually not putting very much prioritization on it. Instead, they know that there's a lot of focus from Origen on the bot side, so Vitality are just trying to respond by investing into this tier 2 turret in the top.
They might just get it. They've got 4 members here. There's still a wave, but okay, no. Sartorius is going to barbecue.
It's full health, there's Sartorius, there's Tabs. It's risky to commit too hard on that objective, so. But look at Origen, they backed away as well, so they're not going to be able to pick up the tier 1 in the bottom, and they will get a dragon. So Vitality not quite being able to take much advantage there, and Origen responding nicely.
Get themselves one more Ocean, so they'll have a little bit extra regen out of that combat. Keep themselves nice and healthy. 3,000, still the gold edge for Vitality, a lot of that. It's off the early game. One tower separating these two teams. Vitality still made some mistakes, individual ones, but the teamwork is definitely looking a lot better, just as we expected from the previous game. Origen, however, are fighting back this time.
I like the build path from NukeDuck. The fact that he's actually picked up the early Abyssal, not something that we normally see on Rise, is Joko taking a lot of damage.
Oh, there's a lot of poke. He's going to have to Ragnarok. There is the equalizer. Wisdom looking to finish the job, but he can't find an in, so he burns his ultimate, doesn't get anything out of it. Meanwhile, NukeDuck is continuing to push on the bottom side, unopposed.
Pretty much where he spent his entire time. Sartorius has to go down. He's the only one with teleport. Nahun is on the top, but he doesn't have the same kind of a push. And now look at Vitality quickly sweeping through the bottom side of the jungle, looking to try and prioritize that turret and just gain some vision control over that half of the map.
Now it's a race to this side of the map. See who can get there first. It doesn't look like Origen are even going to take it. They walk away. Instead, pinging for the mid right now, and the rest of Vitality know that they need to respond in kind, but NukeDuck does get that tower. See what they can do. Steal back, clearing the wave away. Just like that, Origen, they kind of melt into the night. These guys, seems like they're trying to play guerrilla warfare, but they're not able to get any kills.
Origen are just really struggling to know what to do right now because, oh.
Okay. How'd that happen?
I mean,
I want to see that one again.
Johnny special.
I mean, you're probably right, but you know, I want to see the details.
It's 1, 5, and 4. This guy dies a lot.
Yeah,
like a lot.
We saw about how much earlier. Poor Hachani. You really can't face check, man.
Well, speaking of face checking.
Cabochard nearly did it. Wisdom gets knocked away, but Nahun is right on his tail. The spikes don't connect. He walks it out this time. The big hammer's enough to knock the bug out of range. A lot of vision for Origen in this top side jungle. Let's take a look at that kill again.
So Hachani in the mid lane alone. He knows that his jungler's nearby. Walks right next to a wall over the. Hachani, please. This is the classic. Guys, I died warding. Like, this is not my fault. No, it definitely is your fault, Hachani. There are just so many safer ways to do it. Move with your jungler. Or just make sure that you have pressure that allows you to, if you do go for that ward and someone tries to get a collapse, at least you're going to get the support that you need. It's just greedy warding. It's very easily punishable by Vitality, and they've, by Origen, and they've consistently done it. I mean, it's why they have a kill lead right now.
Yeah, despite being down in the gold, Hachani may not be worth all that much, but if they take him off the map, it's one less threat they have to contend with here. So the woes for Hachani continue, and Origen now securing some vision for themselves around the Baron pit. Nobody's really taken a lot of looks at it just yet, but that is about to change. A lot of vision for Origen, trying to clear out Vitalities, but you can see Joko, NukeDuck, all around this side. They won't give that one up pretty easily.
The thing is, both teams actually have a pretty good 1-3-1 setup. I would give the teamfight edge ever so slightly over to Origen, simply because of right now in the game, the Trinity 4 spike for Nahun and the power of Rumble in these teamfights is something you really can't afford to ignore. Yes, there's a rise, but I feel like that a Caitlyn's impact at this point in the game wouldn't really be enough of a deciding factor to swing things one way or the other. So I think these teamfights have a lot of potential to be pretty close. So both teams are kind of avoiding it. They're playing much more towards the map. And the problem for Vitality is I feel that even with the gold lead that they have, every time they set up vision to play around an objective, someone gets caught out of position. Usually it's Hachani.
I was going to say someone?
It's not always Hachani, because we've seen Cabo getting collapsed down in the top lane, you know? We have seen Joko being a little bit over-aggressive in the top jungle. Many times we've just seen Vitality overstep their boundaries, and Origen have been biting back.
Yep, definitely clutch there. So Tabs has had himself a pretty solid game, and a big part of it was the triple kill. He was effectively fed down in that bottom lane way early on in this game. As 25 minutes, it's definitely manifested in about half an item advantage. But a lot of the damage is coming out of Sartorius' side. Joko steps into the Void Spikes. Wisdom is still hanging tough, and he had such a rough early game. Trying to bounce back the best he can. He's still sitting on tier 1 boots. Let's see what he can get done here. As the vision game continues to be the name of it for now. Dancing around this Baron pit, a good old European special.
Looking at Origen right now, they actually have a lot of priority hanging around this Baron area. A lot of the vision is coming out from Vitality, but they're just trying to main take. Oh no, they're just going to try and rush it. There's a ward in the pit.
Yeah, they're not even clearing it out. Wisdom is not even going to stop this. They don't want to waste the auto attacks, but now teleport coming in. Hachani around the side.
Here we go, here we go.
Oh, they got it down, but they got the Baron. It's secure. They give one life, but they're trapped in the pit. In comes Cabo. Down goes Nahun. Vitality looking for the punish, and Wisdom. No, he threads it. Sartorius doesn't take, and now he's going down. 4 members for the Baron. I hope it was worth it, boys.
Oh, Origen, you tried to go for the rush, Baron. There was a ward in the pit. What were you expecting Vitality to do? Yes, you get the objective. Yes, you take it off the map, but you sacrifice 4 members for the play. And Vitality come out with a 4-for-0 trade.
Eva didn't even get to ult or exhaust or anything in that all. Vitality are going to knock down this front door, and the one up top as well. Tabs has come back, Heva's come back, but there's still some seconds ticking on the rest of Origen. One tower is gone. How much can they get from this?
Well, right now, Rumble is still dead. The jungler is still down too. I feel like that the best play is to actually just get the tower and back away.
Looks like they're going to follow your advice this time, Betty. So, they open the base up. Now they're pinging. Origen, rather, see if they can tick themselves another dragon on the map. But I mean, that's a consolation if I ever saw one. Let's take a look at this hectic call again.
I mean, the fact that they just decide to rush it, yes, is ballsy, but how do you get out of this situation? You're being collapsed on by 5 different sides. And all honesty, I just think that the setup, the play itself was just such a massive gamble. There was no bright side for Origen in this play.
No, I want to point out, by the way, that Nukeduck killed Hiva while he was a cupcake.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't see that every day.
Well, turns out cupcakes are more dangerous than you give them credit for.
Well, to be fair, he'd already sent a Q flying, and then he got cupcaked. But yeah, so Dragon taken for Origen. I mean, honestly, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, it's making the best out of a bad situation. Look, they do have the push right now onto Vitality.
Yeah,
but I feel like
Baron minions.
With a good realm warp, you could just go for a flank.
Oh, they should be able to take this one down. Burning low. Let's see if they can get something done. Redemption come in to keep them clean. All right. So they got 1 tower off that. And remember, the Baron buff was still applying because Tabs managed to get the hell out of there. But that was it.
So they get themselves a tower. No deaths for the side of Origen. Good. Excellent. They're improving. Get an objective without dying for it. Obviously being a little bit harsh there, but still, Infernal Drake is going to be next on the board. Just looking at what's now available on the map, right? Baron is gone. Dragon is gone. And when you look across the vision, it's actually quite heavily in favor of Origen. What we've seen in terms of team fighting is if you get a 5-man collapse, Vitality can definitely win out. But
you know,
I don't think Origen, I feel like Origen should not allow that to happen once again. I feel like that it's super risky, as we saw.
Rash decision around the Baron has sunk many a European team, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, but we're getting into that 30-minute territory, and it's a 5,000 gold edge, 7 towers to 3. But Origen, they can grab something, but look at this. Immediately, Vitality, they're going to start running down mid.
Really smart play. Only Tabs has the Baron-empowered recall. The minion wave is going to take a little while to get there for Vitality, and the Rumble ultimate is still on cooldown. But I think the back timing should be enough, unless Cabo... No, he's actually going to fail to interrupt, so I don't actually think Vitality will be able to get much out of this.
Wow, Origen play the game of chicken, and they managed to make it out big. So Vitality, rare step behind for them. They can still keep the pressure on, continually shoving back, but Origen still have some fight in them this game.
The thing is now, at this point in the game, you kind of have to wait for something to respawn, or you try and abuse a map movement that either Origen or Vitality try to make. So we've seen now a couple times, because the problem is, if you're Vitality, you could just try and sit top lane and try and force the inhibitor. With the amount of wave clear, hang on, Joko.
Oh boy, he's running. He's gone.
He's out of there. But is forced to burn both his ultimate and his ghost, though. That's good for Origen, really good.
He's pretty fast. He has the dead man's play too, but Origen do manage to get quite a lot taken off of them, and they go right back to mid.
Now they're grouping as a 5-man, and their big wave clear in the form of Rise is actually sitting top lane. Okay, this is smart. They have to disengage. Hachani's actually looking for a flank. No idea why. I honestly don't think this is the best way for them to initiate a fight. But this is actually like a 3 versus... Oh, it's a 4 versus 5. Joko gets locked out.
He has no ultimate, and down he goes. Nahun claims a kill. Tab's taken a little bit low here, but they're standing in the redemption. Nukeduck around the side. They found Nahun. Wild Growth is not going to be enough as CLG finishes him off to the skies. Hachani's going down. Wisdom will grab himself a kill. The rest of Origen are scattering. Sartorius, he's going to go golden, but he's left for dead. Flashing away. Blast Cone. Can they get out of this one? It's a 1 for 2. It's looking like it. Tabs is low. Nukeduck still chasing. Machine gunning down as best he can. Tabs will give his life. He was going to fall. And Steelback gets a kill. That's going to be 4 for 2.
Vitality get themselves a fight, even in a 4 versus 5. They're able to turn it around, and this is thanks to the gold lead that they've been able to accrue. And honestly, just a really well-played fight from Vitality. The death times are still relatively low, so the likelihood is they'll only be able to get the inhibitor off the back of this. What they can do is sweep out the Baron Vision, go back to base, spend their items, and then just spend the next minute reclaiming control over that objective, and then use that to try and close out the game.
Clear game plan here for Vitality. Origen stayed a little too long and paid for it hugely. See it again.
So you can see, this is where we actually see the power of the flanking Hachani. So Joker, without his ultimate, without the ghost, ends up just dropping immediately. Nukeduck is doing a lot of work on the side, but all of OG get distracted by Hachani coming in from the flank, and they don't respect the fact that their mid laner just gets popped from the combination of the Nukeduck W along with the slam coming out from CLG. When the fight splits up, this is where Vitality can really start to punish, because Tabs, I feel like he took a bad route there going through the jungle. It makes it so easy for Nukeduck to then come and get the collapse. He was trying to provide support, and then ends up just being a cleanup for the rest of Vitality.
Yeah, the indecisiveness here on the retreat path, I think, really punished Origen so heavily because they just continually kept going, are we going to go back? Are we going to not? No, we're going to go? Okay, doesn't matter. So, Baron Vision secured for Vitality. Nukeduck did a lot of damage that last fight, that's for sure. See what can happen. Origen, see if they're poking them off. Steelback takes a shot from the piercing arrow. Baron's going to be a huge objective here. Nukeduck still pushing on the bottom side.
He is
and there's
so
a
strong.
Dead inhib up top. Sartorius, can he deal with Nukeduck?
And a 1 versus 1, no, but it also, that's not to say that Nukeduck can just straight up dive Sartorius. Never mind, yes he can. Yes he can.
There's an equalizer, but he's not going to use it. He's going to have to save it for the TP. Collapse is coming in right now. Nukeduck is going to go out of there, but is he gone? I don't know. Nahun, oh, he can't go in.
Big shield on top of Nukeduck, but now Hachani.
Isolated once again, Wild Growth, and Wisdom claiming a kill with his help from his buddy Hiva.
And now we're back at square one, because Hachani has been caught out once again. This is going to result in Vitality losing all of the pressure. They're in a 4 versus 5. Hachani in just the wrong place again. Like, as a support, he's pretty good, right? His ability to team fight and his laning is very promising, but the fact that he gets caught out so often is making things so difficult for Vitality.
Yeah, all things considered, Origen have basically been gifted a lot of opportunities by picking him off this game. We'll be back in 7 seconds, but Origen have control of the Dragon Pit, and this is an Infernal spawning. This is going to be huge for them if they can take it down. Wisdom should be able to solo this, no problem.
And look at the positioning. Vitality are just backing away. They're not sure if they can contest this. Top lane is pushing in. All right, so Vitality just going to use this as an opportunity to reclaim some vision around the Baron. That's a bigger objective that they want to focus on. Yes, this is a big damage buff for Origen, but I don't think it's enough to necessarily close the gold gap that's currently sitting there. Regardless, just look at some of the items that have now been finished up. Some people are at full build.
Yeah, they're going to send Hiva back. Somebody's got to deal with the wave of super minions crashing into the Nexus towers right now, but Origen don't want to give up the pressure on the map. 35 minutes, very tense mode for the game. Nukeduck still pushing on the bottom side, so there's really only 4-on-4 in this mid, but there's a pair of teleports available. In goes Wisdom! Oh, no damage onto Hachani. Never mind. They're going to follow right back up, but Wisdom is going to get isolated, not before he takes down Hachani one more time. Wisdom staying alive. He's got the GA on as well, so now it's a 5v4 for Origen, and Nukeduck's not even in the picture yet. And that drop down says it all, man. Hachani is big. Wisdom now. Oh, he's not going down. Wild Growth's on. They're going to try to keep committing to this Baron, but do they have the damage? There's the red carpet. Joko, he's running in. Blue team, they're going to spy this one away. No, Nahun, he takes it. CLG, though, is punishing inside the pit, but it is not enough. Steelback trying to keep this alive. He gets one more shot. Hiva finishes him off by looking Nukeduck down bottom.
Vitality end up losing the fight. They lose the Baron, but they end up trading 3 for 4, and they get an inhibitor down in the bottom lane. difficult to say who really won out on that trade.
I don't know who won. I'm like, my brain is shutting down here.
It's so bad for both teams.
Nobody wins.
Nobody is a winner. But somebody has to claim victory at the end of this.
How right you are.
But NukeDuck making the decision to just commit towards the inhibitor. I mean, when we get the replay up, we can look at it a little bit more. And Hachani, you cannot give him the entire fault.
That wasn't totally his fault because he was with his team.
That wasn't totally his fault, yeah. I want to track if he did actually have his flash on cooldown in that moment, because right now he has it up, but I wasn't sure if in the second it was actually available to him. If he did, I feel like that he actually made a mistake, because he could have flashed out, could have flashed to safety, bought a little bit more time where they maybe could have picked out Wisdom. But instead, it did result in a teamfight win for Vitality. So here we are, we get to see Hachani. Oh, we're not going to get time to find out, because what we are actually just going to focus on is the Baron. The ultimate from Ludo used very early on, but it's still a 3 versus 5. And it's just a bit of an early smite coming out from Joko.
Yeah.
And it was actually cleaned up by Nahum, which wasn't that bad at all, but the fact that they had to force their way into the Baron pit on top of that Rumble ult is really what made things difficult for them, because so much damage, not being able to shut him down in the moment, just made things so difficult for the side of Vitality.
And Steelback has come online in a big way. I mean, he kind of was the hero of that play before he went down, cleaning up tabs as well. Really, really big performance from him at the back of it. We'll see if it keeps happening. Tiva is going to just get cut through as Cabochard claims the kill. Joko a bit low. Chains are on. Doesn't matter. They're going to have to back away. Sartorius had the equalizer, and Vitality are backing off. But now NukeDuck stepped a little too far forward. It's a 1 for none for Vitality, but they're low health bars.
Oh, that is a lot of damage from Tab.
Oh, boy.
Redemption?
Wisdom, he's coming in. Goes pop. And Joko, he's got no more GA left. He's going to get taken down by Nahun. With the reset, he goes back in, but now tables have turned. Ace in the hole.
But look, Tabs gets the snipe onto Hachani. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Origen. And this game just keeps going back and forth. These fights are so messy.
40 kills, 38 minutes. And keep an eye on NukeDuck here. Sartorius is trying to barbecue all these super minions that keep on streaming their way into the Origen base. Dragon's starting to become pretty big here for Origen. They've only got the 1 Infernal, but as soon as they hop out of combat, they get a serious amount of regen.
Pyra, let's take a breather. Let's calm down. Let's backtrack.
All right. How far back you want to go?
Let's go back to the replay first. So you actually see the flank coming in from Joko. Really good Edge of Night right here to come out from Tabs. This completely dissuades Joko from coming in, but he also acts as a zoning tool to get the collapse down onto Kiva. Now this Rumble ultimate actually will pay dividends later on, because notice how much damage it does to Joko. Now watch, NukeDuck ends up getting chunked out. Tabs is going to do a lot of work, and you're seeing the value of this build come to fruition as he just chunks through these low armor targets, and Redemption actually being able to get the kill down.
Yeah, it does damage to the enemy team.
Yes, it does. True damage as well, so it doesn't matter how tanky you are. And then watch again, really good snipe onto Hachani, completely eliminates him, resulting in overall a teamfight win for OG.
Yeah, well, Wisdom, he saw the blood. He was going to be able to hop in and just kind of go, but it's exhausted. He just gets turned around. Unfortunately, he still has had a pretty big impact in this game after, you know, a really rough start for him, being shut down continuously. But none of that matters. This late game now, Wisdom's caught up. Maybe it does. Steelback melts through him.
Questionable decision making from Wisdom. 39 minutes into the game, you're going that close to a wall that you have no vision on. You realize that a lot of harass has already been coming out from the side of Vitality, from that area in particular, and you still choose to get caught out of position. So, yeah, question marks. But yeah, I kind of want to backtrack to how this was like, because remember that Vitality had such a great start. Remember how far ahead Joko was? And then it just descended into chaos. Like, we had such a clean start for the game to Vitality, and then Hachani ends up getting caught out of position again and again and again. But it's not just him. Several Vitality members are just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Origen doing whatever they can to punish the mispositioning, and now it's resulted in this 40-minute game. There's a 3,000 gold difference that means next to nothing. And it all comes down to what could be a single team fight that determines this game.
Well, we might get one right here. The Elder Drake has started up. Vitality looking to take this to take it away from Origen and just get a little extra burn. But if they can get in here for the steal, Jungler's not there. It's not going to happen. It's taken and smited by Joko. He was going to have to walk away. Yeah, the Voidling's chasing him out. Wisdom just wasn't there.
No, he was not. Remember, he was picked off earlier on. His GA is now back up. OG have to just back away. So with the Elder Dragon, one of the big things that happened most recently was that it was buffed to 2.5 minutes from 2 minutes, so that you actually get some value out of it, so you can go back to base, buy, and then return. Now, it should run out around the time the Baron spawns, but it should be long enough that they can take advantage of, right? The question is, what are they going to take advantage with? Because there's an exposed inhibitor top, there's an exposed inhibitor bot. The problem for Vitality is the same problem they've had throughout this game, which is the wave clear and the poke that comes out from the side of OG. Every time Vitality try to siege, they end up just getting chunked out and they can't commit to the fight. Now, NukeDuck, he has to be very careful right now.
He's going to walk away. Origen, we're closing in, but he's able to get out in time. Joko throws some vision up top. Cabochard as well, continuing to herd the minions. There's 2 available and open inhibitors on the Origen side. They have not been able to crack the base of Vitality. They've been hanging on this game and putting themselves very, very close to a lead on several occasions, in all honesty. But the Baron is the big objective on the map. May very well end the game, unless we get another 5 for 5.
Unless Origen just go, let's rush it!
There's literally been, for the past 20 minutes, 2 teams banging their heads against each other at full speed.
It certainly has been. I mean,
and it's been great to watch.
To be fair to Origen, in a sense, it has worked out, thanks to Hachani getting called out so often. But here we go.
6 seconds. Baron spawning. Origen popping the Ghost Blade here. See if they can rush this one down. NukeDuck is in the base. It is a 5v4.
They're doing it again.
They're going to go for it here if they can. Tabs taking a shot of damage. The Baron's going low. Vitality threatening. It's a 5v4, but Sartorius, he might get caught. This is just way too tense situation. Here comes around more for the flank. No, he's not going to take it around the side, but Joko's going in. Hachani around the back. Hiva not going down just yet. Tabs takes out Joko. The damage is real. Isn't enough. There's a double for Cabochard. They're cleaning house. Wisdom and Tabs, the last members standing.
And it looks like the Vitality, they've got themselves the team fight win. They want to keep chasing down onto Tabs, but they may very well just go straight for the Nexus.
Cabochard's got to back away from here. This is so tense. There's minions now on both sides of the open inhibs. Tabs is going to try to clear.
There's the TP, there's the TP.
Flashes, no heals, no nothing left. Right now, Vitality are going to try to end this one. See if they can do it. It's just Wisdom and Tabs, 2v4. Wisdom coming around the backside of this. Tabs, piercing arrow, gonna get dodged out, looking for NukeDuck, not enough. And they're working on the Nexus turrets right now. Wisdom just trying to push him back, but he's not giving as good as he's getting right now. Steelback taking a lot of damage. This one's melting. There's no time left for respawn. Wisdom with a desperate charge has his GA popped. Cabo goes to the skies, and Vitality goes on the board with only Wisdom remaining. He knows he's done. Vitality take the ace. They take the Nexus 2-0.
We thought it would be a more exciting game, Pyra, and we got it.
I was wondering where you were going there, because I'm like, that was exciting. My heart is going way too fast.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to end it. Origen saying, hey, you know what? The first Baron fight didn't work out. Let's try again. They decided to commit to it. They realized the Rise was in the base. They had to try and force Vitality to do something. And in the end, it was Vitality that were able to come out of that fight ahead. Tabs' positioning was very good in that very end team fight. It just was not quite enough to result in the win for Origen.
So Vitality have 2 games, very different from each other. Relatively clean one that rolls ahead and doesn't give Origen much breathing room, but this time around, it was a melee. And Vitality walked away with it.
It really was. It really, really was.
Got to be disappointing if you're Origen right now. They came very, very close, and they looked like they were a team that's definitely learning from some of their mistakes in early week 1.
The thing is, I wonder whether or not it was Origen, because I feel like Origen didn't necessarily play bad. I do honestly think that Vitality were just playing very, very well.
I think especially in game 1 that's true, and they kind of let up on the gas a bit, and a lot of it had to do with the Chani getting caught, as you were so rightfully pointing out. Might get a compilation a little bit later of how many times. But yeah, it was kind of too little too late, and I think the big mistake was rushing down that Baron.
But we say it was a mistake, like, the actual initial rush, because they managed to keep one person alive, actually got them a tier 2 turret in the mid, actually enabled them to stall out a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it just bought them more time, because the enemy team, Vitality, could not push onto these Baron and Power minions and all this poke and wave clear.
There were so many things, and to be honest, like to unravel the ball of tangled wire that was this game, I think it's going to take a lot of effort.
Yeah, fortunately we have an analyst desk for that.
We do.
But before we get to that, we have to concentrate on what this means for Vitality now, because they are sitting at 4th place in the group. Origen is sitting down the bottom. It's still only week 2. Is it week 2?
It's been a long week 2. It's been long.
It feels like
it's about to end, though. I've got good news for you, Vegas.
Yes. So it is only week 2, so that doesn't necessarily mean that the standings are locked, because there's many, many more games to come.
But they did it 2-0. Win differential is important.
I don't know if you can call that a 2-0. Like,
I mean
it is on paper,
but it was a 2-0.
But it was a 2-0. I mean, what a crazy game.
Well, that's about it. So they take the 2-0, and we're going to send it back to the analysts. Good luck, guys. Oh, we're going to wait a minute. There we go.
We got it. Thank you very much, Pyro. Sheep and I, we have moved over here. We have actually gotten rid of Dracos. We don't want him anymore. And we're in front of this big TV because we have a few replays we want to cover. And it's not necessarily the big team fights we want to show. We want to show some of the big movements happening around the map. But first, we have to, of course, start with Wisdom, who didn't exactly have the greatest start to the game. Sadly for him, we see here level 1, he's about to lose the Flash. And when you play Kha'Zix versus Olaf and you fall this far down, like early on, can you do anything?
Well, I think like if it's one death and you can still get the level 6 power spike before, then this might be something you can actually come out of. But I mean, it just keeps on happening. And this is really one of the OG win conditions that this Kha'Zix level 6. That's why they draft the Kha'Zix so early, that they can actually win with it and snowball level 6 between the rotations. No one can 1v1 this guy, but now after 2-3 deaths, I mean, everyone can kill this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and I think that's a super good point, you know, the win condition really being Wisdom in this, because Vitality drafted a composition with like Jace and Ryze, like really strong solo laners who could then later on become split pushers. And Origen didn't have a like clear hard engage. They didn't have any way to really stop the side lanes from being pressured. So them actually losing the junglers so early means they don't really have a way to play out this mid game. So the next replay we want to show you is how Vitality are actually trying to set up these plays here with these very strong mid laners. And Sheep, it all starts in the mid lane with NukeDog.
Yeah, NukeDog right now has the mid lane control and is pushing out first. And what they want to do is rotate NukeDog down, okay? Because he pushed first, Corki needs to defend, NukeDog is walking bottom side. Now it's a 4 versus 3 if Origen wants to fight. Obviously, Origen, if they take the fight, they lose. Really good aggressive play. NukeDog is still around. They're going for the bot lane turret really well so far. More people. And right now...
And this is key here. This is very key because now Vitality have 2 options here where we pause it. NukeDog can either walk down and join the 3 members at the tower and just kill this first tower and get all the gold. Or he can delay the play a little bit and actually walk all the way back to mid lane, push out another wave, and then walk down once more to secure the tower. So it just depends. Do you want to maximize farm? That means NukeDog goes back, takes the wave, and come back down to bot lane, and you don't push as fast, or you just go down here and take the turret. NukeDog decides to go back now that we run the clip, and that is where things can basically go a little bit wrong for Vitality, because when NukeDog runs back to the lane, as we will see now, he's no longer able to actually join if a potential fight breaks out. So as we see him move back here, Vitality, they stay down the bottom lane, Sheepy, and this is where it gets really, really tricky.
Yeah, exactly. Because NukeDog is going mid-side right now, and this is where the difference is kind of between your normal solo queue game. We have to think of 5 people right now fighting. So right now, when Vitality is starting fighting and Ryze is actually still on the top side, we see the Corki coming in, and right now, if Origen is able to delay a bit, this will be a 5 versus 4 with Ryze coming in. So this is where the replay goes on. They don't get the engage. Corki comes from the side, and that's the really sole reason that they are winning this team fight. And we can just see it. They go on the back line, 5 versus 4. There's not much chance for Vitality.
No, a very classic mistake we see very often, where the one member then goes back to his lane, it doesn't get communicated, and the other members, they stay for a little bit too long. They stew for a little bit too long, not a word, but they did stay for too long, and that's why they got punished, and they got Origen a little bit back in the game. But Vitality, they're still in the lead. Last replay we have for you guys is focus on how Vitality are supposed to set up the map and where they fall short, which actually rewards a Baron over Origen. So this is where we get into the replay. You can see NukeDog is top side. Bottom lane, we have a Jace with teleport. 3 members in mid lane. This is fine from Vitality. This is what they want to do. Push 2 side lanes with Ryze and Jace, and then push mid with the other 3. And then you want to set up for Baron. Now they reset the whole thing, and this is where everything goes wrong. And Origen, actually, despite being so far down in gold, unable to stop the split push, are able to secure a Baron because Taps can now finally push out mid lane. And once we roll the clip again here, we're gonna see Vitality not focus on pushing back out the mid lane, which is the important thing to do.
Yeah, right now what you are as Vitality, you want to maximize the power spike. Everyone went back, now you want to pressure. So what you want to do is push out mid lane, push out top side, 20 minutes plus, you want to get this Nasher. So Steelback kind of pushing out mid lane, and they are still already trying to contest the vision. Not possible right now. So they need to wait for Steelback to push out, push the next wave, and then go with 4 people in with JSTP, so they are not less people.
Yeah, because now that we run the clip out here, Origen are able to just go back mid, as you just highlighted, Sheepy. They push the wave, we can just actually run the whole thing and just follow it, because Taps are once again able to very early meet the wave, push it all the way to tier 2 tower, and Vitality are running around in their own jungle for some reason, not really doing anything right now, so it allows Origen to once again move back in towards the Baron pit, and they realize, well, there's not proper warding here. There's actually not enough members of Vitality around. They're not pushing any of their lanes, so we can just take this Baron. And despite Origen actually losing the fight after, this was a team that was down 5-6k gold that just secured a Baron simply because Vitality didn't focus on just getting that mid lane pushed back out, get control of the river. But no, they were wandering around the jungle, not really knowing what to do. And this was some of the issues for Vitality, but they were still the better team.
And I think this is the really interesting thing right now in League of Legends, that you have to be really tight in the decisions you're making, and we're going to see that more in the weeks to come. That if you're just slacking off for 1 or 2 waves for the mid lane, you can actually lose a Nasher, even if you're 3k behind. So every game can actually be decided on those macro decisions.
Now, one member, though, who did play really well and actually gets player of the series here, it is NukeDuck. His Corki game in the first one was really strong. His Rise in this one, he won his mid lane. He was able to apply pressure around the map. And that's something we want to see from NukeDuck, because he is a player that we expect a lot from, and he needs to be a carry for this team to do well.
Yeah, I think he had 0 deaths in the end, so really good job on him. I think just if they're fixing the macro game decisions and can utilize those strong players, well, then they should be really good to go for the higher
Enough
places.
from us, Sheepy. Quick shot as he's sitting ready with one of the members from Vitality.
Not sitting just yet, gentlemen. Yes, NukeDuck was player of the game, but NukeDuck was enabled by a phenomenal jungler. It was, of course, Joko playing that Olaf in game 2. A monster. Congratulations, Joko, first of all, on the win and your first of the year.
Yeah, thank you. It feels very great, especially after this second game, it was really intense. And yeah, it felt really good to win.
Joko, how important is it for you personally to pick up that first win on stage, knowing there's a fairly short regular season?
Well, it feels really good because if we would have lost this game, this series, it would have meant that we'll maybe not go to playoff. And the win here was really part of the key and for the team, because we were like in a bad move, and now we can, like, especially for me, I was like a bit in trouble with the meta because Rengar Kha'Zix, it's new for me. And right now I understand the game, and yeah, I think we can be in the playoff for sure.
Yeah, very, very strong performance both games. But what on earth happened in the mid game of game 2? It went just like crazy.
Yeah, it's like Ashani teaching, you know, like he's since 2 weeks saying me that I have to counter jungle, I have to be aggressive as I can. And yeah, I tried my best, and yeah, it was really good from the team, and yeah, I think we play very well in the early game.
Yeah, definitely showed. A little bit messy towards the end. What was the communication like in those late game Baron fights? You know, it felt like NukeDuck was split pushing, and then it was always a 4 versus 5 or a 3 versus 5. What was the comms like on your team?
The comm was like to just let the side lane pressure, because Rise was stronger than Rumble, and we could just take the inhib. And yeah, like it was a bit messy, I feel like, but it's just a game. But yeah, like the plan was to just side lane push, and if they go for Nash, we just turn on them and we kill them even if they got the Nash.
Yeah, definitely worked out. So congratulations on the win. Let's look forward a little bit. Next week, you guys are going to be playing H2K. H2K just lost to the Unicorns of Love yesterday. So what does that do for your mindset, you know, looking forward, knowing how important that series is going to be?
Yeah, this series, I think it's going to be more harder for us, because H2K is a really strong team. Especially, I respect a lot Jankos, because it's like really junglers that I'm really looking to be like him, you know. And yeah, I think it will be more harder, but we can still do it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to that series. Joko, talk to me a little bit more as our last question, just about playing in Vitality with the new squad. You know, looking at Cabo, NukeDuck, Hachani. What's the team environment like?
It's really good. Like we are three French, obviously, but it's like everybody is like speaking English. But yeah, it's really good because everyone is friend, and we are looking for be the strongest. And yeah, it's really really good to be in good environment.
Good environment. Final question. Looking forward, where do you think Vitality is going to place at the end of the regular season?
Minimum like for playoff, I would say. But yeah, I think we can be top 4 or top 5.
Minimum for playoffs. We'll have to find out if you can make it there. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. That does it for us in series number 1. When we come back, it'll be EU LCS Spring split with Rockats versus Giants. See you in a minute.
Away. Wisdom can't even get a blue, and now he's going to go down the red carpets there. But Cabo goes to the skies.
Yep.
Vitality might have bit off more than they could chew here. It is a double kill over to Tabs. Can Cabochard get away from this one? It doesn't look like it. A triple kill for Tabs. And just like that, it's 4 for 1. Tabs will give his life. He was going to fall. And Steelback clips a kill. That's going to be 4 for 2.
This guy can maybe end the game. Oh, I don't think. Yeah, maybe.
Cabochard, though, is punishing inside the pit, but it is not enough. Steelback trying to keep this alive. He gets one more shot. Hiva finishes him off. But Joko's going in. Johnny around the back. Hiva not going down just yet. Tabs takes out Joko. The damage is real. Is it enough? There's a double for Cabochard. They're cleaning house. Wisdom and Tabs, the last members standing.
Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly.
back to the analyst desk here at the EU LCS. Our final series today will be a best of 3 between Giants and Roccat. And of course, you just saw the victorious Vitality on your screen there, fans. Happy to see a win, but focusing in on the series at hand, I'm going to say it. Giants looked pretty good yesterday in that first game of Fnatic. I feel like this might be a Giants' favorite series.
I think that's fair to say, especially because we just talked about it like a minute ago coming into this.
When you reveal the secrets, I don't get to sound smart anymore.
Giants did push Fnatic to the limit in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3 was obviously very one-sided. Things kind of fell flat for Giants, and I think mainly because Memento got banned out. He didn't get his Kha'Zix, which was so good in the first game, and Memento really has become the star player. We thought it was going to be Knight, but he actually struggled in that series. I think Memento is the man to look at.
Memento, we kind of speculated as to how relevant he'd be on this team. We thought he was a distinct downgrade from Maxlor on this team, but he's been doing incredibly well. And now Maxlor really feels like he's the guy who's struggling. I'm really wondering how he's going to stack up in this matchup particularly.
Yeah, I'm not too well versed exactly on this matchup since they're outside of our group, and this is something we focus on more later at this point. But I think that Giants overall, compared to Rockets, it definitely has the edge. They had shown promise against Fnatic, taking off the game as well. And I think just generally, also when we are scrimming them, they are playing really consistent. I just wish that they would show a little bit more fire, like having really great team comp execution, team fighting or macro game execution, but they're always faltering at like one point or another.
Well, coming in, Deficio, you had much higher expectations for Roccat. You
much
rated
higher.
them. Okay.
1 tier higher.
Okay, you rated them higher. And so I'm curious what your thought process was there and kind of how they've differed from that now as we've seen them in the first 2 weeks.
Well, so obviously with the tier list Crip and I made coming into this, it wasn't just aimed at week 1, it was aimed at like the regular season in general. And I felt like Rocket's lineup, there was more players I felt like who could improve quite a lot. And I felt like Maxlor especially would come in and add like a lot of like shot calling and leadership to the team, because that's what he was praised a lot for on Giants. And I quite liked the setup they had. Bot lane was the big question mark for me with Yarnan and Vadid, and I think they haven't really proven themselves yet. But right now we just have to say, like, the Giants members are performing better individually, and Memento's had a much bigger impact in the jungle than Maxlor's had so far, and that's why Giants are looking like a better team.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them overall. Sheepy, who do you think is going to take this series?
I think it's Giants. I mean, they have the edge right now. They look pretty good, and I think that, especially with Memento and Knight, that those two will take over mid lane and jungle.
Absolutely. Deficio, same boat, 2-1, 2-0?
I'm going to say Giants 2-1, 2-1.
Well, we've told you what we think, but the games are going to speak louder than us. Let's send it over to the caster desk for picks and bans here in Game 1.
The games will speak louder than you, and so will I, Dracos. Good evening, world. I'm QuickShot, joined by my buddy James Stress O'Leary for Giants versus Roccat.
Who can't hear anymore, because you've already put hype way higher even than Pyra. So
hey,
I'll try and catch you, maybe.
Pyra set the bar high on our LCS Sunday, and I'm taking it to the next level. Let's meet our roster. On the blue side, it is the Giants, with Flaxish in the top lane, Memento in the jungle, Knight the mid laner, HeQ ADC, Hustlin support, and their coach, Lozok.
Of course, Giants taking a game off Fnatic the other day in their series. We'll see if they can continue a good run of fortune, perhaps, if they can continue some of their good form against their opponents today from Group A. Also, it is Team Roccat in the top lane. It's Faxi. Jungler is Maxlor. Mid lane, AD carry. Mid lane, Betsy. AD carry, Yarnan support we did, and Coach Grabs.
Dude, I did almost exactly the same thing. Just like missed mid laner a second ago. And look, this is going to be an important victory for either team, right? Both of them sitting 0-2 at the moment in their group, both looking for a win, but they come in with very different expectations because Giants have had relatively good performances in both of their previous series, whereas Roccat less so.
Yeah, Roccat, thinking back to their series against Misfits, actually in that second game held Misfits for quite a while. We had that kind of tumultuous game with backdoors, Baron steals, double Baron steals, you know, shockwave Baron steals, you name it. It was there. Roccat didn't really find a lot of consistency, but they did drag the game out. So we have seen some positives from the Roccat lineup. I'm just looking forward to seeing exactly what team comps these guys end up with, because as the analyst says, we're talking about Memento's Kha'Zix, certainly something to look at banning away.
Yeah, banning away, and the fact that they're on blue side actually throws a spanner in the works for Roccat. You know, we've seen the pick ban meta has really become a little bit stale this week, I think. The same 3 bans over and over, that Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc. So what else do you think Giants can look at as far as options are concerned?
So when you look at Giants, obviously you can look at Betsy's Rise has been a big pick for the team. Also, Faxi's Maokai has been fairly good when you look at it in a standalone setting. I think you're right, though. The Rengar, LeBlanc, Camille, it's going to be gone. That's going to be Rockat's prerogative. And then, honestly, Roccat may, have to look at, do they want to take the Varus away from Hiku? Because I think Hiku's Varus was actually pretty good against Fnatic, especially in the game that they won. Just catching people out with the ultimates a couple of times at key points in the game.
I mean, he's played that champion 5 times. Pretty good stats across the board, like you said. Showing like an aptitude to play. And we'll see whether or not his champion pool will be pinched at all. No surprises thus far. Zyra Malzahar. I mean, that is a pretty sizable mention because it allows Kha'Zix to be first pick.
Yeah, Kha'Zix first pick's going to come out, which means Roccat likely going to answer with their AD carry rotation. We'll see what they pair with it. Seen a lot of focus, obviously, on that Ashe, the Varus, the Jhin as well. Pretty high pick rate for all the champions. They actually go support early as well. This is one of the options that's left with the Zyra, the Malzahar not available. You kind of force Giants now to take something like a Tahm Kench for hustling. He likes those melee range supports. The Nautilus is another one that he favors. Otherwise, they're going to get banned out in the second ban phase.
Yeah, tough choice though, into a Karma. Just potentially going to surrender the lane at the cost of, I guess, a stronger mid game.
But that's Hustling's playstyle, is he wants the defensive, so it has to be AD carry and support if they want to match the lanes, which would force Roccat to go towards at least the jungle route, unless one of these teams wants to pick up the Rise before second ban phase. That also would be another pick both teams have prioritized fairly heavily. So now it's just, do you want mid or support to be your pinched pool?
Yeah, that makes sense. And we'll find out in a few seconds' time. 10 seconds, phase 1, pick 3 for Giants. Rise still up, Syndra still up. They want to go for that support. As you mentioned, Stress, it is a Nautilus. So Hustlin very much sticking to his sort of comfort pool and not revealing anything else on the side of Giants.
And now if you're Max Lord, do you allow the jungle to go through? And the answer is unequivocally yes. That Rise has been picked up, so now the Syndra is going out of there. It's already taken away. Rek'Sai likely to be banned away by Giants. We did see an Elise game out of Maxlor as well, but it wasn't his greatest performance.
No, definitely not. And now for Giants, is Maxwell the one they want to pinch more, or do they maybe want to look towards top laners? Syndra's the answer for Roccat, make that Rise more comfortable.
I think the problem is there's a lot of top laners still available that are at least within the tank pool. Obviously, this Nautilus can flex towards the top lane for Flaxish as well. Maokai is still available, so Roccat will be pinching the mid lane pool continually. So for Giants, do they want to ban away the Maokai and allow Roccat to maybe go jungle as the first pick, so they counter pick that top lane, or do they take away Rek'Sai here and put Maxlor on something completely less comfortable for him?
Yeah, I don't know what Giants are going to do, but Knight has shown a proficiency and a preference for that Corki mid. A lot of games. And with both Syndra and Cassio off the pool, that's kind of the safe one. It's not going to be the Rek'Sai ban, it's going to be the Elise instead. So Maxlor could get his hands still on a fairly standard tanky jungler.
Which is interesting because Maxlor's Elise game wasn't particularly great. He's played a lot of Lee Sin as another pick. 2 of his games have been on that and was a little bit more active in the early game. Thinking back to how Maxlor tried to be aggressive early game against Trick in their series against G2. We'll see if he ends up going with that as a last pick in this draft.
All right, so Shen is the first pick in phase 2. Over the Maokai, over the Poppy. Maokai is going to be potentially locked in by Giants. Wouldn't be too surprised. Nope. Standardized matchup and just have that scaling and teamfight power on your side.
Yeah, and Flaxish looked pretty good on the Maokai the other day as well. Played it in the series against Fnatic up against Soaz Elawi and looked fairly strong, TPing into fights in the game that they won, so was pretty good. So we're looking for mid lane right now. You mentioned the Corki has already come out. It can match a lot of the damage that Rise outputs and actually has damage a little bit earlier into the game as well. So I think it'd be a solid pick for Knight if they want that straight up damage, but that's not where they're going. They want to go to other lanes to carry, Trevor. They want to cross map.
All right, cross map. Giants showed both of the respective series pretty good openings to the series before losing 2-1. And this Taliyah could help out both that Ashe, Nautilus lane, or the Maokai. especially if Memento starts roaming with the Kha'Zix. And it is time for Nightmares. Maxlaw locks in Nocturne.
Yeah, Maxlaw going to be one of the handful of players to bring it out. Of course, we've seen Jankos bring it out in their second game of the beginning of the split against Origen. Had a very successful game on it, but does take a little time to get rolling. Certainly waiting for that level 6 point. We've seen enemy Kha'Zix struggle if you can put him behind earlier than that. I'm not sure Nocturne's really going to be able to. Very much like Rek'Sai and a bunch of other junglers. You want to kind of farm for a while. You want to get to level 6, impact the lanes, but look at the synergy. The entire top half of the map can appear on you in an instant. Nocturne, Ryze, Shen, all can, you know, join with their global presence.
And that's exactly what Roccat want to do. At the moment, Knight decides to change lanes. You have, in case of emergency, push 3 buttons. Get Nocturne in there, get Shen in there. And hell, Betsy could even run up there with the Realm Warp as well. Lozark going to cross the stage and shake hands. Grabs. A lot on the line. Both teams 0 and 2. And obviously want to avoid that number 5 spot. It is the promotion tournament spot if you remain in 5th. And I think things can get explosive quickly because of how global and the global impact both of these teams can have.
Yeah, fair amount of global impact. I am a little worried for Giants with this Talia. Just if Knight doesn't get, you know, really far ahead early in Snowball, HQ, it's going to be a little difficult. Memento's going to need to bring the damage as well, so there's certainly options for Giants, but they do need to start things out high.
They absolutely do, Stress. It's Giants versus Roccat. Game 1, the last of our Sunday series. And Giants on the blue side. They have side selection for games 1 and 3, and they elected blue side for this game. And have got themselves a pretty strong front line, pretty good damage. The only cost is making sure they can get everybody enabled, right? Ashe a little bit slow, Talia, good, you know, in the early and mid game, kind of falls off in comparison to the Ryze.
Yeah, and you have to assume that that Ryze is going to be one of those sticking points for Roccat the later this game goes. I mean, very rarely does a Ryze get so heavily shut out of a game that that impact isn't felt. And when you start pairing it with Shen for a shield, Karma for a shield, and extra damage coming from Hyun and Maxlaw, it might be enough to combo together to kind of fight back. But speaking of Maxlaw, we'll be seeing as he's facing up against his former team, whether he'll be giving them nightmares or whether it'll be something he'll be looking back on for the second time these two meet, maybe wanting something a little more consistent out of the jungle. There were a lot of junglers available in this game still. Yeah. I mean, the Rengar, the Kha'Zix were gone, Elise was banned, but Rek'Sai was up, Lee Sin was up. We'll see whether the Nocturne pays off.
I mean, I feel like if Roccat are committing to that like theme or the play style of global impact, Nocturne is a very natural fit. And we just need to see how well Maxlaw can impact the game. He's had a very slow start to 2017, and I know personally I had higher expectations for him individually. And the analyst desk were talking about how, as individuals, Giants players have actually kind of shown up. You know, they've had pretty good moments, highs and lows, but they've shone just a little brighter than Roccat have in the opening 2 weeks of gameplay.
So from the initial assessment of the lanes, you could see Hikyu and Hustling coming to lane later. Faxi came to lane later as well. Both teams should be aware that the junglers started on the opposite sides of the map. Both started on their red buff. So we'll see how that affects the early pathing. Of course, both now going fairly quickly over towards that blue buff as well. Fairly standard pathing after that red start. We'll see where they end up.
Yeah, and see who's going to have priority in the lanes. As it stands, Hyanin and Wadid very obviously pushing in Hikyu and Hustling. That Varus Karma is going to be obnoxious into a Nautilus support.
And we spoke a little bit earlier about how both junglers want to farm up to 6 to some extent. Also, top lane isn't particularly a strong option to gank. Maokai, Shen, very early on. Yes, both junglers bring damage, but in prolonged exchanges, it's not exactly easy. Hawkshot, though, used nicely by Hikyu off that level 2, just to make sure that they could track Maxlaw over the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, getting a lot of Roccat pings on the minimap around this Infernal Drake. Wadid's already left lane. Don't know if they're going to start this one early or not, but making it very clear they're aware of it.
It's less about the Infernal Drake. This is about tracking Memento, because you can see that Hyanan and Wadid are pushing the bot lane. As long as there is the Rift Scuttler vision, and at least wards in the jungle or in Tribush on Giant's side, theoretically Roccat can't get ganked. It's only a lane gank. That's very difficult this early on Kha'Zix without your ultimate. So Roccat heavily prioritizing that vision in the lower side river.
Yeah, and, pretty high up as well. So if Memento decides to come down through that Tribush, will not likely get spotted out too quickly. And I want to keep my eyes on this Hyanan Wadid duo lane. They locked in the Varus Karma very early on. And I actually spoke to Fly a little bit earlier today and talked to, Roccat team manager and Roccat about how they picked Wadid. Where did he come from? And they told me a little story about how Wadid is a Challenger Series player over in Korea. Actually made it to playoffs, lost in the third, fourth matchup. But he was a duo queue partner for IMT. And the Roccat scouts basically said, look, we're interested, while they were looking for a support, brought him over to EU for a trial. And Hyanan just said, that's it, this is the support, this is the guy I want to play with. So Roccat, looked to contract him, and that's why a challenger level player from Korea got brought over. It's synergy, he spoke good English, and he interacted well with Hyanan.
And we've certainly heard that before from Hyanan about wanting to only play with one support for a prolonged amount of time. Up until the time where he stepped back away from the game at the end of Spring Split last year, he was solidly a duo with Kasing for a very long time, and they were very vocal about wanting to play with each other. So we'll see now how Wadid and Hyanan can fare together. They have had a little bit of a slow start when you look at things overall. I still feel like Hyanan hasn't got back to where he was when he left back in the end of spring. But he's certainly a player that, with the right champion picks and the right playstyle for AD carry, which I think typically was a lot of Sivir, that style when we were playing that in the bot lane, that's where he found success. I'm not so sure about the Ashe, the Varus. We've seen a couple of good games, but I want to see more from Hyanan.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on him. Hyanan's going to get caught out. Decent flash, gets bopped by Hustlin, but summon a spell blown. Memento takes a lot of damage, and now it's just a matter of rinse and repeat. Yeah. Find another opportunity and look to punish Hyanan.
Good damage traded back. They did, however, get the flash, as you mentioned. Maxlaw is roaming down as well, but there's a ward in Tribush from Giants, so we'll stop any kind of attempt at the bot lane. Maxlaw's not even going to be that effective post 6 unless he gets very close to the lane. It's one of the problems with Nocturne rank 1 ult. It actually really is a short radius. Same as Rise almost when it used to be the change to his ult.
Yeah, very, very short. You want to get to level 11 really if you can make those huge impacts. But luckily, the moment Maxlaw decides to jump in, he can bring Foxy as well. Deliver the Stand United Shen. That is one hell of a backline delivery system for Roccat. Getting closer to those ultimates. Stand United now up for Foxy. He's been trading with Flaxish. No real surprises in that tank v tank. Even CS in the mid lane, even CS in the bot lane. So now we start seeing, as the junglers get their ultimates, who can make those first ganks stick and which lane they're going to start snowballing.
Yep, and with Hyanan and Wadid pushing the bot lane out, recalling out, we're having our first buys of the game, and Hyanan is opting for that Blade of the Ruined King style on Varus. Neither the full lethality nor the tier build.
The tier build, yeah, which we're seeing so much of this week.
Yeah, seen a lot of it. Tabs didn't do it in the previous game. Hyanan opting for Blade of the Ruined King.
I mean, very tanky members on the side of Giants. That Nautilus and Maokai. When they start building up that armor, the lethality build just becomes a little less valuable.
Less effective. You're also less reliant on poke as well against this style, which is why you're not opting that tier style where you need that massive amount of mana. Also, the Blade of the Ruined King gives you a little bit extra chance to kite out. It's not that significant, but it does help at that point. So Hyanan should have a bunch of shields on him as well if the shields end up going that way, the Karma, the Shen. We spoke about that a little bit, pairing with Maxlaw and Betsy earlier. So this is a bit of a slower start to the game than we had than the last one. Wisdom had died 4 times in game 2 of our last series by this point, so, or 3 times.
Yeah.
I'll be fair to it.
Well, 3 times by 8 minutes. I mean, I think you're arguing semantics, right? Like, it's bad versus very bad. But for Roccat, I mean, this isn't terrible. You know, Hyanan and Wadid, they did push very aggressively. Unfortunately, losing that flash on Hyanan has meant they've now actually given up a lot of control in that lane. And really, I feel like they could have done better with the double range, with the wave clear. And now level 6 on Hikyu, once Hustling gets access to that dredge line, or the depth charge rather, the engage potential is terrifying.
Look at Maxlor. Hang on, look at where Maxlor is positioning himself in the back of the lane, right in paranoia radius. He is, however, oh, that ward just died and did not get pinged. He'll get spotted out on the control ward as I believe he passes. Ping did not go on him, so maybe he just snuck around the edge of vision. But that was a pivotal moment where if Knight hadn't backed himself away as that ward was dying, potentially could have been an engage out of Betsy. This is the moment that has been building for the last 8 minutes.
Yeah, Betsy, Ghost Flash, right? No cleanse available to him. Rune Prison comes down, and Betsy's going to sidestep the Unraveled Earth. Paranoia and Stand United are available. Stand United gets channeled. Hustling's the target. Shroud of Darkness comes down to block a spell shield, but it's not going to stop for Foxy. Teleport coming down. While all that's going on, somehow Betsy died. Flaxish is teleported in. Knight surfs on the Weaver's wall.
It's gone horribly wrong.
Horrible for Roccat. 3 kills so far. They're diving for 4. They're looking for a 10-minute ace.
The complete misfire out of Roccat. Everything that could have possibly gone wrong just went wrong for them. They tried to get everything layered together. Betsy got caught on his way down. Not only is it the ace, that's first tower blood going down as well. 5 for 0 plus the tower is a 4,000 gold lead at 10 minutes and an Infernal Drake.
We absolutely need to unpack. How did everything just go so wrong?
Memento turns on Betsy. He's isolated through the paranoia. They just spotted him out. Memento solo killed him. Didn't get a chance to react. Flaxish, beautiful teleport positioning after the paranoia had gone down. And they went on Hustling to begin this fight off. They went on a tank that has shields and crowd control. And early on in the game, Shen and Nocturne alone are not enough to chunk through a Nautilus, and everything else just falls.
Stress, I have one thing to say to that. Press Shift, Enter, and type GG, go next.
Yeah, this game is pretty much done. I'm sorry. This lead.
3,500 gold, a tower, a dragon. 4 assists on Flaxish as well as Hustling. And Giants are just in a phenomenal position.
And as much of it is a misfire by Roccat, that is great counter-engage out of Giants. Like, to turn that fight back around, realizing that everything was on Hustling. You can see, even early game, this damage is it's pretty insane. Like, Memento, nearly 2,000 damage out.
And we talked about Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix was the first pick for Giants. Obviously, because of Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc, being on blue side allows you to unlock that. Not only do Giants get a favorable, optimistic, not only do Giants get a favorable, jungler, Memento, you saw the damage dealt. At this early in the game, he just wrecked Roccat.
Oh, that was a big, really nice counter-engage out of Giants.
Yeah.
TP in, holds him in place. Everyone's trying to fight Maokai. He's got his ult running. Under the tower they go. They didn't even have to use anything to start the fight because Roccat just was spreading themselves way too thin. And honestly, Giants, from this, you can see what they've done. Swap it up to the top lane, try and push in now. Flaxish is pretty strong himself, so is able to just sit out in the lane. Memento wants Hyanan.
Oh, I don't think Hyanan knows. Oh, there was a little too eager there. Memento committed the ulti. Oh, he walked over the ward. I need to actually double check if he was spotted. Doesn't really matter. Unfortunately for Giants, they can't get themselves another kill. Essence Reaver into the Cutlass. Great combo from Knight.
Forces the Shen ult. And now Faxi's out of lane, which means, on that bot lane, Flaxish is about to shove this wave into the tower, and Faxi just has to walk back.
Really well played so far. Now we get to see how good are Giants with the lead, right? They're coming up against Roccat, who both teams have had struggles, but when Giants have picked up wins earlier in the split, it was early in a series, and it was often as well because of good early game decision making.
Yeah, and good early game decision making out of Giants on this one. We'll see where they end up going. They're a little bit stalled out, mainly because objectives aren't going to come quite so easily as the last fight happened as well. But certainly if Giants play this one out at a decent pace of pushing their lead, trying to just take an objective every couple of minutes. They should be able to just snowball this game through, but Roccat, we saw them stall the other day against Misfits. If they can do the same, it would be a monumental effort.
Oh, yes. All right, wave clear plenty, though. Duskbringer from Nocturne, good AoE from Rise, and obviously the piercing arrow from Kianan. So at least early on, that'll be very helpful. And for Giants, they've got outer turrets in the middle and top lane to focus down. Just gingerly tapping away at the top lane tower and backing away. So Essence Reaver, a couple long swords for Hikyu. And it just slowed down a little bit. Giants happy with their counter engage, happy with the punish. And don't want to overextend because, of course, Nocturne once again has access to Paranoia.
So Betsy right now just is about to head back, or just finished backing, so gets his Rod of Ages. Again, Betsy needs a lot more time in this game. We're talking 25 minutes into the game will really be his time. Oh,
that was really sad. Oh, the observers are evil, toying with their heart. Memento, however, doesn't need 25 minutes. Stress. No. Got that serrated Dirk, got the Warrior Enchant. And is really just looking for another juicy target to hit because, well, to be honest, there's a lot of squishy targets on Roccat. Nocturne only got Merc Treads right now, likely to build damage first before going tank later. So that plays into Giants' hands.
It does. It does play into their hands for now, and we'll see as we progress. As you said, Giants slowed down a little bit, of course. They having difficulty getting into the lane. Hikyu, his arrow is up. You can see Roccat giving a fair amount of respect as well to the amount of engage that Giants have.
And I like seeing that. Roccat don't overstay. You know, don't commit to defending a tower that may result in a tower dive. Teleport is up for Flaxish, so maybe, you know, conceding sometimes is something you have to do. And
yeah.
Maxlaw sniffing around the mid lane.
Yeah, and a lot of way they conceded was Maxlaw was on the opposite side of the rift. Here he goes onto Memento. They're trying a second time.
All right, Round Warp's coming in from Betsy as well. Faxi just gonna fall short with the taunt. Memento flashes over the wall. Nobody to follow. There's no one killed yet. Sidestep from the Chain of Corruption, and Giants don't get locked down. Counter engage, gonna fall short. Dredgeline finds nobody. Here comes Flaxish. Knight on the sidelines. Roccat are running for their lives. Flaxish is looking for a target, a flash away from everyone on Roccat. Dustbringer buys some time. How did no one die?
No one died because this time Roccat were retreating for almost the entire fight. As soon as Giants appeared, Roccat were bailing. They did not want the same thing to happen a second time. That would have been sure end of the game. I mean, Roccat just deciding to pull back from that fight. Giants regroup. Knight was on his way as soon as Betsy started leaving lane, and Flaxish again with a decent TP positioning in that fight.
I'm going back to the Misfits series where Giants were playing from a deficit. Misfits had big lead and they kind of meandered and dawdled in the mid game, and Giants just won back-to-back team fights over and over. We've hit 16 minutes. And this game's had two huge team fights, in the laning phase and now sort of roaming phase. It's just phenomenal for Giants. They're going to take another dragon. They're completely going to zone Roccat away with this lead they've accrued.
I mean, two Infernals means whoever Memento meets in the jungle, if they're 1 versus 1, Memento is just going to destroy them. Those evolved claws that taste their fear.
Yes.
It's going to be a lot of fear, and Maxwell's not the one instilling it in people, unfortunately.
I do like the fact that Roccat attempted to go for that play up top. Now, unfortunately, they couldn't get the damage to stick. There was a lot of missed skill shots on both sides. But the attempt was to get a quick kill, slow down the pressure. Now, Giants' counter-engage has just been better than Rocket's actual engage.
Right, and I would even say the first play, the theory behind it of, hey, let's group, let's get in on the bot lane, let's bot lane party 5 members. The problem is the execution on the first play means that the second time they try it again, they're already fairly far behind.
Yeah.
So they didn't get the instant kill and had to just pull back away from the rest of the fight. So the execution just really undoing the good theory.
Yeah, good theory, and Roccat 5,000 gold down as Maxwell's pushed away from the Brambleback. Can't even stay inside his own jungle. Giants grouping themselves up as 5. Correction, 4, because Knight is down in the bottom lane. There's a 4-1 split. Unraveled Earth, the Weaver's Wall, sorry. Knight's ulti is available, so he can jump up and try cut people off. I'm just tracking him on the minimap to see when he decides to engage, and it's just pressuring too many lanes for Roccat to handle.
Yeah, and the thing is, Knight left bot lane at the first point as well, so before Betsy did. Obviously, a little bit faster with passive, allows him to kind of surf the walls and head up towards top side, but Giants fairly focused on this top side tower. They already took out the mid-outer, so they want to look elsewhere for their presence.
A little bit more story time for you, Stress. Roccat, in terms of like building their team, Betsy and Hyanan were the core, two guys that where it started. Then they looked towards Maxlaw, got Maxlaw on board. Maxlaw actually helped find Foxy, and we touched on how Wadid was found. And there's a little bit of trading here. And one of the things the team was telling me was that Rockat's comp, their team was built around progression and development. They knew they weren't going to be super strong out the gates, but there was potential. There was a good, healthy environment. Everybody was good at communicating, and we need to track how much better they get from week to week, you know, because more scrims, more practice, more game time on stage. The problem is, it can't take too long. You know, there's only 10 weeks in the regular season.
See, and now that's the difficulty between, you know, the EU LCS and more traditional sports, where that is a very legitimate strategy. When you're playing on, hey, we got a long-term game plan. You're an NFL fan, indulge me for a second. Carolina Panthers pretty much said we're building our team around Cam Newton. Everybody else is a new pickup. It's going to take us years. Unfortunately, Roccat, first of all, they haven't got a player the caliber of Cam Newton at that level. Betsy and Hyanan are great, but they don't have a few years to build. You've got 4 or 5 weeks before, oh, we've lost too many games and we can't actually build the basis to stay in the league. That's one of the significant differences on these long-term game plans. Roccat just needs to pick the pace up on some of their, you know, tightening up some of the plays they're making.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, like, it's 10 weeks of regular season. There are 13 series that get played, huh, guys? And depending on your result at the end of those 13 BO3s determines whether or not you make playoffs, if you're 1, 2, or 3, safe spot at number 4 in your group, or promotion tournament number 5. Looking back in on this game, Giants looking to pick up their first series win, get out of that number 5 spot. If they can keep this level of play up and keep punishing Roccat, because everything Roccat have tried to do has backfired harder than that rocket pistol on Kled. Too much? Too much? Okay.
I see where you're going. That was good. Hey, I'll indulge you in that. You indulge me in my NFL.
Thank you.
I was trying to make, you know, Deficio think I know what I'm saying.
It was good. I tried to do a weatherman joke 2 days ago, and ooh, it did not. It didn't land. No, it didn't stick at all. So try to pull it back a little bit.
You should have just really slapped it on there with some force. I found that apparently works for you fairly well.
So, Stress, why is the game stagnated? Giants have got 3 towers. They're trying to push wards, but it's not going as deep as maybe Giants want.
So one of the real stagnation points comes from the fact that Betsy on Ryze and Hyanan on Varus have decent wave clear. Shen, although he'll get shoved in, is able to stand in the wave against Flaxish and just push it back out every so often as soon as Flaxish leaves. So it just means that Roccat can at least slow that tempo. Karma plays in on that one as well, a little bit of extra wave clear. We've seen this a good few times, where just the ability to just clear waves slows every type of aggressive pattern. Giants, however, 3rd Infernal Drake in 30 seconds means Roccat really do have to react, because there's going to be just too much damage that Giants will have that Roccat cannot afford to sit behind turrets once they start getting a little bit closer after that 3rd Drake.
Well, everybody's got an ultimate and their summoner spells. Memento's got a slightly different build on this Kha'Zix. 2nd item, Edge of Night. We touched on how Roccat members are relatively squishy right now. It'll take some time before Betsy becomes, you know, unkillable, as Rises do. Hyanan, wow, gets caught out. Eats an Ash Arrow as well. Stands United will allow Foxy to arrive, and our Giants are split up. Weaver's Wall delivers Knight into the fight. They've traded 1 for 1. Junglers are down. Foxy and Flaxish trading back and forth. The re-engage of the Twisted Advance as Hyanan throws down piercing arrows from the side. Roccat are winning the fight for a second or two longer. Hustlin re-engages, backs away. Everybody's dying. 3 for 3. Mids and ADCs left. Blast cone to safety and Roccat escape.
That looked like a real rough start to the fight when Hyanon got caught out by the arrow. It looked like Giants were going on a re-engage, but Memento getting locked down in the middle of the fight, dies before he could even really kill anybody in response from it. And then Faxi ends up tanking a lot of damage. Flaxish tanks a lot of damage, and it's a kind of a net gain slightly for Roccat. One additional kill on the board. They finally got some kills to their name, and they stopped Giants from looking for that Infernal Drake. So this was the arrow after the hook, onto Hassan. Out came the Shen shield, everything on top of it. Faxi manages to get right on top of Memento and hold him in place, and Flaxish is doing his best to deter the damage, but ultimately ends up tanking the dragon, ends up tanking too much damage once his ultimate is down, and drops from it. Hassan's doing a decent job in a lot of these fights with his hooks. It's one of the reasons why Nautilus is such a key pick for him, is he feels like he has a lot of impact in the team fights. But Roccat, that's at least a little bit in their benefit, and like that, we're into another fight.
Do it again! Maxlaw's already down. Infernal Drake. Now Hyanon eats another arrow. Are you hungry, son? Because you're eating everything. Giants, 2 kills and a dragon.
And just when you thought it was good for Roccat, they force another fight around the dragon. They couldn't really let Giants take it without getting anything in response. And Roccat, with a rough fight, lands us in a pause.
I think I know what the problem is. I think somebody on Roccat went, hey guys, the color on my monitor's broken. It's been gray for like 10 minutes. Thank you for laughing. My co-casters never laugh, so...
It's just
no.
It's just mean.
I know, it is very mean.
That's mean.
We will find out in a moment or two what is happening, but yeah, I mean, the state of the game, Giants are just re-engaging very, very well.
Yeah, they've re-engaged pretty well. They've also caught out Hyanon now twice to start fights off.
I need to double check. So obviously this arrow, there was no flash available, but the dredge line on that previous dragon fight, it looked like it just kind of curved a corner.
The arrow kind of looked like it as well. I saw,
Yes.
Caps as well the other day. Was like, oh, I really got hit by that Varus. So it's okay. Players will always screen cap it for us and tweet it when they feel like they didn't get hit because hitbox is...
But the problem is, I mean, it's a huge dredge line. And obviously Hyanon getting caught starts that like tumble where Giants, they had a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, which is sizable. It was significant. They had a dragon lead. But Roccat had just won a fight. They'd stalled it out. They had an opportunity to at least buy time. And unfortunately, we didn't see the build-up of that second dragon fight. But committing to it has put them in an even bigger hole. It's now close to 7,000 gold.
Yeah, and I'm fairly sure the build-up to that was Giants going, okay, well, that wasn't the best fight for us. Let's just walk to dragon again. Because we'll just burn it down faster than they can reply with. As you're assuming that then Stand United wasn't available. A lot of those team fighting tools wouldn't have been up for Roccat, so Giants would probably just run up to it and say, okay, let's do it again. It'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll see if Roccat will be okay. A lot to think about throughout the course of the game. Just to give you guys an update, there was a technical error on Giants' HQ side. You guys have looked into it. Hopefully we should be jumping back into the game relatively soon. Unfortunately, that is not the case. For now, we can head over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about the first 20 minutes.
People died.
People died. Thank you, Deficio. Thanks, Trevor, of course. While we wait for this pause to get sorted out, let's take a chance to look exactly at how the picks and bans unfolded. I feel like we have 2 very interesting compositions here. We've already seen how they've started to work out, but what were your guys' initial thoughts after seeing, let's start with the side of Roccat, the composition that they drafted up here?
Yeah, if this composition falls behind and this Nocturne needs to fly into all the peel, that's gonna get really, really hard. And it's up to the Nocturne and Chan's job then to go through and kill all of them. And that's gonna get really hard. Not to...
I feel like I like how you're like, theoretically, if they were to get behind, it would be really bad. Okay,
it's
so
a
they're
great
already
prediction,
behind.
though. It's a great prediction.
And I think as a foreshadowing, already in pick and ban, that kind of played out.
Yeah, you knew what was going to happen, obviously, going into the game, based on what you just said. And I mean, Nocturne is always extremely risky to play. I think the reward is high if you do manage to execute it properly, especially with the Shen. Like, ideally for Roccat, they play 1-3-1. Ryze, one lane, Shen, the other, Nocturne around the Ryze lane, dives in, kills the guy in the side lane. Woo! We all get super hype, and it's great. Sadly, you got to get to that point where you can actually split push, and that's where it's gone a little bit wrong.
Well, we'll have to see if they can somehow make it back to that point, what they can do to outplay their opponent, because we're about to come out of that pause, and we'll get you back into this game pretty shortly.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm hoping to use woo from Deficio in-game.
Do I stand this way or that, like...
Dude, just let it be.
Woo!
No,
Let's go!
All right, so, Stress. What do Roccat have to do to bounce back? You know, they've played very aggressive, maybe a little bit fast and loose, and they've been bitten for it.
They have. As Deficio wildly said, it was meant to be a bot lane party where Shen and Nocturne did everything, and it really punished them. Honestly, this is the kind of composition where a magician should never show their tricks twice, and if the audience gets the trick the first time, definitely don't do it, because Roccat continue to just force this one type of play over and over again. We are back into a pause.
We are indeed back into a pause. Just to explain what the sound effects were, Betsy was actually jumping onto Knight. They were in the mid lane. They started competing, and the disco party that is Betsy's keyboard was being unleashed by Rise. I do not have an update as to what the pause is about. We'll let you know.
That's how you play Rise. You follow the colors on the keyboard, so you just go over and over and over every time it's available. Just face roll that keyboard.
All right, so I'm hearing outside of the face roll. It is apparently lag-related problems from the players. We are investigating the claims and just double-checking on the technical side. And then obviously, we'll get back into it in a moment or two. We can see our tech guys on screen with EQ.
That's my go-to reasoning, lag.
It's always mine,
Always.
dude. Always mine.
It's a safe bet. Everyone's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Understand. But certainly for Giants in this game, this is the kind of performance that we've actually been wanting out of either of these teams up until this point, where they're looking more convincing. Like Giants, they did well against Fnatic.
Yeah.
But you also look at some of the situations that Fnatic put themselves in, and you're like, oh, maybe Giants, they'll get this one game, and I don't feel confident. Against a team like Roccat, I feel like Giants can do this game after game. And that's really where the growth opportunity has to come from, is that it's not one game unique wins. It's about building these kind of wins week by week.
Gentlemen at the analyst desk, can they build, and what are they working with to build?
Nocturne.
Well, Nocturne is what they're working with. Can they build? That's a good question. Well, not a whole lot has changed since
back
you've
to the
seen
topic.
us. Okay. Continue with the topic at hand. So we're really looking for a way for Roccat to come back into this game, because right now Giants are very much in control and seem to be on pace to win the game. The Kha'Zix is crazy ahead, but really, what are the options here for Roccat? What do they need to do to pull back? Do they have any way to get into the late game?
I think playing like split push in comps, and again, Nocturne jungle, and start falling behind, it basically means your mid lane is always pushed in. So you're never able to run to the side lanes and start pushing it out, because obviously if you push the sides and your mid is pushed in, the enemy will just roam in behind you or take all your towers. So that doesn't really work. I feel like the way for Roccat to win is literally by Giants just messing up everything. They are in prime position to win. The composition is good. They have control of the map. They need to start setting up around Baron soon, and don't mess up around Baron. I guess you got this.
Yeah, I think they just need to be careful that they play the macro correctly now, because it's now time for Roccat to try to get those catches on their mobile carries in the backline. Try to get the Nocturne Shen combo off and actually kill the Ashe. But it's very little chance unless, like he's saying, Giants is messing up, like starting pushing 1-3-1 instantly, and they can find some sort of collapse. And what we've also seen is like shades of Roccat being successful by having a last teamfight that was roundabout equalish. And that was just a trade of tanks, and that they could actually kill the Maokai and then go on the backline. But I don't expect this to happen again, especially with the gold deficit right now. And we've also seen Hyaonan dying. And 2 kills more to Kha'Zix, and at this point, it just gets really hard.
And at this point, we were talking about Roccat really needing to catch Giants out, but it's been Giants catching Roccat time and time and time again. As we take a chance to look at one of those earlier Dragon fights, I want to run through this one and talk a little bit about the thought process here for Roccat and why maybe they're trying to find an engage here, or what happens.
They're definitely not trying to find an engage. Yana is just very greedy for the honey fruit, and I'm not really sure why. Just for mana, I assume, so you could actually start poking, and that gets him caught. And at this point, while Maxler does actually do a fine job getting, or trying to get a kill on the back line, it's really hard to do anything when your AD carry gets hooked in and he has to use both summoners to actually stay alive at the start.
But here it's really a good example of how they're actually winning the team fights. Kha'Zix insta-dies, highest DPS, that's like 6,000 gold right down the drain or probably even more at this point. And then in the backside, actually Nocturne is getting the flash and the heal from the Ashe, so it gets a lot of summoners, and then they can right turn onto the Maokai with one-man advantage because they traded the Nocturne off with the Kha'Zix, and the Nocturne was still alive for a bit, so yeah, they get the extra DPS in, and that's like the advantage that they actually need to win teamfights.
And also Infernal Drake helping on their side. It was actually active for the entire team fight, and it does deal AoE damage, which can, or just deal quite a lot of damage, which can actually mean a lot in like a mid-game fight here. Because we adding Dragon on Rocket's side, and that's how they're gonna win.
I mean, it shows the desperation when Deficio is sitting here telling me that Dragon auto attacks are going to be the decider.
It actually mattered in that fight.
It does.
Got a lot of hit there.
Play the map. Play with the map.
Play with the map. That's the unicorn strategy.
I think Kiana's playing a little too much with the honey fruit, though. I think playing with the map has not worked out so well for Roccat thus far.
That's very true. But I think as a respect to Roccat for actually going even or slightly winning this fight here, and more of those are needed to get back into the game. But I don't feel like they're going to win because of their composition. Like, whatever the game plan was with the Nocturne Shen and the 1-3-1 is kind of out the window now, and it's outplay Giants in team fights, which can happen, but the chance is obviously much lower because the team fighting composition of Giants is just naturally stronger. But there's always individual performance. There's a guy misplaying. We see it multiple times. Western teams tend to overstep in fights. There is always all the teams. There's always openings.
Yes, and I think sorry.
No, you're good.
Just
Go.
to jump in.
Yeah, just agree with me. Thank you.
Yes, try it, of course, and so on.
Yeah.
Also, especially if you have like squishy members like Kha'Zix that build full squishy, and we just saw it in the team fights. And the Ashe right now doesn't have heal, doesn't have flash. There's actually openings right now to specifically target out those champions and kill them quickly. So there is outplay potential. You can trap, so still there needs to be some kind of wariness of Giants to play correctly. But yeah, once again, it's up to Giants to make the positional mistake and Roccat to capitalize on this with the Nocturne Shen combo. That is really the only thing they have.
Well, unfortunately, the Nocturne Shen combo didn't really work out for them. We were saving this replay for a little bit later, but as the pause does appear to be extending a little bit longer, let's talk about that early game. Let's talk about what exactly went wrong. Roccat feel like they have the setup here, but why don't you guys run me through this one?
Yeah, here you actually see the engage, the combo. But before Varus was ultimating the Ashe flashing it out. Right now they are right onto them, but they cannot catch the Ashe anymore. And they are committing on the Nautilus.
And you may remember, if you've been following us through the entirety of this game, you can also see Betsy and Memento on the top side of your screen. That is, in fact, Rise getting soloed out on the Kha'Zix before he can make his presence known in this fight.
And that's what Deficio was pointing out when we watched the replay.
And
he's like, what are you doing, Betsy? You can't go this way. There's a Kha'Zix in the bush hiding for you. And he just gets solo killed right there. And then, obviously, with the rotation down.
We start to watch the rest of this replay unfold. You can see how much of a disaster this is.
Well, I actually wonder, I don't know if you can do this, but it looked like Nautilus stopped Shenton in its animation by actually bonking him in the head. But I don't know if it fully stops the animation or if it was just a short taunt from Foxy.
Or maybe a hook or something like this. That can definitely happen. But the Ashe was already in the clear after she flashed out the Varus ultimate. And the Nocturne follow-up combo under turret is not working out, so they needed to back off.
That is just the only thing I would love to see, like if Shen would actually, if he was able to reach the Ashe, if they could like fire a Varus arrow and maybe Nocturne Q, would it maybe been enough to kill the Ashe? Possibly. However, you still have to get out, and Betsy would have died no matter what, because the whole problem for Betsy was obviously team is calling, we're going bot lane. Betsy sees his mid lane opponent is leaving, and instead of him taking the long route, like through the river, which is the safe route in his situation, he's like, I'm just going to cut short here. I'm going to come down and then try and ult in behind the enemy team. But you walk into like a control ward, you don't have any vision, there's a Kha'Zix potentially, and there was a Kha'Zix, and bingo, he's dead. And then it's a lost fight no matter what.
Well, potentially too over-eager and definitely not a mistake Roccat can afford to make again. But we are going to send it back to Trevor, Quickshot Henry, and James Tresselier. I just had to say the full names this time around. They're going to take it away.
Don't know where the camera is. It's over there somewhere. Woohoo! Welcome back. Right, quick update. The technical issues have been resolved. During the course of resolving those, we pause and then unpause the game several times to make sure things are working. Obviously, that means there's a few seconds of gameplay that has happened off screen. To summarize what happened to where we're about to jump into, Betsy actually jumped onto Knights, forced Giants back, and when Giants were running away, they made a beeline for Baron. So we're going to be jumping into the game as Giants are sitting at the Baron pit. Stress, as we look at the screen, which is going to come up in just a moment, Giants, they are on Baron. I'm not even going to give you a chance to talk because there is actually potential for a team fight. We are on screen. Baron, it's been secured. They've taken it.
Baron secured from the Giants, so It's a, a clutch Baron call right out of the paws from Giants. They were significantly far ahead with these 3 Infernals and a massive goal lead in their favor. So you would expect them to be in that kind of position. We'll take another look back at how it actually happened, though.
Yeah, we do have a replay being worked on to just summarize the action, and here we go.
So this is going to be one of those replays that colorcasters are a little bit afraid of because we don't actually know what happens. But Knight, there was the forced flash, and you can see he was pushing mid lane out, which allowed Giants to cut across. It's a fairly risky Baron when you look at it. It's fairly standard to look to shove out. You can see Knight, good blocking with that Weaver's wall to make sure nobody from Roccat could come in. Couldn't really commit to it. Maxlor had even backed away. He was in base when the Baron got taken down.
So much damage on the side of Giants. Huge advantage, 3 Infernals. Thank you very much, production, for getting us that quick replay. Last chance. Hiku stays alive. Foxy taunts up Hiku. No more damage. It's jungler for ADC, and Memento's forced to flash defensively. Now Roccat forced backwards. Meowkai is coming, and he's purring for blood. Foxy gets caught down, but it's Flaxish that survives a few seconds longer. Hiku and Hustlin, the only victims trading top for bottom.
You can see how much damage Flaxish was able to tank out in that, and Giants still will maintain Baron buff on 3 members. We talked about on the analyst desk that they want to set up this multi-lane push as well as Roccat do, and you can see the Giants now going to shove out bot lane, push that one out. And that fight Maxlor tried to start, oh boy, did he get taken out faster than he even could arrive.
But for the first time, they were able to get Hiku. We saw the Shen Nocturne combination work out. They just then couldn't cut down the tree that ended up in their way.
And that's exactly what Sheepy was talking about. You can see the target priority here. Maxlor was over a couple of wards that he'd been spotted on. Shen comes in. They get right onto Hiku as well. Despite everything coming out in this setup, Faxi was right there, able to put damage down as Hjarnan picked up the actual killing blow on that one. Now Flaxish looked to tank out the rest of it, but ultimately Faxi dove into the back line, was able to, with Betsy's help, kill Hustlin and kind of keep it at a 2-kill apiece trade.
And so important to notice, all of the AoE damage, Memento and Hiku both chunked out so low. All right, Knight, let's see the combo. Unraveled.
Oh, he's
Knight
1v2.
gets jumped on. 1v2 indeed. Support coming from Giants down south, but it will not arrive in time. Flaxish begins channeling the teleport. Betsy and Wadid, they're caught out. Wadid flashes over the wall. Maxlor and Foxy, they're looking for Hiku. Hiku sidesteps the taunt. Chain of corruption is spreading. He's locked down. Killed is the target. Hiku is still alive. The fight carries on. Maxlor's on the back line. Foxy's now running for his life. 3 members of Giants trying to chase him down. And eventually they will stand united. Spirit's Refuge is buying just so much time. He dies, eventually.
Eventually, Roccat now have slowed Giants' Baron buff push fairly significantly. Memento didn't even bother chasing at the end because he knew the team needed to continue to advance this kind of lead that they have right now. Giants... Knight tried to make a play onto the top side to kill Faxi. That, like, this isn't very often going to work out in his favor anyway. Maxlor is able to block Knight from taking the wall out, and Roccat are able to start this fight off well. From here, though, Hiku gets singled out down on the bottom side, but Hustlin, as is Nautilus, again, able to just buy enough time. Buy time for Hiku. The 1 versus 1 with 3 people around them goes in Hiku's favor, and this was the chase to end it. It's not really a 1 versus 1 when there's 5 people.
I really love
there,
that, the 1 versus 1 with 3 people, because that's actually what happened. Like, Hiku and
Hjarnan
Hjarnan
hitting each other.
They just right-clicked one another.
And then Hustlin just takes the kill. Just last little hit.
Bops him on the head. All right, so in about 8 minutes, this game has just continued the crazy fights. 15 kills to 7, nearly 10,000 gold lead for Giants. They want to complete their Volcano Elemental buff. That's what I call 3 Infernals in a mountain. And that mountain will be up in 30 seconds.
We'll see if it spells the doom of Roccat.
Surely it should.
Pushes in. I mean, realistically, Roccat basically traded the fact that the Baron buff is now gone for a couple of extra 1,000 gold in the lead for Giants. Faxi's been caught.
Yeah, engage onto Foxy. Still very, very tanky. With that Senpai kept Spirit Visage, but he can't get through the wall.
Oh,
Redemption comes down. Paranoia's been used by Maxlaw. I assume just to block the vision. Very good flash by Betsy. It looked like that dredge line was going to connect. And important to note that Stand United is still available. So if Roccat want to try and re-engage, they can, but they've got no paranoia. Inhibitor turret goes down, Maxlaw gets chunked. Stand United just to save his life, but he will not get saved. Fuxi can't arrive. Now Betsy's the target. 4 members of Giants on him. Fuxi gets a good taunt. QSS from Hiku.
Oh, he got Hiku.
Blocks it. All of a sudden, it's Roccat that are winning the fight, and Knight is running. Fuxi is so tanky, and there's a lot of CC. Betsy wants to try and cut people down. Realm Warp is available. Dredge line just not enough. And Roccat hold. Realm Warp is going to at least deliver them towards Knight.
Oh,
Blast Cone continues the chase. No Ghost available, and Knight's rock surfing gets him to safety.
So Roccat able to counter-engage after Giants pushed down the tower. Giants didn't need the Baron buff to take the objective, but the fight the other side was a little bit harder fought because Faxi, you know, he's got a little bit of damage, has that Tiamat, has a couple of items completed, gets into the backline, takes out Hiku. A lot of damage went down onto Memento as well. And it was enough to remove the damage out of Giants. And as they pushed up, you can see easy to take the objective, but they keep going after this. They get a kill on Maxlaw and think, okay, this is great, we can continue this, but Memento is already low. Flaxish is low and doesn't really have his ult running for a lot of this fight. So as he dives in, finally gets it up right as he dies, but already Faxi's gone into the backline for Giants. Flaxish had left his all-important damage dealers behind in that, and Giants couldn't really balance the damage anymore.
No, they really couldn't, and that Shane W just blocked so much damage from Hiku. Roccat end up winning the fight, and you know, like, you have to call it out. Giants over-eager on that fight, you know, jumping further than they needed to. Stand United, even though it didn't finish, Foxy was able to just run to the inhibitor with those sort of home guard boots, and Foxy turns the fight around. All right, it's no longer 10,000, it's 8,000. A dragon to Roccat. Mount Doom was denied. Giants unable to complete that one.
The problem, though, now for Roccat is they have to come to the Baron pit because Giants will rush this down very quickly, and now they're not fighting with the advantage of Giants being basically in their base on low health. Flaxish is looking at TP. He can't with Paranoia active.
No, he can't. Looks need to find a target. Flaxish was not tanking Baron, so Memento's lost all of that HP for nothing. Teleport is still available, and Flaxish is waiting in the base.
Yeah, they're just trying to bait them up towards the Baron pit. They have got that control ward to deny some of the vision control in the Baron pit as well. Roccat are going to call the bluff and look to run down mid. Now this could backfire. They could end up giving both away here. Roccat having to come back through the blue side, and they've been blocked off by the Weaver's wall.
The door is closed. They can't get in. Baron secured because Knight locks them out.
Knight puts down the order, nobody passing through towards the Baron pit, and Roccat have been completely denied any kind of contest onto the Baron. Giants will now push through the top side, looking for a second inhibitor tower.
All right, Hassan's just going to tank up a couple shots here before Giants unlock another lane. The inhibitor not targeted yet. Flash taunts onto Knight. Knight's going to back away. A lot of damage going down as Yanin is already killed. Flaxish is moving forward. Maxlaw's caught. Betsy eats an arrow, and Giants scream, "Are you not entertained?" They've got 3, looking for 4. The inhibitor falls as Hiku turns onto the Nexus turret. Giants have made this dramatic and exciting, and they will shut down Roccat in game 1 of the best of 3.
From the first time these two teams engaged in this game, Giants showed they just had the better counter-engage. They had the better setup on the fights, and Roccat were reaching for the entire game, trying to make the plays work with the Nocturne, with the Shen, and ultimately, they just couldn't get enough.
It felt like Giants individually were the stronger players almost every role for role, and they just went go ham, right? Like every fight, they just threw everything at Roccat and came out on top.
Yeah, they come out with a win, a big win for Giants. And honestly, if they can keep this going, like they look, if they do that in game 2, you can pretty much not argue that Giants.
But you have to criticize the messy mid game.
You do.
You know, yes, they were aggressive. Yes, they were pushing, but it was over-eager, and that allowed Roccat to actually claw back into the game. Hold that thought, because we'll find out if the analyst desk agrees. Let's take a look at how Giants picked up game number 1.
Love.
Thank you very much, Kushai. I feel like without Shocks here, I feel like mom is gone and you're the disobedient son now runs free.
You need to punish me.
Trevor.
I'll keep doing it, man.
No, man. This is too much already to fish. You need to calm down. All right. Well, we talked about this game a lot already. The mid-game, Quickshot talked a lot about opportunities coming back to the game, but it doesn't really ever feel to me like Roccat were back in the game, despite some small mistakes from Giants.
Well, there is a replay we want to show of like how Roccat could get back in the game, and just to set it up, this is all exactly what Sheepy predicted before with his absolutely insane game knowledge. This is actually the replay we showed already in the pause. We can show it again if you guys like to see it.
I think we've gone over this one. We'll pass over this one.
All right, let's watch it one more time. So this is not what Sheepy was talking about. We'll see that one later. But this is obviously the one where Shen gets bonked in the head. Taunt doesn't reach the Ashe. And Betsy obviously gets caught out. Anyway, talk, Sheepy.
Yeah, but it's really nice how the follow-up is actually coming with the Talia ultimate and the Maokai. Because it's a 5 versus 4, but they still need to force the fight. And actually, we didn't show the end of this, so I think it's nice to see that they got aced, everyone died one time, and then at least, you know, in the team, there's no disruption.
And that's important for team morale, that no one is feeding more than someone else. So everyone is kind of on the same page, being guys, we're losing together. We're all doing poorly.
And now that's
then,
reset.
you know, then you reset.
All right, well, let's look now at the original fight that we were going to talk about after that Baron.
Yeah, so Sheepy, with the insane game knowledge, said Shen and Nocturne dives in. They have to kill the Ashe. He just forgot to mention that Ryze can also ult into the backline. Which also happened in this one.
And also Ashe didn't have flash and heal because of the catch from before, so this is actually a really good fight that they are taking there.
It is. It will end up being just an even fight, and this is often what happens if you're already down. So even if you do execute your comp correctly, you don't actually get rewarded with like an ace or something. You're just like, congratulations, you got 2 kills. They also, sadly for you, got 2 kills, but this is what happens when you fall behind.
I actually wonder, we just saw Grabs as well, the coach for Roccat, and I actually wonder if they have more like those kind of team comps that are very centric around like one kind of engage or one form that they win the game with. So at least they had the game plan here with the Shen and Nocturne. I would have liked to see it played out more in the mid game. Actually, if they can set it up, if they don't go 0-5 in the beginning.
Yeah, I think just a huge issue for Roccat is the fact that if you look at Giants, and especially Memento and Knight, I feel like they were just performing much better than Maxlaw and Betsy in a game like this. So when you're running like this Nocturne, your jungler needs to be on point. Like, he can't fall behind. His engage's gotta be spot on, when to dive in and the coordination. And Roccat hasn't really shown this sort of coordination so far. So the fact that Memento on Kha'Zix and obviously Knight on Talia were able to kind of do whatever they wanted gave a huge advantage to Giants. And we just have to praise this team for how each member are actually playing at a reasonably high level.
And I think it's good that you bring up Knight, because he had 2 very fantastic plays coming in around the Baron, and his use of Talia ult, I feel like, was absolutely brilliant this game. We'll get a chance to look at it now as we bring it up on the screen, but consistently zoning Roccat away. You can see some of you may have missed this during the pause.
This is a sexy replay, honestly.
But this is the Giants. Once again, you see the wall.
Yeah, before what happened was Hyanan died, so they need to contest, but poking in very slowly. But because they are zoned off by the wall, they either way hard commit with the Ryze ultimate or don't do anything at all. And right here, fighting 4 versus 5 there, just Ryze ultimating on top of that doesn't really allow them, so really great Talia ultimate there.
Okay. And we saw one later as well.
We saw one later as well. We're not going to get a chance to see it here again, but we did have just another fantastic ultimate, zoning them completely out, making sure they can't even make their way into the pit, even with 5 members strong in that exchange. And so Knight, Memento, we were skeptical about Memento. We expected Knight to carry. I feel like we did not see that against Fnatic, but we are seeing it here today against Roccat.
Yeah, 100%. A really good performance on Talia here, and very important because it was Roccat who valued the Ryze very early in the draft, banned Syndra, banned Cassiopeia to try and get a good matchup for Betsy, and then Talia is still a choice we see very often. And when you can then play it this well, it kind of makes it hard for Roccat now in the pick and ban phase if they want to play Ryze again, because there's too many picks they got to get rid of.
Yeah, once again, I would have really liked to see how it goes if it's not 0-5, but because the kills were so early, I think if you have a Talia who can push out first, with the ultimate, able to roam everywhere, and the Kha'Zix that can hit anyone 1v1, then afterwards Giants played it out really well. Once again, in the team fights, need to be a little bit more careful for the combo. That's where we saw Roccat coming back. But once they played like their team comps with Talia ultimates, getting the Barons and setting up together, and not getting one-shotted in the backline because actually they are peeling for them, then everything worked out.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust, what they want to change in picks and bans, and what they want to change on the execution front, because coming up, we'll see if Roccat can fight back or if Giants will take the last series of the week with the 2-0. And after the final game, we'll load into the post-game lobby for a look back at the week, rookies to watch, and more. Don't go anywhere.
Coming down while all that's going on. Somehow Betsy died. Flaxish is teleported in. Knight surfs on the Weaver's ball.
It's gone
this
horribly
is
wrong.
horrible for Roccat. 3 kills so far. They're diving for 4. They're looking for a 10-minute ace. Roccat are running for their lives. Flaxish is looking for a target. A flash away from everyone on Roccat. Dustbringer buys some time. How did no one die?
Roccat, that's at least a little bit in their benefit, and like that, we're into another fight.
Do it again! Maxlaw's already down. Infernal Drake. Now Fjorden eats another arrow. Are you hungry, son? Because you're eating everything. Jungler for ADC and Memento's forced to flash defensively. Now Roccat forced backwards. Meowkai is coming and he's purring for blood. Puxy gets caught down, but it's Flaxish that survives a few seconds longer. He's already killed. Flaxish is moving forward. Maxlaw's caught. Betsy eats an arrow and Giants scream, are you not entertained? And welcome back to Berlin for our coverage of Game 2 between Giants and Roccat. And if Giants keep up the memento they had from Game 1, it could end here. How do Roccat bounce back, Stress? I like the concept of the Nocturne Shen, but unfortunately it wasn't executed well enough.
The Nocturne Shen had its uses. Honestly, though, I feel like putting Maxlaw in a position where he's like, okay, guys, we got one play. We're just going to try that one. And that's all he can really do. Actually, kind of wastes a lot of Maxlaw's strengths. He tends to be, you know, when we saw him on Giants last split, was pretty good at knowing where to be on the map, to kind of move around and outmaneuver the enemy team and the enemy jungler. So I'm interested to see whether they put Maxlaw on a slightly different role in this game, because outside of the game, we've heard quite a lot about how he was the jungler for this team, to fit this team because of the way he has his attitude is about the game. Very positive, very good outlook. So if they can get him onto a good champion now, maybe we'll see a bit of a turnaround.
Yeah, and they're going to need that attitude. You know, it was a tough game.
Yeah.
And regardless of how it looked and the fact that Giants were very ahead, etc., like, Roccat didn't just roll over and play dead. They still looked for opportunities. They finally found that one pretty good team fight in the mid lane where they comboed everything, the Shen, the Nocturne, the Rise. And that time they made it work, but unfortunately they were too far behind for it to be impactful.
This time, Roccat selecting blue side has meant that Giants are forced to ban out the Rengar, the Camille, the LeBlanc, so they're going to be gone. Roccat continue the trend of blue side Zyra bans, not wanting to first pick it themselves. Obviously, if they were to leave it open, Giants would very likely take that on the first rotation. And again, Malzahar on blue side.
So we have to assume then Kha'Zix on the blue side for Roccat?
Either that or Jace.
Okay.
Really is the thing. I mean, Kha'Zix, Maxlaw, I would like to see him play that. It's a little bit more focused towards, you know, dominating from that jungle role, and that's what I would like to see. So likely, Rengar going to get banned here, unless Giants want to force the one-for-one trade and have Roccat pick up one and take the other, in which case they could look to take away something, you know, that they kind of struggled with in the last game. Looking at the actual picks, I don't really think there's too much that you really fear from the last game.
I mean, Shen is something we're actually seeing banned on red side instead of Rengar. You know, allowing one of those power picks to go through, and now whichever one you get, the other is available.
Yeah, so the thing is, now Roccat have to answer the question of what do you prefer yourself. Obviously, Rengar is everybody's highest priority, so Giants don't even have to pick the Kha'Zix up here if they feel like strong picks like Varus, the Karma, if they want it again on this rotation, could very well be a higher priority for them, but Karma for hustling doesn't always fit. May very well be Kha'Zix and AD carry on this rotation, and then support as last.
I sincerely hope it is Kha'Zix, because I want the hunt to happen.
Well, they don't need to pick Kha'Zix here. They can pick their AD carry, and last rotation of Phase 1, the Kha'Zix, which will end up giving them a little bit more decision-making power in this first phase. That Maokai coming out, while I think you could see it as being a surprise, Giants have basically said, okay, we're picking top lane this phase. I don't want this Maokai banned away. Flaxish says, okay, my TPs were great. I feel like I can have impact now. With Shen banned away, this is a significant pick for the top lane.
Yeah, really important. And I guess the fact is, you don't need to rush your jungle pick unless you want to hide a pick, right?
Ooh, this out of Roccat could be rough, because they're either losing out on AD carry or top lane, and they're actually going to lose out on both. Giants right here could very well go Syndra, but also at the same time, it's a good force, because Roccat have basically said you either won't get Kha'Zix, or you won't get Syndra, or you won't get your choice of support coming from this either. So Roccat kind of trying to force out two different roles. We haven't seen too many teams do this.
Why is it that was the force? What was the signal when Roccat locked in that Karma and the Rise?
Well, Roccat basically, at this point, knowing that Giants wanted that Kha'Zix as the last rotation, taking away the mid lane pool now. They want Betsy on something comfortable. That Rise is available for him, and Giants are trying to take away the top laners as well. Likely Roccat can end up just playing Rumble if they want it, or they could end up with a Nautilus if Giants don't first rotate it here. Corki or Cassiopeia very well could be these last two bans, or the last ban for Roccat if they want to continue the mid lane pinch.
Yeah, Corki is definitely something Knight has fallen back to many times. He could look to run the Talia once more if he wants to, and it is the Cassio, as you mentioned.
So if Giants don't pick Nautilus here, it is a pick that Faxi could run. If that Nautilus obviously would go to Hustlin, that was what he played in the previous game. So Roccat are in a situation where likely Rumble would be one option for top lane for damage. And we spoke about it in game one, that it isn't meta. Just because it ain't meta doesn't mean Hyana won't want to play some Sivir. Good pushing power, good at engage when it comes to setting up the rest of the team, getting, Maxlor into the fight on Rengar.
What else would you pair with this? I mean, this is a gotta-go fast comp. And obviously, anything that wants to engage and play team fights would work, and I guess that's why the Rumble's locked in, does well into the Maokai.
Could be Talia coming out again for Knight, if they just want to run a very similar composition to the previous game. Very, very similar.
Yeah,
indeed.
Gonna be a lot of options. I mean, for Giants last time round, would it be pretty much the same, actually?
Yeah, if the Talia comes through, it would be. Oriana is another option that they're hovering over. I like this. It kind of defends a little bit against the Rengar more than a Talia would. Talia is a little bit more difficult to get Rengar out of the fight. Typically, you're dead before the shove ever comes out.
And also, there's no real global pressure now from Roccat. Yes, you can have the teleport, of course, but in the previous game, it was Shen and Nocturne. This time round, a lot more wombo combo for that team fight. Nautilus and Maokai and Kha'Zix, ball delivery systems. Giants have got, I think, what feels like a well-rounded comp. Roccat have got a, we want to kill you in an instant comp. So much damage.
Which didn't work out too well in game one for them. So Roccat, when you look at this setup, high amount of damage on the top side, at least Rengar Rumble output a fair amount. Roccat, they're going to be able to shove the bot lane as well with the Sivir, with the Karma, but I do wonder if the Nautilus, if the Maokai start getting too tanky again. We've not got too much in the way of tank busting. Sivir does good damage late game. Yeah. Late game, when you get those crit ricochets all the way through the team, but we'll have to watch it.
On the bright side for Hyanin, the Giants team composition, which you can see on the screen, kind of wants to bundle up and deathball and run at you as a group, right? Maokai, Nautilus, Kha'Zix on the front line. So there's going to be a lot of options for Ricochet and that Boomerang Blade.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of options, but Hyanin is basically one of the only AD carries in the world that, with both Varus and Jhin available, defaults out to Sivir. We've seen the Caitlyn, we've seen the Ezreal from other AD carries, but haven't seen too much in the way of Sivir. Only a handful of games in 2017.
Yeah, long time. Patch 7.1, not a lot of Sivir. I can see 1-2 games over in LPL. And we'll see whether or not Hyanin can play. I mean, just for reference, Hyanin actually has 35 career games, professional on stage with Sivir. His next closest is Corki with 19. So it is far and away his most experienced champion. It's just a little strange. And Maxlor, back in the day from the UK scene, Fedius was telling us that he was known as a Rengar one-trick, pre-rework, etc. Now he's got his hands first pick in the new meta. Arguably the strongest jungler in the game right now.
I like the most UK junglers we've seen on an EU LCS stage at one point would say their Rengar was good, and then they kind of stopped saying it. So we'll see whether Maxlor lives up to it, whether he can follow in the footsteps of Impaler's Rengar all the way back on Super Hot Crew. That's a long time ago.
I mean, there were small steps.
Yeah.
So
the problem with that was it was always that top lane wanted to play it, because we had a true Rengar one-trick up in the top lane in that team. Anyway, that was a long time ago. History lesson is not necessary on this one. And I mean, what does Hyanin have to offer on this Sivir as well? Has the spell shield, can absorb a lot of that Ashe engage that's going to come out. Obviously, Sivir, Karma, high movement speed, focus on utility for the rest of the team. And unlike the last game, junglers are starting both on the top side of the map, so we'll see whether they end up doing the path all the way down to the bot side or whether they come back up for top lane. This is the kind of lane where you'll see more impact earlier on. Rumble into Maokai. Typically, Rumble should get ahead.
All right, should get ahead, pushing power in his favor with that Flame Spitter. Keeping an eye, missing a few of those CS, trading already. Actually missing a lot of those CS. Not the most comfortable right now, but we'll have to track how much pressure he puts on. Of course, this is going to open up options for Memento to run Foxy down. And obviously, if Maxlaw is around, that savagery Battle Roar can maybe turn something around. Good damage already, though.
Yeah, good damage. You can see Foxy just sitting in the danger zone is going to push out. This is important for WD to get a little bit of vision control. Obviously, will now spot out Memento.
And of course, this Sivir Karma lane, the Ricky Bobby wanna go fast duo, is gonna put a lot of pressure onto Hustlin's Nautilus again.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Good film.
Yeah.
Talladega Nights. If you haven't seen it, go watch it now. But Hikyu and Hustlin, they got away with that laning phase in game 1 because of good counter engage when they got jumped on. Betsy and Knight continue to trade up. Do you expect them to have that same possibility this time around without really that kind of team composition?
Yeah, there's always that possibility. There's also a possibility for Foxy to get ganked. He should know that Memento could be topside right now after he got spotted out on Wolves, heading up towards top, but Memento doesn't go into the lane. Obviously, Flaxish signaling that Foxy had dropped out of the lane for a little while, likely that it was warded. So Memento just goes to steal away some of the enemy jungle. Gives Maxlaw not a whole lot of options on his second path now as Maxlaw backed away.
All right, so Vision, you can see that Roccat ward just in front. Oh, Foxy gonna get spotted up. Flash is available. Blast Cone has been optimized. Arcane Smash comes down. Defensive Flash. Flash forward for Memento. That's an isolated Foxy. The shield comes up. Memento tanks a shot and they trade flashes. Top for jungle.
Fairly important there that Foxy got himself into that overheat, got the shield on, and was able to kind of dare Giants to say, come under the tower, because you're going to end up dying from it. I don't know whether Flaxish even would have been able to get the kill if he had gone. So Foxy burns his flash, as you said, Memento burns his as well, but a repeat gank could spell really much the end for this top lane if Foxy ends up dying on it.
It's very important not having that flash in a matchup that really wants to push, you know? Additional threat to Foxy now because Memento showed top. Maxlaw goes in for an invade. He's already up 10 CS. It's only 200 gold for now, though. But more importantly, it's denying that camp from Memento.
And this is what these pushing lanes can transition into, is that ability to easily control the enemy jungle with vision. You can see topside a lot of wards, spot out Memento again. Rise is pushing, top lane Rumble's pushing, even bot lane is pushing against Giants. And if this ends up having significant tower damage, like we've seen a couple of times, that's the kind of platform Roccat can use to build into first tower blood. If they can get damage down, the problem is, against the Nautilus, against an Ashe, that's a lot of crowd control that comes out. If you step out of the comfort zone of your own minion wave, you can pretty easily be engaged upon.
Yeah, they've actually got relatively good clear if needed, right? The volley and the Riptide does a lot of work. And Maxlaw's looking to do work in the mid lane. Betsy's ghosted up, Bowler Strike, and the flash from Knight, but 2 summoners for 1. And now all of a sudden, Foxy's the target top lane, Knight's the target bot lane. Kianin gets a very good boomerang blade. No summoners in the bottom used.
Knight had to flash out of that. Even though the bowler had not hit him, still good choice to just flash out. Does leave him vulnerable, much like Foxy is in the top lane. But we haven't seen a repeat gank from Memento on that one. You can see Flaxish is now pushing back out. This is a lot because Flaxish wants to back himself out of the lane by the looks of it. Fairly low health, out of potion stacks, who's trying to just force the wave back under the enemy tower.
A little bit earlier, Stress, you alluded to just the amount of damage that Roccat has on their composition. I think their team comp sort of comes online significantly earlier than Giants.
Oh, yeah.
Oriana needs time to scale, and Hikyu's Ashe needs a couple of items. But obviously, the synergies when Roccat begins to group up become very obvious. Early flash from Flaxish. She stood on a ward, so Foxy wants to try and interrupt it, he can. And then, of course, we need to see whether or not Roccat can group their champions together to look for that tower, like you mentioned.
And it's a good exchange in the top side. Foxy using that ultimate, knows that with his teleport unavailable, he's not really going to have too much use for that in the next couple of minutes, so throws it out to push Flaxish back, push the wave back out as well, and try and punish Flaxish for staying in lane at fairly low health. You're never really going to be able to dive him now that his ultimate is available, but still takes a little extra time out of Flaxish before he can back away.
Yeah. Slower start this time around, 7 minutes in. Huge team fight broke out around this time frame, but the comps don't really look towards that. Flaxish is yet to back, actually. Is now sitting in lane, despite some of the pressure. And Foxy looking at teleport timers. I really want to see who's going to be the first to make a move. You know, ultimates locked for the top half of the map. There's just so many, like, options for where you could go.
Yeah.
It just depends on who steps over the line.
Yeah, there's obviously that kind of boiling pot now of Roccat and Giants. Roccat have fairly significant increases in damage output and the ability to fight at 6 and 11. 11 far stronger as well, so for that level 11 mark, we'll see if we get there. Memento is level 6, has that evolved claws for Taste Their Fear.
Yeah, a lot of damage that comes from that. So Maxlaw had some support from Wadid on a potential invade, reading Memento and Hustlin's movement, so that was very good by them. BF swords and a couple long swords for Hyanin, boots instead for Hikyu. Just gonna keep playing that wave clear game, and we talked a lot about like the Roccat sort of team style and the Roccat selection process, etc. On Giant's side, it feels like they've got a lot of, you know, good individual skilled players, and I want to see what their potential is over the course of a split, because last summer was really sort of Giants' strongest showing yet during a regular season and making it to playoffs, etc.
Yeah, a lot of it was the introduction of Knight, Maxlaw into the lineup. Did a good job, and we'll see if Maxlaw can continue it. This is against a Maokai who has his ultimate up, but oh, that's a lot of damage.
It is indeed not the strongest equalizer. Foxy forced to flash away.
He's still alive.
Betsy's coming up to help if he needs to. First blood picked up by Foxy, and the scrap shield gets him out. It wasn't clean, but they got their man.
And now the trade on this is Giants on the bot side are taking the Infernal Drake, so it ended up being the kill in the top side. Hard worked against the Maokai under tower, but overall I think Giants, unless this tower falls, will come out in their minds on top. That Infernal Drake will go a long way.
It's definitely an investment. You know, it's not going to show right now, but having that Infernal Drake, the later the game goes, the happier they'll be. Roccat, short-term win.
Yep.
First blood onto the lane that really wants to be pushing and playing aggressively. A rumble with Sork Shoes and Haunting Guys into the Spectre's Cowl. Flaxish gonna have a tough time.
And you can see the focus for Roccat in this bottom lane. I mean, Hyanin clearly feels like Hikyu hasn't really been pushing him out too much or pressuring out much at all. And in that, this matchup goes, okay, well, you've got Ashe, we'll take the Sivir. Basically saying to Wadid, you've played with him, have you played with my Sivir?
Yes.
And Wadid's like, I've played with pretty good Sivirs. It's okay, don't worry. So for Hyanin, I want to see what he can do on his signature pick.
Yeah.
Faxi does have his teleport available for a bot lane play if we end up seeing that, and Equalizer is nearly up as well. So Roccat may aim for that bottom side if they want to go aggressive under the tower against Giants, whereas Flaxish, we saw him use his teleport to get back up to the top lane to save top tower.
3 minutes at least before Flaxish can teleport. Betsy still has Realm Warp available. Maxlaw's going to have his ultimate, so there is a window of opportunity. Roccat have got a very good advantage, 1,500 gold. Top lane tower is almost dead. Bottom lane tower is being pushed down. This is what the composition is sort of meant to do. And good sidestep from both Hyanin and Wadid.
Yeah, this is the entire focus of Sivir Karma, is just push, 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 get damage down, but the damage doesn't always translate into big wins unless the junglers come down and help them out. So you can see both junglers on the bottom side, Memento, just sticking around just in case something kicks off down there, but everybody now has their ultimate available. And that's one of the points where Roccat have started to become a little more dangerous in this early game. Already 1 kill on the board. A good lead for themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the CS advantages. You know, plus 10 top, plus 25 in the jungle, that's about 600 gold. Nearly 20 in the mid lane, 10 in the ADC. If you actually switch over to the gold really quick, it's plus 600 in the top lane, plus 600 in the jungle. There you go. Like, these are just incremental advantages, which then Roccat can use to push the lead further. It's 2,000 gold. Now, a team fight around either a tower or a dragon will snowball that further. What Giants don't want to do is allow that to happen. Giants really need to stall the game now, play for some item break points.
Yep.
and then look to start their picks with that Ash Arrow.
Speaking of items on that bottom side, Hyanan just picks up the Essence Reaver. We'll see if it's the static Shiv that he ends up going for. Seen that a lot on Sivir throughout the years. High amounts of wave clear. Basically, you one-shot the wave with a Ricochet and that static Shiv. So we'll see that push will continue when they get back to the bottom side. And the fact that Hikyu and Hustlin are recalling may very well indicate that they're just going to send them top and concede this tower right now because it's already dead. And you can see they're heading for top lane. This is Giants making a conscious decision to try and get a little bit ahead of the play on top side once they lose the bot side tower.
Yeah, they're going to give up that first tower blood though. Hyanan and Wadid already in lane, starting to push forward. Some shenanigans being set up around the top. Maxlaw actually going to need to move up as we take a look at Hikyu. Crystal Arrow catches onto Foxy. There's support. There's a fight in the river as well. Foxy may be able to get the Equalizer down. He does. That's a good cutoff. Flaxish is being burnt down. Summoner heal used. Foxy gets locked down with a Twisted Advance. He doesn't have... Oh, he's got Flash. A few seconds longer. Flashes away. Too late. Hikyu gets a kill for Giants. I didn't see what happened to Maxlaw or Betsy, but they've blown their summoner spells.
Oh, and they would just use Ripped Realm Warp as well. Couldn't quite get in there. Roccat did push down the bot side tower in response. His top tower push coming out from Giants, but Roccat are on to the inner tower. Maxlaw is crossing to bot lane.
Tower first blood to Roccat. Giants get their first kill and their first tower, but it's at the cost of an inner turret. Roccat, they've got two. This is a good trade for Roccat.
Yeah, Roccat and Hyanan clearly, you know, just focusing on that tower game on the bot side. Hikyu comes up to the top side. Good arrow did connect with Faxi, but it took him so long to kill him thanks to that Equalizer. The Giants got stalled out a little on that play, and Roccat were able to respond fairly well on the bottom lane. So,
oh, was that just sidestepped?
Looked like it. Yeah. Looks like Betsy just stepped aside.
Yeah, manages to get out of range of the shockwave. So Knight, mechanically speaking, not looking as good as his Taliyah. You know, in game one, Knight's Taliyah hit what looked like every single seismic shot. Really good mind placement. This time around, a little less so on the Oriana.
So this is the arrow, comes out, hits Faxi. Maxlaw was dueling with Hustling for a very long time. That's Rengar for you after the rework. So Flaxish was able to take down Faxi, who barely had his flash available, like now. And the arrow connected.
Flash, like simultaneous.
Yep.
All right,
Giants are pushed up.
Is available for Maxlaw. Foxy teleported in for this one. Equalizer comes down. Hikyu gets shut down where he stands. Now Memento's trying to run for his life. Has a flash available. Maxlaw leaps forward using that savagery in the bowler strike. Turns his attention to the Rift Scuttler. 2 easy kills for Roccat.
And this is what happens when Roccat have a little bit more fluidity about their game, where Maxlaw has more options on the map. They're going to get Mountain Drake. It's a culmination of things. Slightly stronger picks out of that jungle for Roccat. The top lane that is a little bit more comfortable for Faxi as well has that damage that they can play around. That play is all set up actually weirdly from the shockwave in mid lane. Knight caught the minions with it, so it clears the wave out, meaning Roccat couldn't go to mid lane to push it through. They would have got stalled out by the time Giants got back. However, Giants then overextend in the bottom lane.
Oh, Memento!
Oh!
Why? Memento just donates a gift to Hyanan.
I don't think he was expecting to get hit quite so hard by Hyanan. Hyanan...
He hasn't seen Sivir in so long, he forgot what a boomerang blade does.
Yeah, he did. He did forget about it. And this is a play on
I thought this was going to be a
bottom
replay of the kill. I was like, that's brutal, guys.
This is Giants overextending. You can see mid lane had already been cleared out a while before, so Faxi took a lot of damage but got Equalizer out in response. Hustlin not tanky enough to survive through that damage, and Roccat just take a fairly convincing fight on the bot side just from Giants overextending.
Yeah, very good start to the game this time around for Roccat. Given some power picks, given a team composition that, as we mentioned, you know, comes online and becomes very strong earlier than the Giants comp. And now Roccat have got a 5,000 gold advantage. You wouldn't know if you took the team names off. It was the same team, you know, they're using their comp well. Their teleport down bottom was good. And now Roccat needs to do the next step and push into Giants territory.
Yeah, that mid lane as well was Memento stepping just into the boomerang blade and getting crit at the same time. So Hyanan clearly comfortable on this Sivir.
I'd hope so.
Fairly heavily up. I mean, we haven't seen Sivir in a while.
Yeah.
At least not here in Europe. This is what she does. She sits mid, ricochets the wave, puts a boomerang blade through it, and there's the entire wave gone. And now they push your tower in.
1,600 gold up, by the way.
Yep.
So that's the 30 CS, the 2 additional towers, obviously the 2 assists as well. And that's allowing Hyanan just to obliterate the waves and keep pressure on Giants.
Quantifiably, that's the zeal difference, and you know, a little extra pocket change alongside it as well. The Dorans was sold by Hiku to allow him to get that dagger that kind of adds up a little bit in his inventory. You can see that Hyanan fairly comfortable in the game, and you know, now we turn towards the utility that comes with it as well. Level 11 has been reached by everybody really, but Maxwell when you look at damage dealers on Roccat. So they have a fair amount of power.
Yeah, they really do. And I'm going to do one of the caster tropes that always happens around this time, where we go, don't forget, guys, the
Trinity
Giants
Force power spike. Oh,
no, not
sorry.
yet. No, different game. The Giants composition has got a lot of scaling on their side.
Oh, okay.
You know, Maokai, Oriana, Kha'Zix, Nautilus even, to an extent. They're all going to get better and better and better. And once they can survive the insta-burst, they can turn around.
Yeah.
But good luck, because they have to deal with, well, a lot. You know, the number of options, the flanking possibilities, and now even Maxwell is going to pick up that buff. If he can find isolated targets and be Rengar, like it wasn't difficult enough dealing with Rengar on this patch.
Nice little equalizer down in the bottom lane, takes away the minion wave, or the majority of it, which is going to slow Giants down again. That means mid tower is now under significant threat from this Sivir. It is only Knight that stands there, but Giants want to regroup. They caught with it.
They do indeed. Hiku gets exhausted. Here comes Memento. The targets were dead. He flashes away first. Knight is ghosted to get into the fight. And looking at summoner spells, heal and ghost for Giants. Hyanan was heal, and then Wadid's dual summoners.
Yeah, dual summoners were popped, but Betsy, meanwhile, top lane is still pushing away. Giants going all the way from bot lane now, running up towards top. Betsy will back away before that ever really has any kind of impact on this game.
Stress, look at the level difference. Flaxish level 11, Foxy level 13. Big advantage there, and actually, Betsy, Hyanan, and Wadid all one above their opponents. Just more experience, more farm. You can see it on the CS score on the bottom. And that's where this gold lead comes from.
More items as well. While you're looking at the bottom of the screen, obviously Freddy has joined the support staff for Roccat. Keep your eyes on the bottom part of the screen, because I want to talk about Hyanan's Phantom Dancer. We spoke about how Static Shiv in days gone by has been the go-to for Sivir, just for that big first hit with the additional crit chance as well. So Phantom Dancer, Hyanan wants to stay alive a little bit longer. If Memento's jumping at him and Huston's jumping at him, Flaxish jumping at him, try and just survive longer, try and kite back, get as much damage reduction out of there as well as the crit chance that it will bestow.
Definitely gonna be, well, it's gonna be important for Hyanan to stay alive, but he's not the only one that needs to kill people, you know, like Giants have such a tough time. If they try to focus Hyanan, then they get burned alive and killed by Rengar. If they try to, you know, shut down Betsy's Rise, who's now over like 2,000 HP and going to be working towards that Archangel soon, then Rengar and Sivir kill him. Like, there's so many problems to deal with.
Well, the perfect team fight for Giants looks like Betsy and Hyanan standing close enough to each other that when Memento jumps in with the ball, Knight shockwaves through, Flaxish finishes him off and, you know, takes the fight with Hiku's crowd control as well. That's what Giants are looking for. The problem is, all Betsy and Hyanan have to do is stand at two different sides of the fight and make sure that they're just outputting damage onto at least one or two members from Giants. They caught Wadid.
Wadid, no flash, remember. He was caught in the mid lane. Hyanan's going to get followed by the depth charge. Equalizer comes down, flash engage onto Foxy. He flashes away defensively. The Roccat squad is split, and they give up 2 kills to Giants.
They catch out with it. That's another way of doing it, if you can catch out a squishy. Look at Roccat though. taking their time in the mid lane. There wasn't a minion wave. This is going to be a realm warp out if they want to get this turret. They're going to have to, but they can't get the turret either. Didn't really have the time to commit to it. Knight and Huston were a little fast on the rotation from Dragon.
Yeah, so Giants not giving up yet. Fighting around Dragon spawns has sort of been the tempo of the game, actually.
Yeah.
That's 3 in a row now where something has happened. Maxlor and Betsy just chilling. Betsy actually used the blast cone to get to safety, and Maxlor gonna start the red buff. He's gonna be surrounded. Shockwave can't be disabled, and Maxlor able to escape.
Gets out of there with his life. Betsy now knows that his trading prowess against Knight suddenly goes through the roof. He's able to effectively trade without really worrying too much about any kind of massive damage spike.
I'm disappointed with Knight's Oriana. 23 minutes into the game, 196 CS. Yes, there was pressure in the mid lane. But for a guy who just looked so phenomenal last year and whatnot, he just doesn't seem to have the mastery on the champion that I've come to expect from him.
I understand what you mean by that. And I think a part of why it looks that way is to do with the champion. You don't pick Oriana to say, I'm going to dominate before 20 minutes and basically win the game. It's not as flashy as a LeBlanc. This is a champion that has fairly few bad lane matchups, but at the same time doesn't crush many either. So you're waiting for the team fight prowess. And Giants, they've only found themselves in a situation where they could fight once or twice. So Knight may very well still have the ability to impact the game. He's going to get caught out here, though.
Knight's going to get jumped on. Shockwave is available this time around.
Dead.
Hustlin is gone. See, when you got that much damage, nobody stands in your way.
Yeah, nobody really can afford to.
All right, Maxwell gets pulled back this time round. Knight telling me to shut up as he double teams the Memento to kill Maxwell.
Well, Knight, I mean, didn't get the kill off that, so you can still, say it didn't show his
that was
prowess.
a good play.
No, I know,
I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
But that is the thing, is we've seen him on champions like this still look flashy, right? When Vlad was a thing, his Vladimir looked scary, even just in the earlier parts of the game as well. Team fighting, he became a monster, so that's what I want to see from Knight.
Yeah, I want to see how Giants continue to claw back. They're still 6,000 gold down, but stress, 2 dragons to their name. Where do they go with this? I mean, it's so clear that Hustlin, Memento, and Hiku, well, anybody but Flexish won't be able to stand toe-to-toe with Roccat for very long. So how do they come back from this massive deficit?
Well, catching Wadid has been a good way so far. A couple of the engages have been all about at least starting the fight on Karma. Only one has resulted in Karma's death, but still is a good target to pick. I mean, Shannon has a spell shield. Betsy's difficult to kill. Maxwell, we've seen them try and kill a couple of times, but Roccat kind of just hang on through a lot of those fights. So either catching Karma or Rumble is a good way to start fights for Giants. And then you spoke about the damage of those Infernal Drakes. It's able to kind of pile everything back on top of Roccat.
One thing I want to talk about Roccat in terms of like the youthfulness of the squad, they had a huge gold lead from very early on, and the only inner turret that is down or has been applied any pressure at all is in the bottom lane, and that was thanks to Hyanin and Wadid, and that was because Giants were top. The long story, summarized, Roccat have not shown they know how to push their vision line and apply further pressure because it took so long to get that mid-outer turrets.
It did, although that's another one of these styles where Oriana has that benefit because it's difficult to push her in. Defensive threat from Shockwave is always there, but you are right in the way that they're not pushing advantages. They're not continually looking to get deeper into the Giants' jungle. They have got decent vision control on the top side, but they haven't really been able to find a lot of targets for Maxlor in this game at all because, I mean, he can't really go on a Maokai, he can't go on a Nautilus all that effectively on his own or with only one person, so what should be you know, a scary area of the map for Giants is easily controlled for them right now. They have decent ways with the Hawk shot of checking patches of vision control as well, so Giants just aren't falling for the trap a whole lot.
No, they're not. Trap is being set, Roccat positioning vision around the dragon. A minute to go until Infernal, so I gonna use my caster sensors and predict something happening around Infernal Dragon. At least I certainly hope so, because look at that line of vision. Roccat really committing to this next Infernal Drake.
Theoretically, there's no way that Roccat shouldn't get this. Like, with that vision control, with their lead, the only thing they'd have to be afraid of is Giants actually team fighting them, and considering Rockat's mobility, their ability to deny fights as well with the equalizer, cut off entrance paths. Kianan spell shields up the arrow. There's one tool that Giants would be liking in 25 seconds when that dragon's up that is no longer available.
Absolutely.
But Giants have now set up a couple of wards, which means Flaxish can look to TP in behind if he ends up recalling out before this fight, but he's fairly healthy himself and recently bought, so he doesn't need to TP if he doesn't want to.
This might be an overreach, but I feel like you would not want to fight Rockat's team composition right now.
No.
Not only because of their team composition, but because of the advantage they've built up. Kianan, left alone in that mid lane, needs to be a little careful, because now all of a sudden, Roccat are split up. Max Law, thrill of the hunt, where is the target? Equalize onto the back line. Memento's getting melted down. He needs to run away already. Flaxish gets the heal from Redemption. That was Hustler that cast it. Memento on the Void Assault, defensively trying to get away.
Betsy
cannot do so. Flaxish still on the front line. Kianan's looking for a target. Rune Prison's going to come out shortly. Let's see, engage onto Betsy. 4 members of Giants trying to take him down. Seraphs buy some time. HiQ is getting melted. Foxy takes him down with a flame spitter, but Betsy dies for the price. It's a 2-for-1, and the dragon is still alive.
Shockwave's still there.
Is very cheeky with this recall. Not going to get interrupted, but it will get delayed. Hustlin forced to back away at the threat. Teleport from Foxy, and this will allow the dragon, as predicted, team fight at Dragon and Roccat winners.
Good prediction, Trevor. You're able to see the future. Let me know what the numbers are for this week. It'll be great. At this point, Roccat, though, they took a fight that was a little 50-50. The equalizer from Faxi was good into the backline, zones out the carries for a long, long time in this fight. You can see HiQ getting burnt down as well. Memento just can't do anything with Betsy chasing him down. The important thing is here is look at where HiQ is in the back of this fight. HiQ knows that they don't want the rest of this fight if they can help it. Kianan is blocking him away. Hustlin has to come back with Knight, and it means Flaxish is on his own. Flaxish goes incredibly aggressive here, and it kind of ends up evening some aspects of the fight, but with HiQ and Faxi not able to take out Faxi, it means Giants just have to fall all the way back because Rumble comes with a TP back in.
So much damage.
After nearly dealing 5.5k damage.
And remember, just before that fight broke out, HiQ used the arrow onto Kianan. It came alive right at the end of the fight. And even though he caught Foxy, it didn't matter because he was overheating and just melted him, even through the stun. That's why it was almost 5.5k. 30 minutes into the game, and Roccat can continue to grow this lead. Over 7,000 gold, they've got the kill advantage, still only 4 towers. So now the expectation is push further, and if you can find a kill onto a solo target, this is a mistake from Flaxish that is potentially going to hurt them. Rest of Giants, though, they're making a beeline for Baron.
They've already committed onto this Baron as well. They are rushing it. No, they're not. That's I was going to say, I was expecting it lower than 9k health when we looked.
Baron is going to get tagged a little bit. Betsy's able to survive for a while.
Coming out.
Redemption comes down. Kianan's running them down on the hunt. He's just going to keep chasing. Betsy looking for more. That's a good burst of damage. Shockwave will get blocked by Seraphs at least a little. Maxwell can take the blast cone, and he does. But now he's got 3 to find. Is going to get forced away. Faxi used the equalizer earlier, and the Electro Harpoons don't find a target. So Giants and Baron players thwarted, but have they opened it up for Roccat?
Yeah, they have opened it up somewhat here, at least to clear the vision out very easily. The Honey Fruit has been taken down by Maxwell, so he's got some of that health back. Memento is going to look for the steal. He's got Edge of Night, which will get absorbed by Rumble. Can he
so
jump
much damage,
in?
so much damage. They've
They've
stopped
held
on
it.
Baron. Foxy, he's used the hourglass. 1200. Goes
He stole
in.
it.
It's stolen again. Another Baron steal. At what cost? Flaxish is down, as well as Memento, but they get 2 kills as well.
It was nearly a good hold at 1700 health on the Baron. Memento. Actually, the damage that came from Hikyu onto Faxi was pretty significant in the setup to that Baron play, because it meant that Faxi had to Zhonya's himself and stopped putting out the damage against the jungler. We'll see how Memento ended up stealing it away.
So, Giants get themselves a breath of life. Mid-game team fights is one of the areas they've looked strongest and stressed. This was that replay. Rumble on Kha'Zix.
Rumble on Kha'Zix, you can see in comes Hikyu for a little extra damage on Faxi, forces the Zhonya's out, and as they jump in, Memento is able to get the smite down. Maxwell was trying to get it himself. There was a level advantage for Memento as he jumped in and gets the steal. Just barely.
Just barely indeed. And that is, of course, Betsy's dad in the audience, watching Roccat, looking to come back from a heavy-handed loss in game 1. But they've got off to a very, very good start in game 2, and this Baron play all of a sudden swings control in favor of Giants. It swings momentum in favor of the squad with the 1-0 advantage.
Giants managing to recoup some of their deficit. Faxi finds Flaxish.
All right, Ash Arrow just goes a little bit wide. Flashes for flashes. All of a sudden, Roccat have engaged. On the hunt comes down. Memento's
dead.
Blown up. That was thanks to Betsy. Rune Prison down. Maxwell's going to jump forward. Remember, Rengar was given away, was allowed through. Boomerang Blade from Hyun, and he's flying into the fight. Knight has got the shockwave available in a very good position, and just like that, Roccat turn around.
Yeah, turn it around with one pick. You mentioned Knight's shockwaves. It's been a little while since we've seen a good shockwave out of Knight. The last couple of fights have not really offered him the positioning on it. He hasn't got the ball on Memento a couple of times. And Roccat back away. Elder Drake 40 seconds away. And they already have themselves one Infernal and a Mountain. So if they can get the added benefit on top of that, that would go a long, long way for Roccat of evening the series up.
That would be a decider game for the last series of week 2 to, step back and go all the way back to the beginning of the series. We touched on this. Roccat and Giants both 0-2 in the spring split. And Roccat desperately trying to improve upon a very slow start to the series. That game 1 was very brutal.
Oh, yeah.
And this game actually showed it. There's a depth of character to bounce back from a beating that hard and actually turn it back around. The team composition allows it, though.
Yeah, I prefer the draft out of Roccat this time. A lot of it is the fact that Giants gave over the Rengar.
Yes.
Gave them a lot more options. Roccat, I think, when they prioritized a little differently, saying, okay, well, we want the Karma and Rise on phase 1, kind of threw the teams for a little bit of a loop, but
now we find out, Stress. Now we find out whether tanks versus damage is better in whose hands. Because there's no front line here for Roccat. They're looking for a target. Edge of Night from Memento will buy some time. Hustlin seems to be the man. Redemption comes down. That's a pretty good equalizer. That locks Hustlin and Knight out. Betsy's forced to run away. Flaxish still in the front line. He's down! Dead. He's killed! Hikyu found him! Memento's looking for more and will not be able to do it. But the front line has been shredded. Flaxish goes down 1 for 1.
1 for 1 in the fight. Hyanan, the critical member of Roccat that ended up dying. Betsy thankfully has enough damage to take over well into this game. 36 minutes, level 18. He has enough damage that he is a significant threat to the rest of this lineup. So the fact that Hyanan died was good for Giants, but it's not enough to win the fight outright.
No, it is not. Equalizer available in 22 seconds. Teleport is up for Foxy and for Roccat, and the Elder Dragon. It is so tempting. Every time a dragon has been up, a fight has broken out, and you can see Giants now starting to back away. but it feels like they'll be going there very shortly.
And this is how Hyanan ended up getting caught out. So already having to avoid where the ball was for that shockwave. You can see Hyanan trying to get into the fight, trying to tidy up just some of the damage here, but gets pulled in finally. We were talking about that shockwave from Knight. This time Hyanan wasn't able to avoid it. Didn't have that spell shield by the looks of it, and Roccat traded 1-for-1 on the fight with Betsy picking up Flaxish on the backside.
Yeah, Foxy's Rumble's been doing such a good job this game. It was Maxlaw that played with him, noticed him a little bit in Flex Q, and brought it to Rockat's attention that this is a guy that could be on the squad. Thrill of the Hunt's been used by Maxlaw. He's looking for a target, and not going to find one just yet.
Actually times out right as they head down towards the Elder. They aren't committing to it yet. Roccat still have their mid-outer tower 38 minutes into this game, which is denying Giants any kind of ability to push back every time they pick up anything in a fight. You can see still very healthy on that tower. It will die insanely quickly if it gets touched. Here they go.
Equalizer and all the hunts are used. Flaxish is trying to buy some time. Asharo onto a did depth charge onto Hyanan. Frontline has been killed though. There's so much damage from Roccat. Hustlin is killed, looking to run down more. Betsy is gonna send Knight golden. The hourglass buys a few seconds. The shockwave can't even complete. And Giants are sent to the bottom lane for their lives. Roccat now looking at the base of Giants.
Yeah, Roccat not even looking for some kind of Realm Warp play to take down the low health members of Giants. They want to deal critical damage to the base, maybe even start taking Nexus towers, but look at it, the Elder Drake is still available for them should they want it. 5 versus 3 for the next 20 seconds means Roccat needs another minion wave to come through if they want to push further. Roccat, Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Memento pops Edge of Night in response.
Yeah, absolutely need to throw that one down. The Nexus turret's gonna fall so quickly. The amount of damage is crazy. Maxlaw shuts down Hiku in an insta-give. And despite Memento's best efforts, the Nexus is left exposed. Roccat win the first game of Spring 2017. It's game 3 time, Stress.
It is.
Giants stomp game 1. Roccat mostly stomp game 2.
I don't think Giants are going to let Roccat have that Rengar in game 3. Maxlaw looking completely different this game. Betsy feeling very comfortable on the rise as well. It was a better game out of Roccat. Still a fairly slow-paced game, but you could see that they got their advantage and continue to push their lead.
Slow mid-game, I think. You know, like early game really was pretty good. I liked what Roccat were doing. Yeah. I like how they used their team composition, but it just took too long to push that advantage. And I think that's something that the support staff, we saw Grabs, we saw Freddy backstage, they have to address with the guys.
They do. Those kinds of things aren't unfortunately going to be fixed in between a game 2 and a game 3. So likely Roccat, if they can get the same kind of lead, if they're against an Ashe and a Nautilus and a Maokai and a Oriana, you name it, these champions that are great if you make the wrong engage. If they're up against that kind of lineup, we're likely to see the same kind of stall, but Roccat did get the lead very effectively.
Yeah, they really did. And I think the scaling composition on the sides of Giants hurt them. You know, it took too long for them to come into power and allowed Roccat to win. So we're going to game 3, and our final series of the week, the Analyst Desk has more on how Roccat brought it back.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Of course, our first big question here has to be, you gave away the Rengar, but what did you get in return on the side of Giants?
Well, not a lot. And I think that's the big question mark here. I feel like the reason they gave up Rengar was because they trust so much in Memento and Kha'Zix that they actually felt like no matter what we get in the first rotation, as long as they get Rengar and we can safely get our main jungle pick, Memento can carry. That obviously wasn't the case because like they got Maokai Ashe. That's not really a huge advantage.
Maybe they just overvalued the Maokai because it seems to be kind of a flavor pick right now, the Maokai just having a really strong team composition, but the Rumble did actually quite find into it. So yeah, I would also question why to give up the Rengar if you don't get something powerful in return.
And do you agree with banning Poppy then? Because in the second ban phase, they obviously target top laners. They banned Fiora, which I think that does make a little bit of sense. You're maybe afraid she might snowball the lane and she gets like late game. But banning Poppy I feel like you playing Poppy Maokai top lane is perfectly fine. Rumble was left open. It's actually a matchup or a pick that I have wanted to see much more of, like, for a lot of time now. And it was extremely impactful for Foxy in this game. Probably more impactful than Giants had actually expected.
I think there are just so many picks right now open for top lane that do fine into Maokai that it doesn't value actually giving the Rengar for the Kazakhs.
Exactly.
Maybe that's gonna change a little bit in the future, like with like some buffs or nerfs, or maybe somebody figures something great out. But right now we just see the Maokai, especially also team composition-wise, it just doesn't work. He goes in with the W, and then he expects his backline to follow, but if there's a Rengar on you with ultimate pressure, there's really not much you can do.
You just kind of look back and your backline is dead, and Rengar's kind of like waving at you.
Exactly, and then Maokai just stands there alone without backline, and then you're just a tree.
I mean, it wasn't just the Rengar either, though. It feels like there were a ton of mistakes coming in from the Giants side. And as we look at our first replay here, I want to pull this one up because overstep, once again, overconfidence, it feels like from Giants, as we see pretty much a textbook collapse.
Yeah, earlier in the day, Sheep and I were talking about like mid lane control and how important it is to basically set up almost every single play in League of Legends. And this is another case where Roccat had pushed out mid and they're already moving. You can see Yanin and VODS are already on the way down to the bottom lane. So Giants should never even be here. They can't push out the lane. We can already roll the clip because the fight in itself is very easy to win for Roccat. The problem simply lies in Giants actually pushing out the bot lane without a turret and without mid lane control, because then you will get roamed on like this and you will just die, and it's very easy kills for Roccat to pick up.
Clear 5 versus 3, and it's like one of the replays where generally you really like to show those highlight team fights, but that is just very easy kills. So that actually the macro play is way more important, where you fight 5 versus 3, you just run ultimate dash, and everything afterwards is like very easy and straightforward.
In a perfect world, you never have to 5-on-5 team fight. You can just win by always forcing numbers advantages, and you always out-rotating the other
team. And that's why macro game right now is so important. That is actually leading you up to those 5v5 team fights, because that's where the difference is between like a pro team and more of like an amateur team. That a pro team will always like start forcing until it's like an objective, and then try to get the optimal setup. And generally, if both teams are doing it, it's a 5v5. But if it's like another team, then at some point they will get caught and it's a 5 versus 4 or something.
Interesting as well, because it wasn't all bad for Giants. There were a few moments, a few glimmers of hope as we look back, but it feels like every time the Giants got an advantage, they just immediately threw it away. We can see it here, Caster's hyped it up. A fantastic steal coming in from Memento.
Bit of a classic. The Baron 50-50-1s, where the call for Roccat is Foxy can zone off the Kha'Zix so he can't jump into the pit. But because HQ shows up, he actually gets Foxy so low that Foxy has to use Hourglass, and that allows Memento to jump into the pit. So I think like the idea from Roccat is actually okay in that sense. Like, oh, Rumble will kill the Kha'Zix or force him away, but then AD carry shows up and you have to use Hourglass and it's too late. Sadly, this is then what happens. Memento, after being the hero, gets completely caught out of position and obviously get punished very quickly by Roccat here. So it's kind of Giant's story in this game.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty good. Ah, never mind. That was not bad.
Well, this is kind of what Chibi brought up with the Maokai, right? It's like you can jump in and you can leap in, but suddenly the Rengar's a problem. And when the Rengar is this far ahead, the Kha'Zix is even a relevant threat. The Rengar can just jump on the Kha'Zix. No longer is it jumping about like the more vulnerable backline members. Kha'Zix is now a vulnerable backline member, and it's just going to die immediately in all those exchanges.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the biggest problems right now. If Kha'Zix is on the side of a team fight and you're just controlling the mid side, and there's a Rengar on the side, the Rengar generally has just way more pressure. That's why Rengar's such a power pick right now.
Yeah, pretty terrifying to play against. Overall, I mean, what do we want to see change here for Giants coming into Game 3 if they want to pull out the Series 2-1?
I don't want to see a trade like the one we saw now. Probably high chance Giants is going to be blue side, so that trade is kind of out of the window unless they're the ones getting the Rengar.
As an update, Giants have, in fact, selected blue side coming into Game 3.
Okay, so the trade is gone now unless they get the Rengar specifically, and they will be very happy with that. I think we're going to see both teams honestly draft like a bit like here, like scaling, teamfight focused. Sivir was in this one as well, which was a good pickup for Yanin. And it's going to come down, I think, to just some of these big fights and who actually engages the fight the best.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that right now the pick and ban, nobody will take enormous risks. They haven't shown so in 2 games already of the series. They didn't leave open Camille LeBlanc or the one time where they leave up open Rengar actually doesn't work out. So yeah, I think it will be more standard, normal bans, trying to get the power picks for jungle, Kha'Zix first pick, something like this, and just try to capitalize on the macro game, play the game that we have seen before, and hopefully Roccat so far has shown the Nocturne team comp. I think that maybe if they have other team comps prepared as well, that is the point where they can actually surprise Giants and maybe take the series. But once again, I think Giants overall has shown a little bit more strength.
Yeah, Giants may be looking favored despite a rough game overall. But up next, we'll break this tie between Giants and Roccat in Game 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
No flash. No flash.
Rumble die, nice. Good job.
If you like. I got him.
Oh, nice.
Liza comes down, flash engage onto Fuxi. He flashes away defensively. The Roccat squad is split. Seraphs buys some time. EQ is getting melted. Fuxi takes him down with a flame spitter, but Betsy dies for the price. Damage, so much damage that it's not on Baron. Fuxi, he's used the hourglass. 12.
Nice.
Stolen! It's stolen! Again! Another Baron steal! Despite Memento's best efforts, the Nexus is left exposed. Roccat win the first game of Spring 2017.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. But I just want it.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
Oh baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into Game 3. That is correct. Game 3. It's a new Europe. And we're about to get into the deciding match between Giants and Roccat. Despite the 2 ties on the desk, there'll be no ties today.
I was ready to go home. I was like, we're 1-1. Great. That's the end of it. This is my first Game 3. I'm happy. This is going to be You know, a good matchup. I want to see what pick and ban is going to leave us. Whether Rengar's going to be available, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Now, stress, Giants have side selection in Game 3. They have elected blue side. They banned away Jace, Zyra, and Malzahar in Game 1 of this series. Do Roccat ban the 3 expected bans, or will we see, I'm going to call it a mistake, and letting Rengar through?
I think they have to go with the Rengar, Camille LeBlanc, get them out of there. Giants, they're going to ban the Zyra, they're going to ban the Malzahar, and the Jace. I don't think we're going to see too much different from the last pick and ban phase, which will leave Giants having Kha'Zix as first pick.
All right, well, there we go, right out the gate. Rengar, nope.
I mean, if I'm right, we don't have to say anything for like 3 minutes,
Well,
right?
I'll tell you what then. What does Roccat pick and reply? Right, if we know what happens there.
So Roccat then, if you were playing like purely meta, you'd pick the Varus. They pick the Karma alongside it, but we've also seen a higher propensity towards Maokai alongside it. That's what you would normally do. But we were talking about how Hyanan, the Varus, doesn't always seem to fit for him. And if you force Giants to ban out the Sivir in Phase 2, it's a long con, right? You show him it in the Game 2 of the series, force a ban and pick something completely meta in response.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad point, you know. Hyanan looked much more comfortable and competent on that Sivir, but you obviously are going to look that way.
They get a Phase 1 ban on
the team is
Sivir.
winning, so that means Zyra is available for selection, either first rotation, blue or red side.
That is, okay, I think that's a weird one out of Giants, because now you're only getting Kha'Zix and you're giving Zyra away. You either first pick it, or you get a worse jungle matchup. This Sivir ban, if Roccat blind picks Sivir, you can play so many things into it. You can pick any really of the meta AD carries. You can pick Caitlyn. You can play a defensive game and play Ezreal. So Roccat right now can go Varus here, take away Hiku's good AD carry, and go Zyra. And that forces Giants to pick Misfortune in their next rotation, or they lose the support game.
Absolutely have to pick Misfortune, but we've seen not every single support in the league is comfortable or confident enough playing that matchup. Time and time again, we've seen these oddball picks. So Varus, part 1, is going to be a Rek'Sai into the Kha'Zix, not yet taking Zyra. So this surely means Giants have the option to go Zyra Ashe.
I think Roccat could have forced so much harder here if they go Zyra. Force Giants to pick a matchup where you know it's not Hustlin's favored style of support. Try and put him on that. And then you pick the Rek'Sai last rotation in Phase 1. Would have been fine. Rek'Sai still is going to be the same against his Kha'Zix. Giants aren't taking it away, and you've potentially given away the Zyra. This is Roccat saying that we don't think Hustlin is ever going to play it. He's a Nautilus, Tahm Kench player instead, so they may go the Ryze here alongside Ashe if they want to pinch the mid lane.
All right, so Zyra would be the expected one. A lot of mid lane champions still available. Syndra's up, Ryze is up. With the supports now no longer in question, do Roccat give Betsy Ryze again? He had a great performance in the previous game. No, we're going basically full meta, MF.
Okay, this is the other option that they have here, because Roccat are going to bank on the fact that Ryze will be banned out by Giants. We may very well see a Maokai ban here in Phase 2 as well. Roccat have the pacing, in the sense they will first pick whatever is left available after this phase of bans.
Now, if there were to be a support that could and should play Misfortune, it is a LCK Challenger player in the form of WODD. He played last year. He was duo queuing with Imp. We've talked that story just a bit, and it was really the LCK players and teams that pushed and promoted Misfortune support towards the end of last year. All right, champion pools. Poppy, Fiora taken away. Maokai is still up. Has made it through the pick ban phase several times.
As a Ryze and Syndra here, so if we see Syndra banned away from Roccat, it indicates a first pick Ryze coming out, which is fairly likely anyway for Betsy when you look at it. Betsy's not really the player that wants to counter pick a lot of matchups. He prefers a scaling mid laner that is able to output and deal with a lot of damage. But we're not even going to the mid lane on this.
Lowy, okay, so Roccat want to play a tank top laner. That's what that tells me. Calling the bluff, making Giants ban Maokai, unless that's what Hyanan's going to run. Nautilus could still be that flex pick as well.
Yeah, it could very well be. We've seen 2 games of Illaoi out of Flaxish, which has looked pretty decent out of that top lane. So will we continue to pinch top laners? You're talking about the Maokai. I think you can run that Rumble into Maokai fairly effectively as well. So if this is an expired ban, which it is, we've seen this a couple of times here, this is allowing Syndra, Ryze, Maokai, and Rumble available into our last rotation.
Oh, it's so hard because there's counters and options to run into each of those, isn't it?
Basically, you get one good matchup and you give away the other, unless you pick the weaker side of the matchup based on team fighting in this rotation. And now Giants can pick Rumble Syndra if they want to go full damage. And alongside the Kha'Zix, the Ashe, the Zyra look to just win this game as fast as they possibly can.
I mean, it would be similar sort of approach to what Roccat did in game number 1. Just confirming that Giants simply ran out of time and did not manage to find that final pick. All right, so Ilaoi and Poppy with the bans by Roccat was allowing the top lane Maokai a slightly easier time frame. Flaxish gonna get the Shen. And I think the Ryze, good meta pick, deny that from Betsy, and we've seen the power that it has at really all stages of the game.
So at this point, Syndra is the likely one, Corki available, Oriana if they want extra scaling. Different things for different points of the game for Roccat. Betsy typically a scaling champion player, but we know he's got pretty much every meta champion that you would imagine as his wheelhouse if he needs to pick them out. The Shen came out. It wasn't the Rumble that we were talking about. So Flaxish on this Shen again. We've seen it one game prior to today out of him.
All right, so some global pressure, a lot of damage, a lot of scaling, and we're gonna have tank v tank in the top lane. Early game damage dealer in Kha'Zix versus mid to late game tank for Roccat. I do like the front line of Roccat on the assumption they don't get picked off by the Ashe, Kha'Zix, Shen combinations.
I'm just looking back at this draft, and as you said, global presence out of Giants, but Giants, in my opinion, with that Sivir ban in Phase 1 and not banning in Phase 2, are playing this game with basically only 3 bans. Sivir really is being banned by nobody in the current meta.
It's being played by nobody.
Exactly. It's only Hyanan, and the fact that Phase 1 ban comes out, you're not even trying to pinch his champion pool later on. You're just saying we just don't want to deal with it. I can see why they would want to get it out of there. Roccat seems a little more comfortable with that boost of speed coming into the fights. They won't have it this game because they got Varus for Hyanan, but that's a high damage bottom lane. Varus Misfortune. Could be a whole lot of action down there.
It really is. You know, at the top of the show, though, Deficio and Sheepy on the analyst desk were talking about sort of comfort picks versus meta picks and, you know, winning in a regional league versus copying what is considered OP worldwide. And if Hyanan's best champion is Sivir, what is the delta between that and his Varus? We're about to evaluate it as we load onto Game 3 for Giants versus Roccat. Both of these teams winless in the 2017 Spring Split, and that will change in the next 20 to 72 minutes.
Somebody's got to win. They both got a game apiece now. If this was last year, nobody would have won. We'd have gone home, no winners, but Giants, they want to make a winning play to start this game. They want to try and get as much lane presence here, showing Zyra in the laning phase.
Oh, shenanigans,
in the
shenanigans!
lane.
I love shenanigans! One dude is dead! One dude is dead! They've got him for first blood!
They get him. What did they do? They killed him bot lane with 5 of them. Giants, good little bait. Hustlin steps out in the lane. They think, oh, maybe it's only a Zyra. Maybe it's just the Zyra. And then you walk into the bush and get killed.
Oh, that sucks so bad. Another longsword for Hikyu, and Betsy used his flash.
So what should have happened here in this laning phase, if there was no kills early, would be Hyanan and Widid put so much damage out that Hikyu and Hustlin can't really afford to trade because the plants essentially end up betraying Hustlin as the double up comes out from Widid. But no longer, because Hikyu will have a fair amount of damage extra with that long sword. And obviously the fear. Betsy has to play a little more safely mid lane, which opens up the bot side of the river, for Memento, which opens up the bot lane potentially.
Stress, we have a 2017 Spring Split record. That was the fastest first blood of the split. I'm gonna have to just wait for stats to confirm. Yes, they're laughing at me. They are confirming, yes, that was the earliest first blood. Captain Obvious is in the house.
I'm glad. I'm glad he is. We need someone to captain this ship, otherwise we're all going down with it.
On the bright side, it is reduced gold because it happened so early in the game. But on the reverse of that, it means it's a additional longsword to Hiki, so he's just gonna get accelerated on that itemization and that sort of, you know, first tier item spike.
Yeah, it's a little bit more dynamic at bot lane now. Also has that impact on mid lane. You can see we did that experience advantage for Giants down in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just means they push him back away from the wave. Nothing really to do down there.
Okay, so Hustlin, we're going to keep a track on how he does into what did. As we look at the top lane, it's Flaxish and Foxy taunting one another, actually going very aggressive. Minion waves helping out. And Foxy's going to use that Sap Magic passive plus the Corrupting Potion to remain just a little bit more sustained.
Yeah, Flaxish going to try and hang on in the lane. You can see Betsy has the early game advantage as well in that mid lane. So Roccat, the top side of the map is going a little better for them than that bottom side. Maxler is down hovering around the bot lane while he's on Grom. Inevitably will leave that area though, so
no real options available to either jungler just yet. Maxwell too far away from Flaxish despite his low HP. Flaxish with all of that extended trading now has to farm under tower. We'll be able to do very easily actually with this Shen. And we've now got the pressure game, right? Flaxy's going to have a little bit more ability to push the wave in, which allows Maxwell to potentially invade, and that kind of looks like what he's setting up for right now.
yeah, and Maxler also just making sure that there's a bit of security for Faxi as he's staying in the lane, pushing, getting that Rift Scuttler vision. Don't believe Maxler saw that the Bloom plant was still there. Didn't choose to pop it, so maybe just, you know, keeping tabs on some of the jungle plants alongside of that.
All right, so early teleport back to lane for Flaxish. He's got himself that Ruby Crystal alongside the door and shield. Hustler and Hiku continuing to shove, continuing to apply pressure, as is to be expected in the opening few levels, I think. And now as Hyanan and Wadid continue to scale up that piercing arrow and working on some of the wave clear for Wadid with that Make It Rain. 2 points already. That's going to help clear out the damage.
Knight's roaming top. They're avoiding the Rift Scuttler. There were a lot of pings onto Knight as well because it was a teleport into the lane from Flaxish. From Faxi, sorry.
Now Maxlaw would have seen, or should have seen Knight. He's going to assume it's just one. Remember, the Rek'Sai passive only shows one, and Maxlaw bails out. Sorry, bro. Knight gets the kill.
And Knight was pinged all the way up, I think, from Betsy. I'm pretty sure it was Betsy that was pinging it on the minimap away from mid lane as Knight roamed out. Like that call was made that he was heading top. And Faxi TPs into the lane, ends up dying from it. That really shouldn't happen there. It was a long path from Giants.
I just checked the vision. Maxlaw saw the pings from his passive, but nothing else. No vision was revealed on Knight, so the assumption, I guess, was that it was just Memento, and maybe they felt they could take that fight.
I mean, at that point, that is typical back timing roughly for Ryze. So if you don't see him on vision, knowing that he's going top is a little harder. Typically, that's the time where, you know, Ryze wants to back himself away, but you can see Betsy now was pushing, and meanwhile, he's caught out.
Yeah, Rune Prison locked Betsy down, but he got a very good Scatter the Weak stun. So because of that stun, Betsy's able to flash and cleanse his way to safety. No summoner spells. Juicy, juicy targets for a Kha'Zix.
And you can see even Hustlin was coming up towards that mid lane as well. Betsy has reached 6. Ooh, trades his ult to try and force Knight away from the wave.
Let's get some semblance of control back. Shadow Dash onto Foxy in the top lane. And he's just going to shove another wave under tower. So Flaxish getting close to Stand United, and it's Giants with a cheeky first blood and then a good roam for a kill in the top lane. They've earned themselves an early advantage, an item advantage and lead. And I mean, you can see that double longsword BF into tier triple longsword. Hyanan's going to have even more of a tough time because of that AD disparity.
And that means Hyanan's opting towards that Muramana build, based more on your Q dealing extra, you know, having the mana for it, so you'll focus more on poke. Obviously, it empowers your auto attacks once it transforms, but certainly Hyun wants that wealth of mana. I would say there's a little less of a tank focus, mainly because Hustlin obviously not running that Nautilus now in Game 3. Flagstish still will get fairly tanky though. Got to deal with that.
Yeah, but if you... I like the fact that you mentioned it's really sort of like a single tank composition this time for Giants. Hustlin played a lot of Nautilus this series and caused some problems for Roccat. Experience bars, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that ECA, available for Hikyu, and Max Law. Remember, his mid lane has got no summoner spells, so he has to be a little careful, or rather he's trying to help Betsy, who is playing a little careful.
Knight's in a really good spot though against Betsy. 1 kill up from that roam, plus a CS advantage. Knight now even going into the enemy jungle to place that control ward. Betsy can't really do too much because Memento's still around and Max Law's up on the top side. Does have a couple of tunnels available if he wants to ult down there, but honestly, I don't think Max Law's in any hurry to take a fight this early on.
Yeah, there's still a window of opportunity where Fuxie's teleport is about 30 seconds away. So if anything were to happen right now, Stand United would allow Giants significantly more firepower. But they can't dawdle, and there's actually no Roccat members around, so it is just a blue buff steal. And looks like they're going to start the mountain.
Yeah, and Giants shoved out mid, shoved out bot, invaded, got vision, now take the dragon. It's pretty much the only way to do it without getting a catch, getting a kill first. You just make sure both waves are pushed out, get enough control, start it up. Makes it difficult for Roccat to commit fully. As you were talking, the Stand United is another key component of that. But Flagstish can join the fight fairly effectively.
Okay, so Dragon number 1, and all of the metrics just leaning towards Giants, with the exception of Flagstish falling behind in the top lane. Everything is looking very cushy, very comfortable, although it is only a few hundred gold because there's 2 assists for him.
Yeah, there's still that little bit to recoup, but Flagstish, you know, he had pretty good teleports when he was playing Maokai, getting into the fight at the right time. I'm interested now to see how his Shen play is going to work out. Obviously, we saw Shen in Game 1 out of Roccat, trying to utilize that Nocturne Shen combination that didn't quite work for the team. But Roccat, very similarly to before, actually swapping up to the top side. I believe it was Giants that did this in the first game. One spot lane was getting pushed, Memento, Stand United's on.
Tower diving, a level 7 Maokai. Fuxie gets caught out by the Crystal Arrow, takes a lot of damage. Stranglethorn's flashed away from. Hustlin and Hikyu are going low.
Memento!
Memento trades 1 for 1. It took a lot of focus. Tower first blood. Who's going to pick it up? It might actually be Roccat.
Oh, Roccat, they get Tower First Blood, they get a 1-for-1 trade. Ends up being in their advantage. They're still slightly behind because of the couple of kills that have gone over to Giants already in this game, but swapping out to the top side very early on with 2 AD carries, one being a support, is able to push onto the tower fairly quickly, get it down, rush down to beat Giants.
All right, so first blood tower gold bonus goes over to Roccat, and Fuxie with a very good, you know, survival outplay. Now, I think this is a combination of Giants taking too much damage to begin with. Hustlin's got the aggro, and just so much survivability.
Then it swaps to Hikyu, who has to back away, nearly dies to it, had to heal. Memento took so much damage from that Maelstrom. Of course, when it falls, everybody in the area takes damage based on how much damage was mitigated in the middle of it.
And that's where a lot of the difficulty comes in. You look at a squad like Giants and all the mixed nationalities, coordinating in the heat of the moment in a 4-on-1 dive, with all of that complexity, it is very challenging. All right, Hikyu, let's see if he's going to make a rookie mistake. I think that he will.
Oh, he did it.
And Burrow flashes away. All right, manages to survive, but summoner spell blown.
Yeah, one apiece, but arguably Hikyu's is way more critical than Max Law's. So we'll see if Hikyu ends up getting caught out again. Kyun and Numwadid now back in the bottom lane.
Good taunt on the tower. Wow, that was actually in tower range. So Hyanan takes a lot of damage.
Oh, the TP.
Very quick exhaust onto Memento. Memento chunks down Hyanan with Taste of Fear. Now Wadid's the target. It's still a 2-on-2. No flash for Memento because he's got himself a double. Now they want to cut down Foxy. The Shadow Dash taunt didn't find a kill. Maxlaw's coming from the north, but so is Knight. Maxlaw's not going to be able to get in range, and Giants grab 2 more kills.
It may have been coming from the north, but at that point, the Knight's watch was on the way because he was looking to Realm Warp right in behind. That's what denied the rest of the fight. Giants get out with the rest of them and the rest of their lives as HiQ and Hustling were pushing up through the top lane, trying to get more towers, trying to respond to what Roccat have been trying to do with Varus and Misfortune, but this time they're having a little more success. Wait, watch Betsy coming up to top side, maybe looking for Huston, but he's spotted.
All right, Strangle
Realm Warp
Thorns is available but not needed. Betsy gonna get cut down. Strangle Thorns just to close it out right at the end. All right, Giants pressure on the top lane. Flaxish TP to defend bottom, and the response from Roccat is to apply pressure on the middle lane. Memento.
I want to go.
Gonna be leaping in here. Just a show of force to defend the tower.
Yeah, show of force. Giants take the tower in the top side as well. 2 towers in favor of Giants. 6 kills to 1 as well. I mean, Roccat, they had a good play to equalize some of the earlier pressure, but it has fallen away again.
Do you know what this feels like? This feels like game 1 of the series, Stress, where Roccat do make plays, but unfortunately get countered more effectively than Giants. Memento on Kha'Zix again is getting fed very, very early on. It's a sizable lead. And there's a little bit of a, you know, save me now button in that Shen. It was Maokai in game 1. This time around, it'll be Stand United. And Betsy just...
We don't have to watch it again.
Such
We know why we're watching this. Oh, they're even going to slow-mo it. Observers. Sometimes they're nice, sometimes they're mean.
Oopsie.
That was our observers being mean.
Luckily, there's a sandbox tool where you can practice those flashes these days, so... we'll have to work on those face checks to prevent them. Now, it's not the end of the world for Roccat. It is 3,000 gold at 15 minutes. The most fed member of Giants is a fairly squishy Kha'Zix. And there is a lot of damage to work with. You know, Chain of Corruption, Bullet Time, Unleash Power. For Roccat, it's just making sure they actually work together and layer that damage in CC effectively.
Speaking of layered damage, we've seen Memento put out a lot of damage in the last couple of fights. You saw how Roccat spread themselves too thin in the bottom lane and ended up kind of getting clawed down time after time. And that's the second arrow in as many minutes. It's missed. Ooh, Flaxish got hit.
Yeah, easy sidestep for Hyanan. Flaxish takes a lot of damage. Very clever dash taunt. Delivers Foxy further away from the damage support of his team. And because of all the focus for Roccat on the fight, Giants just sneak the dragon.
Yeah, second dragon goes their way, and you said it was like game 1. You are correct again. Giants continuing to expand this lead. However, mid tower, if it does fall, will be a significant detriment, but here comes Knight into the backside of the fight.
Realm Warp delivers Knight. Memento jumps over, and Memento on a killing spree. 4-1-2. Roccat, their defensive plays are just not together enough.
Yeah, Memento and Knight really working well together this game. You can see them next to each other on this setup. And, you know, typically it's been Maxlor and Betsy that have been really valuing each other's company in the games. High jungle proximity between the two of them in a lot of their games, but this game, here comes Memento again. Knights up alongside him, Stand United. Ooh.
Here we go, pretty good taunts across the way, but it's not enough to save Memento, and the bullet time at a full channel. Flaxish back away. Memento and Flaxish are a little optimistic.
That was a reach. That was a big reach, trying to get that pick up. Jumping into 4 or 5 members of Roccat, probably not the best idea.
Not the best, but this is good from Roccat. They managed to thwart a defensive play from Giants, pick up the second tower of the game, and Roccat maintain touching distance of gold. They are still very relevant in items, still very strong come the mid game, and I don't feel they have that same power trough that the Oriana Maokai did from game 2.
That's fair. I mean, I'm looking at this game though, and Betsy, you know, he's 2 kills down, hasn't really had too much of an opportunity to do too much in this game, and this Syndra, we've seen it before against the Rise, is going to offer a little less. In this fight though, offers exactly what was necessary. Ultimate onto Memento, deals most of the damage to his health, and that ends the fight before it's ever really begun for Giants. So Betsy still has a fair amount of damage, but no kills to speak of it yet.
I mean, Hiku and Knight were just nowhere near.
Yeah.
You know, they really wanted to be. It just didn't work out. So let's see Hiku. Asharo is available again. Flashes for everyone but Hustlin on the Giants squad, and all 5 members of Roccat. Both teams... Optimistic Arrow again. You know, both teams are committing to like dragon fights. It feels like they're not able to apply side lane pressure significantly well because they're not rotating between the lanes. It's literally just wait for dragon, fight at dragon, and then apply pressure to the closest tower available.
That is very true. Sorry, I got distracted by counting the number of skill shots that didn't quite land on that exchange. There was like the arrow, then we had arrows from Hyanan didn't quite land. I feel awful. I
mean, you're the one that's
I was
talking
away
about
with it there,
so.
I know, right? No, I meant I felt awful not listening to you. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It's all good. It's all good. TLDR, wait for next dragon. Impending fight, hashtag worth.
Okay, it's good. It's the premonition from earlier.
It's
good. I like it.
It's not really a premonition when we've got like 3 games of
evidence to back it up.
Evidence to back it up, yeah. Call it an educated guess. As Flaxish and Foxy continue to trade. 20 CS between them and... Oopsie, wrong direction. Roccat once again have to play from behind, but luckily they're not as far behind, and I think their team composition is better suited. You know, the Oriana from the previous game was so reliant on Giants being in, you know, bundled together or in the wrong place. Whereas
Good
Syndra
delivery,
can,
yeah, exactly.
Syndra can make a play.
Yeah, you can get that long-range stun, combo it with Hyanan's lockdown, combo it into further kills, and Faxi tries to TP into the back of a fight. Like that's kind of what Roccat will be looking for. And again, they've got enough wave clear to sit mid and hold this tower and hold it and hold and hold and hold for like 30 minutes in this game. As long as they don't make a mistake and don't lose that tower from like Wadid getting picked off or Betsy getting picked off, theoretically, Giants are going to get slowed heavily in this game, and it's already started to happen.
Absolutely has. If Hiku starts hitting those arrows, that's where they can find some more tempo and definitely accelerate the game. But it is reliant on, then again, you know, Hyanan not sidestepping.
Yeah, and going back to your premonition of a Drake fight in like 1 minute's time, that's where it can go catastrophically wrong for Roccat. Or amazingly well. Like either side of the coin. If they lose a couple of members, they will lose mid tower after this Drake. If, however, they get a good fight against Giants, take the Drake. Depending on their health status, Baron is now live. So a great fight for Roccat could result in a game-changing minute or so of play. But obviously that's a lot of hypotheticals at this point.
There's just so much damage to work with. So it explains why there's a little bit of hesitation here.
Yeah, and one of the key factors on this dragon fight is going to be the fact that Giants can't afford to put vision down in Rockat's jungle right now because of that mid tower being alive, and with key summoners like Flash not being available for Hiku in this next fight, that's what could ultimately end up turning the favor in Rockat's way.
Now, I'm actually double checking when that Flash was used because I don't remember it. Either way, Dragon now sets up not a lot of vision around the map from either team. There was a number of control wards that have been placed in the top quadrant by Giants, but that has been cleared out. And it's Flaxish that gets jumped on.
Put out.
That's a good chain of corruption. Gonna spread. Maxwell's locked down. The Stranglethorns buys time. Memento gets a kill before the exhaust comes down. But now he's in enemy territory. Will be running for his life. Stand United brings Flaxish into the fight. Defensive flash from Flaxish. Memento's looking for a leap. Flaxish looking to re-engage. That's gonna get shut down. That's 2 Giants down. Defensive now from Wadid. 2 for 1. Not sure that Stand United was the smartest.
You can see Giants just couldn't really finish off that fight. They're going to try and get mid-tower, but unfortunately Hyanan is still alive, as is Woodid. This tower is still very healthy, so Giants have to back away. That flash from Hikyu was used earlier in mid lane when Maxlaw was trying to gank him, tried to get on him and forced him to flash, and it's one of the reasons why Giants has been a little bit more passive now. Not having that escape for their AD carry leaves them in a really precarious position, but with a few seconds left on the death timers out of Giants, Flaxish has his teleport available. Here he comes into the fight. Memento bails out. They want to take the actual full fight here.
Yeah, they do. Giants are so split up. The Ash Arrow was dodged. The twisted advance meant that Faxi got past it. Giants are so disconnected from one another. They back away. Hikyu left stranded. Now it becomes another 4-on-5. Memento's respawned and looking to re-engage. Roccat set their sights on Dragon, and they're taking control of the mid-game.
Memento has the level advantage on Smite, but no flash. It's a one-way trip. Blast Cone in, tries to jump out.
Oh, Blast Cone in, leaps out. Faxi actually followed him. Now Flaxish is the target. Round Warp, I think, was interrupted or cancelled. No, Knight was delivered.
Yeah.
I'm just blind. And that was enough firepower to force Roccat away. But they get the Dragon, they get a kill, and they regain control.
Yeah, Memento jumped in, realized the Dragon was still too high health. This was the fight that ended up backfiring for Giants. Got caught out. Chains of Corruption forces Flaxish away from the fight, and it was good damage on Maxlaw. Like, already taking out the jungler leaves Giants theoretically in the numbers advantage, but Memento was trying to draw Roccat away from the fight. Flaxish decides to go in on it, and Giants, they're stuck with their backline trying to come around this corner to deal damage, trying to kite up towards Memento and deal something. But Roccat had just had too many members and too much health left.
And you have to, in my opinion, query why Memento went north. Why did he go up? So much support dump on him. Yes, he was running into members of Roccat, but there was a flash. And
it was to do with Memento basically recognizing he was too far out of the fight anyway.
Yeah.
He wanted to draw Roccat away from the rest of his team, I would imagine, so that they could keep the rest of the team alive, get Giants continuing mid-presence. But Memento, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication with Flaxish.
Again, because there was the tower dive earlier that didn't go well for Giants. So we're starting to see, or believe we see, a bit of miscommunication. Credit to Roccat. They fall behind early. They give away a lot of advantages to Giants, and it doesn't matter now. It's 25 minutes into the game. 2 and 3 item spikes are being hit for the carries and the tanks. And now it comes down to who plays the skirmishes better, and most of the time, plays them around Dragon more effectively.
Yeah, that has been the fact of this entire series. Honestly, if Giants didn't have Ryze, and Ryze wasn't 2-0-2, I would have said that the last couple of minutes of play would favor Roccat in the way they're stalling the lead. The problem is Ryze is king of the late game, and Roccat don't particularly have an answer to it. Unless Faxi can somehow be unkillable on this Maokai and they can take out Knight before he's effective in the fight, that is a hard ask for Roccat. It still has held their deficit. Yeah. They haven't got further behind, particularly over the last 5 or so minutes, but certainly it's not enough to get them back into this game.
I think that's a good point, especially when you look at the Shen-Ryze combination. It's difficult enough killing that Ryze. Archangel Staff will be finished in the not too distant future. Already maxed out tier, so that instantly pops to become that Seraphs. Combine that with Stand United. Ooh, Haslin. That's about 2 piercing arrows, because he ate one about 20 seconds ago.
And we were talking a lot about Hyanan's Varus, wondering whether he was, wanting that Sivir because it was his comfort rather than Varus, which seemed out of it. Hasn't been particularly noteworthy on either direction for Hyanan in this game. Fairly quiet game, couple of arrows.
As expected, right?
Yeah, exactly. I would never put Hyanan on this list of amazing Varus players from AD carry, but it also has been serviceable for what Roccat have needed. He's wave cleared very effectively in the mid lane. A couple of ults have landed. So seemingly this is where I'm like, oh, was the Sivir ban actually necessary? Would they ever have first phased Sivir? And I don't think they would have without seeing the Ashe first.
Yeah, I guess that's Something we'll have to ask both Giants and Roccat next time we talk to them. Priority on Sivir and why they were afraid of it. Look at the mini-map. Giants, a lot of vision around Baron, so definitely signaling their intent or their understanding that that is an objective that is going to become more prolific. Betsy and the rest of Roccat now going to try clear that vision out. Right, Stand United is up. Teleport is up. Knight with a blast cone and a potential flank opportunity. Oh, pings onto Betsy. We have to look at the top laners. Stand United, but Knight got instantly stunned. Flash taunt gets interrupted. Ash Arrow goes between the goalposts. And all of a sudden, it's now Roccat looking for a re-engage. Chain of Corruption's been used. Foxy can flash if he needs to. Knight's running away. Bullet time splits up everybody. And the Strangle Thorns knocks up Roccat into the air. Memento is squashed like a bug. And defensive flashes from Giants. They've lost 2. Roccat win the fight.
Everything from Giants seemed to focus on Wadid, and Wadid got most of his ult channeled and was able to survive for the entire fight. You saw Memento and Flaxis jump right onto this misfortune. Ooh, Hustlin has to be careful as he drops low. Weird priority out of Giants on that fight. They were trying to just get a squishy, but it just meant they dove far too deep for almost nothing.
Team fight's so much better.
They're going for this Baron here. Knight is able to get himself into the pit if he wants to, but he doesn't really have the best way of stealing.
1 versus 5, that Realm Warp not actually going to get taken this time around. Asher onto Wadid. Knight might be able to get some kills. Flashes away, the Chain of Corruption. Here comes Flaxish from the side. Baron's picked up by Roccat. They might be able to get some kills. Flaxish looking for Wadid. Wadid runs around for a few seconds before Foxy is now on the front line. Flaxish is killed and the rest of Roccat looking to engage. Flash forward for Maxlaw. Memento gets Betsy. Now Hyanen's stuck in the pit, but he gets himself a double kill. The volley slows him where he stands. Memento's trying to buy time. Finally a flash over the wall for Hyanen. It's so sloppy and messy, but Baron on 2.
2 survive as Hyanen and Faxi back away from the fight, and you know, Giants, they were trying to contest. Hyanen just got the kill on Hustlin.
Gets sniped.
And Hyanen is only on 400 health himself. Has to be careful. Nobody can really close the gap against him. He has to try and wave clear mid because that has been one of the critical points. Giants still can't get this mid tower. Hyanen has to stay here just to clear through this cannon wave, and once that's gone, the pressure is off for Roccat. So Knight channels the Realm Warp here because it's a fake. He's trying to force Roccat back away from this Baron, implying somebody greater than just him is arriving, but Roccat don't fall for it. Flaxish tries to come in from the top, gets the kill on Wadid because there's no flash available, and from here, this is where it's very messy, very scrappy here. Maxlaw moves forward, good knockup, but there's no damage. They allow Memento in. If Maxlaw had played defensive, they could have kept this fight going, and Roccat could have taken so much more from it, but giving the Kazakhs the way right into the back of the fight took out another member of Roccat, and Giants ultimately came out for the most part with most members alive. Hustlin died to survive with Baron from Roccat. Roccat that may just have swung the game for him.
Crucially, Roccat maintain Baron on 2. They defend the tower, take bottom and a dragon. For the first time in 30 minutes, Roccat are now in the lead, and we haven't seen a team this series bounce back from that deficit. It's been messy mid-games. The team that won the early game went on to win that particular Nexus.
And this is where now the composition from Roccat does have a little bit more bite, despite being later into the game, and you'd think Syndra, typically not going to blow somebody up quite as easily, still will work on Hustlin. Just the siege potential where the threat of a long-range stun followed up by Roccat with all of this poke, all of this damage is forcing Giants back away from the tower. Arrow hits Maxlaw.
It does. Maxlaw's going to get caught by Stranglethorns as well. The caveat here is that Giants need to look for a flank. Stand United is wasted.
Again, Flaxish pulls the trigger on Stand United on Memento when it looked like Memento wanted to go, but Memento was not ready. The positioning wasn't there, and Roccat continue the siege. The next wave is here. If they can get this tower, Giants are going to have to fall back to their base.
They will get the tower, and Memento is chunked down by that piercing arrow. 4 towers to 2. Roccat regain control. They were pushing aggressively, and their siege is so powerful. But Giants want to look for that flank. They want to get Rise in the back line and maybe deliver the Shen, but Flaxish Memento, they just don't seem to be delivering Flaxish to the right targets.
And not only that, there's no pop when Memento gets there anymore. Unless he jumps on with Did or Hyanan, everybody else basically survives through it. There's no Orianna Shockwave that comes through. Sure, Memento will still have good damage, but it's not game-ending if Flaxish even gets there, because Faxi can peel, Maxlaw can peel, Betsy can peel, and there's QSS already on Hyanan, so if that taunt does land, QSS into Flash Out, which is going to be available soon, Edge of Night should keep him safe as well.
Yeah, it's so important to note, GA for Faxi. Flaxish still building up some damage along with that tanky stats. Titanic on the way, QSS for HeQ, and big CS differences. So defensive Realm War from Knight. It's a fairly short cooldown, not the end of the world, a little over a minute. Yeah, a little over a minute, I think, around this stage of the game. But it comes down to now one more big fight. Elder Dragon in about 4-ish minutes, 3 or 4, and Roccat. Roccat now have to prove they can play the mid-game stronger than they did previously. Because in game 2, it was Roccat with a gigantic lead.
Yeah.
That took a very long time to close out. It was around 41, 42 minutes. It felt like they didn't confidently play in all 3 lanes, didn't confidently push for objectives. And because the game is even, at 33 minutes, they can't afford to have that amount of wasted time.
And the difficulty is Roccat aren't exactly playing a trying to use a nicer word, a straightforward comp that's just press go on Sivir and run at people.
Yeah.
This is one that has a lot more fragility to it. Varus, if he gets caught, dies quickly. So does Betsy. But they can get another tower, they push with the wave.
Well, literally telling me to shut up once again, because just as I talk about pushing lanes, they guide that minion wave in. Look at the poke damage from Hyanan's Varus, doing phenomenal work throughout the course of the 10 kills for Roccat.
Freak covered this in NA LCS, 280 carries, that's what you needed. He gave a nice lesson on that. Oh, there's going to be people that are mad at that. But Giants at this point, they'll be mad that they didn't really force anything earlier on in this game. The fact that there was that long phase of the game where Roccat were trying to push back mid, push it back. There was no dive attempt really made by Giants in the mid lane. Roccat held on, turned around a fight, pick up the Baron, and now they're in the driver's seat.
For the first time, right? Because it was Giants that turned around fights all series long.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder if the hesitation on dives came because of the thwarted dive in the bottom lane, where they tried to kill Faxi's Maokai. 39 seconds for Baron. There's pretty deep vision for Roccat to work with, but there are wards behind. Giants may not even need the ward because Memento and Knights are trying to clear out the vision. And it's going to come down to who can control these objectives better.
Roccat knew it, though. You saw them instantly turn as soon as they were, under the threat of an engage from the back, on the side from Memento. It's a tough spot to be in right now, because the next Baron pretty much spells the game-controlling play here. If Roccat rush it down as it spawns, pretty much everything is available.
It is indeed. Stand United's available. Knight wants to threaten jumping into the pit. That allows and forces Roccat away. Faxi's going to teleport into the back line. He's coming from the blue buff.
Nothing from
Look on the
Flaxish
minimap.
yet.
Not enough. Stand United finally on Memento. Memento flashes away. Chain of Corruption catches nobody. Once again, the fight is split. The zigzag taunt, but there's no damage follow-up. Flaxish finds his
Memento's
man.
here!
Fantastic Strangle Thorns. Memento hops, skips, jumps, finds the triple kill. Now Knight's looking for Faxi, and all of a sudden, Roccat on date.
Finally, Memento finds the 3 targets he can blow up. And Faxi's not long for this world either. Giants, it looked split, it looked a little precarious for them, but Giants take the fight.
Hustlin is a beast. He locked down so many people with the Strangle Thorns. That mid tower finally falls, and Giant, they turn their attention to Baron. Stress. Smite was actually just used on the Krugs for Max Lawn. Interesting, but obviously signals he's not going to go for a steal.
Yeah, he knew that he couldn't really do too much at that point other than deny. Maxlor just farming his jungle out instead, but that fight from Giants looked bad to start. Memento and Flaxish were so far apart from the rest of the team before Hustlin got there, but that really was a split second away from backfiring, but it's gonna actually end up meaning Elder plus Baron unless Maxlor still no smite.
All right,
it's not gonna be up.
Not gonna be enough time though. Roccat are too slow to the party. Maxlor didn't even try to avoid it. Knight tagged up by Scatter the Weak, and oh, Roccat, they had control in their grasp. Lose Baron, lose Elder, and now are losing the game.
Yeah, now it's firmly in the hands of Giants, and Giants' composition is also assisting them fairly heavily at this point of the game. The Rise, the engage with the Ashe, the counterplay with the Zyra ultimate coming through as well in that significant ending fight. That's sportsmanlike in the bottom lane from Flaxish.
Just having a little chuckle.
Yeah.
Flaxish shadow dashes away from any potential threat. Now Giants, while their level of poke may not be quite as strong as Rockat's, under tower and with siege, they have the ability to find good picks. Look at the 1-3-1 setup. With Realm Warp and with Stand United, Giants instantly disperse and spread that Baron buff super effectively.
They get the wards between the lanes, pull up towards top side. Knight gets the tower anyway, so they move towards mid. And Giants looking to just push in. Flaxish and Faxi not even touching each other in the bottom lane. Like they're just kind of standing there. Flaxish is pushing up.
You know, they're not going to find a target that time around. Baron and Powered minions, only Faxi to deal with. Flaxish will take a couple of shots. And all of a sudden, look at this. Giants now, such effective use of this Baron. 2/3 of the cooldown has been burned through. And Giants now looking at an inhibitor turret. And it's just a matter of waiting for Roccat to reallocate their champions. And once there's an opportunity, Giants just go in and keep chunking down. Chain of Corruption leaped away from.
Yeah, that's a big cooldown unavailable. Betsy wants to try an all-in Knight.
A lot of damage, but Knight's Archangels
This opens mid.
Does a lot. There's no ultimate from Betsy. Means Hiku and Hustlin and any other squishies a little bit safer. Mid-inhib turret stress down to 20%. Foxy has been fighting so long with Flaxish, she's out of mana.
A long, long fight. Mid lane tower was opened up for a minute, but Rockat's certainly not opening mid at this point. Betsy, oh, Hiku!
What? Hiku take the
Why is
ride?
Hiku there?
He gets exhausted.
He's
gets
still
the kill.
alive.
Stand United
What?
buys enough time. There's still a lot of damage to work through, and the shield is huge. Faxy's trying to turn it around. The inhibitor's now the focus. Roccat all of a sudden might be in trouble, but Memento says no. He hops in and leaps out. That's a double kill for Kha'Zix, the 11th of the game. Foxy's able to back away, and 3 members of Giants take the inhibitor down. Baron buff has worn off, but they've got minions to work with. It's only a tank in front of them. A flash engage from Foxy will not be enough. Roccat are aced in their base, and Giants take down Nexus turret number 1. Elation screams across their faces. Giants start tagging the Nexus. And Giants pick up their first win of the Spring Split.
The end wasn't the most straightforward thing, with TQ realm warping his way solo into the base, but it was effective with the Stand United as well. You can see how much it means to Giants, picking up a very important win.
It means they are not bottom of the table. Great to see sportsmanship there between Maxwell and Betsy. Of course, a lot of former teammates in the mix. It was hard fought, and it was hella brave. For Hiku to take that realm warp in, I wonder if he knew what was happening, because, you know, he kind of was like walking up towards the tower.
I don't know whether he knew either. That'd be an interesting one. I want to find out the answer to that. But it worked. It worked. He got the Shen shield from it.
Yes.
Giants, game 1 looked really good against Roccat. Game 3 started great. And then there was that rocky patch where Roccat stalled them out.
And you know, it's heartbreaking for Roccat because they had such a strong game 2. Game 3, they clawed it back.
Yeah.
Really good proactive plays, and it's great to see the growth on the Roccat squad, but it should also, we should just remind everybody that Giants themselves, you know, they've had temporary strong showings against Misfits and Fnatic, and now both of these squads have difficult matches. Next week, Giants plays G2 and Roccat plays Fnatic. So there's no time to rest and figure it out. They have to get even better.
I mean, you can take the implied wins before to say maybe Roccat can scratch a game from Fnatic as Giants did, but perhaps not
more
the
than that.
series. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Whereas G2 have been looking pretty strong, even against Misfits. They managed.
The one thing that I really, really liked from Giants game 3 is when they did get that Baron 4 minutes ago, the instant 1-3-1. You know, they went back, they bought, they very clearly had a good game plan. They applied pressure on multiple lanes. That was very impressive to see, the decisiveness and the speed at which they activated that strategy.
Yeah, that was a decisive set of plays. That's one thing that, I mean, that fight in the jungle as well, where it looked rough. They were trying to make that kind of play every single time, and that one finally lined up for them where Memento was able to combo off the 3 squishies and say, okay, well, we've won this fight.
I hope production gives that replay to Analyst Desk, because I definitely want to watch that one back, because I felt like the messiness of it kind of baited all of Roccat into the jungle and then allowed Hoslin to catch them. So we'll find out if the Analyst Desk will run that later. But for more on Giants' first series win of 2017, we're going to check in with Pyra.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day, and I'm joined by the man who always makes us remember what Kazakhs can do, Memento. So congrats on your win, man. You have had quite a long couple of weeks over here in the ULCS, 9 games in total, and you guys had won every first game, but now you finally brought it back to a series. Can you tell me what that means to you as a Giants player?
I mean, it means so much, actually. Like, I'm so happy that we actually won a game. I think it's a curse to win the first game, actually. I think it's better if you lose the first game and just win the next 2, because then you have the momentum.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you broke the curse at least, so good. But let me talk to you about that game 2 loss, because that was the time when you guys left Rengar open. You still got your hands on Kazakhs, or your claws, I should say. What is the game plan when you leave Rengar open on red side? Not a lot of teams do that.
I mean, I think that Kazakhs is actually stronger than Rengar, but I kind of misplayed that game, and I think Kazakhs has to actually like fight Rengar before he hits level 6, and you have to like find him in the jungle and actually fight him. In a straight up 1v1, I think Kazakhs wins pretty hard, but I didn't manage to stop him, and Maxwell's Rengar was pretty good as well. But I honestly don't think that Rengar was the problem in the second game. I just feel like Sivir was so annoying, because we couldn't engage on her. She was just mid lane sitting there like farming. Like, who plays Sivir in 2017? You know, like, yeah, and I forgot about Sivir, and I kind of entered that game as well. Like, I went mid lane, I just jumped in and gave Sivir a free kill. And yeah, that just made the game a lot harder. But honestly, I think Rengar is, if it's Rengar versus Kazakhs, it's fine. But if it's Rengar versus something else, then I think you just get like destroyed. So we decided that we wanted a decent jungle matchup instead of just going like a passive jungler.
Right. Well, I mean, you banned the Sivir the next game, so take away some of the problem as well, and your Kazakhs was explosive in game number 3. Last question to you, since you actually have played for both these teams, you were on loan to Roccat for a couple of weeks last split. What is the big difference in the environment being on this Giant squad now?
Well, to be honest, like, we don't really have many experienced players on Giants, and everyone is like really willing to improve, and everyone like works hard, and like sits up playing all day, you know, and they just everyone's really open to criticism. And in Roccat, it wasn't the same, you know, because we had more experienced players on Roccat, and it was a lot harder to like improve with them. But honestly, like, when the only bad thing about not having any experienced players is that you can't like learn you can't learn from them. So it would have been nice if we had like one experienced players on our team that we could learn from and we could just like listen. But now there will be like 4 rookies, or okay, Hassan is not a rookie, but the rest and Knight. So like 3 rookies, we kind of like, we need some time. I think with time we're going to be really good.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all develops. Thanks again for joining me,
Thank you.
Memento. And of course, now that we are all locked up for the week, we're going to send it in to load into the post-game lobby.
And things like Elise.
We'll see how that trade goes back and forth in picks and bans. Before we go down to the stage, it is my distinct pleasure to bring you the roster rundown, which means it is Phoenix 1 on the blue side. That means it's going to be Zig in the top lane, Inori coming out of the jungle, Ryu in mid, Arrow at bot with his support Adrian, and Coach Fly for picks and bans.
And on the red side, it's going to be Team Liquid. Up top is Lorlo in the jungle, Rainover, mid Golden Glue, bot Piglets, support Matt, and Coach David Lim on stage with the boys.
Yeah, we see the Rainover never picking that Lee. You said it was also picked up by Inori, but he also has the Elise in there for a few plays already, feeling comfortable on just about anything. His teams have been kind of poking at him a lot, seeing that he kind of gets P1 off and running.
Yeah, what TSM was doing was banning out the typical Rainover champions so that they would then get Rengar left up in exchange for the Kazakhs. Now, Rainover is very happy to play Kazakhs, as is actually every single jungler on this patch. Happy to take up that champion, but Rengar still is the king and still does have that bit of a higher value. So we'll see if any sort of the wrinkle comes in, or if they just end up banning out the Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar trio from red side, and we kind of fall into the similar pattern that we've seen so far this season.
Well, the Rek'Sai Camille hits first, so the junglers are getting a bit of love here to start things off.
There it is.
See if Phoenix 1 as well prioritizes Inori on their pick to start off, as Kobe said they have been.
Targeting Rainover once again. It looks like they do want to get that trade where they get the Rengar for Inori. Inori is a guy who, before Rengar was even reworked, he's been playing Rengar his entire League of Legends career in solo queue. This guy was Rengar main.
Loved Rengar before he was even out.
It looks like the trade is going to go through Team Liquid. That would mean that they would definitely have to pick up the Kazakhs in there sometime in the first round before the next series of bans comes through, because you definitely can't get your jungle pitched even further than that.
Zig's like, but I could take Jace. I could pick this.
He's previewing. Did you see what I did yesterday? Bullied Seraph pretty hard on Jace. He's getting scared, Lorlo? Not going to be the case, though. As expected, this is the trade that Phoenix 1 are forcing. Now, it's very difficult to do this type of force versus any team besides Team Liquid because of Rainover's champion pool, but they are going to be able to get that one through. This means Team Liquid, once again, they're going to take 2 power picks here in exchange and dictate the roles for both solo lanes.
It's interesting when you come across those kind of caveats that teams have with a certain champion. You see kind of Origen always banning Camille no matter what side they're on in Europe. Another small one that you see. They're not very abundant, if you will. Teams usually don't have that negative.
It's definitely fun to theory craft the optimal pick bans, and then when you take into account all the specific champion pools and the tendencies of not only your players, but the players you're going to be facing, that's where the fun and the twist definitely comes from. Before we move on to new patches and the top of the ladder does get changed up. But I do expect, I do expect an answer to one of the solo lanes here. I mean, the top lane, actually, there's a lot of options left open. So even if you do get hit with 2 more bans, they feel like they can pick the top lane later because there are plenty of tanks. You can even ban out the tanks and then go for something like one of the DPS tops into Maokai, Fiora, for the split pushing pressure. And in this case, Phoenix 1 will just answer the mid lane role.
See what the 80 carry bans come out, if they choose to do so. Kazakhs easily picked up here for Rainover.
Yep, this is the answer that we're looking for ever since the Rengar picked up. You know you need to pick up your jungler before the next round because the entire point of Phoenix 1's draft phase in the first half was to force that trade here. This being said, though, even if Phoenix 1 are going to these lengths that we saw TSM do as well to get the Rengar and force this little trade here. Team Liquid don't feel too bad about the opening here, right? They've got the premier front line, which is the Maokai. Lorla's been great on tank champions. They've got the Rise for Golden Blue in the mid lane. And Kha'Zix, while Kha'Zix is, maybe half a tier below Rengar, very comfortable in that matchup is Reignover, as he's played it many, many times, as people are continuously forcing that trade onto him.
Fiora as well at that top lane ban for Team Liquid, so hitting up Zig to make sure he can't get what he needs. Lorlo's going to have a nice time. Let's see what the final ban is here for Phoenix One.
Yep, looks like they just want to take out the DPS answers and force the tank in the top side. I think that's actually good for Phoenix One because if you look at the first 3 picks of Phoenix One, they're all DPS. Only crowd control they have is the Varus ultimate, as well as, an empowered Rengar Bola, which you can kind of count, but not really for a team fight because he wants to use that for, empowered W for escape or extra damage. So need some more, solid crowd control if they want to go for a team fighting route, and I think they'll be forced into that as the primary split pushers taken off the board.
To find that Nautilus to their top lane, possibly. Things would have been real hectic if they actually got one of those Fioras and Jace. It would have been a fun game to watch, that's for sure. Zyra is picked up. Still waiting to see. Piglet actually says, I'm going to wait to figure out what they can actually put out for those tanks. What do I have to dodge to pick my AD carry?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting as well how Team Liquid have been willing to let their AD carry slip past the second ban phase more often than most of the other teams. Most other teams are very set on this Ashe Varus tier list, yet Piglet has actually played quite a few of the below tier AD carries with, Vayne, Twitches, Ezreal.
Kalista play as well.
Yeah, and this time around, though, Jhin is available, so if we're going by that list, that is a high probability. Interesting little different look on the tank top. Yeah, you mentioned the Nautilus. That's what you usually expect.
Right, yeah,
we've seen it over and over, but the Shen does add some extra threat to Rengar. And I always like to see assassins paired with, extra die buddies like the Shen. So it really does put a lot more emphasis on these mid-game picks and mid-game plays for Phoenix One. They can, collaborate, Nori and Zig, as they've done thus far this season.
Zig obviously well versed on the Shen, but puts his unique champion pick in for the spring split on that one. Mostly Maokai for him, but that is in the hands of Lorlo. As we see the Caitlyn locked in overall, or eventually I should say here for Piglet and Team Liquid. Pretty safe lane to be going at that bot side. We mentioned that they had been a little lackluster. This should get them out of the laning phase quite nicely.
Yeah, it is a very long range duo here. It does mean, Caitlyn is going to have to wait to scale up a bit longer, especially since Varus is going for the armor penetration builds. I think all of this is pointing towards strong mid game here for Phoenix One. They want to push the tempo, I think, before Team Liquid get to their super solid team fight phase, where Maokai is super tanky, Caitlyn has plenty of attack multipliers here with critical and attack speed items, and they can just play that super standard. Everybody's in their formation and just DPS down front line. Whereas there are a lot more options early on in the game for Phoenix One. There may be a little slight bit of a timer on them.
You also see with the focus towards a Reignover, the picked bans here, MF as well going up against the Zyra, so they shouldn't have too much trouble there for Adrian as well. As, Liquid wanted to get through with a strong lane here, but they're actually going against one of their counters. So things slipping through with the focus of the bans all for the jungle really here in the first phase.
I do like the aggressive look here for Phoenix One. Misfortune, most common counter pick to Zyra that we have seen. Everybody's very well acquainted with it now. Had a while to sink in. One of my favorite stats actually was that her global win rate dropped 4% after that one game at Worlds, where everyone, oh my goodness, what a great, we can play support MF, that's amazing. But yeah, specific case for use only into Zyra.
I mean, it doesn't work against everything. I shouldn't play it against Braum. And
not quite. It does, just not as well. All right, everybody fanning out for a pretty defensive opening here. And I think that's the type of theme that Team Liquid are looking for this game, right?
30 seconds until
Mainly we'll keep track of Reignover and see if Reignover can actually eke out one of those CS leads that we're so used to him having. CS is actually kind of a bad tracking system now for the jungle this season. It's much better to track average gold and average experience per minute here for the junglers, since Raptors and Krugs just throw the numbers out the window.
So easy to forget right away, too. You look at it and you're like,
oh my God, he's got 12 CS more. Oh, well, you know.
It's like old Targon stacks.
Exactly.
Oh my God, there's so many. So we'll see Reignover. Yesterday, watching him play, actually, he was going red, and then he did a first game full camp Raptors, and then around to his blue, and then he had kind of transitioned to red of baby Raptor, and then continuing his line.
Yep.
He was just doing his own thing.
Also, remember to take into account the blast cones. They have opened up a couple more options for routes that previously would waste a few more seconds. Those things are actually quite useful. Not to mention the ones that are pretty obvious, where going for ganks where you blast over the dragon pit or something like that. Meanwhile, though, we should mention the early ward from Phoenix 1 that was placed on Reignover's red. So they are aware that he started on the bottom side this time around. And we'll see what Inori can actually do with him being the one with the early intelligence on Reignover, rather than the other way around, which Reignover is usually used to having. Another thing worth mentioning, since it is early on in the game, the way that you clear with Kha'Zix is extremely important. He is actually one of the most played junglers in solo queue, and the mistake I see most often from a lot of people is, number one, failing to get isolations on your camps, like the wolf camp, where you want to kill off the small ones first, but also kiting is extremely important. Kha'Zix is an assassin. However, he can clear and still have plenty of health if you kite appropriately. And what you want to do, especially with monsters that have very slow attack speeds like blue buff, you can easily get in 2 of your auto attacks as well as 1 Q for every single auto attack of the blue buff if you're kiting back. If you're just face tanking it, though, you go 1 for 1. Take a look at his first gank, though, as he's moved up to the top side.
Flash, twisted advance in, so the follow may not be there. Reignover does have it, but he doesn't want it, knowing the shield is coming back up to Zig. So a good attempt there. May try in mid as well, and Nori doesn't want to leave the game in a lull.
Yep, Nori going to have a free shot at Golden Glue exhaust on, and they are going to get the double summoners for a single. So both ganks are rewarded with summoners, and different solo lanes targeted, though. Now, Shen is just going to try and play extremely defensively now, because on display in that last gank was how well Maokai can set up ganks for someone like Kha'Zix, who brings a lot of damage but doesn't really bring crowd control. So Zig is really going to have to respect that. Shen already wants to get to that level 6 anyway, so just going to try and grind out that CS now. I think the more difficult lane is going to be the mid lane. See how Golden Blue fares without his 2 utility summoners, or 2 mobility summoners, and fights for the vision around mid lane, because that's really going to be a duo effort between Reignover and Golden Glue to try and get that vision. Ooh. Aha. Rengar able to pass right through, and maybe they turn this around. Lorlo did use his flash offensively, remember.
He could twisted advance to Inori right now and gain some distance. Inori flashes forward to deny the twisted advance distance, get himself in range, and they are going to be able to come up with that kill. Nicely played.
I love it. Continuing with the theme of yesterday, actually, just last night, talking about so often when you blow a flash offensively to try and set up a gank, your jungler ganking, it's just as punishable, especially if they don't get the kill on you, as defensively blown flashes. And even though topside was originally the Reignover gank side, Lorlo was the one who blew his flash. It was a good twisted advance, to dodge the slow there from the Mola, but since Zig was able to get away without it, boom, gets right in there, able to land the taunt, and they are the ones who actually claim first blood. So 2 ganks there for Inori. Second one actually finds the kill. And Reignover, meanwhile, will have an experience lead at the moment, because he only went for 1 gank, got right back into farming. And we'll see what he can do with this, because if Kha'Zix does get to the level 6 first, then he becomes really potent in those duels. Good poke here by the bottom lane.
What a monstrous wave to have crash into the turret. Arrow's keeping good pace on it. Seems with this breather, I want to take a moment to go back to the kiting of jungle, because a lot of you said on blue buff, a lot of people will try to go in and out of the brush or kite around. Do you even have to go in the brush, or are you just stepping away from your camp and then auto again?
So if you, that's a really good point to bring up. The new masteries, there is a new mastery where Greenfather's Gift, you get more damage if you're into a brush, and it does work on jungle minions. So you know, if you are clearing out camps, keep track of the cooldown on that mastery. It's taken by quite a few junglers, especially these assassins that like to get extra damage from brush anyways, and it can be used for that PvE style as well. Let's check back in on that top lane though, because not only did Zig get the extra kill here onto Lorlo, he's up in CS, he's up in experience. There's so much pressure now because of this move to the top side for Phoenix One that they can easily transfer anywhere on the map. Lorlo can't answer, doesn't have his teleport as they both exchange them. So Stand United is really an unanswerable big tool that Phoenix One have to press that mid-game tempo that we're setting up in Champion Select. This is really such a great start for Phoenix One.
And they do have the composition for in the bot lane to do it. You get that Chain of Corruption out. That's perfect for Stand United. Timing, it's all easier said than done, but that could play out in their favor. They're going to catch Piglet and Matt off guard, maybe? Coming up on that level 6. No Zig already has it for the TP. Good damage by Ryu. Exhaust onto Golden Glue, trying to keep him in range. One more shot, and he gets him. It's going to be Rainover over the wall. Flashes through his minions. Nicely done. Rainover cannot follow.
Absolutely destroyed, and the action continues here as Matt's flash is forced. Blue buff is up as well. That is easy pickings. Ryu with a complete destruction of Golden Glue in the mid lane, all by himself. Might have to look at the replay to see the flash timer on that one. I think it was still down for Golden Glue, or he most certainly would. What a flash.
Both bowlers just on the edge of Rainover. I don't think they want to fight back too much right now. They do have Golden Glue coming here. We'll see if P1 overstays their welcome. There's the ulti from Minori. This is going to give Golden Glue time to get back in. They make sure Rainover's low. Rio can look over the wall now with the missiles. That's going to be Matt going down. Golden Glue is just on the edge. Rio's looking for a throw over the wall. Oh, he comes back in. That's going to be the kill going over to Adrian. And Nori low. He's going to use that for a heal, a quick disengage.
Maybe a bit miscommunication there. Zig actually ulting on Ryu, who jumps out, whereas Nori didn't have flash, so Nori had to walk his way around. And maybe if they had some better coordination, they might have been able to play more aggressively with that Shen ultimate. I thought it was going to be, a bigger part of the bottom lane influence, but because of the really good sniping from Arrow over this wall. Look at this scrimmage, because you look at it and you're like, okay, so this should be a pretty early Shen ultimate coming in here, right? They have the advantage, but on the bottom of your screen there, right in the corner, Arrow just up on the top side, able to land the ultimate and the extra damage to get that first early kill and advantage for Phoenix One. However, as you see there, Shen ultimate on the backside where Rio escaping rather than, going super aggressive. So even though it went well for Phoenix One, were some things they could clean up to get maybe a little bit more out of that. All being said though, good snipes there from Arrow on the bottom side, and definitely an increase here for Phoenix One. They want to keep that tempo high.
Incredibly explosive, just off of Ryu hitting Golden Glue. Obviously Nori was in range for that, but now Ryu coming back, package in hand and blue buff. Golden Glue is going to have to play a little safer with this second pick Blind Rise here that they got on red side. He was pretty confident with this one.
Yeah, confidence not going to help him out here though versus Ryu, as Ryu has had complete control, and he's liberally using this exhaust to force summoners, gain pressure on Golden Glue, play this super aggressively in lane, and a lot of that also does have to do with, again, we visit the success of Nori early and how so much pressure was lost mid that it turned into vision around mid. Meanwhile, bottom though, Nori is hunting Piglet.
He knows. Ooh, Strangle Thorn goes down, but he flashes over it. The exhaust should pull him off. He still wants to get the few attacks in just to give Matt a hard time. Exhaust or not, they lose Piglet. And you're going to wait for him to come back to lane. This will put some pressure on the turret, but it's relentless right now for P1. TL have to try something.
Even though this doesn't look like a huge play from Zig, this is a mistake we still see so often where if your team overloads the bottom side of the map and makes a play there, top laner still is like, oh right, my team's doing great, and he's just CSing at turret. Zig actually backs off. He recognizes, hey, I'm on the weak side of the map.
Yep.
You know, it kind of sucks to give up this turret and trade, but I need to do that to avoid death, and he appropriately backs off so that he also doesn't give over a kill with that turret trade. So Team Liquid trying to get something back here, but it's really Phoenix One out to an amazing early start.
And honestly, in that situation for Zig, since it was forced by the bot lane, you're going to get a pile of minions. They're not letting that die at the turret, so nicely waiting behind. Picks those up. Actually just sitting up at the top. He's going to go and clean them up now as they pile even more. So like you said, P1 in the driver's seat here to start this one off. 2K gold lead along with that Ocean Drake. So it's going to be nice for Nori to stay out now and have some fun in the jungle.
And Nori extremely happy with this game. We mentioned, you know, he's got such a long history on Rengar. Even just starting out in Champ Select, he feels really comfortable. But then also starting the game with that extra ward to see the starting location of Reignover. The first two ganks. These NA junglers have really been making a splash this season, Riv.
Yep.
And a lot of people are talking about, yeah, it does look like one of the best roles for the region as a whole, as far as, you know, native players. And they are definitely big on trash talking as well.
A lot of that homegrown talent coming in as well. It's like all these JV guys, the Challenger Series are now coming up, being accepted onto these teams, and Nori definitely made a name for himself coming in. And since, as you said, that ward from picks and bans, they've made sure to give Reignover a hard time. 3 bans in the first phase, that ward to start off. If we can find him, we can stop him.
It's so rare to find any professional jungler that just you know, will not play Lee Sin. So that's why we see all these champ selects that look a bit strange for, you know, maybe any other team against these guys, but Reignover has had success in many metas where Lee Sin is still popular. He's still found a way with his more tanky champions. Some around though. Kha'Zix a little bit behind. It's not the end of the world here for Team Liquid though. As we set up in Champ Select as well for these guys, they do have the farm for late option, even though you don't always want to be like, oh goodness, we need to start giving up stuff and playing defensively and farming for late. Sometimes, you know, that is your option. You get your Maokai to the tanky phase and your Caitlyn farmed up, then you start to try and take these fights.
It's so hard for TL to stand in these turrets, but if you're coming over the wall, maybe you can give a surprise stand united onto Ryu, a flash out as he realizes it might be the end. And Reignover is gonna have to back. Oh, Nori in between the turrets.
Where's he going, though?
I don't know if he's gonna go anywhere. One last hit. Oh, summoner heal from Arrow. The Broman for the entire team, and they get out with 2 kills under the nose of Team Liquid.
Sick champion, Battle Roar, empowered Battle Roar plus Battle Roar, able to heal him up. Maybe 600 HP there. You use it right after you take these tower shots and negates them, but they're still getting kills here. Ryu finds Golden Glue again with the flank.
Ryu, the guy you thought backed, is still in the mid-rush. Team is going to be waiting for Liquid to kind of converge on that wave. The wave reset, they said more kills. Team Liquid feels like they have breathing room, but this is when we snap down. And P1 puts down the stranglehold. Mid-turret down along with that bot earlier. They have top and they're done with the outer ring.
Man, they are just flying fast and loose here in this game. Phoenix won. 5,000 gold lead already. Let's take another look at this dive. And Nori goes for that full-length jump from the bush behind the turret. All it does work is out, he gets right up against that wall, and he finds it right into an ultimate for another jump.
3.
And then, this is where you think
4.
he's done, right? Empowered Battle Riot gets rid of
5.
that one. Regular Battle Riot gets rid of that one. And the Summoner heal as well from Arrow, I believe, to be able to get that extra move speed and life to get him out. So they did use a decent amount to get him out, but that was definitely worth extracting in order from under the turret, as he's the one with 4 kills and he's got a bounty on his head.
Watch out, Kobe. He's looking for your Indomitable title. Take that right away.
Rengar getting fed this early is so scary as well. Just stack up the passive so you get extra AD for each unique champion that you do take down. Plus, you know, that's on top of all this AD he's building here. It looks like he is going to go for that cleaver build. So he's going to have a lot of flat AD that's going to get increased as Ryu actually 1v3, but he's got package. Should be able to scare him off, actually.
Yeah, Liquid is thinking twice about just about everything they do right now, even with the majority in numbers, because all of the wards sit on their side of the map, currently trying to stave off any more sieges. Surprised it's not top lane right now for P1 as they try to get a few more, even with a minute on the Drake. A few more kills, clear out that map, and then get their vision forward. Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Definitely true. That's how you definitely press and keep your transition from your mid game into the Baron fights and the inhibitor sieges, the late game there, a lot more smooth. Yes, they are snowballing, but the way to really secure that victory with the early lead is move up that extra vision, so you get more picks.
They don't even have the vision really yet. They're just going to go ahead and own the jungle. That works as well.
They're just cornering them under the orange
wall of bodies. Flash over for Rain over. Lorlo looking for the right twisted advanced target. Ryu already channeled the Valkyrie, so Lorlo kind of out of a target to keep hitting there. Everything playing in favor of P1 as TL is trying their damnedest to keep these turrets up, but continue to have to watch them fall. 17 minutes in, final turret goes down in the outer for Team Liquid.
And you notice how they target the Kha'Zix here. Squishy Assassin rather than the Maokai, even though they know Kha'Zix can go invisible and he's a little bit further away. They expend their cooldowns very liberally here. Flash, Shen, ultimate, immediately just get on him, kill him quickly because they know they have such a big lead. And Zig here takes a very good trade with Piglet to force him off the turret as well. That other advantage of the Shen can be 2 places on the map. Seconds after he was just making a play top. Teleport is used.
And Infinity Edge for Piglet. Still quite a bit of armor on Zig. They may not be able to get too far through that.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. Yeah, you always want to get that crit multiplier and attack multipliers for Caitlyn, and yeah, it takes a while for her to get there. This game is not going at the pace where you allow the Caitlyn to get to that point. Varus, meanwhile, 1 item, he's good to go. He's got some lethality, he's got his tier, and is able to bring a lot of utility to the team fight. That's why we see so much more Ashe and Varus. Very, very prevalent so far in the start of the season. Now, we talk a lot about Inori, and he's looking good on this Rengar. Rengar's a flashy champion. Everybody likes to live that life of being an assassin and getting all these kills.
Inori.
But honestly, Ryu here, such a big pickup in the offseason for Phoenix One. So much of it is about this mid lane control. Yeah, jungle pressure did allow him to get vision around mid and play aggressively, but he punished Golden Glue so heavily in the mid lane. Just spamming that exhaust and getting those kills. Golden Glue again actually is targeted, has to blow more summoners.
Looks like he's gonna be able to run more far enough away, but even when he doesn't have Ryu in lane, he's getting picked on by others. He doesn't have a lane. Oh my word! Free to himself! Absolutely demolished. I didn't have words for a second. Piglet and Matt get caught out in the wrong spot, but you can see, even with a bit of vision, knowing where they are in the river, P1 is just a few steps ahead and they still make it work.
I mean, we keep seeing Rengars get through versus various teams, and it's not a good idea. I guess they getting forced into a bad situation here is Team Liquid. And Phoenix One, they're not going to give them any time to stack up here for the late game. Another turret going to go down as they just continue to pressure.
It's not even like a front end burst. It's like an every end burst. It just keeps going. There's no stop.
Huge AoE there. We saw he can not only just chunk the one he's jumping onto with the auto crit into the Qs, but Q being changed into AoE gets both of the members of the bottom lane there, and even with the numbers disadvantage, able to gain so much pressure.
Infernal Drake coming up next. One already picked up by P1, so they're feeling pretty good about that as we see this one more time.
There we go. All right. It sees enemies at all points, dodges the Zyra. He actually just jumps right over the Caitlyn trap, doesn't even care, and is able to get into the bush. Oh, look, another short hop, no problem, to pick up those 2 quick kills.
Quick hopscotch.
20 minutes, Riv. This is looking like it is going to be a quick opener as we have another Infernal Drake on the way. Best snowballing Drakes definitely by far here. And Phoenix One, not only to have this early gold lead, but control the entire map. And when you do have a Rengar that's this fed, no area without a turret is really safe for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And it's even questionable whether the turret areas are actually safe at this point. So they really have so few options that you have to go into that team mentality of, okay, we got to farm for super late, hope for mistakes, unforced errors from the enemy team. You know, maybe they'll get overconfident with their giant lead and go for some dive and mess a couple of those up. But it does look towards a stage where you're thinking about the next game and how you want to play it differently. Luckily for Team Liquid, in the next phase, they're on blue side, so the same pinching of Reignover's champions is much less likely because then, you know, you can go for something like
you say that
or the LeBlanc or something like that. Yeah, I mean,
I
honestly though, people have been willing to give over the LeBlanc in exchange for the Rengar pick, and you know, that is a strategy you can take from red side to try and mix up the standard, oh, we got to ban out all the OPs. But yeah, that is a bit far in the future. Feeling like pretty confident here for Phoenix One though, as they move up. Bush attempt here for Team Liquid. Can they surprise someone?
You were saying safety from turrets and whatnot. I was going to say, on that point, it's hard to even find safety from your ward. So Nori can just walk right over it and still kill you.
He's
in a
coming
group
again.
of 1 or 2 people. The team's going to engage. This should give them enough pressure to hit this top turret pretty hard, at least with Nori just having his ultimate on. As the wave approaches, let's see how much damage they can get on it.
The red alert global notification from Rengar. Everybody run to the turret, group up, everybody huddle together. Gonna have to give away that turret. There's no way they can defend these outers. It's all about the inhibitor turret defense, because you have that extra added defense of the walls where it kind of funnels the enemy team a little bit. That being said, you need more than that to overcome this large of a gold difference this early in the game. And Phoenix One, since they see the enemy so cooped up, going for that Baron.
Nori has this habit of being 2 levels over his opposing jungler. Makes the game quite easy for him.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to care about much when he's roaming around in the jungle bigger than
Interesting strategy.
multiple people. Good plan, good plan.
Honestly though, Phoenix One, since they have so many tools, we can talk about how they can accelerate this, right? Every time we see a lead this big, you start getting critical of, oh, why are they taking so long? Right now they're not taking so long, but you always want to look at ways to optimize, because you are going to come up against more and more difficult opponents. Everybody's always looking towards that end game, towards international competition. You really do need to be able to keep up the pressure even when you're in games like this. So, split push here with Shen is quite clear. He had a very good start. 0-0-5 is like a perfect Shen score. He's got all these assists, double tank items already. He's a full item over Lorlo, so even Maokai, who's so good at CSing at his turret and kind of trying to play defensively there, is going to be a point of weakness, right? He's pinned under that turret, whereas Zig has so much more mobility. Not only does he have this full item lead, he's got the extra global, so you can push up the lane, force the global, get right back there to forcing again, and it's just like Team Liquid. It really takes away so many options from them.
In a perfect world, Kobe, who does Team Liquid catch first, and where do they go after that?
Someone that they can actually 100-0, right? You know, you have to get one of the squishy targets. Golden Blue is caught.
Or they get caught first. Over the wall, Ryu, oh! He's making that one sure. Goes in on Matt. Matt gets hit 1-2. Zig's in as well. Coming in with the stand united in the flash forward to keep in range, and 2 members of Golden Blue go down.
No brush is safe against Rengar here, right? Riv, you know, the typical turtle defense style is, oh, we got to ward up our red side, you know, and try and hide in one of these brush on my pink ward. As you said, though, brush are not safe against Rengar. He just runs right in, and then he continue to chase you because you give him another jump being in there. Lorlo here going for a super desperate play. Maybe Reignover can try and stall this out, but even if they get it, risky.
Stands toe-to-toe with Reignover immediately, throwing the exhaust down. He's going to be in trouble, though. Baron gets jumped off of. P1 gets a little overzealous on this one. Nori still feels confident for the fight. Reignover stays too close. They're on to Lorlo. Piglet actually doesn't have enough to maybe Caliber Net get himself some traps for safety, so he's very far away from the autos. Now tries to step forward. Unfortunate Team Liquid couldn't get their damage in on that.
Team Liquid are happy that kind of broke out into chaos, though, because Reignover was able to take flash into an isolation Q auto there for a big burst with the Thunderlords onto Ryu and take out the main, one of the main points of damage for the team and put a stop to this Baron. Those are the types of plays that Team Liquid are looking for at this point. They're not looking for, oh, we're going to make our huge comeback game-winning play at the moment. They're just looking for stall play, stall play, stall play at the moment. Right now, though, being hunted again.
Trap. Oh, he squeezes through. Oh, but he missed anyways. They're on the golden glue now. He should be going down. No ultimate to be used there. They're on to Piglet now. He stayed. Woo! And Chickens! He goes down. Chickens, but he gets the heal out. He's roaring at home. And I think they're going to head away from Baron this time. Nora looks like he can go down quite fast, but right back in. P1, do not wait. They want that vision back, and you know what? They'll get some kills if it comes with it, too.
Yeah, and you really need to have a healthy amount of respect for the package here on Ryu. Yeah, they just killed him and he went down, but whoa, long range there, actually. No more respect given because package already used. He's actually going for a super AP heavy build as well, with some more AP after the Gunblade was built. A lot of people will go for that Infinity Edge, but let's see if he gets picked off again here, because he's the one playing defense.
Smite was just used on Ryu, so you know Reignover's going to be going down here in an attempt to just get some money back, get some kills back for the team. He goes down, and as well, P1.
Legendary Rengar with 8 kills now right there for Nori. Let's take another look. You can pop this ultimate super early now, just for extra move speed. So he pops it, yeah, they get an alert, but he can run across half the map here with that move speed. To collaborate here with Zig. He does get golden glue down, and then the Raptors for Team Liquid are trying their best to help him out. They're like, we got this one, we'll take him down for you. But unable to get that first kill onto Rengar. Nori did survive and does get to keep his legendary streak.
Another Infernal Drake for a relentless Phoenix 1. The Nori lighting the fire under them for this game here with Ryu just closing down in the mid lane, making it that much easier for all the lanes to not really feel any pressure. A lot was focused mid. Reignover was trying to get himself back in. And if nobody feels pressure, you come out beautifully.
Definitely true, and now they've got the Baron because of it. That makes your push in super easy with your split on the Shen. They'll be able to take that turret, and so much power here, even with this full line of Caitlyn traps. They're keeping them pinned down. Piglet actually gets shot in the back line. Caitlyn now super low, has to have a wide range between him and any sort of damage. He gets chunked down a little bit. This is such a strong showing for Phoenix 1, Riv. And, with the start of this season, right, the top of the table for North American LCS teams was taken down. Team Liquid lost Double Lift, the Immortals lost both Goonie and Reignover, lost a lot of their key players, so the top end was weakened pretty heavily, and that has made space for a lot of these middle teams to make surges towards the top, and try and make a name for themselves. Phoenix 1 have definitely been one of those teams with a lot of those off-season acquisitions that definitely improved the squad, and had very strong showing here against Team Liquid. Definitely bodes well for them.
Yeah, it's really come from the teams that have demanded respect as well. We hear a lot of these junglers coming in, talking a lot of talk. They're starting to back it up. You see those teams doing a bit better than most. The camaraderie coming together right now for P1 as they enter the base behind that jungler, behind Nori on this game. And that first pick Rengar as they come into game 1 of the series. It looks like they are looking to put the final touches on, as long as they didn't do anything too foolish.
Yep. They still have plenty of Baron buff left to go. Inhibitor number 2 will go down. And it's a pretty quick clean up here. Just under 30 minutes, they're gone the inhibitor, or on the next turrets. Oh, got it
all the time. That's going to force it back to the fountain. Reignover's going to make it there with half HP. Nori chasing them all the way home. We're going to get a little focus on the Nexus turrets. The super minions are doing the work too. And this is where it might get a little sketchy. P1 knows there's a few too many low health bars on their side, and they say one Nexus turret is good for now.
Yep, going to be able to take out more than half of the base of Team Liquid. Then recall with this Baron buff and spend a whole bunch of money here. Giant item pickups here. Full tier 3 items being picked up by multiple members of Phoenix 1. And collecting the 3rd Infernal Drake on top of it. This is just the icing on top of the early game slaughter. here for Phoenix One. Full power. All right, let's take a look at this. Inori circling around, right into 3 members. Maokai, don't care. Exhaust, don't care. Take down your AD carry. 1v5. I'm going to get out here with the Shen ultimate.
Now he takes damage.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh. All right, so Rainover, Piglet, best buddies right now. Ryu, looking to get between that friendship.
Oh, wow.
Playing a little smart there with a quick ward.
Laughing at him.
Ooh.
Nice cupcakes, bro.
Yep.
All right.
Four
Anyways,
cupcakes
they'll just return to that split, right? They've got these super minions now, gonna help them out.
And I hope so.
Lend a hand.
It's like the best idea for them right now. They really want to get everything here. They're gonna go for the top side, shred the rest of the base as the super minions wreak havoc on the bot.
All right. Right over the cupcakes. Thread the needle here for Ryu and Arrow. Half the turret health is gone. Team Liquid got to pull the trigger, but it looks like they're under fire.
Oh, nice package to Golden Glue. He's separated from the team. That's a 1-2 from Arrow, and Ryu, he stays alive.
He flashed the present.
And they're going for the Nexus turrets now. This time it's the focus. They want the win. A great game coming out of P1 here from start to finish. The jungle, the mid, and everybody coming together for a fantastic showing. 20-2, P1 takedown TL for game 1.
Yeah, absolutely demolished there, and Golden Glue just stunned after that one. And Nori in the jungle makes an early move towards mid lane, burns both of Golden Glue's summoners. We caution against mid lane how hard it will be to play that following up. You know, lack of vision versus a Corki. No summoners now versus the Corki, and Ryu just makes the most of his advantage. Punishes super heavily, kills him with the solo kill, even escapes the jungler afterwards. Meanwhile, Inori's up top side, so they're winning mid and top. Then you get to transition these really big, powerful solo lanes down to the bottom side, where Arrow's also, you know, landing his snipes on the Varus and playing his role really well.
Yeah, they did fantastic. We actually saw one of the times we went bot, there was a huge wave crashing into the turret. Adrian got pushed off. He almost died. And then somehow they're coming out huge down there off that one play. Obviously, Rainover couldn't get down bot. He was trying to get back to his pathing, trying to get back to what Inori was doing, but he was games ahead.
Yeah. I mean, he did get the first gank off, but again, he ganked, and it was an offensively blown flash from Lorlo.
Yeah.
But Lorlo didn't play defensively
Oh,
after
he ganked.
this.
He ganked Kobe.
This is what happens after that, right? You know, Maokai, yeah, I can flash Twisted Advance, set this up. They didn't get anything, and then he was actually an easy target for Inori, who, this is what you were talking about, that bottom lane play where they were able to make the transition. Then it's just all about diving as Phoenix One continue to pressure. They do have that Shen ultimate, so a bit more safety with this super aggressive style. This was my personal favorite as Inori's able to get that empowered W, charge it up, also be able to get another one there. Basically negates 2 of the tower shots. Dodges around the Zyra ultimate and, you know, eats that cupcake on the way. Doesn't matter, still landed in range for the extra kills. Yeah, turn up that Rengar volume on. It's actually scary to play against him in game because you hear the loud roars of Rengar jumping at your face, and especially as a squishy AD carry or mage support, panic button, gotta flash, heal, escape somehow, exhaust him.
It's all because of the beard. I'll tell you right now, that's where it gets the power from.
He's also...
was there a beard last year? Not as much.
Fair point. Can't argue with that evidence. I mean, you guys are going to have to tweet at LOL eSports, though, and let us know, you know, is Inori's Rengar clean or dirty? I think they want hashtags in front of those. Got to keep up with the kids here these days, Freak, Riv. Freak. Whoa!
Hey, that wasn't a pun. Come on. Just because I made a joke doesn't mean it's a pun.
He was in my face all morning long. So, you know, just burned into the back there.
Well, at least we got to watch Inori do that. Eye bleach just a little bit. Give us some good play on Rengar. Because historically, you know, coming into this season, it was, well, Rengar, NA Rengars. But now NA Rengar is something we can do. Thanks.
NA Rengar main.
Thanks, right? NA Rengar main. Yeah, very, very true. But yeah, don't make it happen like the MF percentages when everybody goes to play it. More games to come, 20-2 for that one. A huge taking by P1 over Team Liquid. Both teams are backstage talking it out, and we'll have them back in a few. As we step away for a few, we return, we'll have an interview with P1's owner, Rob Moore. You're watching the NA LCS.
time to choose. Somebody wins and some lose. I can see through your disguise. Lay it down, hope for something better. Looking at the clouds, the cyber and the weather. You can't keep this up. The lies are just too much. Kick back, start another fire. Looking at the clouds, making shapes that you admire. And you can't stop it now, 'cause you don't know how. You can't stop it now.
What do you mean? How do I not know Adele?
You live under a rock is what I'm trying to get at.
Bro, I don't listen to the radio.
Hello from the
I'm off the grid, you know? I don't have a cell phone.
Get himself in range, and they are going to be able to come up with that kill. Nicely played. Good damage by Ryu. Exhaust onto Golden Glue, trying to keep him in range. One more shot, and he gets him.
Yeah, multi. Kill Zara.
Ulting you.
We can fight this. I'm going around. Wait, can we dive?
Yeah, I think we can. Kha'Zix flash.
Kha'Zix no flash. No.
He died.
Okay, come back.
Help me.
I can run. Help me. K till away. Channel T. Oh. Nice.
We go bottom mid.
Yeah, you guys can rotate the mid.
Oh, he squeezes through. Oh, but he missed anyways. They're on the Golden Glue now. He should be going down. No ultimate to be used there. They're on to Piglet now. He stayed.
Woo!
And he goes down. Chickens, but he gets the heal out. He's roaring at home.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American LCS. I am now joined by Phoenix One's owner, Rob Moore. 20 kills to 2. That first game must have felt pretty good.
That's a good way to go. Certainly, this split has gotten off to a much better start for us than last year. Probably took us about 5 weeks till we had our 6th game win.
Yeah, and even talking about that last split, or taking it a little bit more big picture, you're from the entertainment industry, for those of you who don't know, and I wanted to just kind of ask you, what got you interested in building Phoenix One and joining League of Legends eSports?
You know, I spent 25 years in the movie business, spent a lot of time building brands like Transformers, Paranormal Activity, and looking now at what's happening here at League of Legends, seeing the passion and the opportunity to now build a brand here and what we're trying to do with Phoenix One.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, last split, it got off to a bit of a rocky start. We were talking earlier, you lost your first 9 matches, then had some powerful wins later in the split. What has that journey been like to now where you're within 1 game of starting the split 3-1?
Oh, don't say that. He's trying to curse us. But it is pretty amazing. Last year, you know, certainly the first half of the split, we had issues with visas and trying to get our team together and then really pulled it together at the end. But 100% of our energy was going into not getting relegated. Now this year, we've had the offseason, had 2 great young North American players in Zig and Inori that we discovered, who then we knew we could build something around. And then the team spent a month in Korea training and practicing and really getting some team chemistry. So even though some of our players didn't come into the US yet till a week and a half ago, they'd all been in Korea for a month. So it really felt like the team was gonna come in with pretty good chemistry.
Yeah, and it's starting off pretty good, so don't want to jinx you or anything, but it's looking fairly hopeful. Looking at kind of the rest of the league as well, as you become a much closer follower of the NA LCS now as you under Phoenix One, how do you see this split shaking out?
Yeah, so I'm such a follower that I was watching League of Legends on my iPad last weekend during the AFC Championship football game. So it really feels like there's been a lot of changes to a lot of rosters, and it sorts out. It does feel like the league is much deeper and more competitive than last split, where there was definitely a haves and have-nots, and it feels like this split, almost everybody has a chance to contend for the playoffs.
All right, well, thank you very much for the news. Best of luck in the game and the rest of the season.
Perfect.
And we'll send it back to the casters to get us into the game.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely awesome to hear from Rob Moore, and it really is a scenario of we hear teams saying, you know, we're looking to be a team in this split, we're looking to be a team next split, and they have actually come to fruition in that where they are a team that came back next split and found the roster they needed to, and that organization takes a long time.
Exactly. I mean, they made some really good offseason improvements in the pickups there with Ryu as well as Arrow. Both those guys have already been showing up and working really well with the team already. Now, they need to change something up here on the side of Team Liquid, though, going into Game 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because, yes, this is a best-of-3 series, and you do get another game, but, man, that was a very one-sided affair.
Well, you can kind of almost say, okay, that won't happen again. It's a hope, but that was a pretty good shellacking. They shouldn't be allowed to do that once more. That was a good amount of mistakes continuously made by TL, but not taking anything away from Inori. 2K gold lead over Reignover at 15 minutes. Kobe, I mean, how are you feeling if you do that to your opponent?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Rengar, like we talked about, you know, how scary that is because of the amount of map control you have from already being ahead and taking out these turrets. Just opens up Rengar. There's really nowhere, you know, safe for them to try and farm up any gold and get back into this game. Farm for that late game Caitlyn Maokai team fight, and that's why it was such a snowball victory. This being said, biggest change here for this next game for Team Liquid is going to be they're on the blue side now, so they don't have to get pinched in the exact same way here and target Reignover's champion pool.
They did. He got his Kha'Zix. I think it hurt a little bit more as well, just to see that with targeting that, they also warded him out early in the jungle. They made sure that he had to kind of babysit all of the lanes after Ryu was able to get that good early kill. Then they gave a little bit of love in the top lane to Lorlo, and bot lane actually started getting hit up itself. We saw that replay of the dive bot with, I think, Inori coming through first, just shredding everybody. So it became early where TL lost this one out. Go through the laning phase pretty even. Like you can see a way better game for them.
All right, right off the bat here, Rise going to be banned off of the table, and we keep it in the mid lane. Phoenix One so far going to go with the standard red side bans.
Or do they?
Meanwhile here, we do see a Zyra ban, so supports rising here. Malzahar is definitely an option as well. If one of those top 3 is not open, Malzahar, I'd love it as a first pick. Super flexible. Can also transition into the mid lane. But with Zyra banned out, you definitely don't even have to, right? We have seen people play tanks into it, something like the Taric, or maybe Tom Kent for late game, being able to counter and eat people. But as of right now, this could take that one off the table as well.
Malzahar getting banned out this game. Didn't find it. Phoenix One, the tried and true 3 as Reignover gets his Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean the Cassiopeia hover there would be very questionable because things like Oriana are still up. Meanwhile, Phoenix One, yeah, they're very clearly gonna expect the Kha'Zix jump here for Reignover because Team Liquid really have been prioritizing that for him. Talked about not comfortable on the other things. Ashe is a good answer to the Varus, so this one not necessarily putting too much pressure on Team Liquid's next phase, but is definitely a good look for Arrow, right? He was able to land multiple Varus ultimates, really accurate with a lot of his sniping, as far as the poke as well. And actually, Phoenix One not putting any pressure at all. Really open-ended here. Start to this first phase as they just answer jungle and leave Team Liquid now the option to dictate a role. They can pick up the Ashe to try and answer there, and then go for something like that mid lane that's already been hovered. That would give Ryu, though, guaranteed counter pick, which, Phoenix One on red side should be able to get at some points later on anyway.
May want to see if he can see it first for the mid lane pickup. I don't know. Karma may be the lock-in for them. Let's discuss it around the board. Piglet, or rather Golden Glue, has been getting kind of champions on the team that should win his lane. They are giving him those resources. They're also providing him with some as well. And he's been stepping up a bit, but almost should be more coming out of that mid lane for what he said he wanted to do this season. We'll see what he still has to pick.
Well, it is an option for Phoenix One to try and pinch him. Yeah, technically, Karma you could flex, but not going to be the case probably. As Nami has actually picked up quick answer here, so seems like we have all answered roles as we head into ban phase number 2. Pretty standard so far. This is going to mean, as said before, though, yes, red side is going to get first pick and the final counter pick out of the second ban phase. So they can keep the counter pick here for Ryu and hold it as long as they want to the end of the draft. Make Team Liquid show it. Same is true for the top side of the map there, though. So it really does put some pressure on Team Liquid. See what Phoenix are going to go with here. If the top lanes are already being targeted, I would expect Phoenix One to open up with a top lane pick. Already taking out the Nautilus. I'd expect them to actually prefer, Ziggs on the Maokai and give them that super solid team fighting. So they are going to leave that one up and maybe force Team Liquid to ban it. Fior's already taken out, so that's one of the good counters. It puts a lot of pressure on Team Liquid to try and ban that one out and push Zig to something else. Poppy would be the king of the tanks left after that, or the queen, I guess, since Nautilus is already on the ban list here.
I think Poppy might be something Lorlo would want here, depending on what they do ban. He's had quite good play on it recently. Ooh. I think ban the Kled. It is Zig. Zig has quite a variety of champions, but this kind of leaves open the ability to get those picks that they would want.
Yep, and that's an expected answer here. Since they did leave up the Maokai, didn't want to spend that one there. They're looking at a counter pick here. Let's see, they already banned out the Kled though, so not too many options. If they do want to match tank to tank, yeah, the Poppy is a little bit weaker, especially after the last rounds of nerfs. So be a bit of a step down from the Maokai, but might be able to delay here. Shen, as we just saw already, used this time. It will be the reverse matchup if they decide to go that way.
Lorlo breaking out his first Shen if he did there for Spring. But he goes Poppy. He likes it. Be his third play coming in for that.
That's expected. I mean, he's played a lot of Poppy, even last year as well. So back on a very comfortable champion for him. And Cassiopeia going to show early. Will Ryu go with the Oriana or something more assassin-like? For me, if you're going to go mid lane control mage, it is the Oriana. Yeah, there are pros to a couple of the other mouse overs that they had there, but Oriana, such good zoning there with Cassiopeia and good lane control early on. One of the great things about Oriana as well, doesn't have to ever look at Cassiopeia. Yeah, you do get some damage out of your auto attacks, but she can pull so many games with the ball placement and can easily turn her back for the Cassiopeia ultimates. Whereas Shockwave is super good for disengaging her, does have a lot of teamfight zoning as well. And you really have to respect that zone in this little matchup here.
I love the Nami pickup here for some Asho disengages if necessary. Just one of the ones that can halt an entire team in place if you're really trying to save your AD carry or whoever gets hit up. Pretty good picks coming out here. It looks like Team Liquid got a good composition of what they want. It looked like they had what they want last time, but Golden Glue was able to see the composition a little bit more this time. Did blind pick that Rise, and it seemed to get him into trouble last game. Heading into game 2, Phoenix 1 is coming off that first game hot and on fire. 20-2 was the score. Nori and Ryu going off huge. A lot of the players on the team deathless with that kind of score line, so they're feeling very confident, and TL has to find a way to shut that down.
Yeah, they
head off. Players are left to their own.
They do have, you know, some early game playmaking potential here. Both tanks, as we've seen, can very well set up ganks for these more damage-heavy junglers. We'll see how Inori does on the Rex side, though. Yesterday or last night, he had a very good carry game on the Rex side, combining with Zig. Zig was the one bringing the damage with Jace that time around, though, and Maokai not quite as much.
So it should be kind of a slow start to the mid lane. Not too much kill pressure coming from these two, especially with their summoner spells of Cassiopeia, Oriana. Can't wait to get to the fight phase. However, for these compositions, if P1 even lets it go that far, we have just about a 30-minute game coming in now into game 2. After that 30-minute game 1, let's have it. TL now on blue side versus P1 coming in on the red side. Let's get into game.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of Ghost in mid lane. I feel like it just highlights higher skill plays and higher skill players better. If you have the confidence to be able to dodge, you know, with the extra speed boost, it also is a very versatile spell. You know, you can use it extremely offensively. That being said, you know, definitely value in some uses of teleport, a lot more rare now, in my opinion, especially for the high DPS mages, really prolific in the mid lane nowadays. And then there's always the option for exhaust if they're more all in, but these guys are not all in. Remember, this is going to be very much about the range differences between the Oriana and the Cassiopeia.
If it was Huhi that got LeBlanc the other day, ran his Ignite. I was like, I haven't seen Ignite in a while. That's nice. I like that.
It is, you know, more ballsy, more all in. Looking for the snowball there if you go with that summoner. But yeah, when it is a matchup like this, that's so much about ranges. The Ghost just helps you control that range so much easier, as well as being super low cooldown for, you know, any pesky junglers that show up.
We actually saw it, you know, for quite some time, a long time ago, TF's running it, be a little bit safer in lane with the Flash Ghost, and everybody now. Lorelo helping Rain over the same buddy system over on the side of P1 as we get this second game started off. No forward ward here, not as much, I wouldn't say early action, but early strategy here from P1 to start off.
No forward ward, but both bottom lanes starting pretty far up in the lane, so you can kind of assume, you know, Rainover did start, I believe, by himself with no pull on the bottom side last game to throw that curveball and try and get that little bit of surprise for the top side, which didn't really work out for them, but he's not going to try that this time around. He starts with the standard top laner pull.
Didn't seem fun for Zig. He'll heal back up nice and easy. Adrian grabbing a bit of brush control, but it's already warded, so he's getting in for the harass. Level 2 coming up close. Looks like it's going to be the same time as Matt and Piglet just sidestep.
Oh, level 2 hawk shot here, going to go into the jungle and scout that. Yes, indeed, Inori definitely did start the top side because the hawk shot caught not only blue, but also the wolf camp. So I like this, feeding Rainover any extra information, always super valuable, as Piglet is able to help out a little bit.
So what becomes your path then? You see the jungler top side, you know he has a full bottom to clear.
One of the biggest things, especially with the changes to the values of the early camps, is the Scuttle Crab, right? Rainover here is getting it in for some early vision after the hawk shot, but Rek'Sai cheating a little bit since he's got the sonar passive, basically.
Ooh, jungle fight, but the AD carry bot's not gonna make it. They're going at it toe-to-toe. It looks like the mid laners also hitting each other up as they go hip and hip down the river.
Oh, Nori back in.
Nori's back in. He's got the double buff on the side of Rainover. He wants that transfer. Nori gets the transfer. Arrow and Adrian are there for the show, but they still get the assist in.
Rainover going with the super deep invade on a Rek'Sai, and once again, in Nori, huge advantage early on here. Actually, a mistake there. Lorlo gets himself under the turret, and Zig is gonna chase him down.
It's a big hit. Zig's got 1 second on that twisted advance.
The potion
2 or 3 seconds rather than level 1. There it is, the hit. Arcane smash in 1 second. Oh, he can use it. Here it comes. There it goes.
Oh, huge mistake on that dive, but bottom lane another kill.
What is happening right now? Flash, go. All right, no, they pull back.
Oh, Riv. The mistakes here early from Team Liquid show that it's almost off to a very similar pace as the last game for Phoenix 1. Lorlo goes for a dive up on the top turret, and Zig just snares him right under the turret. We'll take that advantage, thank you very much. Even though it's pretty close in chasing down that kill because not much extra damage, he eventually does find it. Meanwhile, Rainover with that invade, also another mistake, and his kills just keep coming.
No, Matt, don't do it. I think I can. Can he? Oh, he did.
All right, he gets a summoner spell instead.
He thinks correctly.
No kill here. Slow it down a little bit, but yeah.
Ooh.
Golden.
Oh, would have been one more auto. Flashes with the ghost.
Pretty nice dancing.
Holy moly.
Dancing moves here from Ryu, though, as he's able to punish Golden Glue for trying to bait that. Golden Glue starts it off pretty early, knowing that he's got Rainover on the way. Plus, he has this ward you see on the top half of the river, so that's the reason you can have that confidence to make that play. But Ryu just stands toe-to-toe, fights him, wins the trade himself so heavily that Golden Glue ends up having to spend both summoners anyway, and it's another one of those cases of I get a jungle gank, but I blow my summoners offensively for no gain, and they end up just losing out in overall resources spent since my jungler showed, and I had burned summoners anyway.
Zig now with the kill solo for himself. Lorlo, a little too aggressive under the turret as he got the lane pushed up. Zig was taking a lot of damage in that lane the whole time. The first time we came up, he was about 30% health, kept himself low. Maybe he's been keeping it nice and juicy. Found Lorlo in a bad situation. Still 33-39. The CS hasn't gone awry in that lane, so we'll see them doing some teleport plays in a bit.
Rainover's coming up. He does have some extra charges in the Hunter's Potion, so shouldn't be worried about the low life. Plus the honey fruit right picking. Ryu really gonna feel confident now that he's got the extra mobility advantage. Ghost coming up quickly. Plus, Inori's doing such a good job with this ward control after that early punish onto Rainover. He not only is this a good example of his vision work that he's doing, but he also had previously placed a deep ward on the blue quadrant. So man, he has just been back-to-back invades, really creating a lot of space for these laners that are doing well for themselves in their own rights.
Good lane pressure from Ryu. He wants a little bit more dominance in that lane and finds it as he pushes Golden Glue back to base. Actually, he's going to keep him to stay here, pushing up the wave as fast as he can. So Golden Glue will not get his back just yet. Bot lane has been pretty even overall. Adrian trying to go hard in the early game with bubbles. Hasn't really been able to get too much aggression on. With that Ash arrow into now, we see Matt has Ignite this game. It's usually a different summoner pickup for him.
Yeah, looking for that level 6. I mean, so much about the Mage and Ash Varus bottom lanes has been about level 6 power of those ultimates with looking for kills. And then by that point, you can also bring the junglers and maybe top laners down. So the extra Ignite there to really all in on that strategy. He does punish Adrian a little bit for trying to hold the wave here and take a bit of health, but Adrian healing up and is Nami as well, so some innate sustain. Oh, don't believe he tagged that cannon. A little bit out of range, but not much he could do about it. I think really though, again, such a big story around Inori here on the Rek'Sai. Thing about Hawkshot is that both teams can see it fired, right? Even though it does give you vision, the enemy team can see that you're working with this intelligence and go, oh, next step would be go invade, right? And get a ward down there. Since he is Rek'Sai and does have the extra vision from his passive and those pings, just plays Rain over so hard and punishes that invade. Now he can go for invades of his own, actually, since he's ahead. This time around, Rainover's the one on Kha'Zix, so he gets isolated damage, and Nori's got to run.
Say, it looks like it stings. Ooh, a missed petrifying gaze. Protect. Actually, the dissonant shockwaves goes to Golden Glue. Correctly called by Ryu, and Nori didn't need the speed up, and he turns the tide of the fight with that damage.
This time around, it is Ryu who saves Nori's butt.
Wow. Well played.
Even though, you have this lead on Rainover, Rek'Sai, the Kha'Zix isolation damage post level 6, have to respect that duel and run away. Golden Glue almost got the inside line there, but now Zig is going in on the Maokai burst.
Blue buff? Thank you.
What a tragedy for Team Liquid. They defend the invade. They're like, all right, we got him off our blue buff here. Zig just goes in and reaps the rewards.
Yeah, honestly though, things that shouldn't happen. Just having a Maokai able to walk down through the river and kill your mid lane.
And again, vision. Early game here, really well controlled by Phoenix One. Arrow goes all in, gets ignited. Matt is under turret.
Oh, that last hit did come through. There's the summoner heal. Oh, Arcade Smash. Zig is on a roll. And that one's going to go over. Lorlo trying to go hard. Pushes back Zig. They'll have Twisted advance in a second. Arrow and Adrian, very scary for them to get in here. The Keeper's Verdict is down, though. They keep their distance. They have the control. Hail of Arrows goes down to slow down Lorlo even more. And Zig picks up another one.
Zig is doing an outstanding job this game. Top lane, winning it there from mistakes from Lorlo. Then, basically, it's just not giving up on that invade play, I guess. Expecting that they are going for that blue handoff since they did have that deep vision there. And then this one, he's a second early on that teleport. He teleports first. Plus, it's Team Liquid's bottom lane that's really far up here.
Very good catch.
Matt gets himself stuck under the turret, so he took a lot of damage there. And both the flashes for Team Liquid bottom lane. This has actually been a story for the last couple of games with Team Liquid. Their bottom lane pushes up super far, makes a super aggressive move, but the enemy top or the enemy jungle comes to punish it after they're super extended, and they'll use their summoners just to get themselves out of their own 2v2 situation. That it really is very difficult for Team Liquid here to come back from this. They're losing basically all areas of the map.
I said it shouldn't happen again, Kobe, but
every single area
seems like it was
here
completely up to P1.
Yeah. Problem areas for Team Liquid.
And you say that as much as you think about we go later, P1 banned that Nautilus. So Zig 401 is basically going to be unstoppable. You're not going to be fighting a Nautilus on the other side. It's Poppy, and that goes down a little faster. So the tank fight definitely goes in favor of Zig for quite a while, unless something goes awry for them. Great dodge. Once again, Flash is blown on both sides as he tries to pick up the kill, but Golden Glue just comes up short on the kills. It's what we were seeing last game. They try to go for Ryu, they come up a little short, wasted attempt, and then it just seems like P1 bites down on that.
And another just giant solo advantage there for Ryu, just slapping Golden Glue around this mid lane here. Gets off a giant combo, casually turns his back for the Cassiopeia ult, as we talked about, and then burns the flash for flash. So much turret damage, so much control. It's just another insane snowball here for Phoenix One. To be able to get that first turret gold for themselves as well. Ryu takes his toll.
And even, he's been gone from his lane most of the time, but the few moments he's actually had a Nori up here as well.
Across the board.
CS lead, and look how much damage he still has on that top turret, already about to fall after the mid lane. So consecutive they should be, and a lot of gold rolling in here for P1 early in the game.
Yeah, solo lanes are definitely an issue here.
The ball placement.
Exactly.
Off of everything.
Zoning pretty hard. Oh, we got the poison on. Didn't get cash for it, though. All right. Counterplay options look pretty slim because of the deep vision here, where Phoenix One, you see all these red wards encroaching into Team Liquid territory, plus the really big early leads. But once again, Team Liquid are in the situation where they need to play defensively.
Got the flash down, and that's a snake down. Rainover won't get hit up though, but the power coming through from P1 being this much up means TL is not long for this world.
And that's why people always talk about putting up that defensive vision after your turrets go down.
Yeah.
When your turret goes down, you're so vulnerable, and if they don't have defensive vision on the entrances to their jungle, Inori is just going wherever he pleases at the moment. You're gonna take this in Rainover's face. Maybe they have a smite fight.
Yep. Even Arrow and Adrian are trying to route above Piglet and Matt here, so they can't give Rainover help. Matt has gotten on the safety side though, and they're probably going to start up a fight here. And Nori just went in on a Rainover, and this has now come to this 4v3. Double bubble on the other side of Krugs. That's going to be Piglet getting hit up. He's still able to deliver a bit. Adrian bops himself over the wall with a blast cone. A good hit by Arrow, almost finished by Adrian. Rainover squeaks himself out of the fight with a little hop.
Blast cone!
And Nori over. They go both sides. And it looks like this one slowly disengages. Seems like somebody still wants to fight, but they're not going to find any damage.
Woo-wee. All right, well, they got the red buff. Secured Riv. Brambleback is still on Team Liquid's side.
Worth.
The reason Rainover stuck around is because he's, Inori does use a smite on Rainover, so Rainover knows. I don't know the reason for Matt against that wall, trying to land the snare though, in the 4v3. Now Golden Glue does arrive, so, you know, Rainover did at least land his smite to steal that back away, but not a whole lot of momentum back in Team Liquid's favor as they gave up a kill for this. Plus, you have zero pressure, and Turret Air is taking some damage as well.
Yeah, look at that bottom side. Red wards all over. As that was just their party zone. We'll see if they decide to move those and go towards the top side of the map.
Man, it's such a really up and down experience for these guys on Team Liquid side. This is another one of those teams that was kind of near the middle of the pack that coming into the season, seeing the openings at the top end of the NA LCS, we're looking to make some moves, right? They want to make a name for themselves and really push past middle of the pack, but doesn't look like they are going to get there super soon, as Phoenix One are really putting them in their place in this series.
It just doesn't seem like there's the same kind of communication. We don't expect the play coming out of Inori to be the aggression you see from Rainover from season to season, right? The players around him as well going as hard, demanding respect in their lanes, but it seems like P1 is, for lack of a better word, kind of just able to walk over these situations and really find no trouble as they approach a lane, or now heading for Dragon. Obviously, they've given themselves such a lead here, but they're just making it kind of seem seamless as they capitalize on all the fundamentals of getting out of the laning phase so nicely.
Arrow also is going to have those high impact long range shots now. He's got his Ghost Blade completed, top of plenty of mana with his tier. Piglet, we're looking for something for Team Liquid, right? We're trying to find some way for them to create a defensive play, and the Arrow is going to be the impetus for that, you know? Lorlo has teleport, so technically, if they land an arrow on somebody out of position, you know, and they have some damage around, they can call all of their members to join. It's just that you really need to get the jump on someone since there's such a huge lead. But again, over and over, it's Phoenix One with the jump.
Petrifying Gate flash right onto Ryu to not give Inori any more pop-up chance. Golden Glue's gonna get hit up here, and this is P1, almost living in their jungle, able to respond right away. But are there enough members of TL? Yes, there are. Base is just a few steps away, and they're able to bring the cavalry in, shutting down, finally, and some aggression from P1.
Yeah, that is one of the best outcomes you can hope for Team Liquid, right? Defensive play. This time they have a bit of defensive vision set up, as you can see their wards, and they've got people in place. This is Inori just filled to the brim with confidence, so he's going in, and Golden Glue and Rainover, talk about being on the same page there. Double flash to the isolated Ryu and just completely take him down. Then their bottom lane here is able to focus Inori, while Lorlo did teleport in on the other side, and Lorlo's the tank. Inori not quite tanky yet, even though he's super far ahead. and building semi-tank, so he gets taken down before they get to work through the Poppy.
Thought it was just the cannon minions that made you do crazy things.
So those control wards too.
Yeah, that's true.
All right,
Something
well,
about it.
that's a little bit of gold back in their pockets. But we'll see if those wards actually are able to move in any deeper from Phoenix One. So this time around, they've got a lot of pokey power, and they actually can siege as well.
How would the scenario work of kind of when you see a team with Poppy behind, you're hoping for the teleport behind, you keep your verdict 1 or 2 people because you have the split, and it might work versus these guys, because then that makes Adrian choose where to use the Tsunami. The arrow becomes a little more efficient, so maybe if Liquid could get some deep wards, they have them on the blue side, they could capitalize, or maybe just an arrow.
The pick, the arrow!
I set up this complicated thing. Why don't you shoot someone with an arrow? They know what to do.
That could be the impetus. They take it. Nice shot there from Piglet. He's trying to get him back into the game. They have a little bit of power here now, but they still have to be very wary. Actually, Arrow using the Varus ultimate, so that's down as well. Definitely some much-needed gold, and they'll just stack that one right up.
Note yourself. Arrow and arrow, we should call it. Enchanted crystal arrow, or ash arrow. That could get confusing.
Yeah, opposite teams.
Rift Herald voided out. Baron is in. The new hotness. We'll see what happens for this between P1 and TL. I don't think TL is going to want anything to do with that yet. And P1 would just use it to dangle in front of Team Liquid. Good flash by Piglet to get himself to safety. He's been trying to just get as many minions in his bot lane as possible, slowly farming it out and making sure they stack up so he can get them safely.
Yeah, let's see how good Phoenix One this time around are good at forcing. Because last time, you know, they had Rengar and Shen. Rengar and Shen, when you've got turrets down, is really, really nice and pretty easy to push that tempo. This time around, though, a little bit more standard with their comp here. And they've got a lot of area to control, whereas Team Liquid have focused very heavily on that defensive vision and on defending their jungle at the moment. So Phoenix One, they don't have to get worried yet, but they do need to concentrate on not giving away any more of those picks, because the solid advantage that they have should transition into this next Drake. Set up around the Drake, more's on the backside, and they should be able to draw out. Oh, another arrow, pretty good shot, but Ryu dodges this one.
Good sense by Ryu. These things are a little quiet. I'm probably gonna have to dodge something soon, but now we see Liquid every time that arrow's up, or at least the last 2 times, just say every time. But since those 2 times it has been fired, they're looking for those openings, the unconditional arrow to the face that they can follow up on before this team starts building up Quicksilver sashes on their bot lane.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the state of the game, and it becomes kind of risky here, right? Team Liquid, they want to make more picks, they want to get some gold back, but another Mountain Drake for Phoenix One puts so much pressure on transitioning over to the Baron after they pick this up. They can burn through that very quickly. And this time around, they've got 2 tanks that they have options for tanking the Baron. So they don't even have to have like the entire team there. They can just take this extra Mountain Drake, then slowly move all of their vision over to Team Liquid's blue quadrant, force them to run through these small corridors. You've got a Varus, so that makes that really scary, as well as a very standard team fighting comp. So I think the next couple stages here for Phoenix One should be pretty clear. Pick up this double Earth Drake for themselves, Mountain Drake, and then try and put a lot of pressure on Team Liquid to make a mistake and try and check into the fog of war around here.
A little punch by Lorelo on the Zig Love tap there. Looking at Nori for a quick second, his inventory, kind of skipping that Skirmisher's finish.
Ooh.
Going for Titanic.
Might do a 5-man dive here on the Maokai.
It's going to take a while. We said Zig was pretty big. 4-0-1. Vengeful Maelstrom denying a lot of that damage. Coming in, and they're going to get rain over. Zig, Rangers is on, and they're able to take him down from Piglet's damage, but holy moly. It took an entire team to take him down.
The 5v3 there, because Nori was also bottom after taking the Mountain Drake. The entire time, Ryu's committing to this split push, so they're going to trade an outer for a secondary. whereas Inori's pushing mid. So Phoenix One are pushing in both of the other lanes while this is happening and getting a decent amount more, but they get caught.
Arrow, Adrian's next. A quick keeper's vertical, lock that in. This is a little bit of damage on the bot side. Mid lane is actually getting taken down quite hard as well, as that whittles away and drops some structure. 10 to 7, much closer. Good prey seeker, seeking out the prey. Oh, wow.
Ryu gets another one for himself. Oh, wow, they want to chase down Lorlo.
This is what we see from P1. The fight ends, but not for them. If they can keep going, if there are still fighters on the map from that last fight, it seems like P1 tries to pick up those stragglers straight to the top lane. And a good strategy as well, because now they have to take the time to back and you're already in position if you have the waves.
Exactly, they can take this time now to clear out vision around Baron to force that. Here, Phoenix One, the reason they're pushing up to try and stop these bats is to buy Ryu time. And in the end, opening up bottom inhibitor is gonna just add tenfold extra pressure to this double Mountain Drake Baron threat. You really have to worry about that bottom lane inhibitor at the same time. So Phoenix One gonna start it up and begin the pressure here.
It's so dark. I'm
What do
scared,
they have?
Kobe.
Hawk shot, where's the Hawk shot? I don't know if it's on cooldown. Did they just use it? Maybe they just had.
Hawk
maybe
shot
they had
is
just
down,
used it.
yeah, 33 seconds right now on Piglet, so. That was P1 using the domination that they have so far through the game. You know, Liquid kind of giving that one up, saying we can brave that. And I think they'll be able to as well. Still difficult to have to watch the objectives go away and find that one opening that's going to get you back into the game. We said it is that arrow. It could also be the erroneous engage by P1. You get a good petrifying gaze from Golden Glue, and you might be able to lock up the team just how you want it. Arrow finishing that edge of night, so he can already start dodging out Piglet's attacks here. He's a little bit safer. And yep, Inori building up tank, finally finishes his jungle item.
Ooh, meanwhile, Maokai, Guardian Angel completed. If it's not difficult enough to take him down the first time, dive potential is definitely here for Phoenix One. They don't have to though, because bottom turret was already taken by Ryu in the last push. And Baron buff is going to allow them to empower this siege. Shots from Arrow are gonna come through with that zoning Orianna ultimate. Orianna sieging is actually one of the things that teams really lose track of, that Orianna ball. When you get to the stage and there are a lot of spell effects flying around and a lot of stuff that you're paying attention to, it's really crucial, especially for your backline, to keep an eye on that Orianna ball. Because one quick move from Ryu can take out the whole squad.
You can also leave it very close to structures, and it almost sits in them, but you'll see the bobbing action. But like you said, you're not looking for that. Right now, the ball is in control of P1, right with the team as they move forward onto the Nexus turrets. And even less time than game one, 26.5 minutes, and they were already knocking on the front door of that Nexus turret. They're gonna back off though, and make sure they have their minions pushed up before they go too far.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to see, but Phoenix One. We say this a lot, but so fresh and so clean this series. Very, very clean. Just completely outplaying Team Liquid. This game all across the board.
Yeah, this wasn't Rainover having trouble in the early. It's a 2-2-2 Rainover to a 2-1-2 Inori. They were getting at each other in every lane, and it's been P1.
Yeah. The one area is that Team Liquid did have a CS lead in the bottom lane for a little while there. Marginal CS lead. But then, you know, they did make a very aggressive play up at Phoenix One's turret where they were punished super quickly by the other powerful lanes of Phoenix One.
And Zig solo kill, Zig another kill, teleport bot lane, Zig another kill, and now the team pushing forward. The next inhibitor turret goes down, and Liquid is just firing every bit of poke they have, albeit very medium ranged, into P1 right now to try and get them off this.
All right, slowly but surely, cannon minion buffed up. Oh, they're going in.
How many's it get? That's a good quantity. I'll take 3. Inori and Zig still in though. Look how tanky these guys are. 4v2 as the rest of the team comes in.
Maokai healing off those guys.
Puts the ball in front. That's the inhibitor going down. 11-8 here, 28 minutes in, and they're looking to do an under 30 victory against Team Liquid here in week 2. P1 trying to get to the top of the standings as fast as possible. From the ashes of last year, the Phoenix is definitely rising so far. They got a long way to go, but are showing very well here in the beginning of the season. Pushed out of the base, Liquid's trying to get themselves a few more minutes before the return of P1. But maybe it's right now.
Yeah, pretty desperate chase here. They realize this game is slipping out of their hands, so.
Zig has no mana. The dissonance slows 2. Focuses on Matt. That would be the timer for him going down quicker. But they pull out. They say, we'll get this Mountain Drake. It'll be in, it'll be out. Oh! Look at Golden Glue, he says, no, minion!
Triple Mountain Drakes to empower that Nexus backdoor I'm looking for. All right. Extra damage to objective.
Just one, Zig. Maokai backdoor.
Let's see.
Teleports in.
How stylish can they do it here? They have a ward. Look at that ward.
There it is.
Inside the base. It's pretty far from the Nexus, but it's inside.
The lumbering tree, he can make it.
Minori's got a semi-deep tunnel as well. Maybe they make it a 2-man mission. Probably just go for a standard, though. They don't have to risk anything.
Yeah.
Phoenix 1 can push up all 3 lanes, no problem.
That 2-1-2 with your tank mid lane?
Yeah, feels good. They're actually just farming Krugs at the moment. Inflating CS numbers! I'm destroying him.
Actually tied. Oh, you got the last 2.
Yeah, see, you had to go for it. That was necessary.
Did that heal him? Is he hurt? God, he's so big right now.
He finds something to auto attack.
Yeah, no, seriously, you can see his arm glowing.
All
3
right.
items. Those 3 items for Zig were 25 minutes. The Sunfire, Spirit Visage, and his Guardian Angel. He's been gigantic. He's going to have trouble fitting items into his inventory soon.
Yeah.
Currently 2,000 gold up on his opposing laner as they head down the top side. And they're going to look for the last inhibitor turret. Cleanup duty by Lorlo and Rainover on the bot. They're going to scurry over now and meet Inori in the middle of the map.
Yep, a lot of individual mistakes here from Team Liquid in this game. And having a very rough time coming back from them. Phoenix 1 just taking those mistakes pretty much everywhere and snowballing quite efficiently. 31 minutes almost as they head right in towards the Nexus.
There's one thing you can definitely say about P1 is they keep up the pace. A lot of teams will stall out a few times. We question that ourselves as well, but when we did, P1 would kind of fire back in the next 2 minutes. So I don't think teams are really used to that just yet. A lot of the 15 to 25 minutes of games become stall outs, and that's not when P1 stalls out. That's when they keep going, and it's mostly because of this guy right here on your screen, Inori. Tsunami comes out. This could be the final touches here from P1 as they look for the Nexus. Ryu over to Piglet, tries to get the 80 carry down. The last few hits are going to allow him to get to the fountain. The Nexus is getting taken down. It's at 50% HP, and P1 coming up with 2 very nice games over Team Liquid. They take the series 2-0.
Lickety split there for Phoenix 1. And they improved to 2-2, I believe.
And you can see on Golden Glue's face there, the disparity, not the way we play feeling. And I'm sure TL felt that all the way through the game, trying to do what they could to right the wrongs, but it seemed like P1 just found everything they could to make it that much harder.
And it was actually 3-1. Their only loss did come to Team Dignitas. And that was in that 1-2 series. So other than that, besides that single series, Phoenix 1 have 2-0'd Envy as well as Echo Fox. And they are, starting to make a name for themselves here. Really do like the way the new roster's shaping up.
Yeah.
And starting to come together.
And that's the question. This was one of their first tests. There's a lot been put on Rainover. Seemed like there were some faults there for Team Liquid this time. See if they come back stronger next week as well. We know they play much better than that, but that's not to take credit away from P1 in that game as well. They played very well, and it's hard to look good when a team plays that well, honestly. Great job out of the jungle mid lane. This guy on Maokai last game. Zig, what was that? Getting his first kill. You work a kill off of Poppy, you're like, oh, Maokai got a kill top lane. Great, he's going to be a good tank later. And then just starts racking them up right after that.
Yeah, I want to, maybe we need to go back a bit further and see that replay because that was a definite turret dive from Lorlo.
Oh yeah, mistake.
Because we're always like, oh yeah, Poppy, Maokai, solo kills, which you don't really have to, probably not going to happen, don't have to pay attention. But when you turret dive like that and take a bunch of turret shots, definitely changed the possibilities there. And even though it was hard to chase down, he got that one and ran with it.
Definitely something to look at for that game. It was Onori really getting under the skin, I should say the team in Pix bans, and then the ward onto, I was going to say Kha'Zix, but on Reignover, got his name now, to start that game. Having his pathing allowed P1 to do so much. Definitely something to look at. They are so proactive with just a little bit of information.
Yeah. And it was actually a lot about laners as well on Team Liquid in multiple lanes playing, really not respecting the enemy jungle.
That's true.
A lot of times when we're like, oh my goodness, this guy's going off. Gank here, gank here, gank here, gank here. Why does he have all these opportunities? Sometimes, lack of vision, lack of defensive play, not respecting him like that can be things as well that you need to take into account. But man, we're almost done for, that was a quick finish, Riv. I didn't expect it to end this early. Back-to-back, very quick games here. Clean from Phoenix 1 as Team Liquid have a lot to improve on. And I know they're going to be super hard on themselves about the way that they've started these first 2 weeks because they do only have that one victory. And it's not the way that they wanted to come into the season, having revamped and having acquired Reignover and, got that high-powered acquisition. It just... definitely some areas to work on.
Do you feel like it's fine for them coming out of Pix bans? Any kind of troubles there that Team Liquid could look at? Obviously, we always say the Lee Sin for Reignover, but that's not a game collapser.
Well, as we move forward, I believe it's definitely in the works. I don't know if it's next patch or a patch after that. But the Rengar is going to be taken down as well as the Kha'Zix. So, maybe he gets some help there as the meta starts to change back away from these two. But right now, it's definitely an issue.
Definitely something that happens. So let's send it down now to Jet and Phoenix 1's Man in the Jungle for his thoughts on that win.
Thank you, Riven. Yes, I am joined by Nori. Congratulations on the victory, 2 over Team Liquid, but also 3-1 on the split so far. How does it feel to start so strongly this year?
Yeah, last split, we really didn't have a good start, so having a good start this time is really, it's like a weird feeling, like, I didn't really expect it, but being, like, top-tier teams, like, without, like, maybe, like, a rank, actually, wait, no, it is Rengar pick 2, but being top-tier teams 2-0 feels really good, though.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of the Rengar pick, it's one of your best champions. Were you expecting to get it in game 1, or was there any strategy into hoping to get it, and then how did you feel performing on it?
Yeah, we saw TSM's draft against Team Liquid the other day, and it was pretty interesting. And yeah, they were giving Rengar up, and they were taking Kha'Zix, and I thought that was a pretty good trade. And we didn't expect them to give me Rengar because normally it's like taboo kind of thing, but they gave it to me, so I appreciate it.
Nice to appreciate that as well. And you're up against Reignover, who was a former MVP of the North American LCS, also dominant regular season. How did it feel to have such a good performance against Reignover?
Yeah, no, I looked up to him a lot, and I try to learn a lot from him. So I respect him a lot as a player, and it actually feels really good to do well against him. I think he's an amazing jungler too, and I really look up to that guy.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Reignover, and you had a great series against him. Also, just talking about the rest of your teammates, Ryu and Arrow, a lot of teams talk about whether they do want or don't want Korean imports because of the language barrier and the communication. And I wanted to get your opinion as a jungler. What's it been like in week 2 playing with Ryu and Arrow?
I think normally some imports have English problems, but those two are pretty good in English, and they're really engaging people. So that's something that's pretty surprising because some Koreans are more shy, but they're really engaging. So it feels really comfortable playing with them and being around them, and they're all really lovable people. So it's really nice.
Awesome to hear. And also, final question for you. Early on in the North American LCS split, there's been a lot of really strong play by, I'd say, the young, new junglers. Do you think that's a symptom of the meta of junglers right now, or is that more of a thing to stay with the quality of the players?
Yeah, I think junglers have so much impact early game right now that a lot of these junglers are pretty good, and they can snowball early game really well. But I feel like some of them don't know how to play the mid and late game for a jungler, and I think that's an important aspect too. So I think these junglers are pretty good, but also the meta is favoring junglers a lot early game.
All right, well, thank you very much, Nori. Congratulations on the 3-1 start and the 2 over Team Liquid. Let's send it to the analyst desk to analyze that game.
Thank you very much, Jat. Nori and Phoenix 1 looking good in their victory here over Team Liquid. Appreciative of the fact that he was able to get the Rengar in game 1. Not in game 2, obviously, as they were red side, so they opted to ban it. And still hand that Kha'Zix over to Reignover, who has looked lost to a degree with these targeted bans that teams are throwing at him specifically in the jungle.
Right, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, saying, oh, I'm not sure if it was worth it based off TSM's performance on Rengar. Here, when Nori gets his hands on Rengar, he takes over the entire game, and you're like, all right, if that's how the strat's going to work, right, that's a great strat. But
exactly. But then we get to game 2, right? And you don't have that mismatch anymore, and Nori's on the Rek'Sai and still has very much control over the game.
Right, and you have to look at kind of that play that Reignover made in the bot lane, where his bot lane does not have priority. He's kind of invading around the blue buff. He loops around, looks like he gets out, kind of hesitant on what they want to do exactly, and he gets
really wanted that scuttle crab, man.
Yeah, it just was a little too greedy. I don't know what he was thinking. And then whenever something's going right for TL, something always feels like it's going wrong out of nowhere. So bot lane finally gets a solo kill. They're looking really good. But on the top side, Lorlo loses his mind. He dies. And then it's a series of events where TL is struggling to get ahead. But, you know, props to Zig, because he, once he got this kill, took over the game almost, where he
shared the wealth.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing you want to see out of a tank player. You're not saying, let me snowball and lane with this kill. You go bottom, you turn this play to get your bot lane ahead. They're going to pick up 3 kills off the back of this play. Yep. And then on the flip side, later on, he's going to get into a skirmish in the top river that's going to leave Golden Glue low, and he's going to pick him off as well. So Zig, despite, you know, getting handed that first blood, what he did with it was really, really impressive, and he definitely took over the game.
And I think this hits on a larger thing for Phoenix One here, which is that each of the players seems to very well understand what their role is on the team. Not just champion specific, but how they need to play as a squad, which is that Zig is not going to be their primary carry or their go-to carry in the majority of games. He's going to play those tanks, the Maokais and the Poppies and the Shens and whatnot, so that he can support those more aggressive players in Nori and even Ryu in the mid lane and Arrow when it comes to the late game. That's not to say he can't play the carries. We saw the Jace game, and Jace and Kled both banned here against Zig. So if the time comes, he'll probably step up. But it's really great to see the evolution of Phoenix One as a squad, understanding how to play
right, I
as
think that's the big thing, is that they all work together. And when the draft says, all right, Zig, you need to carry on Jace, he's able to do it. In game 1, we saw the MF prioritize. Phoenix One's bot lane and lane is not actually that impressive. You look at their stats, and even the eyeball test, not so great. But when they're given the counter pick and they're given the priority in the draft, they perform. They crush TL's bot lane game 1. And it's the kind of thing that whenever a certain player needs to do something for their draft to work, they're able to do it. And that's what's really impressive. And what you want to see out of a good team is that they actually work together and not just like, here, someday you're the carry, please carry us every game.
Yeah, when Inori gets Rengar in game 1, he goes off like 9-0-7, whatever the heck the scoreline was. This time around gets Rek'Sai, plays a slightly more tempered game, knows that he's not going to be this high damage, 100-0 damage carry out of the jungle. So great on them. Player of the game is going to go to Zig, though, who did kind of act as a carry on that Maokai in this game.
Right, I mean, definitely that's where most of the advantages came from. Once he got that first kill, he was very happy to get out of lane, which is exactly what you want to see out of a team player, the fact that they're not just sitting in lane all the time.
Right.
Farming up, getting that bigger CS lead because you have a little bit of pressure in your lane. Using that pressure elsewhere on the map, much more useful.
Also, the dude drew a Kled ban, so I feel like you get a couple boosted points in the player of the game votes just for that. But as we talk about all the great stuff that comes out of P1 and Zig in this series, we have to turn a critical eye towards Golden Glue here. For Team Liquid, you talked about pieces of the puzzle that aren't really fitting for them. His lane phase leaves something to be desired, or much.
I would say it leaves a lot to be desired, but coming into the season, I think a lot of us were looking at Golden Glue as kind of this not superstar player. You're hoping that he holds on and he looks good in team fights. And to be fair, he has looked pretty good in team fights once he gets out of this deficit that he seems to start every single game in.
Right.
He even got solo kill game 1. But, I mean, if that's what you're expecting out of Golden Glue, you have to look at the other members around him. What are they doing? Reignover, not been that impressive. Their bot lane getting smashed, not that impressive. Lorlo's the only semi-consistent player, and even he has his struggles, didn't play great in game 2. So you look at this team, and it's easy to say Golden Glue is the worst performing member, potentially, but you have to look at what was expected of each of them coming into the season. He did not have the highest expectations.
Right, and then kind of the last thing to consider is just the fact that Team Liquid does have a second mid on the team. I know we've talked about it before, and it's really up to them when they're going to bring it in, Link in, but it might be time to start having that discussion in terms of what are the merits of having Lincoln versus having Golden Glue.
Right. The question is, what does he bring? Because when your whole team's struggling, and it's not just like, oh man, our mid lane just keeps getting smashed. It's like, well, sometimes our bot lane looks bad, sometimes our other.
Does Link even solve the issues?
Right. Exactly. And Link is known to have a pretty strong voice about what his team needs to do. So maybe he does help in that regard. But I mean, you have to fix those things first. Draft as well being something that TL almost never seems to come out ahead on. So there's a lot of concerns when you look at this team.
Yeah, Phoenix won. They moved to 3-1. They're going to be happy with that. A struggling Team Liquid at 1-3. They've got some work to do this week before we get to week 3. We're headed for a break, but while we're away, send any questions you have to @LOL Esports for myself, Kobe, and Azael to cover later during NA LCS tonight. Stick around. It's Envy versus Immortals when we come back.
I ran over. Sync to us. After match.
Boom baby, boom baby, boom baby.
Our Piglet best singer.
He's got the double buffs on the side of Rainover. He wants that transfer. Nori gets the transfer. There it is, the hit. Arcane smash in 1 second. Oh, he can use it here. There it goes.
Oh, huge mistake on that dive by bottom lane. Another kill.
What is happening right now?
I flash. Does Ash have flash?
Yes.
Double flash. Poppy's there. I'm pushing top.
Oh, sorry.
I'm okay.
I'm
Okay, Ash can move a little slowly.
Okay, they can move. Okay, mid.
Hey, Poppy can go mid too.
Keep going.
Phoenix won with the jump.
Petrifying Gate flash right onto Ryu to not give Nori any more pop-up chance. Golden Glue's gonna get hit up here, and this is P1, almost living in their jungle. Look how tanky these guys are. 4v2 as the rest of the team comes in.
Maokai healing off those guys.
From the ashes of last year, the Phoenix is definitely rising.
Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. If you've only been watching NA LCS 1, I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me for my very first cast on an actual desk is going to be Joshua Jat Leesman. What's going on, buddy?
Welcome to sitting down. I enjoy it quite much.
It's an awesome world.
It's much different, but I'm pretty excited for these games.
Well, we are jumping into our second match of the day right here in the Battle Arena. It's going to be between Envy and the Immortals. While Immortals join us after a tough loss to Cloud9, Envy is still the only team in the NA LCS without a single win on their record.
Yeah, it's been a tough start for them, and for Envy, it's not like they don't have the means to get wins. In half of their games, Envy's had anywhere from a 2,000 to 5,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes, but the problem is what happens after that. Envy's been squandering those leads. In the mid-game, their forward ward coverage is kind of slipping away, and that leads to needless face checks, which can lead to needless deaths, and it's one of the reasons they haven't been able to close out any wins.
And to be fair, Envy is not the only team guilty of that. Immortals have been caught reaching a fair bit as well.
Yeah, neither of these teams have been completely on their game. And in Immortals' game yesterday against Cloud9, we saw Immortals going for plays time and time again that weren't amounting to anything. So Dardoch, for example, applied a lot of pressure to top and mid, but often he would do it at the cost of efficiency or map pressure, like he was pressing for a play. He'd flash a kill on impact only to have the Cloud9 top laner get away, or he would show mid only to have Pobelter miss a Fizz ultimate and then concede all that pressure to his opponent. So Immortals really need to clean up their execution, or teams will continue to capitalize on their mistakes.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce the starting lineups of these two squads facing off today. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Envy. Seraph in the top lane, Lyra in the jungle, Ninja in mid lane where he belongs, Apollo in bottom, Hakuo on support, and the coach Dylan Falco.
Yeah, good that they have their full roster this week for sure, Flowers. And on the red side, it is Immortals with Flame. Big acquisition in the offseason in the top lane. Dardoch in the jungle, also a big acquisition. Pobelter, the one returning member, Cody Sun, and Ale are the bot lane with Coach Ernest.
So going into this, we were talking a bit about Immortals kind of coming off of a rough spot. Obviously, they're not happy about having a loss yesterday, but at the same time, we've also got Envy, who's still working with a completely zero record. They want to find a win here.
Yeah, and this is a big opportunity for both of these teams to pick up a win because the sense of urgency is very real for both of these teams. Envy, specifically, we heard about them getting in Lyra. They flew him in business class so that he'd be able to get more rest because they know they need to be able to pick up those wins because if they see themselves as a fringe playoff team, it's really important that they're able to pick up every single one of those because it's going to be close.
Right. If you know you're going to be top 1, top 2, top 3, you're getting into playoffs regardless. If you're fighting for 6th or 7th, there's a big difference between those two.
Because once you're in playoffs, all bets are off. We've seen 6 seeds in the NA LCS playoffs make it all the way to the finals.
It's absolutely possible, but right now we're going to be jumping into picks and bans for this game. This is what matters. This is what we're focused on. Bans going to be pretty standard stuff. Coming from the red side, Immortals taking LeBlanc and Rengar off the table. Their opponent's going to be responding with some solo lane focus of their own. Jace, Ryze, and Maokai all going to be eliminated from play by Team Envy.
Yeah, interesting there how they have the multiple top lane bans, somewhat targeted at Flame, but it's distinctly lacking a Fiora ban, which is something that most people have ended up trying to take away from Flame, at least since he's had the good game on Fiora, and no surprise there with the first pick Kha'Zix.
No surprise with Camille being that last ban either. Everybody doesn't like to play against her very much. Kha'Zix, we've seen him become a very dominant force in the jungle. Very, very popular, just right under Rengar. Not nearly receiving as many bans, of course, but very powerful pick.
Yeah, and it'll be good for Lyra to get on Kha'Zix. He looked like he had a very slow start, at least in their game yesterday. And because they pick it so early, it obviously does give Immortals the chance to answer back with something. And in an interesting twist, I feel like they actually go with the Rek'Sai compared to the Lee Sin.
Yep, they're going to be locking in that Rek'Sai for themselves. It's a pretty popular pick that we've seen across a lot of different teams playing that one. Dardoch actually has his most games so far this split on Kha'Zix. So when they took that away from him, that was denying his big pick. He locks in the Rek'Sai instead. The response to the Varus being picked by Immortals is going to be answered by Ashe from Envy, and they're also grabbing Zyra to round out that bottom lane.
Yeah, and the Zyra has actually fallen further in this draft than we're used to seeing it in a lot of NA games. Either it usually gets banned by the blue side or picked very early, usually first rotation over, in this case it would have been on Immortal side, but they opted to pick Varus over Ashe, which is a trend we've been seeing early on this week. And they're fairly comfortable with the Misfortune pick in Zyra.
And of course, the way that we usually see a lot of things happening in the new 10-ban system, the first 6 picks are going to be mirrored on both sides.
Yeah.
It's going to be bottom lanes and junglers all picked up. So now the second 4 bans going to be focused on those solo lanes as the teams try to eke out an edge for themselves in mid and top.
I absolutely agree with that. And this is where we could see a Fiora ban coming out somewhere, because it's primed right now for Immortals to grab it with the Kennen ban. So that's why you see it. Kennen is something Seraph really likes playing. Fiora is something Flame really likes playing.
Get rid of them both.
Just trade some target bans.
Trade those back and forth. We actually saw Seraph pick the Kennen yesterday, but he blind picked it without knowing what his opponents were going to be using first. He got the Jace picked into it. Didn't go too well for him, but this time around, that's not going to be happening. Syndra and Echo also going to be taken off the table.
Yeah, interesting how they just kind of trade bans there with the Syndra and the Echo. With the Echo ban, it opens up Syndra. Echo is one of the best things to play against Syndra in the mid lane. So pretty much just trying to counter whatever power picks they have thrown up in those solo lanes. And now Immortals kind of just has to blind pick one of them and decide which one. It's the mid.
Looks like it's going to be Corki picked up for Immortals. We've seen a lot of this guy so far.
Yeah, we really have. And we've seen a lot of Corki success against Envy, funnily enough. So they haven't had a great track record against that champion. And very quick on their picks on the back end.
And hopefully Pobelter is going to be able to do some work with this, because Pobelter has not had a stellar start to Spring Split 2017.
No, he has not. So coming into today, he was the most deaths for a mid laner. Flame was the most deaths for a top laner. Immortals has been dying a lot. It's a general negative trend for them, but I agree with you. Corki has a little bit more of that safety, and we get to see
there we go. Gangplank going to be locked in for the Immortals top laner, as the Envy squad is going to be rounded out with Nautilus in the top side and Origen in mid lane.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things I like about this new ban system is you usually find these roles that have an abnormally high number of bans towards it. So in this particular draft, with the Maokai, Jace, Fiora, and Kennen all banned, that's a lot of top lanes. So essentially Flame is pushed to 6th top laner, which gives you an excuse to pick something like Gangplank, which he's good at anyway. In fact, he was 4-0 on Gangplank over in the LCK in the Spring Split, the last time he really played competitively. So it's been one of his best picks in the past year, and he gets a good opportunity picking into the Nautilus here.
And you know, talking about Gangplank being an unusual pick, Nautilus is far from that. We've seen a lot of Nautilus so far. He's kind of the staple up there with Maokai, the big, heavy CC tank in the top lane.
Yeah, very usual pick, I would definitely say right there. Looking at the overall team compositions, you can see Envy has really put together a strong team-fighting team. Generally, Orianna plus tank, large amount of initiation and pick from the Ashe. That's super, super standard. Whereas you look at a team like Immortals, heavy poke, and they're going to be trying to scale into late game there.
And with Lyra on this Kha'Zix, you mentioned at the start of the draft, you like seeing that get picked up first and foremost. Lyra was the guy who in Game 2 yesterday that Envy did not have a very good game against Echo Fox.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That Envy had a very good game against P1.
Yeah, where Inori took over the game at like 13 minutes. Speaking of which, he was against a Rek'Sai, so...
Yeah, name flub. General point is still there. The Kha'Zix is a champion that Lyra was the one person who in that game was doing well for himself. He has a chance to do so here, really get the game snowballing, and we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today in this series between Envy and Immortals.
Yeah, so we're really going to get to see the early jump in these junglers. So many junglers have been able to snowball games with... I just had the interview with Inori. He's talking about the jungler is obviously very strong right now, and there's enough junglers that are good at early games that they've been taking over a lot of games. So even if Inori was kind of suggesting that a lot of junglers wouldn't know what to do in the mid and late game, the opportunity is there just with the raw power, especially on something like Kha'Zix. So if Lyra really does want to make his mark here, since he failed to do it yesterday, it would be with trying to have a huge Kha'Zix game right here.
You just have to seize the day, find that opportunity, and carry your team from the jungle. Keystone Mastery is going to be popping up on your screen. Not a lot to really be surprised about, but a lot of Thunderlord's Decree going to be showing up this game.
Yeah, not too surprising. Very, very easy to get that proc down in the bottom lane for the supports. Burst for Kha'Zix. Nothing really not standard there for the setup, so...
Yeah, they were able to move up in time bottom lane to make sure that Hakuo didn't get in a good position to spread those seeds around there, get that push shoved out, so good start down there for the Immortals.
I'm really interested as well to watch Flame in the early game, because that's really where he's just trying to play a survival matchup. And this is a good late invade. They have not been spotted. This will be a surprise for Flame and Dardoch.
Flame and Dardoch going to be jumped on here. Lyra and Seraph looking to start things off. They find the lockdown onto Flame, going to be forced to flash away. Dardoch fails the flash! First blood goes the way of Envy, and they're going to take the red buff too.
And I gotta say, what is up with Dardoch this week? Yesterday, he took a Lee Sin Q into the turret to give away first blood death, and here he really badly flubs a level 1 flash. Then Flame teleports in. He doesn't have flash!
Flame TPs right back into the lane, only to find himself sent right back to that spawning platform. Express ticket. Envy's got the 2 for 0.
One of the worst starts for Immortals, and credit to Envy for going for those plays, but those plays should not result in 2 early game kills. This is a surprising play by Seraph and Lyra. They get them, but right here, as soon as Immortals and Dardoch realize they don't want it, Flame flashes away. Dardoch's got to flash away too. Why is he flubbing back towards the red buff? Unless he was going for like a last second smite flash out and trying to be really greedy, but he doesn't smite for the heal, he doesn't flash the wall, and then Flame makes a forward TP in the lane. Instead of just teleporting to the turret, he knew where Envy was. They both walked straight top and get the second kill. Inexcusable play by Immortal Flame.
And let's remember, this isn't Flame on a champion like a Maokai or a Nautilus that has a bunch of CC built in. He's always going to be useful, can be low economy. This is Gangplank. This is a carry.
Yeah, he was already going to be put in a defensive position against the Nautilus and the Kazakhs. And I was getting into my point of saying, you know, come level 5 or 6, are they going to be able to turret dive him and get some kills? But that time is now, actually.
Yeah, just
because
4 levels
how
ahead of
low
time.
He is this early in the game.
No big deal. Seraph going to go ahead and pop his teleport getting back into lane, so neither one of these two have those TPs available, but the itemization difference is going to be pretty stark considering you've got a Sapphire Crystal against the Dark Seal, the Dorian's Ring, and the Corrupting Potion all together. Seraph's going to have an easy time.
Pretty spectacular start to be able to go Doran's Ring and Dark Seal that early on your first back on top of the Corruption Potion. And Lyra is actually pseudo-hunting for Dardoch, but they, like ships in the night, pass through each other. Going to continue to jungle.
Lyra getting himself out of enemy territory, going to be hanging around mid, seeing if there's any opportunity for anything there. A moment ago, we saw Ninja shoving Pobelter up under his turret. Let's go back and talk about him a little bit, because we mentioned how he's been having a rough split so far. Granted, he has played up against some very capable mid laners, so you can give him that sort of a bonus,
pass,
I guess. Yeah, just sort of a pass, I guess is a better way to put it. But at the same time, this is a guy that you're not expecting to be the death leader going into week number 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. Pobelter was almost one of the unheralded players on Immortals last year, but surprised many in the summer split of having some of the most player of the game awards of any player on the Immortals team, because really Reignover at the end of last split was starting to gank more and more for Pobelter, and he was carrying a lot of games. So you were thinking, with Reignover and Huni kind of vacating that throne of the best players on Immortals, this was going to be Pobelter's time to shine. And whether it's him pressing a little bit too hard trying to do that, I know he's been split pushing a lot, trying to make a lot of plays, but the team has just not been able to back him up there, and it's been a tough split. But here comes Lyra in the bot lane.
Speaking of plays being made, Cody Sun's going to be forced to flash back. It's not going to do the trick, though. 3 for 0, Team Envy, Lyra, 100% kill participation.
Yeah, and this is going from bad to worse very quickly for Immortals. Funnily enough, we were just talking about Pobelter struggling. He's the only one not to have some bad plays here. Cody Sun was dead to rights at the start of that play, and then they end up burning 3 summoners and still dying. And here,
Olay's hanging around too long. I don't know what the plan is. I mean, you saw Dardoch coming in from behind, but what are you going to do?
Yep. That's about it. You're going to die if you're going to stick around.
You're going to get your support killed.
And every play that Envy is doing is working right now, but they're not these crazy creative plays. They're just going for ganks, and everything is working. So now it'll be a test of whether or not they can take this 2,000 gold lead and actually pull it to victory.
2,000 gold at 6 minutes into the game is a very impressive start for a team that up until this point has struggled getting wins in the North American LCS. They have none under the belts, as we've mentioned, but it's not like they've been getting stomped in every single game. In 3 out of the 6 games that Envy has played up until this point, they've been ahead in gold as Pobelter almost going to be in some trouble there. Gets
and here they go, they're level 6.
The turret. Here comes the dive onto Flame you were talking about, Jet. Lyra's underneath. Seraph's going to be soaking the turret for too long. You gotta be kidding. Flame's got 2.
Well, Captain Flowers, we're in a game between teams that have picked a combined 1 match win up here, and it's getting a little sloppy early on here. This is the prescribed play. You are level 6 Nautilus, you dive. But Seraph takes turret aggro early as well as already getting hit, overestimates his ability to tank, and then Flame is able to get yet another barrel onto Lyra as he's diving, and he's a little level 5 Kha'Zix who jumps in without flash. So yes, Flame will get the double kill, and that has a chance of rescuing Immortals' game.
Yeah, Jet, we were talking about how such a bad start, it's just something you can't afford to have. How do you get back into the game after this? A double kill being gifted to you underneath your turret, it's one of the ways you can find your way back into the game.
On GP, and I also have to credit Flame for the work he did under the turret. I mean, this is why, as well, he has been a good gangplank. 4-0 on it in the LCK Spring split. Also, he has drawn bans on it a little bit in the last few times he's had it kind of in meta, but GP's not super in meta right now, so very good barrel placement and timing, knowing how to survive. Not to mention, now that he has a few items, his CS becomes very strong at shoving it.
Max range vines finding their way onto Cody's Sun in the bottom lane as Hakuo and Apollo take control in terms of the tempo and the pacing of this lane, shoving that up towards their opponent's turret, but the CS is actually going to remain dead even between these two. The only lane that can really be have that said of it, mid lane's got a nice advantage for Ninja, top side, an equally nice advantage for Seraph.
Yeah, so we'll see if this game gets a little bit subdued since it's been rather crazy so far. Would not be surprised to see Envy direct a lot of attention towards the bottom side since they have burned all 4 summoners and do not want to let those come back off cooldown. Not to mention, since Ninja has that advantage in the middle, and we talk about he can shove and potentially roam, which sets up 4 or 5-man dives if they really want to go for it.
Ultimates are also now available on Flame, on pretty much everybody except Ole at this point. He's the only one who's not going to be working with that ultimate. Pobelter also has package ready for delivery at any point that he finds an opportunity for it, but we've seen a lot of times in NA LCS so far this split, Corki's struggling to make use of that early on in the game, as the Gangplank ultimate's going to be used just to push this wave in, give Flame the opportunity to get some extra lane control and really shove this into Nautilus.
Yeah, I can't say I approve of that usage of the Cannon Barrage, because the one thing that I liked about Immortals composition that I was just going to make a point on is the package from Corki and the GP ultimate make it really hard to dive the bottom lane. But now that they've burned the package to run to blue buff, burned the Varus ultimate, and they're down the GP ultimate, that is a juicy target.
And now Ole is going to be smashed. Hakuo grabbing the killing spree. Apollo exhausted, but does it even matter? I don't think so. IMT, they're going to lose their support again.
Yeah, and it's because they do not feel like they have any cohesion right here. They should know that that is going to be a target. Dardoch actually was down there, but you can't just sit there for the Ash Arrow into Zyra. He was so close, and that was Envy made a kill look easy.
And now Envy's making the Dragon take look easy for themselves. Lyra decides to just go over the wall. He's got the control ward in the pit. Immortals are going to be none the wiser, and a nice early Ocean Drake going to be helping those Envy boys out during the remainder of this laning phase. Flame going to find some decent damage onto Seraph there in the top part of the map. Throws down the barrel in case Seraph tries to get cheeky and retaliate in any way. But although he's severely down in farm, Flame seems to at least be in decent shape for himself.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that the farm lead is getting so out of control. That is some credit to Seraph for the denial, and that could also kind of explain why Flame wanted to ult the wave, because Seraph was freezing him out, and he wanted to try and reset the wave. The more natural way to do that is to have communication with your jungler, get him up there, and shove the wave in, but they were unable to do that. At least now the wave is bouncing back into Flame, and he should be able to pick up a few CS.
Still about a 2,000 gold lead for Envy over the Immortals, taking it up almost to 2,500. So sitting on that same advantage, they were able to build themselves up earlier. Kha'Zix with the Skirmisher's Saber plus the Warrior Enchantment fully completed means if this guy's able to actually get on top of anybody, if he can set himself up in a spot where somebody can even face check where he's at, he's going to be ferocious with that burst.
Yeah, I have to agree there. But this, you're kind of wondering where Immortals would come back with their play, and we mentioned how Envy picked out the really standard team composition of strong champions. They have the frontline, tank, good pick potential with the Ash Arrow, the cleanup, damaging jungler. Whereas you look at someone like Immortals and they got, you know, carry top, low to no CC, carry mid, no CC. their main initiation is Cody Sun's ultimate or Dardoch tunneling in. So they're mainly a poke composition that generally is quite hard to play from behind. The one benefit they could get, though, Captain Flowers, is if Envy gets a little over-aggressive or face checks too much, which has happened so far this year.
Yeah, we actually saw it happen so far this game with that dive onto Flame in the top part of the map. They get a little bit too aggressive. They end up giving over 2 kills for 1, squander a little bit of the lead they had built for themselves, and that kind of contributes to those stats we were talking about earlier of being unable to translate leads into wins. But if you're going to translate leads into wins, Lyra's the kind of guy you could do it off of. There was so much praise. For those of you who might have seen the series yesterday, Seraph had nothing but good words to say about Lyra, about his respect for him as a player, as a jungler. And Lyra right now, 2-1-3 on this Kha'Zix, pretty much equal farm with the Rek'Sai, really performing very well.
Yeah, doesn't realize he's standing on top of a ward there and does get tagged by Cody Sun. What will that mean?
Piercing arrow, Dardoch, we're gonna make it happen. Flash for flash, Ninja's gonna be caught out. POB, nice flash away from the shockwave. Gonna be making that one happen for himself. Hakuo, a rampage onto Cody Sun, double kill into Dardoch.
Yeah, and Flame cancels his TP because the impact of a GP coming in at level 9 is not equal to that of the Nautilus. So good on the notorious POB there for getting the solo kill on the Ninja, but after that, it was Immortals getting collapsed on pretty hard in the jungle and still losing the trade.
Olay forced to flash lest he find himself his 3rd death this game. Hakuo 5-0 on the Syra.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills early on in the game, but notice the initiation on Lyra. Nice counter flash there by him, and then Apollo, boom, into the Ash Arrow as the Nautilus and the Zyra arrive. And honestly, Seraph kept Dardoch in tow, but he burned everything. They may have been able to pick up those kills without the TP.
Very good stuff from Envy, and that's just that damage support life that we're talking about right now. Everybody's saying, you know, damage supports are in the meta, and a 5-0 Zyra definitely capable of bringing a lot of threat as we eat closer and closer towards that mid game. Next Drake's going to be the Cloud Drake, and when that spawns, expect to see Envy with control over the area as Dardoch loses control of the top part of his jungle, but at least gets the red buff for himself on the way out. Seraph and Lyra just kind of playing that same game we saw back at the beginning of the game, looking to invade and make those sort of sneaky maneuvers.
Yeah, and they need to be able to bounce back in this game after what happened yesterday against Inori and Zig, where 12.5 minutes into the game, Seraph actually died in his base to a Rek'Sai. This is a much different situation right here, as Lyra and Seraph are looking to kind of exert their presence on the map.
Lyra thought he was going to get the better of Pobelter there, waiting in the brush for POB to walk a little bit too close and then grab him with some damage, but he actually gets way more than he bargained for. Corki's just very, very strong at this point in the game, able to deal some very rapid burst, and there you go, package going to be laid down. Shockwave defensively, but here comes the Falc. Pobelter has got himself the kill, and with Dardoch nearby, he's gone.
And the second unassisted kill of the game for Pobelter onto Ninjas, so really, Pobelter trying to throw the team on his back here with Corki. Those are, I can't emphasize how rare it is to actually have 2 unassisted kills in the mid lane pre-15 minutes. No one else on his team actually has an assisted kill. So that, I know there's probably a stat out there. A team's first 4 kills in the game all being unassisted happens in almost never.
Right.
So this
you would expect someone else to help.
This is a hero ball for Immortals right now. Not really playing as a team, but still getting a few kills.
Just straight zeros down that right part of the scoreboard for the KDAs on Immortals. But at least they're hanging on. That gold difference that we talked about a little while ago is still the exact same. They've staunched that bleeding. Drake is going to be live in about 25 seconds. You can see a lot of members of Immortals heading down towards this bottom part of the map right now. Dardoch and Pobelter both looking for the opportunity to maybe make something happen, but in the meantime, they're going to be giving that blue over to Pobelter. Means the rocket spam is going to be never ending, and the shove in mid lane is going to be effective.
Yeah, they really need to start building around Pobelter here. Wait for that next package cooldown, and then try and pull something off. Because you look at the duo lane, there's a 5-kill Zyra with Magic Pen boots. You do not want to tango with that. GP is a very hard top laner to gank for, especially up against an armor stacking Nautilus. So they have to really work around Pobelter. And until then, although it is kind of against their nature since they always want to be trying to make plays, Immortals needs to play it slow and work around the mid lane.
Hakuo hanging around that Dragon Pit with Lyra. Those two together going to make an easy Dragon Death Squad, just getting in there, securing that one for themselves, no contest. Going to be taken just as easily as the first Ocean was. So a 2-for-0 count in that respect going the way of Team Envy. And those Dragons are the only objective being taken in the game so far. First Turret Blood is still up and still available for anybody willing to try to take it.
Absolutely, and we'll see if some of these dual lanes decide to swap up or down to a lane to try and get a run on that turret. It's really on Envy if they get to choose that, though, as Seraph goes for the solo kill.
Seraph getting very aggressive onto Flame, who's going to pop the ultimate defensively, keeping himself safe. Seraph backs away from it. Maybe he was thinking that there was going to be reinforcements?
Well, he knows he has the sustain advantage after that, and they did trade ultimates, so he was just not taking the next bunch of damage. Here we go.
Oh, Lyra's going to be squashed if he's not careful. Shockwave to turn things around. Pobelter's down. Dardoch having to retreat, but can he do it? Lyra and Ninja will chase him down and stomp him out. Double kill Lyra.
Woo! And the one place where Immortals was strong in this game, they do try to capitalize on it, but look where that fight took place, deep within the jungle of Envy. And Oriana had just been moving back to lane, so quickly arrived with the shield. That's what they need to turn the fight around. Pobelter did not have flash, so an incredibly dangerous invade considering the GP ultimate was also down when they made this play. And that 4-kill cast is going to be scary.
And you can see him evolve those spike racks at the very end of the fight, so now he's going to be able to poke people that much better. He'll slow you down so much if you're isolated. It's going to be that much harder than ever to get away from this guy, who, by the way, now, 4-1 and 4, Maul of Malmortius also done.
Yeah, he's definitely snowballing ahead in items right here, and that's another thing that makes that jungle invade pretty difficult when everyone on your team is behind except your mid laner. They thought that because Pobelter was stronger than Ninja, they'd probably be able to win a 2v2, but when Pobelter did get tagged by that shockwave, that was pretty much it, and it's only going to get harder from here on out since Pobelter does the majority actually magic damage early on, and that Maw's going to make it harder to kill Lyra.
That being said, at least Pobelter and Flame have hit their Trinity Force power spikes. They've got that first big item online. The parlays are going to start to hurt more. The barrels triggered off them are going to start to hurt more. And of course, Corki staggering those rockets can do some work if he doesn't get exploded by Lyra. See ya! Ninja grabbing the kill.
And credit to Envy for going at the strength of Immortals as soon as Ninja needed the help. Lyra has been there for him. Great start to the game, 9 out of the 11 kills for Envy.
Envy's looking like they're working together a lot better today than we've seen them in the past. And it's kind of what we were talking about with Lyra, you know, being flown out here as fast as possible. They wanted him in the squad as soon as they could so they could get that practice with him. And even though they're still only working on a couple of days of it, they seem like they're more acclimated now. They at least had that first day with him to play and sort of get used to this.
Yeah, this could potentially get dangerous, though, as they're doing the Rip Herald and Dardoch trying to stop. Nope.
Gonna be secured. Lyra, the one given the buff, means he's gonna have that much more burst on whoever he finds isolated, and this bug just goes from scary to scarier.
Misses his parlay on his barrel, and the two
GP mechanics.
Oh, Seraph, 3 barrels in a row. This is not going well, and it speaks a little bit to what we were talking about in the pregame. Yes, Envy has looked better, but Immortals has also been making a ton of mistakes and overreaching, but it looks like that second turret might be going down to Envy here. They're going to try and stop it.
Dardoch and Flame looking to make the 2v2. Seraph taken very low. Rocket's going to be fired out. Flame's got to be careful. Seraph will flash. Everybody walks away. Turret's even still standing.
Yeah, he's got the Dark Seal, though, and a couple Corruption Potion stacks, so he can actually sustain a fair bit here, and it's on Immortals to try and get the assistance up into this lane because Hakuho Zara has moved up now with the double Magic Pen. They want it.
Now they're going to turn this right back around. Dredgeline misses, though. Hakuho throwing down the Stranglethorns. Lyra's going to be forced to come in to finish that first one off. Bullet time fired out. Olay looking to clean these guys up if he can, but now he's in trouble, forced to flash out. Lyra and Seraph both walking themselves away. Pobelter looking to come in and clean anybody up if he can find them. Olay and Dardoch still hanging around as well. Hakuho, good stoppage of Pobelter. And look at how much damage those plants are doing as Pobelter bounced forward. Looking to find the Gatling guns into the rockets, into everything else in that Corki arsenal, but he will not find the kill, and instead, it's going to be a 2-0 turret advantage for Team Envy.
Yeah, and a huge positive trade for them right there as they're able to get the mid lane turret. They only invested 3 people's time top lane and essentially took the time of all 5 members of Immortals and still managed to get a kill as well as burn the Sterix gauge from Flame. So really another positive play for them.
And now Envy, on top of all those plays, have a 6 1,000 gold lead. That's what happens when you start piling the turrets on top of the kills that you were already able to have. The gold lead just seems to balloon like crazy, and that balloon is only going to get bigger if Seraph can finally find this tier 1 top lane turret. You gotta be kidding me, man. One hit, 34 HP. One more Nautilus auto should be able to deal with that as soon as he gets the chance to, but it's not going to be right now as Flame's got control over the lane, going to be farming up as much as he can.
You can almost make an argument that Flame should have given his turret up, because then Seraph had vacated the local gold range, several hundred gold early on in the game that he could have denied. Eventually that turret's going to be taken down, you have to imagine. But understand the concept of not wanting to lose the turret, and now they might be looking for a turn. Very hard to kill Seraph. I don't think they have the damage.
Yeah, trying to go after this guy with 2 AD champions when he's got a Sunfire Cape, a Ninja Tabby, also now going to be working on that next big armor item with the Glacial Shroud in his inventory. Seraph's going to be nigh immune to everybody that's not Pobelter.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a really tall task for Immortals to do anything to Seraph, and we look at the way this game has been progressing for the first 22 minutes, and you think, we should have this, right? It should be a win they're able to close out. But they've had slightly smaller leads than this, especially in their series against CLG. They've been unable to close the game out, so we have to really wonder, can Envy clean their play up and take this in for a victory now with their third Elemental Drake?
It is a legitimate question, but with that third Elemental Drake being an Infernal, it's going to be that much more damage under their belts, especially for champions like the Orianna, like the Kha'Zix, like the Ashe, and even the Zyra is going to make a lot of use out of that. Pretty much everybody except for the Nautilus is ecstatic at having that Drake available for themselves now. Runaan's Hurricane and Essence Reaver also going to be done for Apollo. Ninja with his completed Luden's Echo and Morello Namicon also going to have some pretty big impact shockwaves if he can find them onto those value targets.
Yeah, interesting he's gone the Lucidity Boots instead of the Sorcerer Shoes. I see Sorcerer Shoes on almost everyone. It's much more early game burst, but the cooldown reduction will work slightly better for the supportive aspects, especially if he's looking to make sure Seraph can be incredibly unkillable. Mainly a preference there to get Summoner Spell cooldown.
Speaking of Seraph, just a little difference I want to point out. He did go for the Iceborne Gauntlet as opposed to the Frozen Heart that we've been seeing so much of lately. That item has kind of resurged back into the meta while the Iceborne Gauntlet has fallen to the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with just what your overall goal is in the game. Are you trying to be a super tank, or do you want to have more kill threat and split push pressure? And Seraph is a player who has really made his competitive career out of being a split push threat. So while he is on a tank, he's still adding his own little flavor there. And since he's so far ahead of Flame, if he gets the Iceborne, he can maintain his dueling potential for much longer.
Speaking of things being maintained, that gold gap that we talked about a little while ago has been the same for so long now. Finally going to be bumped up a little bit as Lyra manages to grab that tier 1 top lane turret. That's going to be number 3 for Team Envy. That's the last piece in that outer ring of turrets that now hopefully they'll feel a little bit more comfortable moving up into enemy territory, putting down some wards, and looking for opportunities to really advance their game.
Exactly, and this is the test that oftentimes differentiates the teams that have just formed to the experienced professional teams, is how quickly they can access that second ring of turrets, because a lot of prep time has to be done. You got to get the deep wards in, you got to find a pick, and you also have to get your waves pushing at the right time to make it all the way in there. You've opened up so much more space on the map with which to potentially control, but it's not as simple as just killing the turret. You have to actually control the space.
There's a whole lot of steps before actually auto-attack turret to turn it into rubble the teams have to account for. And now Pobelter's got himself that package yet again. Immortals hoping that they can make something happen off of this. Of course, it's only available every few minutes, so once you have it, you're always looking for every single opportunity to get a good use out of it, while your opponents are going to be respecting that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Envy just play it passive, stay safe, stay together, wait for that to wear away.
Yeah, and we also know the Drakes that they're going to be able to access this game. No Mountain Drake, because you can only get 3 different types of Elemental Drakes in a game, so they'll never be able to burst Baron hyper fast. Good thing they have Kha'Zix and Zyra, though. Those kill Baron incredibly fast anyway, so they shouldn't have too many issues doing Baron as long as they can get some ward control in Immortals red side.
And Baron ward control is kind of the name of the game for both these teams right now. Everybody kind of fighting over this area to get some of that vision down. Plus, if a fight breaks out right here and you get a really good one going your way, Baron's your reward. Wave going to be shoved up. Cody Sun clearing this away as effectively as he can. Not going to be going with a crit-based build on this Varus, kind of the Yumu's Ghostblade, Edge of Night, tier, more of an old school type.
Yeah, and we're really seeing a resurgence of that this week. Last week, everyone was doing the Essence Weaver build, and they were having trouble killing tanks anyway, even though it was supposed to be this late game build. The arrow misses. Do they still look to get a fight?
They're firing off those rockets. Hakuo going to be taken low. The burst comes out. Ninja's going to be number 2. Immortals have found an awesome opportunity. TP going to be completed from Flame, canceled from Seraph. Lyra and Apollo head away as Immortals start the trek to Baron.
And it looks like they're going to let that advantage ride onto this Baron right now. 3v5, Lyra, Seraph, Apollo alive. They do not kill Baron super fast. This has got to be a fight.
Volleys of rockets and arrows are going to be heading towards these guys. Seraph works his way right there into the middle, looking to disrupt everything. Lyra exhausted, Dardoch secured. Baron's going to be taken by Immortals. Shut down onto Lyra. Everybody's going to be killed. Envy is aced. Almost. Seraph comes back to life. The GA delays the technical ace, but Immortals have found their shot.
Story of the split for Envy right there. They have the lead, they face check, they die, and then Immortals is able to just parlay that advantage. And this was a straight up smite fight between Dardoch and Lyra. He missed one last week. He said he could pull it off here. 674, gets the smite off right there on Rek'Sai, and then the patience of the exhaust right there to make sure that Apollo could not flash in and finish that kill, clinches the fight for Immortals, and they're right back in the game.
This Envy team commits the same sin that we've seen in the previous matches yet again.
Yep.
An early game advantage, a 6,000 gold lead for the past 10 minutes, and all of a sudden, Immortals have shrunk that down to 1,500. They've got Baron, they're pushing into the turrets, they're making that gold lead smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it's going to become theirs as Flame getting himself caught out. Steric's Gauge going to go off, keeping him alive, giving him that shield that makes it so the burst will not be successful. Almost a dangerous situation there, ends up working out for them, and now Immortals have control in a time where they might be able to translate that into a nice Infernal Drake pickup as they're going to be spawning here in 5 seconds.
And the pace of this game is only accelerating right now. Minions pushing up the mid wave, Immortals wants to defend those, but they also want to be able to control this Infernal Drake as they are able to stand toe-to-toe with Envy in these team fights now.
Immortals has so much poke too, like you mentioned earlier, the piercing arrows, the rockets coming out from the Corki. Envy has to be so decisive if they want to jump in on these guys, and they just decide it's not worth it. They yield the dragon.
Yeah, especially after what happened when they were trying to get control up in that jungle. They had a 6,000 gold lead in this game, Clayton, and now they do not. Do you prefer Clayton or Captain Flowers?
Either one works. I'm pretty comfortable with both. When I first started amateur casting, it was kind of weird that more people knew me as Flowers than as Clayton, since, you know, it was not my actual name.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for someone to tune into the stream and be like, yes, Flowers, that is correct.
No, I kind of... You can use whichever one you want. They both work. They're both good.
Oh my goodness, but Immortals is just going to continue this push because they still have the Baron buff. And Ninja flashes!
Shockwave going to be used. Cody Sun getting himself away from that as Dardoch's going to be taken low. There's your damage. There's your burst. Adios, Belter. The Rockets have found him. Ole's going to be next. 3 dead.
And nothing is safe or off limits in this game between these two teams because they're willing to go for plays and they haven't been great at warding against them. Flame was in the mid lane there while Immortals was trying to get too much, and they're probably losing fourth.
Lyra's going all the way in. Cody Sun trying to fight it off. One more attack will do it. Lyra cuts it a little bit close, but he knew what he was doing, and he makes it almost the ace. Flame, the last man standing.
Yeah, and after all that, we're at a 2,000 gold difference. So you kind of had this creeping feeling in your head as you've experienced casting all of Envy's games so far this year that even if they have a lead, they're going to lose it sometime.
Right.
They kind of lost it, but now they're starting to get it right back because this is going to be a bloodbath right here. So Seraph gets the ult on Ole. Ole gets his ult canceled almost immediately, and Flame just straight up wasn't there, so he could not set up any barrels with which to kite back into. He pushed mid lane, he got the turret. Immortals was hoping to get the inner tier 2 as well as the mid tier 1 right at the start of that, but it costs him 4 deaths and only makes Lyra more fed.
This game is such a rapidly swinging pendulum back and forth as these teams just find ways to punish each other's mistakes one after the other. And we're kind of waiting to see which one of them shores up and eliminates some of those bigger mistakes sooner, because they're clearly going to have an edge when both sides are constantly making those errors.
Yeah, and one thing we almost have to consider with that is they have not been super efficient at closing out the game. So that means we're getting later in the game. They're still good at farming. They're getting even more gold because they're fighting and killing so much. So we need to start thinking about where this game is going to end up in the very late game, when they're starting to hit 4 and 5 items. And quite honestly, I feel like Envy would have a slight advantage there just because of the cohesion of their team composition. With that being said, though, you walk into one wrong Gangplank barrel, and that's all over, which is one of the reasons Flame is feeling pretty good about this GP, I feel like.
Flame with the Trinity Force, Sterix Gage, and Lorne Dominic's Regards now all completed. Also working as Ghostblade, on Ghostblade, as item number 4. Getting very big, very rapidly. We know the power of a Gangplank to build that economy as quickly as possible. The bonus gold from those barrels going to be cashing him in a lot of extra resources. As the top lane tier 2 falls, Pobelter going to be responsible for taking that one down. Valks himself out of any kind of danger. Apollo does not have the arrow up and ready to go after the last time he tried to nail Pobelter with it. So no catch opportunity.
Yeah, and Envy definitely look a little out of sorts after squandering that lead, even though they were able to get a 4-kill fight on the back end of that bottom lane push by Immortals. But you look at the way Immortals is kind of setting up the map. They just had Envy pushed in. They're getting a lot of farm on Flame, and Dardoch just goes in.
Jungler 1v1, arrow finds its mark. There's your follow-up CC, and Dardoch is donezo. Ninja grabbing that one.
And it's situations like that where you just have to ask why.
Why are you there?
Red buff's not up. It just tunnels over the wall. No one on his team is close by. So a few really poor plays there. Dardoch did get the smite. Most likely made the aggressive call when they went to steal that Baron. But aside from that, it's been a rough game.
Questionable decisions being made by members of both teams so far this game. As Envy now sees their opportunity to push up into enemy territory, they've got one member of the opposition still down for the next 20 seconds. This tier 2 turret should fall rather easily in a 5v4 scenario. Seraph going to be putting some pain onto that one along with Apollo. The wave clear coming in from Immortals, though, actually manages to keep it alive, if ever so barely.
Yeah, and we got a death cap on a Ninja as well, so the shockwave could potentially just blow someone up if we get the right type of fight. This game is only getting more and more explosive. And as you mentioned, yeah, Envy finally getting some ward control here as Baron's up in 16 seconds. So this time they don't have to face check while getting the ward control. So hopefully they can be the ones to get the pick.
Right, but with those shockwaves online, with the barrels online we were already talking about, there's so many big plays that could be made. Olay's gonna be taken out as Cody's son gets shockwaved in. A double kill for Ninja. Dardoch's got no choice but to tunnel out. There's 3 left alive on Immortals, but there's 5 for Envy, and Baron is their call this time.
Yep, but there's still the enemy smite right up. So do they go for the smite fight? Do they play this slow? There's 30 seconds on the death timers of that dual lane. This is smart. They're on it with the Nautilus and the Kha'Zix. Ninja's got a zone up, but Aquo's down!
Aquo gets himself deleted by Pobelter.
Flame can still flash if he wants.
Envy.
Same with Dardoch.
Dardoch wants to go in. He's not going to find it. Already secured by Lyra, and Dardoch suicides. Apollo grabbing the killing spree onto that one. Ultimately 1-for-1 there in that Baron fight. Pobelter and Flame both running away. No way to catch up to them just yet. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be off cooldown momentarily. Envy still wants to make something happen if they can. Lyra is in hot pursuit and not stopping. Goes for Pobelter, grabs the reset, gets out. Now almost taken down. Flame gets shockwave, trying to run away. There comes the depth charge. Arrow onto Olay. Ninja looking for even more damage. One more hit's gonna do it. Riptide. Cody's son, what are you doing? Dredge line for the double kill.
Oh my goodness, Clayton. We gotta catch our breath after that one because that fight was so long that we saw 2 Ash arrows within the duration of the engagement. So a lot of chaos. Envy seems to invite that type of chaos in their games, as does Immortals as they lead the league in deaths per game. But this time, it looks like Envy may have broken the game open as they win back-to-back team fights, get Baron, and a bunch of turrets.
Break the game open, break the base open. Bottom lane inhibitor is done. Middle lane inhibitor is going to go with it. The inhibs will fall shortly thereafter. The team is still Baroned up. Envy is capable of throws. We have seen it so many times, but this is a position that looks very secure.
Yeah, and I've seen Immortals come back in some plenty of games as well. So this is the back end after the failed Baron steal. We know Oriana can really enhance the movement, so that's why Lyra gets the ball, gets sped up by distance, also sped up by his ultimate, and he leaps over the wall, so he's really closing the distance, flashes through to get the kill, but then they continue to fight. Flame sees a kill in his eyes, and we talked about this. This is hero ball by Immortals. They are not playing as a team. Everyone is just trying to do their own thing. Arrow misses Flame, just bullseye onto Ole, and then Seraph is a mega tank, so once he's got the turret on him, he can weave that dredge line right between the turret and the wall to finish off that kill, and it's a 14 kill advantage now for Envy.
25-11 with an 8,000 gold lead. Elder Drake is up. Why take one huge global super buff when you could have two of them?
Yeah, and this is a powerful elemental Drake. It's been buffed for the 2017 season a little bit. It lasts 30 seconds longer. Just a quick recap, it gives you this true damage burn every time you hit someone that is 45 damage base, plus an extra 45 for every elemental Drake stack. So that's 180 true damage over time with any application of damage. So it makes any volley, any Zyra plant really just kind of chunk you down, and not to mention it increases the bonuses of your elemental Drakes as well. So with 2 inhibitors down, with the Baron, with the Elder, you can't mess this up, Envy.
Everything is there.
You got this.
Everything is there. We got a whole bucket stuffed full of every recipe for success you could ask for, and all Envy has to do is close the deal.
Yeah, Immortals, not one to wait for their fate to be decided. They want control, so I'm expecting Immortals to try some type of engagement, although they don't have very many tools for it, with the Varus as their main initiation.
Immortals knows this is their last stand. You fall here, the game is over. Lyra positioned on the flank. Ready. Control ward trying to be eliminated. Ole is done for. Ninja unstoppable. Another nice arrow. Going to be setting that one up. Inhibitor number 3. You're toast. The Nexus turrets now the targets as Envy looks to finish this game off and find their first win in Spring 2017. Dardoch looking to stop him, going to be exhausted, trying to find the damage onto Apollo. The burst comes down, Dardoch still going to be taken out. Aquo getting himself away, Lyra going to be forced back, Seraph into the fight again. Nexus turret number 1 is down, Nexus turret number 2 is 2. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Spring 2017, victory for Envy.
And now the challenge becomes closing out the series. It's got to feel good to be able to get that one. They had many kills in that one. I believe by the end of it, it was 27 deaths for Immortals. So good start. Obviously, you want the game to be cleaner, but ultimately all that matters is they get the victory. In the end, they were able to run down some kills down the stretch and finally break the base. It's a start.
It's a start, right. At the end of the day, their Nexus exploded. Yours did not. Yeah. It was a success. Could have been a cleaner success. Could have been a little bit more well thought out at different points, but a success nonetheless.
Yeah. And we talk about some of our pregame stories coming in. Lyra, just arriving in the United States, did not have a good game yesterday, had a very strong game this game. And they also came into this with a good level 1 plan.
Yeah, and that level 1 plan, let's go ahead and take a look back at it again. They start the game strong with 2 kills very, very early.
Yeah, and this was also a pretty big flub by Immortals because they don't need to be expected to expect them to come in, but when they do, they have to have clean flashes. Dardoch straight into a wall, gives up First Blood and the red buff, but then it continues because they pick up the red buff, and Lyra is just kind of in his natural jungling motion, walking back up towards the top lane where he's like, wait a minute, is Flame really TPing in and I can just continue to walk in and pick up yet another kill? And then not only does he TP, he moves forward for a CS. So it means you can flash for the root onto Flame. He's level 1, he can't cleanse the CC. Lyra finishes off the kill, and that was just a beautiful start for Envy's game.
You really can't ask for anything better. The teleport is down, the enemy top laner is dead twice. They even got the extra gold from taking the red buff away.
Yeah, I have seen level 1 pentakills, but not in pro play.
Okay, right. We can expect the solo queue fiesta, but in pro play, you can't ask for much
that's
better.
Almost unheard of. That was it shouldn't happen.
But of course, then in Envy fashion, they weren't able to translate this into a super clean mid game, and here's where IMT mounted that comeback.
And this has been their Achilles heel. They burn a cooldown of Ash Arrow, walk straight through a ward, do not have deep vision, and also expose their backline while running through. So just so many things wrong with the way Envy tried to walk through this, and it was appropriately punished by Immortals. This is actually how you get back in the game. And if there has been a place where Immortals has looked good, it's been in trying to orchestrate comebacks because they're willing to go for so many plays. Then they know it's time to try and take advantage of this, and even though it's going to be a smite fight, Immortals say they can win it. Dardoch gets the smite, and then also they're running a double exhaust team with Corki and Misfortune both having it. So Pobelter gets the exhaust on Apollo as he flashes in for the kill, wins that duel. They wait around for the Guardian Angel and essentially get the delayed ace as well as the Baron. And this fight took a 6,500 gold lead down to 1,000, but it wasn't enough.
It looked like it could have potentially been enough. It looked like Envy might have gone on the same road to ruin that we've seen them go on in their previous matches so far in Spring 2017. But then they had the massive extended fight that lasted so long that proved that they were far ahead enough to win this game.
Yeah, this is halfway through the extended fight because this is essentially the second team fight of the fight. Anyway, Lyra flashes to get the kill, eats the exhaust so he doesn't have much damage for Flame. Flame just gets tagged by the end of that shockwave, and that allows the rest of Envy to close this through. Ole did not have a fun game against Ash Arrows. He got hit by seemingly every one of them, and Cody's son is just sticking around at the end of this. Flashes too late, does not get behind the turret to block the dredge line, and he's another casualty. This kind of led to the game really breaking open, and we get to see the variance in this game. Notice the 12,500 gold legend for that graph. These were big gold swings.
Yeah, and this game, going into the second round of this series, that has to be a massive confidence booster for Envy.
Hakumo did the most damage in the game, by the way. That helps when you start 5-0 on the Zyra. But yeah, we actually just, before we got into that last replay, got to see Immortals on camera, and spirits have got to be a little low for them right now because Immortals was hoping to come in and, you know, at least be middle of the pack right here, but they're looking really rough in this weekend. I feel like Dardoch, more than anyone, as a leader of that team, has to play better. He looks nervous all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that's something that we kind of noted about him earlier on in this week, in week number 2 in North American LCS 2017, is that Dardoch wasn't seeming like his super, like, always on the trigger pull, ready to go, ready to lead the team kind of self. And that nervousness, it showed in this game.
Yeah, it really did. So gotta hope they can come back strong in game 2. There's plenty of League of Legends still possibly to be played. Envy and Immortals, I think. I'm not willing to say Envy's got a strong advantage for game 2 after that one.
Well, we'll have to see. But when we come back, round 2 of Envy versus Immortals will be beginning. You're watching the North American LCS. Here comes the dive on the Flame you were talking about, Jet. Lyra's underneath. Seraph's gonna be soaking the turret for too long. You gotta be kidding. Flame's got 2.
The fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
Welcome back to the NA LCS. Pastry time here with Kobe to break down one of 7.1's fiercest junglers, Kha'Zix. Kobe, this guy's been running around Summoner's Rift, tearing people to pieces. What's going on?
One of my personal favorites right now. Kha'Zix extremely strong in the meta. And actually, not only is he popular in pro play, second most played jungler even in solo queue at the moment. So everybody's having a fun time. Now, this guy has many strengths. First and foremost, he's almost an unrivaled duelist. As you can see here, Kha'Zix, with the combination of taking Thunderlords, your isolated Q, you get to jump on someone, isolated Q, auto attack with your passive for extra damage, and Thunderlords. It's a huge amount of upfront burst, and he's able to duel most people in isolated situations. Now, this guy also has access to a whole ganking kit when he hits level 3. So a lot of early action is possible, even though he doesn't bring his own crowd control to a gank situation.
Yeah, it just feels like all the damage he's got plenty of mobility with the leap, just all the tools that you really want as a jungler to succeed early. Moving forward, though, kind of what's the nitty-gritty here? What does he do as far as those evolutions go? Because that's really the key part of his kit.
The evolutions are one of the best changes they made to Kha'Zix. One of the big changes is the evolution of the spikes here they're going to demonstrate. Now, if you upgrade them, the slow on them is tremendous, 80% slow. Not to mention you also get the spread AoE now, so you can use them to poke in team fights. You don't always have to fully commit as an assassin, just makes his playstyle much more versatile. Then, as you can see, he still has the same old wings, giant jumping wings for the resets, for that classic assassin reset in team fights. And first, we have to go back to the claws, because your Q evolution, that's what gets you all that objective control. That's the one that enables these guys to take the really early dragons, as well as really add to the teamfight assassination when you get the reset on most of the cooldown for your isolated Q.
We've seen kind of a little variance as well. As far as evolutions go in pro play, what have we seen? Obviously Q's first, because you need that damage, but I think W and E, players are kind of deciding which one they like depending on.
Those have been the ones most recently switched up. I've been playing around with evolving W first and not even Q, but we'll leave that one on the drawing board. As for right now, yeah, Q first for the extra damage until it gets nerfed maybe. But yeah, the W and the E, the spikes and the leap, interchangeable based on the team comp that you're playing against. If the enemy team has a lot more tanks, a lot more CC, you don't always, have that time where you're going to want to commit, and people might not be low for multiple resets, so you can delay your E until later in the game for those team fights, or maybe you need that extra range early on. That's the point of Kha'Zix. He's versatile, and you can opt for those different ones. The one that's getting left off, though, almost all around, is the R evolution. Nobody really going for that Void Assault, as the other ones just offer so much utility. Other quick thing, though, even though we don't have much time, I want to slip in the build now. One of the reasons why he doesn't have many weaknesses, he's actually kind of tanky.
Yeah, which is kind of dumb.
Yeah, exactly. One of the most favorite builds right now is Ninja Tabi into Black Cleaver, which gives you a little bit of health, but you still do a lot of damage because it does have a lot of armor shred as well as attack damage. And then you throw in a Hex Drinker if they've got a lot of magic damage. So you're like this bruiser assassin, and you still get to 100-0 carry.
Those words should not be put together, but bruiser assassin is certainly what we've got. All right, Kobe, I'm watching LCS.
I'm in solo queue. I'm getting terrorized by Kha'Zix. How do I beat it? What are the counters?
Not necessarily individual counters. It might be a trick question. There's no,
there are no counters.
Yeah, exactly. But there are things you can do to protect yourself, right? Protection first, Pastry. You need to group up with teammates, avoid being isolated. That's the no-brainer one, because that's where a lot of that damage comes from, and the important reset on his Q. The other thing is that lots of CC. Anytime you have assassins, that's the one weakness of Kha'Zix, right? You can lock him down in a team fight. Big thing why he has a lot more success now, though, is that he actually has that true invisibility with the ultimate. So pink wards, no longer a good counter to Kha'Zix, and you're actually going to need to lock him down and kill him within the CC. You know, things like Maokai, Zyra's is a good target, but it can at least knock him up and get some CC off. So those are the types of things that you're looking for when you're defending against this guy.
Certainly tricky. We've seen our players kind of use both edges really well, both playing against him and with him in the LCS. So you guys are going to have to keep an eye out for that. But that is enough about Kha'Zix. Be sure to tweet us at LOL eSports using the hashtag NALCS if you want us to break down any other specific meta picks. Now, let's send it off to the casters to get us in the game.
Welcome back to Game 2 of Immortals versus Envy. First off, before we jump into anything else, we got to talk about our player of the game in game number 1, and it was Hakuo.
Yeah, I mean, he started the game 5-0. They really dominated that bottom side of the map, and that was, even though they had like the 2 kind of freer kills early on in the game, most damage in the game as support, even as Zyra, still quite rare, so good job to Hakuo.
Yeah, did a phenomenal job as that damage-heavy support role. We'll have to see if he can manage to pull off another awesome performance like that here in game number 2. We talked about how the entirety of Team Envy has got to be feeling good and a little bit relieved to have finally found their first win.
Yeah, well, the thing with that is I feel like the relief will really come if they can get another one. So, like, your first game victory doesn't matter as far as the overall standings go. It's all about getting the match win. So they need to be able to pick up that first win and kind of make sure they're not in last place. And it's one win closer after that game.
But Immortals, on the other hand, that we also talked about, that was kind of a wake-up call. It's like, hey, we've got to get ourselves together. We got to make sure we focus, get our heads on straight, and be ready to turn this around here in game number 2.
Yeah, and a lot of eyes are on Dardoch because he had such a strong debut into the NA LCS last year, but he has looked very rough this week, making some very uncharacteristic, just mechanical errors, as well as being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So he's just all over the place right now.
Yeah, I highly expect to see Immortals pay attention, especially to the early status of their jungle in this game, to make sure something like what happened at the level 1 in game 1 doesn't happen again this time around. And I expect to see Dardoch be that much more careful, especially like the death we saw towards the end of the last game where he got caught out of his own red when it wasn't there. Just mistakes that can be erased. No real reason for those to be committed. Bans are going to be done, though, as LeBlanc, Rengar, and Camille all going to be taken off the table by Team Envy. And the response from Immortals, Zyra, Malzahar, and Syndra.
Yeah, the tables have turned. It is Immortals who picks up the Kha'Zix, and they banned Zyra away. Last time, Zyra was not banned, but Immortals let it go all the way back to the blue side, which at the time was Envy. And interestingly enough, mirrored first 3 picks of this draft, because last game it was Envy with Kha'Zix and Immortals with the Varus and the Rek'Sai. Not this time.
Yeah, these are all the same. The first 4 are the same. The 5th one can't be because it would have been the Zyra. That's going to be banned away instead. Pobelter going to go ahead and decide to pick up that Rise for himself as Ninja responds with Cassiopeia.
An instant response with Cassiopeia. It's like they have this tier list super ready. They pick Rise, we pick Cassiopeia, go. Because you want to put the time pressure back on the opponent as we move towards the ban phase. And not much needs to change here, except for the fact that last game we had jungler, AD, and support picked, just the mid lanes here. So we'll see if we get more support bans, as Envy will have the first support pick coming up here, but already 2 supports are banned in the first phase.
Still going to be focusing on those top laners in phase number 2.
Heavily.
Fiora, Jace, and Kennen all going to be removed with one more decision left to make by Immortals.
Yeah, and this could set up Seraph for a fairly easy Maokai pick, as all of the carry counters have been banned away. Immortals actually contributing to that a little bit with the Jace. I mean, Flame could just play GP again if he wants to go into Maokai, but I'd expect that Maokai pick to be lined up.
Tarek, going to be ban number 4, coming out in the second phase of that banning, as now it's up to Envy to decide how they want to go about doing this, and there you go. Jat the Predictor, figuring out exactly what's going to be done.
The best top laner in the game when all the carries are banned.
It's like you're a psychic.
Oh my
How'd you do it? I don't know. Either way, it's still going to be locked in. It's an incredibly powerful pick. We're not that surprised to see it, and Sarah's going to be picking it up.
Yep, and now The question will be, do they want to priority pick a support? They have 2 picks in a row right here where it won't matter what order they necessarily pick them in, but they pick their top laner match, which is Nautilus. Common, slightly unfavored matchup for the Nautilus, but still a good tank. And then it makes a lot of sense if they throw a ton of bans at support that Ole gets the Morg, because that's actually been, I think, his best performing support.
It's also been the support that he has played the most in Spring Split 2017. While everybody else is playing their Zyras, their Misfortunes, their Malzahars, Ole has 4 games already on Morgana and 1 on everything else that he's played.
Yeah, so once again, going with comfort, adding to the pick potential of this team for sure. This time, there are both teams that have very strong team fighting potential, a little bit more initiation on the side of Immortals. So if it does turn into that big brawl, instead of Immortals trying to play this higher execution, poke composition that requires a lot of scaling items, let's just brawl and let's see how it goes.
Immortals wanting that brawl, seeing if they can make that happen and bring themselves the victory here in game number 2. While if Envy gets it, we won't even need to see a game number 3. They'll finally have that win. They'll finally be feeling good about themselves. Of course, Hakuo likely not going to be the top damage dealer again with the Karma instead of the Zyra.
If he was, it would be incredibly impressive, just because the champions are heavily dictating what type of damage you do in the game. And Karma, definitely not that type. Good lane poke, which is one of the reasons you pick it, because you can shove in very early on. It also gives you a lot of augmented power, I feel like, for the Maokai, since he's nigh unkillable already. Being able to speed and shield him up really multiplies his tankiness. But overall, I actually feel like both teams did all right in this draft.
Yeah, some limited mobility on the side of Team Envy in terms of, Cassiopeia does not have a built-in mobility skill. Varus doesn't have one. Karma can speed herself up, but no dash. So if these arrows and bindings and dredge lines can all find their marks from Immortals, they got a good chance to get some solid picks and good initiation.
Yeah, a lot of that will come for Hakuho to be able to assist the move speed of those other players. So nice pick for them, able to pick it up at the very end of the draft.
And it's nice to see both these teams doing well in the draft, because so far in 2017, they've been 2 of the weaker drafting teams.
Yeah, I think that also has a little bit of confirmation bias built into it, because we like to think when you see things winning a lot of the time, that becomes the draft priority. You think, they're good drafting. But I agree with you, especially on the side of Immortals. They've had some missed bans just straight up in a draft. They've had some very questionable bans. Some of that has to do with them just wanting to be a little bit counter to the meta. But at the end of the day, sometimes the matchups or drafts can just be objectively bad, and it's been occasional for Immortals.
Well, the drafting phase is over. The playing phase has begun, and we are on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today for Immortals versus Envy. Can Envy make it a clean 2-0, or is Immortals going to take this one to game number 3?
Yeah, that is the hope for Immortals. They do not want to start this split 1 and 3.
Envy does.
Envy would love to start the split 1 and 3, since
Envy does at this point.
3.
It's better than 0-3. That's the bottom line for these guys, as Apollo and Hakuo are just going to be setting up shop underneath their bottom turret as the Keystone Masteries pop up there on your screen. Warlords for both your AD carries, Thunderlords on the Morgana. You got your Wind Speakers for Karma. Courage of the Colossus, of course, on both those big tanks in the top side.
Yeah, and Fervor Rek'Sai is usually a choice between Courage and Fervor. They are looking for a little bit more of that stacking damage. Probably going to be seeing the challenging Smite Titanic Hydra build if he's going to be going with the Fervor.
And one thing I want to go ahead and point out, during the series that they had yesterday versus Phoenix 1, not Echo Fox, I got the name right this time, Lyra managed to out-farm his opponent a lot in game number 1 when he was playing the Rek'Sai versus Inori. He loves to power farm on this champion. He doesn't go with the Cinder Hulk rush. He goes for the Tiamat, wants to make sure that he's very effective at building that economy for himself.
Yeah, and I do also think, especially in this new season, it's very important when tracking our jungler CS that we're looking at the gold, because Kazakh's jungle camps differ greatly from Rek'Sai's jungle camps early on in the game. Notice right now, Kazakh's start, as they dodge the Empowered Q, very good from Ole right there to win the trade. But the Kazakh's does buff to Gromp and does the very low number camps because he's just working on isolated targets. But Rek'Sai has a lot of AoE with his Q, so he's already killed Raptors, and he's at, 11 CS after his 3rd camp. So we just got to make sure we're checking the gold to track those junglers' progress.
Yeah, it is kind of tricky these days with how many Krugs end up popping out of the big ones and how many little chickens you got scurrying around in the Raptor pit. The value of every CS is not 100% equal. So we always have to keep that in mind. The gold is going to be bottom line, as Dardoch around mid lane might be looking to make some kind of a move here onto Ninja. Locks himself in, goes for the leap, finds some nice burst with the flash to go with it. Nice summoner spell burn.
Yeah, don't get the cleanse. Ninja's gone with cuts, but they go 4.
Pobelter. Woo! All right, Ninja's alive. Yeah. He's hurt, but he's alive.
He's looking away, thinking that was the end of it, and nearly missed the kill onto Ninja, but we'll see if that early gank can give Pobelter the start he needs. He did solo kill Ninja twice early on in the last game, so he's looking to build on that with that early pick rise here.
Meanwhile, in top lane, these two just kind of going to be slugging it out. Seraph, worse for wear for the time being, but as this lane goes on, as they both acquire a Spectre's Cowl, they're pretty much just going to be immune to each other, so it won't likely evolve into anything too intense, while bottom lane, just kind of the shoving war between the Varus and the Ashe, as they're just trying to maintain that lane control.
I agree. A lot of that turns into just who can be the better late game tank. Usually Maokai, but Dardoch, another quick gank. Apollo's playing very aggressively. Ole's hoping to land a bind.
Ole's got the flash, he's got the Q, he's got the damage, but the flash away is not enough. First blood for Cody's son. As
here's Lyra, though.
He's got Lyra up in the top side. They're looking to return the favor on the other end of the map. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Sea of Flame, they've got the kill. 1-1.
Both junglers with hits at the start of the game. Dardoch's a little more important. He gets it for the 80 carry, and we were talking about how that top lane has low kill pressure, but especially very early on in the map. We're gonna see this first gank again. Ole flashes over the minions to land a point-blank binding. It makes it so there is no escape for Hakuho. They get 3 summoner spells out in the top side as well. Because Flame was trying to shove early on the Nautilus, he does expose himself, and Lyra had path all the way through Dardoch's jungler. Knew it was very safe because Dardoch had just showed in the bottom lane nothing was going to counter that gank, and they get a pretty easy kill on it.
Both junglers off to a good start for themselves, making sure that they get involved in these lanes early on, try to get these lanes ahead as effectively as they can. And the thing is about ganking for those tanks, although we talk about, you know, they've got no damage, they're never going to kill each other, they've got a lot of good setup when the jungler does come.
Yeah, so the early ganks are the ones that are going to land more likely. And just even speaking to the matchup, the Nautilus does have a slight spell damage advantage and wave clear advantage early on, especially if they're going to be building Spectres versus Spectrals and not going for a Sunfire Cape, which is kind of auto-shoves for you as a tank. He can keep that shove advantage for a while. So I like the fact that Lyra goes up there early, potentially gives Seraph kill pressure with that double Doran's ring, and maybe take away some of that early shove advantage, since Maokai is a better late game tank.
Ninja putting a lot of damage into Pobelter, who goes for a trade against Cassiopeia and is quickly reminded why Cassiopeia is often picked into Rise, as she's able to just put that much more pain right back into him. Both of these rapid-fire spellcasters looking to see if they can take control and force the other person away and kind of into playing their game. Tier up and running for the Rise, but not for the Cassiopeia yet.
Yeah.
So the stacking game is going the way of Pobelter.
Yeah, Ninja was forced into an extremely early recall. Double Doran's definitely not ideal for the Cassiopeia. You generally want to get your single Dorans into your tier, into your Lost Chapter very early, so you can just really spam out the wave.
Lyra might be looking to make something happen here. Kind of hanging around in case Pobelter decides to get frisky. But I don't think it's actually going to end up happening. Lyra just deciding to go ahead and tunnel on through, go back up towards the top part of his jungle. His red buff will be respawning soon, and once he grabs that, he will be that much more of a gank threat. But across the board, farm staying very close between pretty much everyone and their counterparts.
Yeah, no catastrophic opening in this one, so the early game definitely feels a lot closer. The gank setup for both of these guys is pretty strong, especially watch for the level 6, because level 6 Ashe and Morg against a support that does not have flash can be a very fatal gank.
And one thing worth pointing out as well, Flame still has a good while to go on his teleport cooldown. Seraph has his teleport ready and available if they try to make some kind of a play.
That is going to be very important, especially because it's Immortals that would want to make the big play. And these are the types of things they need to be able to communicate to each other, but haven't been able to sync up very well if you're Immortals, is just understanding where the whole map is. So Flame should be saying, careful, Seraph has TP, and that should subdue the aggression down bot from Cody's son and Ole, rather. We'll see if it happens.
And that's kind of one of the questions that we asked ourselves about this entire Envy squad going into Spring 2017, is because in 2016, one of Envy's tendencies was the top lane, the mid lane, the jungle, the Koreans on the team would all work together very well. The bot lane would kind of be left to their own devices. The language barrier kind of causing a bit of an issue there.
Yeah.
Is Envy in 2017 going to have those same issues?
Yeah, early signs point to probably, but we'll see if they can improve on this Pobelter. Round warps.
Immortals looking to make their move. Seraph knocked up in the air, but Immortals sides, they are not willing to go that close into uncharted territory and back away.
Yeah, and a lot burned for that attempted gank. So Flame now no longer having his flash, and Pobelter also burns his Realm Warp. And that's so interesting that they decided to try and go top lane for Seraph when we were just talking about how the Ashe Morg has so much more kill pressure. Why not Realm Warp play down there? Now, Ninja walks through a control wards going for a gank bot.
And just seeing what he can find on these guys, but flashes are back up, so he slithers his way back through that enemy jungle. He was spotted out by a control ward anyway, so he likely wasn't going to find a ton of success down there.
Now he's got to be careful.
Dardoch on the hunt. Might be looking for him, jumps in, able to find some
Nice
burst.
burn.
Gotta dodge away from that petrifying gaze. Beautifully done from Dardoch. Ninja getting himself back. He's got Lyra nearby to make sure Pobelter can't collapse, but Ninja gonna be worse for wear after losing that flash.
Yeah, Dardoch's really good at that turn on Cassiopeia when he's playing Kha'Zix, actually. If anyone saw Zyrene's lane preview at the start of the split, a lot of those clips were actually captured from some of the pro players' solo queue games. The Kha'Zix clip dodging a Cassiopeia ult in that was Dardoch in solo queue, so does it once again, but this time on the LCS stage.
And hey, it's a great talent to have when you know you gotta be playing against that champion. Very, very good to make sure that you nullify one of the biggest parts of the ability in that stun. 55 to 37 in terms of the jungle farm for Lyra. We talked earlier about how he is more inclined towards the AoE camp, so it will naturally be inflated, but still doing a good job for himself. Got the Skirmisher Saber, 2 long swords already built. Still just looking to get himself farmed as he moves further and further into this game. Cloud Drake also the first one going to be spawning this time. We aren't seeing the early take like we did in game number 1 as Seraph gets himself jumped on by Flame, who's very close to out of mana, so nothing more going to be happening here yet.
They might want to try a dive. Flame's a little low on mana. This could be dangerous, but they're going to go for it.
Seraph's only got half HP.
Watch to see if Seraph can dodge spells with Twisted Advance.
That's going to be critical for this. Flame soaking the damage. Seraph looking to turn things around if he can. It
Got
will
one.
be 1 for 1.
Yep, and he, I believe, was able to dodge the animation on Dardoch's first Q, which made Flame have to tank the turret for a little while longer. Because Immortals does get the assist gold, it is still a gold positive play for Immortals, not to mention the minions that die to Seraph's turret, but nice job of Seraph to get one back.
Here's kind of how everything went down. Seraph just not in the best spot.
Yeah, the long setup for this is Flame is really low on mana as well, but he knows Seraph is low, and he knows Seraph is flashless. So he's able to just kind of walk it behind the turret. Seraph can't make the run away. And the Flame doesn't want to get turret aggro until Dardoch is allowed to arrive. So they wait a pretty good amount of time. Gets it perfect in that sense. But then I think he sticks around a little bit too long because essentially Flame didn't want to get hit by that Arcane Smash because Dardoch was going to be able to finish him off. He does. That slows him. That gives the kill credit to Seraph. And it makes it a 1 for 1.
Seraph making the best out of a bad situation, keeping the game tied up at 2-2, 11 minutes in. Not a 2,500 gold lead for Team Envy. This time around, it's going to be about a 500 lead for Immortals, as Dardoch is just hanging around watching Lyra take this Scuttle Crab. Steals it away, though. Nice smite.
Oh, man.
That was cheeky.
It definitely was, even though Lyra is getting pretty strong in this game. The kill for Dardoch keeps the gold pretty close. It's now only 150 different, but the challenging smite would have definitely swung that in Lyra's favor.
Scryer's Bloom kind of spotting out what the Immortals, or rather, what Envy is doing in Immortals territory. It's a Scryer's Bloom fired backwards, going to be pointing out some of those wards for Cody and Olay to clear away as they make their way back down towards bottom, as Piercing Arrow also finds its way onto Cody's son. Those unblocked Piercing Arrows, the ones that don't go through minions first, have so much of a punch.
Yeah, especially later in the game now that everyone has switched over to this lethality-based Varus build. We're about to talk about that last game when they decided to fight for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Never got back to it. But I feel like the switch between the Essence Reaver build, which we were seeing a lot of in week 1, to this, can be described with how ineffective either build is at killing tanks. So they were trying to do it with the Essence Reaver build, weren't killing tanks, so they said, why don't we just shoot past them? The lethality will be so much better on the squishies as they try and zoom away from the action. And that's what we're seeing.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to be hitting the mark. The Binding will not either. And about that lethality build, you know, once we go further into the future and the patch catches up closer to what we're working with now, those lethality buffs coming in will help this build as well.
Lethality is getting better early game next patch, so expect these Varus builds to continue. Tier Edge of Night, as well as Ghostblade is the go-to.
Dardoch going to be securing that Cloud Drake for himself and his team. Kind of the same thing we saw Lyra doing last time. Kha'Zix on blue team. Just jump over the wall, grab the Drake, get yourself out just fine. No contest. Slightly later than in game number 1, so we might end up seeing one less Elemental Drake total. It's also going to be Cloud instead of Ocean, but Infernal is number 2. So I expect these teams to both be concerned about that when it does show up about 5.5 minutes from now.
Yep, especially as the game stays pretty close. Belter trying to go in again for Seraph, ghosting.
Realm Warp's the name of the play, looking to grab the damage. The Flash is not going to be doing it just yet. Seraph trying to stay alive, going to be buying as much time as he can.
Gonna get Flame again.
Flame sticks around under the turret for so damn long. Belter going to be stopped as Ninja grabs the damage onto Flame. Needs another Twin Fang to do it. He can't go join Lyra. Now Lyra's going to be baited, has to flash away. Dardoch is there for the retaliation. 1 for 1.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's just the top laners who die. So they're both kind of falling behind right here because there's only 1 kill and 5 deaths between the two of them. But watching that once again, Immortal really wants to try and kill Seraph as he's getting tankier and tankier. And I'm very surprised they're not just setting their sights bottom to that low mobility Varus. Even so, they're hoping to get clean pickings. Here comes Dardoch.
Oh, Ninja. This could be real bad. Petrifying Gaze backwards, but at least he has the flash to make up for it.
Yeah, Dardoch always trying to dodge, but gets the smite, lowers Ninja's damage, gets the challenging smite on him pretty cleanly, and Ninja burns flash. We're gonna get to see this gank one more time. They start to play really early. Flame has been trying to shove Seraph in. I'd say the ult was a little preemptive because they were hoping to catch him outside of the turret, but then they get the right amount of turret aggro. Belter can't seem to land his first Q there. Can't get the Q through the minions, which is why the play delayed for so long. And then Flame had to flash out by the time Ninja was there because that play was so slow to develop. But ultimately, Dardoch comes in, kind of saves the day right at the end, keeps Lyra at bay, and it's natural 1 for 1.
3-3 overall, 23.3 to 22.8 thousand gold. So a very, very close match at 15 minutes into game number 2 as items are starting to come online. Abyssal Scepter done for the Cassiopeia, Rod of Ages on the rise, and the Yumu's Ghostblade done for that lethality build we were talking about on Varus.
Yeah, so Poke should be coming in pretty strong. Waiting kind of for the Ash Arrow play to come in anywhere.
That was not it, right. You don't just have to fire the arrow, you gotta hit the arrow.
Yeah, it is tough to land against the Karma because they can speed away.
It's a process.
But that one I do not believe was sped away from, it just missed.
Blue buff fed over to Ninja. Of course, Lyra doesn't mind giving that one away at all. Rek'Sai, one of the most useless champions in the game to have a blue buff on. Cassiopeia, among one of the best.
Yeah.
That was...
Get the CE hard.
Yeah.
Although, beautiful to have on Cassiopeia. Allows him to just shove out the wave so much.
Just non-stop spammage. Belter, of course, has his own, so both of these two have an unlimited Gatling of spells that they can unleash should anybody be unfortunate enough to walk into their range. Lyra looking to maybe make something happen here in the bottom lane. Hawkshot's going to be shot off by Cody, just making sure they're not looking to collapse onto Olay super early. Turret taken very, very low. This should be turret first blood for these guys. Envy grabbing that one for themselves. And that actually puts the gold game ever so slightly back into their court.
Yeah, and it's not like they're trading a turret for that. That was just brute force, being able to shove up the lane over and over again, using the Varus and the Karma and chipping away at it. Slowly but surely, it's nice to have that type of advantage because now they can be the first to roam to other lanes. The question will be, can they snowball that advantage? It's very unlikely that Immortals decide to freeze because if they do, they're almost accepting the 2 turrets going down, but it does give them a nice leg up to try and stay 1 turret ahead for the foreseeable future.
And we saw last game how Envy was ahead for a while in kills, but it wasn't until they actually started working on those objectives that the lead became substantial. So hopefully this time around for Team Envy, they can manage to do more once they start down that objective train. Flame getting himself back in the top lane. Seraph is kind of always the man who has to answer up here. He never has priority in the top lane. Flame's always the guy who's shoving him up and sort of being the boss with the 25 CS lead in the top lane.
And that is the way the matchup generally plays early with the Nautilus, especially now that he's been the first to complete Bommy's Cinder. He will shove so much faster than Seraph, which does set up a little bit for some counterplays if they were trying to go up there for the game.
The binding coming out from Olay in the mid lane to prevent Ninja from going any further in case he decided to chase that. Both supports kind of going to be hanging around in this area now that that bottom lane first turret has fallen. Apollo going to be joining the party as well. And And it's the usual play that you see once the bottom lane turret falls. Bot lane likes to rotate mid, try to force whatever they can force. Aqua going to be removing some of this vision. Olay gets himself out of the range of the tether before it pops, and Infernal Drake is going to be up in 30 seconds, so Envy's control over this area is awarding them with vision priority.
Yeah, and we've been prepping this fight for a while. So much of it should depend on whether or not one team can pull off an aggressive play beforehand. You can see they both have the same idea. Rek'Sai's waiting. Everyone's waiting. They go a little early. No surprises right here.
Lyra and Hakuo find him out with the Prey Seeker. Move up, flex those muscles real big, knock away some of those wards.
Yeah.
Olay gonna eat the inner flame. The Drake is live.
Yep, no turret on the bottom side for Immortals, so that makes them give a little bit of ground over to Envy. Both top laners have teleport as well, but they will need to be able to clear range of each other so they can interrupt it. And they're going to start this in. Immortals should arrow.
Immortals looking to go. Arrow again! Not finding the mark. TP coming in. Drake's going to be taken by Immortals, but what else is the consequence? Flame getting away over the wall. Pobelter going to be targeted. Dredgeline back into the fight on the Ninja. Pobelter at half. Flame is dead. POB gone! Olay trying to escape as another kill is going to be coming through. They got the Infernal, but they lost 3 for it. Envy, what can they find? What can they do with the victory they just claimed?
They have everyone still alive, but their minion wave is lagging behind. Just Cody's son and Dardoch. They're going to try, I think, to rotate mid and get that outer turret down because that will jump their lead to about 3,000 after that big fight.
Envy not happy about losing the Drake away, but their positioning, conceding that area to Immortals, allowed them to put themselves in a spot where they were able to win the fight afterwards. Now they're taking down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They've got plenty of minions here, it appears.
Oh, Ninja gets
Mantra
aggro.
Inspire as Ninja draws the aggro onto the turret from spitting out the miasma to zone away their opponents.
Yeah, so a little bit misplayed on the final bit there, but watch this. Whoosh. The Drake is low, the teleport comes in, Envy decides to kite back, and Immortal spends crucial time finishing off the Drake. So that gives Envy a little bit of a head start in here, and Ser finally enters this fight. They can actually focus down Flame because he's not that big of a tank yet. And then that final flash from Ninja gives them the tag damage onto Olay, and so much of this is just because Immortal's not getting the clean initiations they want to. They're not landing the Asher before these fights happen. Envy is able to disengage, and even though Flame got in, he was in before his team, and they were a little bit zoned out by the miasmas we saw in that last replay. So Envy actually the ones executing a little bit cleaner.
As Immortals now move themselves into the top lane, going to be working on this tier 1, burning it down pretty rapidly. Envy not going to be in position in time to stop
there
this. DC into CC! See ya, Apollo! That's going to be a nice pickup for Immortals.
Finally, they get the combo, and you can see how lethal it becomes. CC stacks on top of itself so well. When you land one, you can land the Binding for sure. It means Rise can get the Rune Prison. You can also land the Dredgeline. It just all comes in, and here comes another one.
Now
Ultimate.
Ninja in danger of being caught out. Passive going to find some CC onto him, gets himself away. The cleanse coming up useful in escaping from all that possible lockdown that could be coming in from Flame's Nautilus. As Immortals sees the opportunity to mount their push here in mid lane, Cassiopeia down a critical summoner, still doesn't have flash, but using it to grab the kill on Olay at the end of the dragon fight. But Immortals decides to back away.
Yeah, they do, and it's been a subdued game thus far. But with the Drake fight we just saw, I do think we can continue to rely on engages in that area because that's really where these teams are going to have to break their bread. It's on the team fighting. They do not have super strong split push threats. They do not have assassins. All of this is just going to be jockeying around objectives, looking for picks, and having big team fights.
Just waiting until there's something worth spending all your summoner spells and ultimates on, and then putting it all into that same massive effort. Top laners are going to be setting up shop now in the bottom part of the map, as the Scuttle Crab is secured by Envy in the top area. Ward's going to be set down around that Baron zone. 22 minutes into the game, it is live, and should another big team fight victory happen, either team would have the opportunity to jump on it.
Exactly. Cassiopeia can kill it incredibly fast. Kha'Zix can kill it incredibly fast. Neither of these teams should have too much issue taking Baron if the opportunity arises.
Seraph and Flame, both with the Spirit Visage done, both with Mercury Treads, both with Bombies. We've reached the point of a giant rock and a giant rock just kind of bumping into each other in the bottom lane, trying to find some noticeable impact on one another, but never really doing it.
The interesting point we haven't reached, though, is the tanks that can't die. Because in this game, they actually can die. Their CS is a little bit lower. We have 4 deaths already on Flame. Just now getting the Sunfire cape, but he's a little bit behind the damage curve, which we don't actually see that often. So if he does try to teleport into fights like we saw in that last one, he actually can die.
Now
and
Seraph,
let's see if they get Seraph.
the one who's in danger is getting cut down.
How long will they take to kill Seraph versus the Baron Rush? Because you see, he doesn't actually last that long. Cassiopeia now at Baron. How fast can Immortals disrupt this? Flame is going to try and get in there with ultimate, and they do not have the karma to speed themselves up. Immortals are going to want to try and fight this, even if the Baron goes down.
They're sprinting for it. Envy's got it very low. Down to about 1K, going to be taken. Can they find the escape route? Answer's going to be no just yet. Hakuo caught out. Damage coming down. CC's there too. Flame still looking to chase these guys out. Hakuo's going to drop. Pobelter does not decide to flash after this. Hakuo will be the lone man dying after that escape, except maybe I'm wrong. Lyra cut to pieces by Dardoch.
Whoa, that's a lot of damage right there at the end. So at the end of it, it's a 3-death trade for the Baron and also a mid lane turret. I think Immortals actually accepts that trade, even if they were a little bit slow to the Baron, especially if they can get more. No fence up on Ninja.
Ninja in some trouble. Dredgeline going to be coming down as well. Rune Prison thrown out. Flame now has to retreat. Pobelter going to be taken very low in his own right. The binding coming out to provide the escape. Flame still gets out alive. Immortals find the mid lane turret, go up to a 2-to-1 edge in that department. But the bonus received from Envy for getting Baron leaves this game so close.
Absolutely. You can see they just burned down the Baron. Apollo had ulted. And then the missed binding on Hakuho actually delays the kill for quite a while. Flame was hoping to be able to get in on that one, but Pobelter wasn't willing to flash over the wall blinded to 4 people because he didn't have enough teammates following to pick up the easy kill on Hakuho. Dardoch was sneaky enough, and Lyra should definitely have stayed with his team. That was a big misplay by Lyra to be in that area to get killed, but it means the gold stays almost identical.
Dardoch kills Lyra in a similar way that Lyra killed Dardoch in the last game.
Why are you at Red Buff?
I don't know. Red Buff's just the cool place to hang out when it's not around, apparently. I wanted to get myself killed. What's wrong with you? Lyra and the rest of Envy, though, they're kind of finding themselves on the wrong end of the momentum as this game approaches closer and closer towards 30 minutes. Building up that shove here in mid lane. They've still got Baron buff up and running on a few different members. Looking to push down the tier 1. They'll take it pretty much effortlessly. Tie that up in terms of gold. Well, not in terms of gold, but in terms of overall turret count.
And I mean, Pobelter was just shoving out that lane in the bottom. This gives Envy a head start on the next mid lane turret. You gotta wonder how much Immortals wants a fight here. Not that much.
Yeah. Pobelter had the opportunity maybe go for some kind of a realm warp there. Doesn't want to do it. He would have been alone. Could have been very, very risky. Decides to opt against pulling that trigger and instead just wait for a better chance. Cody's son has arrow. Olay has bindings, obviously. Have to see if they can find one of those on some kind of a value target. Ninja putting himself very far forward. It's always going to be juicy if they can manage to hit him with one of those, but you got to remember the cleanse.
Yeah.
To find it.
Not to mention there are 2 tanks in the front line for Envy that can block a lot of the initiation tools that Immortals has, like the Dark Binding and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so they're trying to be pretty safe about this siege. Doesn't mean Immortals isn't looking for the pick, though. Apollo wants to get poking, but in doing so does expose himself. Ninja's up forward. There's the behind.
Comes out, not gonna find its mark though. Mantra Inspire, keeping Envy very safe and very fast. The siege continues with this beefed up cannon minion constantly just pouring those individual plinks and plunks into the turret. He's taken down though as Pobelter finds a Rune Prison on the Seraph. Not really gonna do much of anything though.
Yeah, really a low action Baron for them as they sat and made no progress in the mid lane there. But the waves on the side have stacked up, which is pulling Immortals away to CS, and it will net eventually Cloud.
Drake number 3 this game, the first one that goes over to Team Envy. They're going to tie that Cloud count up 1-to-1 with their opponents. Immortals, of course, still having the edge because they have the Infernal for themselves. The final Elemental Drake that's going to be spawning this time around is Ocean. And another game with no Earth.
Yeah, no Mountain Drakes today until game 3 if it happens.
If it happens. That's what Immortals are dreaming for. That's what Immortals are working for. And what they're looking like they've got a good shot at in this game with a slight lead for themselves. But you got to remember, we said it about Envy in game number 1. Throws can always happen. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is certain. And Immortals have got to make sure they keep playing this clean. Don't let themselves kind of slide into that lack of confidence, lack of planning sort of mistakes that we're seeing.
And I think they have been able to gather themselves a little bit in between games where they were looking fairly dejected. I mean, just the difference in mistakes is much lower from Immortals this time. Dardoch died 1 minute 40 seconds into game 1. He's yet to die 28 minutes into game 2. That's an improvement.
Pretty stark difference.
Yeah, and they're also just staying pretty controlled here. So they know what their win conditions are. They got to keep looking for picks on the squishy targets. They really want to get an arrow or a dark binding onto Apollo. The problem is the kills is already completed, so anyone who gets arrowed can actually get cleansed away. It's going to be a little tricky to get him, but that's still what they want to go for.
Bottom lane tier 1 also drops now. Pobelter doing a good job of seeing the opportunity to jump on the free money with that one as Envy rotates lots of people up towards the top part of the map, looking to maybe grab that tier 1 for themselves as well. Pobelter looking to force something here onto Seraph if he can. Just has to scare him away instead. There's really no kill potential on somebody like that Maokai alone.
No, definitely not. So it's pretty much just a wave game right here, and to see who makes the biggest play first. I'm wondering if Immortals is going to start utilizing Realm Warp a bit more. I feel like there's a lot of creative things you can do in order to beat people to turrets once you start playing this shove game, but yet to see a great use from Pobelter.
Yeah, we've seen a couple decent uses of it, but nothing like the TSM game finale that we saw the other day. No big eye poppers.
That was crazy. 3 beautiful uses is of the Rise Ultimate for the team in a row, because what you can do with it, and we can kind of prep it in this game a little bit, is if you are sieging a turret, you force the enemy team into a spot to defend, and then since nothing moves a team as fast as a Realm Warp for 3,000 units, you just Realm Warp to a different objective. And you can take minions with you even if you want to, so you could jump from an inner turret to a Nexus turret and just take 2 turrets kind of like that. But mainly in this situation, say if the Drake or the Baron comes up, Immortals needs to shove up a wave, force enemy to defend, and then Realm Warp into the objective and kill it before enemy would be able to match. Would be the ideal use of it.
It's all on Pobelter though. If he makes that call, if he finds that opportunity, finds that positioning. Right now, Baron's going to be live in about 25 seconds. There's not a lot of vision around that pit. You can see kind of a circle placed down here by Envy around the outer area, sort of in the enemy jungle, but no vision actually on the pit itself from either team.
Yeah, and speaking of vision, the Sightstone has been built on Lyra as well. It's pretty rare this year to see Sightstones on junglers because they are such a carry threat, but the Achilles heel of Envy has been not having the deep wards down and face checking. So they're kind of doing everything they can to prevent that. They have the Tremor Sense and an extra Sightstone.
Envy looking to shore up those weaknesses. I respect it. You're saying, hey, we're losing games because we don't have wards? Lyra, buy some damn wards. Ah, look out! Oh, Lyra's going to be caught out, though. The arrow finds its way onto Apollo. It's going to be 2 for free. Envy, not what they needed to see. Hakuo flashing away. Dardoch having to jump after him. Doesn't even need it, though. Immortals just punched their ticket for a Baron.
Just as we talked about it with Rek'Sai and the Sightstone, he's still...
We jinxed him.
By himself. No smite steal here. Envy ain't even going to try. This is Baron for Immortals.
Freebie, no contest. No risk of a steal, no risk of a loss, and now Immortals looking to be in a great spot to take this one to game number 3. Here's your replay of how they got that catch.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of all gathered in the river, and there's not very deep wards considering where the Cassiopeia and the Maokai are for Envy. So Apollo, even with the Mikhails to cleanse the CC, is just not enough. And Dardoch is super fast with the Ghost Blade and the Ultimate, and he's able to chase down that last kill.
And Apollo was right on that ramp, too. Like the spot where it's so hard to get away from incoming skill shots. Now Envy's got to find a way out of this difficult situation. They're down about 5,000 gold almost. A fully Baroned up Immortals squad is pushing down mid lane, just completely smacked their tier 2 turret. Now they're going to be looking to find success in the side lanes and push it maybe even deeper into the Envy base.
Yeah, they have a wave prepping in the top lane right here. Flame could teleport back in if he really wanted to recall. I don't know why he would want to recall. He's only sitting on 1,300 gold. But Envy now can group 5v5 for defense. It's not unheard of to dive here. Flame is very tanky.
Pobelter in some danger, perhaps. Ninja going to be popping the cleanse, getting away from the arrow. Cody's done. Wrong place, wrong time. Ninja gonna be taken out too as Envy tries to mount the defense. Apollo jumped on, forced the flash away. Dardock's able to grab the double. A hop, skip, and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals Jungler. They're taking down the whole team.
And 40-second death timers throughout as Seraph finally goes down. Dardock showing you his double jump skills right there, getting the resets midair. Big win for Immortals. They might be able to close out the game here.
Dardock 8-0-3 on this Kha'Zix. 5-1-5 for Pobelter's Rise.
Oh. If they're quick here, they should be realm warping these minions into the Nexus turrets to speed things up. He doesn't do it. They're gonna win anyway.
No realm warp. They've
It's
got the
fine.
victory. Still 10 seconds on Apollo and Hakuo. Nexus turret number 1 is done. Nexus turret number 2 is going to be joining it. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be going to game 3.
Yeah, we got ourselves a series as they just pile on. Another kill at the very end. 9-0-3 is the ending score for Dardock. He needed to answer after that bad performance in game 1, 1-5 on Rek'Sai, and he absolutely does. They get him the early pick Rek'Sai. They do not fall behind in the early game. Pobelter and Dardock really come up huge, and they force that game 3.
And you can even hear the crowd cheering for Dardock. People realize this guy had the kind of game that the Immortals fans wanted and needed him to have.
Yeah, big smile on his face. That game was much cleaner. Envy still having a lot of the same issues when they have these leads in the game. They're just not grouping when getting vision. This is something that it's not easy to do, but it is something that the pro teams that are mid to high tier all do. So you really notice it when it's not there, and Envy really has to patch that.
It's a weakness that, although it might not be easy to patch, it has to be. It's a 100% necessity if you want to compete, if you want to be one of the top tier teams, a playoff team in the NA LCS.
Yeah, and we're sitting here right now. Envy's sitting at 0-3 on the split. Still only week 2, obviously. A lot can change, and Envy knows all about that because they started last split, I believe, either 3-1 or 4-0, or long ago, and then still made the playoffs, right? So they know how much it can change in the later half of the season. But when you're losing games like this, it can be pretty damning.
Well, hopefully for their sake, they can find a way to rally in game number 3, bring it back, find another win like they did in game number 1. But for game number 2, we're going to go ahead and take another look at exactly what happened in that final fight to seal the deal.
Yeah, and Envy, I feel like could have tried to wait for a turret dive, but they thought they'd be able to go hard on a Pobelter very early on here. And since they get the pick on a Cody Sun, they think it's over. But then Dardock sees his window. He eats Ninja right there. Flame flashes to get Apollo. There we go. It's access to the 2 carries. So much in these mirrored tank fight teams, it's the Kha'Zix who actually is kind of turning it over because he's the only one who can reach the backline. And we saw that multiple times from Dardock in that fight right there. And it was the clincher. He got, I believe, 4 kills in that fight, so pretty solid.
He was an absolute monster. But for a deeper dive on that series tying game, let's hand things over off to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Immortal striking back, extending the series 1-1 here, going to a 3rd game against Envy. They looked a lot better in this game than in game 1. Obviously, they got off to a rough start.
Yeah.
But Dardock in particular on this Kha'Zix 9-0-3, he is definitely the top performer for this squad.
Right, and I think you can say that for the majority of their games. He usually is playing well. Obviously, game 1, he kind of got screwed over by that level 1 by Envy, which was nice by them. And then this game, there was a lot of problems with their decision-making and team fighting in the early mid-game, but then once they were able to get even in goal and get into later game team fights, he picked up a ton of kills. So he was playing pretty well. Pobelter as well, I think actually played pretty well game 1. He was, I think, 2-0 when the rest of his team was falling apart, and he was aggressively trying to make plays, not just like, oh, I picked up a couple kills. He was like in the enemy team's jungle trying to kill the jungler. So overall, I like that you see Pobelter on your screen. Doesn't look too happy, but I think he is playing pretty well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I understand them not looking happy, and I think as a team, I would not be very happy with the way that this series has gone so far. I mean, you're looking at playing against an Envy squad that's yet to pick up a series victory. They're 0-3 coming into this, and I think your expectation across the board is that we should beat most of these players in straight-up matchups. So why are these games even as close as they are?
I think you can just look at the macro play of these two teams and the fact that they seemingly have no idea of what to do in the mid and late game.
Sounds cruel, but it's true.
Right, and there's very clear examples by both these teams to look at. At 19 minutes, MV won a fight, and they go bottom, and then they hang around mid, and they stay too long. They don't even get the turret, and then it results with Apollo trying to hold top alone. He gets picked off, and they lose their top turret on the side of Envy. Immortals, they have that 4-man roam bottom to kill a tank, and you sack Baron for it. So I think
totally worth.
Yeah, James, that's why you're plat.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm actually gold 1 right
Oh,
now.
okay. It's early in the season. You'll get there. You'll get
It's pretty
there.
rough. I don't want to talk about it. We'll get there.
But yeah, I mean, overall, you can see that there's these questionable decisions, and whenever you have teams making bad decisions, not just like it's a scrappy game, but like it's just a lot of fighting.
Right.
This is like actively slowing your winning. Like you're not making the plays to win. So I think when you look at that, you realize that these games get these kind of scrappy fights, and then eventually it's explosive and some team grabs the lead, but it's not like that slow gold graph that you see.
Right, and across both games here for Envy, I would be, continually worried that we aren't, as a team, aware of how to close out games. I mean, again, you look at game 1, they were gifted a bunch of gold in the beginning of the game, and then that gold graph, did one of these before they eventually took the win. Here, similar thing. They had many opportunities to win. You mentioned Immortals handing them a Baron to trade for 1 kill. I mean, most teams would say, boom, that's our ticket to victory here, and yet they can't find a way to move as a unit and take objectives.
Right, and I mean, a little bit on the side of Envy. I mean, Lyra, yeah, it's his first week here, but he did not get here on Monday, and they had a full week of scrims. He got here late in the week, so you can always say that, they're still improving and they're learning. And when you look at individual skill, they don't seem individually outclassed. It is these kind of map movements where you're just unable to get much done, and that's really where, more time would improve your team.
Right, I mean, it's tough to tell because of the scale of that gold graph, where on the top side it goes all the way up to 10,500. But if you look at that 20-minute mark, where Envy had their largest lead, that's a couple K right there.
That's that team fight I was talking about. They win that team fight, they don't know what to do with it after to get more objectives, and then instantly right after you see it go back up because they couldn't hold that top turret versus Apollo.
Right.
And that's exactly that play right there, and you see the negative impact it has on their gold lead.
And then you see the contrast between those 2 roles that we were talking about, Pobelter and Dardoch. 20K in damage. Their counterparts doing 5.9, 8.8K in terms of damage.
I mean,
just pure outclass.
It's one thing to see a lot of supports out damaging their AD carry with the caster, Malzahar, Zyra.
Yeah.
Morgana should not be out damaging an Ashe. Not quite that way.
5K damage in 33 minutes isn't standard?
No, it's not quite up to what I was expecting.
All right, I'll strive for a little bit more in my gold solo queue game.
All right, yeah.
All right, but player of the game is going to go to Dardoch, who is 9-0-3 on that Kha'Zix. Again, this dude on Assassins, Rengar, and Kha'Zix is putting up numbers. But if he's not putting up those numbers, Immortals is taking losses. And so the question is, can he consistently perform at this level? Probably not. So where is Immortals going to cover for that? For those few games when he doesn't pop off.
Right. I mean, that is the concern. Dardoch is the kind of aggressive player where, generally he will get something to happen on the map, and it's about having people support him and making sure it's the right play. And I think, minus that horrible start to game 1, I think there's a chance that he can continue popping off the rest of the series and getting kills. Envy on the other side really needs to look to control him because he is clearly the member of the team that controls the pace of the game for Immortals. So if they can hold him down like game 1, that's a pretty good strategy.
Yeah, Envy's still looking for their first series victory. We'll see if they can snag it here against Immortals. The teams are all tied up. When we come back, we'll see who can finish the weekend with a victory.
Ollie's hoping to land a bind. Ollie's got the flash, he's got the Q, he's got the damage, but the flash away is not enough. First blood for Cody's son. Drake's gonna be taken by Immortals, but what else is the consequence? Flame getting away over the wall. Pobelter gonna be targeted. Dreadflying back into the fight on the Ninja. Pobelter at half. Flame is dead. POB gone. Pobelter in some danger, perhaps. Ninja gonna be popping the clans, getting away from the arrow. Cody's son, wrong place, wrong time. Ninja gonna be taken out too as Envy tries to mount the defense. Apollo jumped on, forced the flash away. Dardoch's able to grab the double. A hop, skip, and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals jungler. They're taking down the whole team.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, keep coming back. we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world. If things that fade away, yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to bring you Game 3 of Envy versus Immortals.
Yeah, and it's been a very close series. These games have been very bloody in a lot of situations, and we've really seen a lot of inconsistency from Envy because they're able to get those early game leads, but then they seem pretty scattered on the rest of the map.
And it's the story we've been telling about them from the beginning of this season, from back, well, we make it sound like it's a long time, but in these first couple of weeks, obviously, there's not a lot of games that have been said yet, but if you have a recurring problem like that, it can be a real big issue. And IMT shored up some of their own problems, and they got to keep that up here in match number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they look really messy in game 1. It all started with that disaster at level 1, but then from there, they just never really seemed to get things sorted. And we actually saw a pretty controlled game from Mortals in that last one. So based on like the quality of victory, so to speak, rather than the negativity of the defeat, Immortals look better in their win, so they'd be a slight favorite for this game 3.
Yeah, but at the same time, you mentioned it before, getting the first game win, yay, good for us, we're happy.
You gotta
Getting
be
the
able to get
first
the match.
match win is what really is going to contribute to these guys, really get them feeling good. If Envy wins this, these two are actually going to be tied in the overall standings, but if Immortals wins, they're going to be doing a lot better off.
Yeah, I mean, being able to start 2-2, as rough as it may have been for Immortals, is still fine because they have aspirations to be a top team, as that's exactly what they were in the last split organizationally. And a lot of it does actually boil down to the draft phase. We've seen Kazakhs first picked in both of these drafts, and Kazakhs do really, really well. So Envy would be prepped to potentially pick the Kazakhs right here, and I'm actually super surprised they banned Camille, since they would either be able to get a first pick LeBlanc, Rengar, or it doesn't make sense. There's the big 3 bans on the red side, and they get a first pick Kazakhs for free. Now they don't have to.
We talked about this, Chad. We talked about this, how both these teams have appeared to struggle in the picking and banning phase of playing a game of League of Legends. And right now, banning away what should be almost a required ban for your opponents, it doesn't add up.
Now they
get
let
to ban
Immortals
Kazakhs.
ban Kazakhs. I don't know what they accomplished by doing that, unless they really just wanted to be able to first pick a different champion, but Zyra and Malzahar both still up. They first picked Malzahar. Zyra's a great pick into Malzahar, and they can pick that as late as pick number 3 now before Envy gets another ban. So I am personally confused by Envy, but we have to see how it plays.
I am joining you in that confusion, but maybe they've got some super secret strategy planned that we have no idea what it is. Flame's going to be locking in the Syndra for these guys, so Immortal's going to be packing some burst this time around.
Yeah, that's a strong early pick for Pobelter in the mid lane, especially with the Ryze banned out, which is one of the picks against it. I would think that Envy probably throws Ninja onto Echo to match in that mid lane, and they'd have to do it within these next 2 picks. Otherwise, that'll be a ban for Immortals.
Immortal's going to go ahead and lock in Morgana for Olay again. He had some good bindings in the last game. Obviously very familiar on the champion like we talked about. After that last pickup, he's played it 5 times now. Easily his most played champion so far this split. As Lyra goes ahead and grabs that Jhin for Apollo. And Envy also decides to pick up the Echo, just like you were talking about.
Yeah, Echo is one of the best champions you can pick into the Syndra. You can always Chrono Break back when Syndra ults you. It's also hard to get poked out of lane since you just have so many tools to get back with the teleport as well as the ultimate if you need it. So no surprises there.
One thing I want to talk about with Apollo being the one who's going to be playing the Jhin this time around, he has a lot more games on Varus than he does on any other AD carry so far this split. Every other AD carry, he's only got 1 game on. Varus, he has 4.
Yeah.
So a little bit different for him to be going with that.
Yeah, definitely a little bit different. I think this is specifically to work with the Malzahar. One synergy in this lane is it has a lot of pre-6 kill pressure because Malzahar support is all about stacking Voidlings on the opponent. And if you just land a Jhin root on them early in the game, that can be enough to burn summoner spells. So I think that's why they go with Jhin.
And we've seen exactly what those Voidlings can do at early levels. They just do an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage to the CC. Hopefully they can dial that in for their own sakes. As the second banning phase goes the same way the second banning phase has gone in games 1 and 2, with an absolute slaughter of top laners.
Yeah, let's get rid of the carry top laners and let's prep an early Maokai pick here. And then we'll see if Seraph wants to try and play some niche carry or if he just ends up succumbing to the Nautilus train. So Olaf ban, instead of just banning Maokai so it can't be first pick, I am very questionable on these Envy bans.
I don't know about this one. This is... What? Okay, Maokai's up, but they...
What is going on, Captain Flowers?
Chad
Things are out of control.
What we're all feeling as Immortals says, you know what? You think you're going to troll Champion Select? Yeah. We're going to troll Champion
Yeah, I mean,
Select.
I've seen Nautilus picked with Maokai up, but that's only... Or no, I haven't seen Nautilus picked with Maokai up. I've seen people withstand that pick and hold to get a counter pick, to make sure the other guy can't get a counter pick later, but this is a little strange. Maokai goes unpicked. Seraph wants Poppy into it instead, potentially some more versatility with flanking. These guys are all over the place, but we're still going to get to see some good old-fashioned League of Legends.
All right, we're going to see Dardoch again on Rek'Sai. Hopefully a better performance than he had on it in game number 1. And we're going to see Lyra on that Lee Sin that he played yesterday versus P1 that had a great personal performance while the rest of the team was just nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and just pulling back a little bit, big picture on this, right? Lyra, good Lee Sin player, not a great matchup into the Rek'Sai. We're still seeing some strong pick potential from both sides into some big team fighting. But this time we're lacking the Kazakhs who can get in for those executions. In this case, it's going to have to try and be Ninja who will do the flanking. So Envy has a lot more flanking opportunities if they want to try and get in on Pobelter and Cody Sun, because if they try and fight Immortals like front to front, like a standard team fight, I think Immortals will come out on top compositionally.
I still am just struggling to understand what Envy's end-game goal was from that very first ban. I was expecting to see something like some crazy Goodwill Hunting type thing where you ban Camille and it ends up ultimately just resulting in this champion select equation that makes sense only when you see the final line of it, but then it didn't.
Yeah, and a really interesting thing here actually is just that Olane didn't play Zyra. And Zyra went completely through this ban phase. That is a high 90% pick ban champion that completely falls through this draft. So definitely, Ole has found enough success on Morgana that it almost feels like Immortals is willing to pick that in any situation. We'll see if it plays out.
Yep, the fact that they're willing to pick that over some of the other OPs when they're not available definitely shows their faith in the champion and an Ole on the champion. But ladies and gentlemen, now we're on to Summoner's Rift for what I guarantee you is going to be the final time in this series. One of these two is walking away with the win here. Is it going to be Envy? Is it going to be Immortals? We're here to find out.
Yeah, unless we discover a new thing where both Nexi can be destroyed at the same time and we somehow end up going to game 4.
The exact same nanosecond. Both Nexus explode. All 10 players are dead.
The double ace super minion, double Nexus
Yeah,
kill.
the double ace super minion, double Nexus kill with 11 turrets claimed on both teams.
Yeah, that'll do it. We'll see, though. The level 1 looks pretty subdued. We would hope that Immortals delays this top lane ward if Dardoch wants to start red buff so that they could at least see the delayed invade and prevent what happened in game 1 where Dardoch died at red.
And hey, look at this. We're finally going to see a Mountain Drake this time around. First game, first Drake that is going to be showing up.
The series has everything.
It does.
What more could
it
you
does.
want?
The one thing that this series was missing was a Mountain Drake, and we finally got one. Keystone Masteries on the bottom part of your screen. Courage of the Colossus on both the Nautilus and the Rek'Sai, but Poppy has gone with Grasp instead.
Yeah, that's actually relatively common now for Poppy when you're up against Nautilus, just because Nautilus shoves so much. You need to be able to fight back in some way, and sometimes doing Grasp not only can sustain through some of the poke, but give you a bit of kill pressure onto the Nautilus if he tries to too blatantly shove you in, whereas Courage of the Colossus is a purely defensive mastery.
Either way, both of these two starting off with that Corrupting Potion means they'll have to do a lot of damage to do anything big to each other, as Hakuo and Apollo actually decide to abuse the power of those early Voidlings very effectively. They blast cone themselves over the wall, and two-man take the enemy blue buff, no jungler required.
There we go. That's Envy's secret sauce right there, the level 1. So that's 2 out of 3 games where they've been able to pull a quick advantage over their opponents. Dardoch will realize his blue has been taken away. It's not going to be a huge deal for Rek'Sai, but what it does prevent, and is pretty common with Rek'Sai, is for them to completely skip blue on the first jungle clear, come back on the second jungle clear and give their mid laner a 5-minute blue buff, which is a window in which you can shove really hard. They can't do that anymore.
Ninja gets some nice damage down onto Pobelter, showcasing exactly why Echo is picked into this matchup. Able to dodge around, avoid those orbs, and then jump on top of her before she can get away and really do anything to retaliate against it. And look at that fan vote. 79% of people think Immortals is walking away with the win here in number 3.
They looked pretty strong in game number 2. Fan bases also have a little bit to say about whether people think they're going to win or not.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit, you know. It might be slightly skewed as Dardoch hanging around here in mid lane, looking to make some kind of a play onto Ninja. Parallel convergence down. Ninja knocked up in the air, going to be stunned into stun. Still trying to escape, flash for flash. Dardoch wants the Prey Seeker. Orb's going to be sidestepped. Ninja walking away.
And Ninja, while he played that impressively to escape, should not have been able to escape that gank with how he had pushed up there. Yes, he caught Dardoch in the stun, but then coming out of the Rek'Sai knockup, Pobelter missed his scatter weak stun on him, which allowed him to back away. Now Cody gets exhausted.
Cody's son exhausted, heal popped immediately. Voidling's in hot pursuit. Silence finds him, but he's in no danger of dying just yet. Lee Sin stopping Pobelter's back, eats 2 turret shots. I don't know what the plan is here, but with Dardoch hanging around, tunneling over the wall,
he
might be coming in to cut him off. Should not be any kill potential. Dardoch, remember, he has no flash. Lyra gets himself away, but that was pretty sloppy. Olay gonna be hit by the Flourish, eats some damage from the Voidlings. That's that combo potential you were telling me about.
Yeah, and they're going to be pushing these guys in for a lot of this bottom lane, and it's going to kind of be on Immortals to not get poked too much so that they don't set up really easy turret dives for a Poppy. He's really strong at turret diving early on in the game. But yeah, so a few strange plays early on in the game for sure. Lyra was probably hoping Pobelter was window shopping in the mid lane, and that could have picked them up the kill. But alas, we've yet to see first blood.
Only 4 minutes into the game, though. Compared to most games, that's pretty normal. I mean, not compared to game number 1, where first blood was before 2 minutes, but still working with a pretty good spot. Cody, Sun, and Olay kind of hanging back right now. Apollo and Hakuo doing a good job controlling this lane, but the CS still dead even between these two. Cody's not exactly losing any ground in that respect.
Yeah, definitely not. So he's done a good job of keeping up, because that's the main thing they have to do in this lane, is just survive until they can hit level 6 and potentially turn some of that aggression around.
Seraph enjoying the same early game Nautilus trading potential that we saw last time around. Dardoch going to be stopped from having the tunnel that he was looking for. He still gets over the wall, but then he gets bonked outside of the range and can't really follow up with the knockup.
Doesn't mean they don't want to continue this one, though, but they have no eyes on Lee Sin. If they took Turret Aggro, it will be bad.
Dardoch's gonna be slammed right back into the turret. The damage comes down, almost gonna be first blood. There you go! 1 for 1 though. Lyra still looking to maybe make something else happen here. That is an out of mana flame. Flash available onto Lyra should he need it. Flashes forward, got the
Q.
slow.
Got it.
There you go. Lyra makes it a 2 for 1.
Yeah, and just the setup for that play was absurdly risky for Immortals. It's a pre-6 turret dive with the guy not even being low or denied summoners, and they're just walking up. If they would have actually taken turret aggro and Seraph would have been a little bit more patient, it could have been disastrous. Seraph wanted to make sure he didn't get 100% to 0 though, so he just slams Dardoch back. He's able to get a knock up and proc Courage, which delays it a little bit and actually allows Flame to get a kill back. But because Flame didn't immediately run, and both these guys still have Flash, instead of waiting until Lyra prepped his Sonic Wave, he now has no way of flashing it. Lyra can point blank it, picks up the second kill.
Good stuff for Team Envy. Now up 1,000 gold, 6 minutes in. That's all we got to do in the future is talk about how there's no first blood yet, and then sure enough, it just happens right in front of our eyes. Easy money. Spectre's Cowl picked up for the Poppy. Bommy's Cinder going to be picked up for the Nautilus. He's able to rush that Sunfire Cape more effectively since Poppy's a physical damage champion.
Yeah, so he'll be hitting that point of invulnerability pretty quick in the top lane. Not to say Seraph won't have threat in other ways. The next time his teleport is up. That is one reason people pick Poppy, is just for the playmaking potential, and Seraph has always been one who likes to make plays.
Oh yeah, normally we see this guy on carry type champions. You see him on Jaces, on Kennons, on things like that. Fiora sometimes. But this time around, on the tank. A playmaking tank nonetheless, but still going to be fun to see. As your Scryer's Bloom is activated by Ninja, just trying to work his way into enemy territory, find out what he can find out. Only 500 gold separating these two teams means playmaking is available for anybody that wants to try to make that happen, as Lyra is going to be going in, looking to steal away the blue buff from Immortals for the second time this game. Remember, they missed out on their level 1-1 thanks to some of that nice Gorgonzola cheese from Apollo and Hakuo, grabbing it away with the Voidlings and the Blast Cone, as Lyra manages to grab this one for himself, and that's going to be yet another blue denied from Pobelter.
Yeah, so that will really diminish Pobelter's ability to bully that lane with the Cinder, because it's already difficult.
Oh, that was a nice black shield. As soon as Hakuo flashed and went for the ultimate, Olay is right there. Boom! You got the shield right on top of Cody.
Yeah.
The ult is nullified.
You almost didn't even see the black shield because it was so quick that he was able to put it on and then get his shot back. And now they're going to counter it right here.
Now they got the counter attack. Apollo going to be forced to heal. The binding misses, but the arrow is down. Olay running away. Heal's going to be used. Hakuo still alive, and Lyra just gets to show up and watch his teammate die. Olay trying to get out of there. Is Ninja going to be able to make the connect? Lyra now in danger, going to be stunned up. Volley grabs the kill, and Immortals answer.
A flurry of kills right there, and it is an answer to the aggression that Envy tried to put on them, but they were ready for it. Dardoch there comes with the counter gank. Olay, we're going to watch this one more time. He's waiting for Hakuho to ping 6. Hakuho ping 6 like, wait a minute, I need that black shield. It's fractions of a second in which he's able to block it, and that's because he's paying attention to the experience bar there when he hits level 6. And then Dardoch just ults in. He's like, you know what? If they're going to stick around, this is an easy kill because I know someone who just burned Flash. Then Apollo, who still has Flash, tries to hold it. Gets hit by the Ash Arrow. Hakuo's easy to finish off at the end. Voidlings can't quite finish off the kill. And then Lyra doesn't land a Sonic Wave. And by the way, Cinder's been roaming down this whole time, so he has few options to escape. Press R, then the E to basically guarantee the stun. And Cody picks up the final kill and the double buffs.
And what were we talking about in pick and ban phase? Immortals' faith in Olay on this Morgana, and that faith has just been rewarded.
Yeah, can absolutely play it against Malzahar, and there's still no flash on Hakuo.
Looking to make a move onto this bottom lane yet again. Apollo finally going to be forced to pop that flash, getting himself away. Hakuo knocked up, but too close to the turret.
Single
Curtain call opens. This could be Envy's chance to turn this back around. Parallel convergence coming down, looking to grab some kind of a stun. Can't quite do it, and Immortals makes the clean exit.
Yeah, and it could have been a little bit dangerous. Cody's son was just waiting for his Ash Arrow to come up, so Immortals was a few seconds away from going all in on that engage. But in a good sign towards the series, they do not dive all the way in because of the risk of double TP, and they need to be cognizant of that. They are.
Always good to respect the kind of things that could end up completely turning a fight around and putting yourself in a bad scenario. Both those TPs, though, the top laners just waiting for an opportunity to find that chance. Seraph with 84 CS, Flame with 94, just constantly shoving up as this Nautilus, making Seraph have to deal with this incessant push, always keeping him underneath his turret.
Yeah, and I feel like Seraph's going to want to go with the Bomby Cinder as soon as possible. Next back, he'll be able to do so. Just trying to get this cannon minion, not giving too much free time. It would also be great if he can save his teleport because he wants to maintain that playmaking. That's why he would pick it into this Nautilus. So it's going to be tricky. If Dardoch comes up here to pressure the turret, should hopefully force out the TP.
That Flame Shield is so big, too. He just walks up, hits Seraph underneath the turret. The turret can't even break the shield in retaliation. He's just such a big lane bully on this Nautilus. As Lyra's hanging around in the bottom side tri-brush, he's got the control ward there to make sure he's not being seen out, but he's not really finding any opportunities to do anything in the lane, so instead, he's jumping over the wall, and he's going to look to take this Drake the same way we've seen it taken so far. Pobelter going to be bursted very rapidly by Ninja, but the parallel convergence doesn't come down in time. Ninja walking himself back, taking off half of Pobelter's HP.
Yeah, so Lyra trying to sneak the Drake as well, as they had a good amount of map pressure in the mid lane, so he's just able to take that pretty easily.
3 games, 3 first Drakes, all taken by the blue side jungler, jumping over the wall and doing it unseen. Very good stuff coming out from Envy, making sure they take advantage of that situation, take advantage of their jungler's mobility to grab that free for themselves. Going to give them extra objective control as the game goes forward. And with how close these games have been so far, it might be big. Ninja's going to be forced to chrono break.
Beautiful.
Pobelter trying to find the plane.
Beautiful.
Lyra's there. What the follow-up? That's what they needed.
It's exactly why you see Echo picked into Syndra, as Pobelter exposes himself by going for the all-in. It's shot back. Lyra then is arriving, so some big coordination showing from Lyra Ninja right there to turn the kill on Pobelter.
Good synergy between the mid laner and jungler on the side of Team Envy, but now the TP is going to be channeled. Immortal's looking to make the play bottom. Hakuo popping the ulti. Ole's going to be stuck underneath the turret. The Voidlings found dinner. Hakuo in some trouble. Lyra's going to be 2. Flame making the damage happen. Soaking underneath that turret. Does not even care about the aggro. Ninja looking to move in, but Cody's already dead. Ninja tanking, having to run. Flame coming right back in. Seraph is here.
And everybody walks away.
And now it's done.
But still a bloody fight under the turret right there, because the Ash Arrow, which I think was meant to preemptively interrupt the Malzahar ultimate, flew in between them. So watch this. Cody's son just misses it. Otherwise, Hakuo wouldn't have been able to keep Ole under the turret right there, but they had the teleport coming in because both solo lanes on Envy's side had already burned the teleport. Flame able to tank up a bunch of turret shots. They get this kill, and then Ninja a little long on his parallel convergence right there. Can't get the big shield out of it right away, so has to flash backwards. And you're thinking Dardoch was going to be trying to snipe with a Prey Seeker, but Seraph blocks it in at the end.
5-7 overall. Envy trailing by a couple of kills. Now they're in some danger as their jungler's going to be caught out and smacked down. Dardoch with that last auto attack as Lyra tries to get himself over the wall. He's going to find his grave somewhere in that terrain between the jungle and mid lane. As Dardoch and Ole move up into enemy territory, clearing out some of those wards, seeing if there's anything to steal away.
Yeah, and this will be a question of whether or not they can get that map pressure going, with Dardoch having such a spectacular start to this game. 4-1-4, building towards that Titanic Hydra Cinder Hulk route.
A lot of pressure onto this bottom lane tier 1 coming out from Ole and Cody. They realize that with the enemy jungler dead, there's nothing to really be super afraid of. That turret down to below half now, as for the first time in game number 3, Pobelter's finally getting a taste of blue buff.
Yeah. It only took the 3rd blue buff of the game.
Yeah.
It's going to make things substantially easier. It's interesting how Ninja's gone for the Proto Belt first with a little bit of magic for this, so Pobelter will have a small amount of kill pressure once he hits level 11 for rank 2 of that ultimate, but still not very much. It's been a tricky time for him in this mid lane.
Always hard to utilize that ultimate when the chrono break is up. He's just going to chrono break out of most of the orbs, get himself back to safety like we saw earlier, and then you're just kind of in a spot where you can't do anything to him anymore. As the flame push continues topside, it's Sunfire Cape versus Spirit Visage, and while they're both very tanky compared to each other, Flame's item has the advantage of also shoving in all these minions.
Yeah, and it's with the Sunfire Cape, still no Bomby Cinder on Seraph, as you mentioned. It's
the turret, because there just hasn't been the assistance offered in that top lane. So the matchup is playing out kind of the way it should. Credit to Flame for being able to keep the pressure on and not have the deaths that we've been seeing earlier on in the series, and it just leads to a bigger lead for Immortals.
Turret First Blood goes the way of Immortals, although it's immediately going to be answered by Envy on the other end of the map. However, the First Blood bonus, along with their kill advantage, going to lead Immortals to a 2K lead. Seraph stunned up, trying to defend 1v4. Poppy's tanky, but are you tanky enough for that? Maybe! Dardoch goes a little bit too deep. Hakuo with the save. Seraph still walks away. But Ninja has now put himself between a rock and a hard place. Going to be Chrono breaking back, doesn't find much of anything. Ninja, it almost was great. Yeah. It almost was great. Seraph got away, and then Ninja said, nope, they came for a kill. They're going to get one.
Really crazy, and all the while, Apollo was just slowly hitting this turret down, so Navi actually doesn't lose all that much aside from Ninja flying in at the end. You thought for sure Seraph was going down against 4 people right there, and maybe getting flashbacks to yesterday where Rek'Sai killed him within his base. But this time he had team with him.
I don't think I can handle another one like that.
He had the team with him, and Hakuho was able to support by ulting Dardoch and preventing him from continuing his assault. Still, a small lead for Mortals and some chaos right there.
What a bunch of craziness in the top part of the map. Here's another look at exactly how it went down.
Yeah, so arrow lands, Dardoch gets the knock up, and you think he's dead for sure. But because Dardoch had positioned behind him, it allowed Seraph a spot to heroic charge to clear distance away. I feel like if Dardoch actually stays in front in that situation, he would have been able to finish it off. And then Ninja just really goes in when he had no business going in. They had no Jhin in that situation. He was not going to be able to pick up a kill. He kind of gifts one over.
Yeah, Ninja pays the price for that. No way to really escape that. Chrono break, parallel convergence, nothing in the kit's going to get you out of the 1v4. They even had the exhaust ready for him just to make sure he couldn't grab that last little bit of damage on the Dardoch, as the bottom lane tier 1 is going to be falling, and Immortals will tie up that turret count 2-2.
Yeah, and now the mid lane is kind of the next battleground because both these turrets are pretty low. So whoever can get a little bit of a wave advantage or even just poke someone out can open up the map in a big way.
Both turrets easily pushable if you can find some kind of a pick, some kind of a play. But Immortals are actually looking towards Cloud Drake instead. They're going to tie that Dragon count up.
But everyone's up top.
They're going to make the play onto Flame. Tries to go for the kick, flashes for it, but still doesn't make it happen. Flame's flash keeping him safe. And so all the effort is invested for nothing.
And it also opens up the mid lane. The battleground should have been mid lane turret and Drake. Instead, they go for a kill onto the super tank top, don't get it because Flame flashed away, and they cede over several advantages to Immortals.
And that's some of that decision-making that we've been talking about that's been a hot topic between both these teams this entire series. Who's going to manage to fix that? Who's going to make sure that they're not committing those mistakes? And right now, the answer is not Envy.
Yeah, definitely not. A lot of it has just been on the back of Dardoch. After Dardoch had that really poor game 1, he's been really good in games 2 and 3. This has been his best game of the series, even though it may not be as flashy since he's not getting to play Kha'Zix. He is controlling the map, he's getting them the vision they need to make plays, and he's making them.
5-1 and 4 on the Rek'Sai, 100% kill participation for himself with Cinder Hulk, Titanic Hydra, and Mercury Treads all completed. The man is a force to be reckoned with in these upcoming fights. You really got to respect everything that he has done and everything that he can still do if you're Envy. Dardoch moving around in the enemy jungle, stealing away any resources he can find with Olay and Pobelter next to him. They're setting down the vision. They're pushing up further. With this outer ring of turrets completely disabled, they're moving up forward and slowly creeping their control of the map more and more into Envy territory.
Yeah, and we mentioned in Champ Select, the front-to-front team fights are in favor of Immortals, but the flanks could be in favor of Envy. Here they come.
Ninja grabbing the parallel convergence. Not going to find Pobelter. A good flash keeps him safe. Now Ninja finds himself isolated between the enemy team and the rest of his allies.
He might get Pobelter!
Pobelter, Chrono break right back into the fight. Pobelter taken low, Ninja still alive. Cody's son's gonna be killed next. Dardoch and Olay trying to get themselves back. Lyra's in good shape, everybody except for Ninja is. Flame walking himself out, he's got the black shield, so incredibly tanky. Envy's able to find 2 for nothing so far. Still looking for Flame, still having such a hard time getting him. Seraph receiving the safeguard. as the tier 1 turret is going to be the target. Envy at least finds some good success here.
And both of Immortals' primary damage dealers were killed after Ninja's eventual TP flows through. So there was no real way for Immortals to stop that turret from falling afterwards. And that's the type of play that Envy need to make. It's why they have the double TP. It is their journey throughout this game. And Ninja didn't get a kill directly, but he made that play happen.
Right, that was all Ninja's setup. He put Pobelter and Cody Sun in spots where they got themselves deleted by the rest of Team Envy. As now Dardoch finds himself in enemy territory, gonna be slammed up into that wall. Deadly Flourish comes through as well. Olay's there to try to provide a little bit of help and an escape. Dardoch's not gonna be brought down that easily, but Jat, 20.5 minutes into this game, we are still looking only at a 2,000 gold difference. It's there, it's noticeable, but it's not so big that we're saying, oh yeah, this is an Immortals game. This could still go either way.
Yeah, absolutely right there. And you do also have to note that when you're in these situations of having the flankers like this, the gold leads are a little bit less important because the 1-3-1 stretches out the game. It's all about kind of how you play the map and how you actually execute the plays.
Items starting to come online as well. A lot of big stuff available for both teams. We talked about the Proto Belt and the Echo already, the Spirit Visage and the Sunfire Cape for the top laners. Well, Flame CS advantage, he's now got both of those items under his belt. Morello Namacon done on Pobelter means he's going to be stopping some of that healing that could be coming out, as well as just getting all that useful stat power that the item has. Runan's Hurricane also done for Cody Sun, working on some of those big ticket damage items next. Means Focus Fire can be poured into multiple targets at a time in these upcoming team fights.
Yeah, and Envy is tanking up fairly well when you think about it, which is what's kind of forcing Pobelter into that Void Staff early that you mentioned, because you're used to seeing the Ludens come out second.
Yeah.
And the Cinder, but he's really not trucking through everyone.
Wants to have that magic penetration to better deal with Seraph, to better deal with... Lyra's got a Hex Drinker as well as a Mercury Tread, so he's not exactly without magic resistance either. It's not a huge amount, but it's still noticeable. So Pobelter just wants to make sure that whenever he's hitting any of these guys, the damage is going to be noticeable, it's going to be real. Drake will be live in about 80 seconds from now. It'll be number 3. Probably going to get about 4 of them. Could maybe get 5 of them this game. No, wait. No, I don't think we can. Never mind.
I think the max theoretically is 6.
Yeah, but you have to get the first one literally as it spawns to get 6.
Pretty much either way, we're going to see, I'm hoping, a fairly explosive end to this series. Both teams have cleaned up a little bit of their play as the series has progressed. Like, we also have to remember the journey these teams have taken. Olay just made it in to Immortals right before week 1, and Lyra just made it in right before week 2. So we shouldn't be making super long-term judgments on these teams based on how they look in some of their more mistake-ridden games, because there's still so much league still to play, and it's all about who can gel faster.
Right, we're on week 2. This isn't the end-all be-all. This isn't, if you don't show up this week, you're not going to playoffs, or you're going to get relegated or whatever. There's a lot of time left to still look at what these teams can bring to the table. They still obviously have a lot of practice, a lot of synergy to build between themselves and the other members of their team. As Pobelter and Olay and Dardoch, all of the Immortals, grouping up here in mid lane, looking to make something happen. Curtain Call opens up, though. Pobelter going to be hit by 2 different bullets. However, the Black Shield prevents the slow from coming through. 3 different shots, one of which was the big one, hit Pobelter, but for no real result. The power of that Morgana showing up again.
Yeah, and I really do feel like because of Morgana, the only way Envy's going to find team fights is if they're willing to use teleport on either the Poppy or the Echo, and that's actually going to require Immortals to push up a little bit, or the 1-3-1 pressure to accrue in the side lanes for Envy. So right here, again, they opened up with a Current Call, and in the time they spent to try and go get pressure in the side wave, the Drake does go over to Immortals.
Drake going over to Immortals. That's Ocean Drake number 1 for them. Should be able to give them a nice little bit of extra sustain for themselves. And of course, we've been seeing these games go to the point of Elder Drakes, so could also enchant that burn a little bit better. As Flame going in onto Ninja after losing that tier 1 turret in the top side. That's going to be Envy taking the turret advantage up 4-3 for themselves, shrinking that gold difference down to about 1,000. So even less noticeable than it was before, as each team seems so very cautious about pulling the trigger on any sort of an opportunity. They both know this is the game that matters. Any big mistake could essentially just send you straight to a loss.
Exactly, and when we look at the gold as well, the 1,000 gold lead is pretty much held exclusively by Dardoch because the solo lanes are kind of swapping 1,000 gold leads on each other. So it's his advantage that needs to be taken advantage of because Rek'Sai is a champion that has pretty substantial late game fall off. So the fact that he has the majority of the gold here doesn't actually lead to that big of a lead coming into the 30 or 40 minute mark. And let's see if they can catch up Cody Sun here.
Ninja looking for Cody Sun. Hakuo with the flash into the ulti. Great setup. Taking out that enemy AD carry should open up some kind of a door for Envy to make another play.
No, absolutely, because that's a play they were able to set up without using a teleport, and they might get another one.
Nice shot, but Lyra ends up kicking him away to safety. Ugh!
Yeah, he was going for the flash kick. Pobelter also flashed, so he ended up kicking him backwards in a weird re-engage by Pobelter because it's 4v5.
Oh, he's gonna be knocked up into the air. The keeper's verdict coming down. Pobelter getting himself deleted. Flame running away now. Dardoch's gonna be 2. Both damage dealers again, chat. The 2 guys that are down.
Yeah, and that is who Envy should be targeting. They get another kill there when they teleport in, and this could be a pretty risky Baron because Cody Sun is coming up, and unlike past games, they don't have incredible Baron damage, pretty much just the Voidlings that would help to push him over the top.
Hakuo doing a good job with those Voidlings, blocking some of the stuns coming out from Olay, but now the fight's coming out. Flame and Dardoch looking to lock down Apollo if they can. He is done. They're still running all over these guys. They're so tanky. Hakuo's gonna be next. A double kill for Dardoch. Health bars blinking red all over the place for Envy. A double kill for Ninja. Takes out Cody and Olay. Now he's got to get himself out. It's a 3 for 2.
Oh, man. What a disaster for Envy right there. I think they were hoping that they could kind of win a fight as Immortal piles in, but they really underestimated the raw power of the tanks on Immortals right now because they just walked right through Envy. And just to make things worse, Ninja had already jumped over the Baron pit, so he couldn't even help damage the tanks, and Dardoch and Flame just ran over Envy.
Apollo was definitely having a case of the AD carry in 2017 feels in this fight. Take a look at exactly what happened.
Well, they also put a black shield on Dardoch as he was flying in, so there was nothing Envy could do to stop him. So kind of an ill-advised Baron. Meanwhile, though, Ninja was over on the backside, and he gets a double kill. So he had jumped over, he kills the squishies, but it means there was literally no damage to hurt the tanks with. So they end up trading kind of kills, and no one gets Baron.
It's a good thing for Team Envy's sake that Ninja did grab those 2, though. Kind of prevented their opponents from being able to mount any sort of a meaningful counterattack by removing Cody yet again. 1, 4, and 5 on this Ashe. Both AD carries dying a lot more than they would like to this time around. Dardoch still with 100% kill participation. Now with a dead man's plate, too. It's going to be that much easier to position for those knockups.
Yeah, and so much of this game, as we've been talking about the flanks, is now kind of just about Ninja. It's really hard to teamfight late game on an Echo because you make one mistake and it's basically over. He has no cleanse, no QSS, there's no McHale's. So if he gets hit by a Binding, an Ash Arrow, even a Nautilus or Cinder, literally anyone on that Immortals team can hit him with a potentially fatal CC. But if he gets in and can one-shot Pobelter or Cody Sun, he can kind of win the fight and potentially the game for Envy. So really keep your eyes on Ninja in upcoming fights.
That would be the play for Envy right now. Looking to utilize the power of Azonia's Hourglass, Lich Bane, and Protobelt Echo. But can they find that positioning? Envy down 1,500 gold, 28 minutes in. Life is pretty hard, but not to the point where they're feeling defeated just yet. 3 turrets to 4 still, very even in that respect. 1 Drake to 2, very even in that respect. Everything is just walking along a wire right now, and they could fall either side.
Really is the tensest and closest of the 3-game series. It's the way you want these things to be. If they trade games, you always want the third one to be the best. And
yeah, you always want the third one to be the close game. You don't want to have a close game 1, and then you just have a stomp in the other ones, right? It's not good for the excitement levels, man.
Yeah, and there's no magic resist being built by Cody Sun or Pobelter, which only increases the chances. There it is on a tank. Let's see Immortals try and go if they can.
That was really cool, too. Hakuo spawned those Voidlings right between Seraph and Olay, so the follow-up Binding just hit the Voidlings.
Yep, and the Voidling can block skill shots even before it looks like it's there because it spawns instantly when Hakuo plus W. So he really just stuffs that engage, and it gave Ninja more time to accrue that CS advantage in the top lane.
Hakuo's done that a couple of different times this game, blocking those skill shots with the little void critters there. He did it in the Baron pit as well when Olay was trying to fire a Binding into that. So he's definitely got that mechanic for some more Malzahar down pat. Cody Sun just farming up here in the top lane, looking to get more of those items under his belt. The amount of deaths he has so far and the fact that his CS is kind of low compared to a lot of other people in the match He's only got Infinity Edge ruining it. Ninja's going to be exhausted. Olay and Dardoch looking to find the catch onto this guy here as Olay has to be careful for his own safety. Ninja trying to get himself away, going to be using the Time Winder and the Chrono Break, looking to make it a 1-for-1. The Zhonya's Hourglass keeping him safe for an extra second, but the Binding finds its mark and he is shut down.
Yeah, and really not much happening on the rest of the map for Envy, so that's what you don't want to happen in those situations. One Ocean Drake helps a bit, but now Ninja's down for 45 seconds, and here comes Immortals for Baron, trying to force a fight.
Immortals know that Ninja is out of this for 35 seconds. TP is going to be used by Flame. They're getting everybody there, everybody in position. They want to burn this down if they can.
They're going to try and turn for a fight.
May be vulnerable. Pobelter evading from the Sonic Wave. Apollo's going to be killed first. Apocalypse is number 2. Lyra's bound up. Another one should be taken down here. Keeper's Verdict trying to disengage the collapse from Immortals. But Envy is not in a spot to do anything any longer.
Definitely not yet. They still have a potential to steal with the Lee Sin, and they're trying to stall because Ninja could theoretically teleport in, and Immortals used a fair number of cooldowns, but still have the Cinder ultimate. Here comes Seraph.
Seraph into the pits, trying to slam Cody back into the wall, but Baron is going to be secured. Ninja's in, trying to clean these guys up. Seraph's going to be bursted. Ninja 2, damage coming out. Flash is used. Chrono Break right back into the pit. Seraph is down. Lyra avoiding a dredge line. Ninja still trying to take down Pobelter if he can. The Time Winder not quite going to find it just yet. A double kill for Cody's son. Ninja grabs 1 on the back end of the fight, but they've lost 2 and a Baron for it.
And just like that, Immortals opens up a 6,000 gold lead. Watching it one more time, it is a clear, decisive call by Immortals to go for the backline. They do not try and kill Baron. They immediately go for the fight. They get the backline right away, and then force flashes and ultimates out of Envy, and then turn right back to Baron. They understand the threat. They understand that they're not able to kill this very quickly, but they keep zoning, and this is where it gets really tricky because they know Seraph is going to try and fly in, and they don't want to let Lee Sin come in behind him for a steal. Not to mention, they need to be tracking the death time of Echo, so much to think about, and this is where communication needs to be key. Echo doesn't teleport inside the Baron pit because there's no wards, and that delays long enough for Mortal to just easily get the Baron. Lear was off around the side, could never get in for a steal, and they focus enough CC onto Ninja that he can't get off the right combos. Unfortunately, Pobelter does lose the duel to him later, but it's still a huge net win for Immortals.
Now as Immortals are pushing up in the bot lane, you can see the curtain call opened up by Apollo, just trying to buy some time, clear out some waves, scare these guys off, but it's not going to scare them off for long. As you mentioned, almost a 6,000 gold lead now for Immortals with the whole team baroned up. They're ready to go, ready to make something happen here. Well, the whole team except for one. We did see Pobelter actually drop to Ninja, so he shouldn't have the buff for himself. But these guys are still in a great spot to utilize this Baron, find a big power play from it, and push a greater edge.
Yeah, I really agree. And Dardoch continuing with that 100% kill participation and is making clear calls that the team is following up on. And even though this lead is opened up, it's still going to be the same story for us. Ninja and Seraph want to be able to flank behind, and currently they don't have any teleports. So this is really, really the time for Immortals to try and make their big lead. They even have a QSS on Cody's son now to potentially save him a little bit if Ninja does somehow get behind him. And here comes Immortals.
Immortals with the 4-1 split push, all baroned up, all ready to go. Flame in the bottom part of the map. TP not available should the rest of the team get into trouble. That's why you're seeing them back away there from the mid lane. Don't want to find themselves in a 4v5. They got to realize how far ahead they are right now, how comfortable of a position they're in. They don't want to throw that away for nothing. Lyra, no flash to try to make some kind of a big fancy insect play here. Ray Seeker's going to be fired off. Olay coming in from the side, looking for a binding. Hits Hakuo, but the Malzahar passage just nullifies it. Tier 2 falls in the mid lane. It's going to be falling in the bottom lane in just a moment as Immortals all rotate down. Seraph's going to get himself out before the trouble comes after him. And now it's up to Immortals to try to break this base.
Yep, taking the low-hanging fruit with this Baron to start. But they need to realize the position of power where the double TP is down. So the threat of a counter-engage by Envy with just a standard siege for Immortals is very low. That's why they're just going all around, making sure they're getting 3 turrets out of this and trying to grow that lead as much as possible.
Rotating up now to the top side. The tier 2 is going to be pretty much free. I don't really see Envy looking to make any kind of a stance here, defend this one too zealously. Ninja doing what he can, trying to stop this, but a Proto Belt, yeah, you can clear away some of the minions, you can try to make the defense, but Immortals is not going to stop coming anytime soon. Except they are. they're going to back away.
Yeah, the Baron buff expired, and I suppose they didn't want to sit around while Echo clears the wave. So you can do that with pretty much just 1 Q at this point in the game. Elder Drake up in 1 minute, though, so they want to make sure they have the proper setup for that.
Yep, that's why I'm not on one of these teams, Jet. Not tracking those timers properly. The Baron expires, the Elder Drake's going to be coming up. It's time to get back to the base, prepare for the next big objective. 2 Drakes on both teams mean the true damage burn is going to be 135 no matter who gets it. So still a very effective burn. Nothing completely nuts like you would see if you had 4 Drakes. But if Immortals can find this, it could just be what punches their ticket.
Exactly, because they're already stronger in straight-up team fights, and it's also pretty important that they prevent it from going over to Envy because they don't want to amplify that damage of flanks. Like, if we are to see, like, what does a winning fight look like for either team? A winning fight for Envy looks like when they can kill Pobelter or Cody Sun before anyone else. A winning fight for Immortals is when they can just plow through whoever and move forward in it. It's really all about protecting their damage dealers so they can do what they are meant to do.
Look at how tanky Dardoch is with that black shield on him. He's got so much health, so much resistances. What is that, close to 5,000 HP now?
4,800. He's also powered up with that Iron Elixir because he knows this is the deciding moment of the game. Increases his size, makes him Nautilus size, apparently.
Yeah, he makes Nautilus look a little bit tiny.
Flame, man, build your Elixir too. It's decisive moment.
Might as well. This could determine the entire thing right here, right now. 36 minutes in, Elder Drake gets the call. Immortal's going to be jumping on it immediately. Lyra trying to find a chance to make the steal happen. Curtain call opens up. Drake down to 2K. Who's going to end up taking it? Answer is Dardoch. Olay into the fight. Health bar is going to be evaporating pretty rapidly. Whoever's going to be hit with the damage. Ninja first. Seraph trying to walk himself out. Lyra back into the back line, looking for Olay. A double kill for Pobelter. 4 dead for Envy. A double kill for Cody Sun. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be it. An awesome fight from Immortal.
Immortals absolutely demolished Envy in that fight, and we talked about what good looks like, and it's the damage dealers staying safe. Envy could never get in to that fight, and Immortals was just able to go front to back as far as their target selection in that fight. Now everyone done on Envy looks like they're gonna push for the series win.
They've got the minion wave with them. They've got the Elder Drake blessing, enchantment, buff, whatever you want to call it. I call it a one-way path to the winner's circle as they are pushing onto the Nexus turrets. TP's gonna be channeled, so they've got the whole team here for the celebration. The turrets are done, the series is over, and Immortals will take the win.
And they're not gonna be super enthused after that one because they would have loved to play cleaner in game 1 and close out Envy a little bit faster. But they should take credit in the fact that they improved steadily throughout the series. Dardoch, in particular, 8-1 and 12 on that Rek'Sai in this last game. Super dominant. And they keep Envy winless.
That's player of the game material. If that's not, I don't know what is.
Well, we get to decide, so
I vote for Dardoch.
I think that's going to be it for the player of the game.
I mean, he had 100% kill participation. He was part of everything they did up until the very end. Now he has 20 out of 22.
Yeah.
I would still take that any day of the week. 91% kill participation or something like that. It's pretty much phenomenal. And you just saw him constantly doing what he needed to do, being such this massive brick that the enemy team could not deal with at all.
Yeah, and we talked so much about how they needed to take more efficient shots in their games and eliminate the mistakes. And as the series progressed, that's kind of exactly what they did. And specifically in this last game, Envy picked a team composition that was completely predicated around catching people out of position and hoping Immortals would be spread out. So the fact that Immortals was able to stay together enough and team fight cohesively enough is a credit to their improvement throughout the series.
And the team who improves the most, the team who knows how to adapt, the team that can actually change up their game plan and respond to what their opponents is doing, that's generally the team that's going to have a nice edge.
Yeah, it's nice. That's a lot of the ways how League of Legends works. And even though Pobelter had a pretty rough final game into that Echo, multiple blue buffs being stolen away from him, the main target of all the flanks, still 2, 4, and 5, not the end of the world, and it was the tank line that just absolutely demolished for Immortals. And maybe we're going to end up having to see more of that as kind of the season progresses because Flame and Dardoch, I think when you're architecting that team, is meant to being like, we're going to be a top-side team. Dardoch and Flame are the big talent pieces.
They're huge.
It's what definitely worked for them at the end of this series.
And I mean, who could forget the fight that they had where Envy's going for the Baron, and then those two just walk in and say, no, you're not. And just
moved
jump in there.
Very slowly. And that's the thing that happens, right? There was definitely some bad calls by Envy there at the Baron when they threw their damage dealer over the wall as the tanks just kind of waddle in and kill everyone they care about. So overall, a very entertaining series. Not the cleanest play, but we talked about it before. These guys just coming together as teams, haven't had a huge amount of practice time, and have plenty of season left to gel.
And fans from both teams are going to be hoping to see that as we move forward into week 3, into week 4, and the rest of the spring split, is now that they've got time, now that they're not worrying about players being there, now that they can actually sort of build themselves a practice schedule, something reliable to work with, what are they going to look like when we are expecting them to be in top form?
Yeah, exactly. Because you're looking at a team like Immortals, and you were so used to them just being the first place team in the regular season, super dominating. They were 17-1 in spring, 16-2 in summer. Total rebuild. It hasn't looked good. They should actually feel somewhat content about 2-2 because their quality of play may not have merited that. They have plenty of work to do.
Well, for now, we're going to hear from IMT's mid laner who joins Kobe on stage for an interview. Take it away.
That's right, Captain Flowers. I'm here with the victorious mid laner, Pobelter. Congratulations on that victory. You guys did start out a little bit slower than you would want, but how are you guys feeling now?
You know, still not feeling great. I think there's a long way before we can play a game and feel like, you know, we're really proud of what we've accomplished. Obviously, there's a lot of glaring flaws so far with our gameplay, lots of things we need to improve on. But if there's one thing that I learned last year where we went, you know, 17-1, 16-2 regular season and fell flat in playoffs, it's that overall the record, it's important, of course, you're seeding in playoffs, but what's most important is learning game by game. Right now, we have a lot to learn about, and last year it kind of felt like we hit a wall at a certain point, and it was harder to improve a lot. And so as long as we keep having things that we need to work on and we keep improving week by week, I'm not that afraid.
Is there anything specific for next week that you guys are already targeting that you'd like to clean up?
We'll probably have a team meeting once we get back and kind of address all the things that didn't go well during the game that we need to fix up. So yeah, not until we have that meeting.
All right, well, next week you are going to be starting out with Phoenix 1 as your opponent. Ryu, the mid laner, you're going to be going against just dismantled Golden Glue and Team Liquid. Any feelings about that in particular, that matchup 1v1? Have you met him in solo queue or anything?
Yeah, so actually I was feeling like really just like terrible after our loss yesterday to Cloud9 because I felt like my start so far in LCS, it's been like the worst stretch of games I've ever played in LCS so far. And so part of me was like, well, maybe I'm just in a slump. You know, I've been playing for, I think, 3 years in LCS. It's bound to happen. But actually, I realized that my mouse setting in LCS is different than what I've been playing on in stage. So I think maybe that's like a big factor. You know, part of it is still me maybe not playing up to my expectations. But I fixed it for the set today, and I felt a lot better. I felt more like comfortable, which obviously. So I don't know. I think I'm really confident against Ryu.
All right, that's good to hear. You know, congratulations once again. We are going to send it over to the analyst now.
He beat Jensen, like that's not going to happen. But there it is. I mean, he basically controlled the entire game with the help of the rest of CLG.
All right, well, right as we get to the end of that and conclude our discussion on CLG's victory over C9 here, moving that to a Game 3, I've got to welcome the viewers from NA LCS 1 where Immortals just took down Envy. So let's go ahead and swap gears, do your best to do that as quickly as possible here.
Cut it off me.
You know, talking about this one, Envy still now searching for their first victory of the split, but Immortals scraping by here against our last place team.
And it's all obviously just totally off the back of Dardoch. He was the clear performer. Pobelter helped out a lot today in general. Game 3, not quite as much. He had the counter pick against him with the Echo. But overall, I think, you know, it was a not very clean series where both teams are making a lot of macro mistakes. People would get leads and then it would slip away just based off a bad decision, and the other team would claw back, but it was never like, we have control, this is going to be an easy game.
Right, you could go back to games 1 and 2, and probably even game 3 here, take a look at those gold graphs that are just fluctuating like crazy.
You got the heart rate.
Yeah, exactly, and very much contrasting the gold graph that we just saw here from a CLG victory. And so that is to say that there's still plenty of work to be done for both of these squads. For Immortals, I think so much of it is still that they don't look like they're on the same page in the team fighting and their decision-making itself. Envy feel like they're still a step behind that, and just individually, some of them aren't up to par and even getting to out of the lane phase in a position where they can be comfortable.
Right, and I think it's especially obvious that they don't have like a clear plan of what they want to do. Like, we're going to snowball this guy. He's going to carry us in the early game. This is going to happen. Sometimes Lyra's really aggressive and doing cheesy stuff, and they're really trying to control the blue, which is kind of the focus this game. Other times, he's just hard farming for the early game, whereas, you know, at least Immortals has that identity of Dardoch's going to make plays, good or bad. He's going to make stuff happen.
Yeah, all right, well, Immortals does pick up the victory here today. CLG and C9 are all tied up at that 1-1. Moving into game 3 here, though, what is your thinking? Is this C9 roster going to fold to a confident CLG after game 2, or do you think they have what it takes to keep their undefeated run going?
I'm going to go with C9 still winning. I think the fact that, you know, CLG was able to win both mid and bot lane so convincingly is something that won't happen again. I think that you can see C9, I'm sure Reap will be like, all right, let's not give them the Malzahar. We can pick a better, actually stronger lane matchup, not so team-oriented. And the concern for me, if, of course, CLG going back to that top lane counter pick on a tank. I think that's going to be the crux of how they win, because C9 matched them with playmaking. It was just, can they actually not just fall behind this annoying Trundle who keeps slowly taking turrets?
Right. All right. Well, Immortals get the victory over Envy. CLG and C9 tied at 1-1. We'll see if CLG can snap Cloud9's streak with Game 3. You're watching the North American LCS.